Part 1. The Shadow Before. They begin. The perfections are sharpened. The flower spreads its colored petals wide in the sun, but the tongue of the bee misses them. They sink back into the loam, crying out. You may call it a cry that creeps over them, a shiver, as they wilt and disappear. William Carlos Williams, Patterson. Born down in a dead man's town. Bruce Springsteen. Chapter 1. After the Flood, 1957. 1. The terror, which would not end for another 28 years, if it ever did end, began, so far as I know or can tell, with a boat made from a sheet of newspaper floating down a gutter swollen with rain. The boat bobbed, listed, righted itself again, dived bravely through treacherous whirlpools, and continued on its way down Witcham Street toward the traffic light which marked the intersection of Witcham and Jackson. The 3 vertical lenses on all sides of the traffic light were dark this afternoon in the fall of 1957, and the houses were all dark too. There had been steady rain for a week now, and 2 days ago the winds had come as well. Most sections of Derry had lost their power then, and it was not back on yet. A small boy in a yellow slicker and red galoshes ran cheerfully along beside the newspaper boat. The rain had not stopped, but it was finally slackening. It tapped on the yellow hood of the boy's slicker, sounding to his ears like rain on a shed roof. A comfortable, almost cozy sound. The boy in the yellow slicker was George Denbrough. He was 6. His brother, William, known to most of the kids at Derry Elementary School, and even to the teachers, who would never have used the nickname to his face, as Stuttering Bill, was at home hacking out the last of a nasty case of influenza. In that autumn of 1957, 8 months before the real horrors began, and 28 years before the final showdown, Stuttering Bill was 10 years old. Bill had made the boat beside which George now ran. He had made it sitting up in bed, his back propped against a pile of pillows, while their mother played Für Elise on the piano in the parlor, and rain swept restlessly against his bedroom window. About 3/4 of the way down the block, as one headed toward the intersection and the dead traffic light, Witcham Street was blocked to motor traffic by smudge pots and 4 orange sawhorses. Stenciled across each of the horses was Derry Department of Public Works. Beyond them, the rain had spilled out of gutters clogged with branches and rocks and big sticky piles of autumn leaves. The water had first pried finger holes in the paving and then snatched whole greedy handfuls. All of this by the 3rd day of the rains. By noon of the 4th day, big chunks of the street surface were boating through the intersection of Jackson and Witcham like miniature whitewater rafts. By that time, many people in Derry had begun to make nervous jokes about arcs. The Public Works Department had managed to keep Jackson Street open, but Witcham was impassable from the sawhorses all the way to the center of town. But everyone agreed the worst was over. The Kenduskeag stream had crested just below its banks in the barrens and bare inches below the concrete sides of the canal which channeled it tightly as it passed through downtown. Right now, a gang of men, Zach Denbrough, George's and Bill's father, among them, were removing the sandbags they had thrown up the day before with such panicky haste. Yesterday, overflow and expensive flood damage had seemed almost inevitable. God knew it had happened before. The flooding in 1931 had been a disaster which had cost millions of dollars and almost 24 lives. That was a long time ago, but there were still enough people around who remembered it to scare the rest. One of the flood victims had been found 25 miles east in Bucksport. The fish had eaten this unfortunate gentleman's eyes, 3 of his fingers, his penis, and most of his left foot. Clutched in what remained of his hands had been a Ford steering wheel. Now, though the river was receding, and when the new Bangor Hydro Dam went in upstream, the river would cease to be a threat. Or so said Zach Denbrough, who worked for Bangor Hydroelectric. As for the rest, well, future floods could take care of themselves. The thing was to get through this one, to get the power back on, and then to forget it. In Derry, such forgetting of tragedy and disaster was almost an art, as Bill Denbrough would come to discover in the course of time. George paused just beyond the sawhorses at the edge of a deep ravine that had been cut through the tar surface of Witcham Street. This ravine ran on an almost exact diagonal. It ended on the far side of the street, roughly 40 feet farther down the hill from where he now stood, on the right. He laughed aloud, the sound of solitary, childish glee, a bright runner and that gray afternoon, as a vagary of the flowing water took his paper boat into a scale model rapids which had been formed by the break in the tar. The urgent water had cut a channel which ran along the diagonal, and so his boat traveled from one side of Witcham Street to the other, the current carrying it so fast that George had to sprint to keep up with it. Water sprayed out from beneath his galoshes in muddy sheets. Their buckles made a jolly jingling as George Denbrough ran toward his strange death. And the feeling which filled him at that moment was clear and simple love for his brother Bill. Love and a touch of regret that Bill couldn't be here to see this and be a part of it. Of course, he would try to describe it to Bill when he got home, but he knew he wouldn't be able to make Bill see it, the way Bill would have been able to make him see it if their positions had been reversed. Bill was good at reading and writing, but even at his age, George was wise enough to know that wasn't the only reason why Bill got all A's on his report cards, or why his teachers liked his composition so well. Telling was only part of it. Bill was good at seeing. The boat nearly whistled along the diagonal channel, just a page torn from the classified section of the Derry News, but now George imagined it as a PT boat in a war movie, like the ones he sometimes saw down at the Derry Theater with Bill at Saturday matinees. A war picture with John Wayne fighting the Japs. The prow of the newspaper boat threw sprays of water to either side as it rushed along, and then it reached the gutter on the left side of Witcham Street. A fresh streamlet rushed over the break in the tar at this point, creating a fairly large whirlpool, and it seemed to him that the boat must be swamped and capsized. It leaned alarmingly, and then George cheered as it righted itself, turned, and went racing on down toward the intersection. George sprinted to catch up. Over his head, a grim gust of October wind rattled the trees, now almost completely unburdened of their freight of colored leaves by the storm, which had been this year a reaper of the most ruthless sort. 2. Sitting up in bed, his cheeks still flushed with heat, but his fever, like the Kenduskeag, finally receding, Bill had finished the boat. But when George reached for it, Bill held it out of reach. "Now get me the paraffin." "What's that? Where is it?" "It's on the cellar shelf as you go downstairs," Bill said, "in a box that says Gulf. Bring that to me, and a knife, and a bowl, and a pack of matches." George had gone obediently to get these things. He could hear his mother playing the piano, not for Elise now, but something else he didn't like so well. Something that sounded dry and fussy. He could hear rain flicking steadily against the kitchen windows. These were comfortable sounds, but the thought of the cellar was not a bit comfortable. He did not like the cellar, and he did not like going down the cellar stairs because he always imagined there was something down there in the dark. That was silly, of course. His father said so, and his mother said so, and even more important, Bill said so. But still, he did not even like opening the door to flick on the light because he always had the idea, this was so exquisitely stupid he didn't dare tell anyone, that while he was feeling for the light switch, some horrible clawed paw would settle lightly over his wrist and then jerk him down into the darkness that smelled of dirt and wet and dim-rotted vegetables. Stupid. There were no things with claws, all hairy and full of killing spite. Every now and then someone went crazy and killed a lot of people. Sometimes Chet Huntley told about such things on the evening news. And, of course, there were commies, but there was no weirdo monster living down in their cellar. Still, this idea lingered. In those interminable moments while he was groping for the switch with his right hand, his left arm curled around the door jamb in a death grip, that cellar smell seemed to intensify until it filled the world. Smells of dirt and wet and long-gone vegetables would merge into one unmistakable, ineluctable smell. The smell of the monster. The apotheosis of all monsters. It was the smell of something for which he had no name. The smell of it, crouched and lurking and ready to spring. A creature which would eat anything, but which was especially hungry for boy meat. He had opened the door that morning and had groped interminably for the switch, holding the jamb in his usual death grip, his eyes squinched shut, The tip of his tongue poked from the corner of his mouth like an agonized rootlet searching for water in a place of drought. Funny? Sure, you betcha. Look at you, Georgie. Georgie's scared of the dark. What a baby. The sound of the piano came from what his father called the living room and what his mother called the parlor. It sounded like music from another world, far away, the way talk and laughter on a summer-crowded beach must sound to an exhausted swimmer who struggles with the undertow. His fingers found the switch. Ah! They snapped it. And nothing. No light. Oh, cripes! The power! George snatched his arm back as if from a basket filled with snakes. He stepped back from the open cellar door, his heart hurrying in his chest. The power was out, of course. He had forgotten the power was out. Jeezely crow, what now? Go back and tell Bill he couldn't get the box of paraffin because the power was out, and he was afraid that something might get him as he stood on the cellar stairs? Something that wasn't a commie or a mass murderer, but a creature much worse than either? That it would simply slither part of its rotted self up between the stair risers and grab his ankle? That would go over big, wouldn't it? Others might laugh at such a fancy, but Bill wouldn't laugh. Bill would be mad. Bill would say, "Grow up, Georgie. Do you want this boat or not?" As if this thought were his cue, Bill called from his bedroom. Did it die out there, Georgie?" "No, I'm getting it, Bill," George called back at once. He rubbed at his arms, trying to make the guilty goose flesh disappear and be smooth skin again. "I just stopped to get a drink of water." "Well, hurry up." So he walked down the 4 steps to the cellar shelf, his heart a warm, beating hammer in his throat, the hair on the nape of his neck standing at attention, his eyes hot, his hands cold, sure that at any moment the cellar door would swing shut on its own, closing off the white light falling through the kitchen windows, and then he would hear it. Something worse than all the commies and murderers in the world, worse than the Japs, worse than Attila the Hun, worse than the somethings in 100 horror movies. It, growling deeply. He would hear the growl in those lunatic seconds before it pounced on him and unzipped his guts. The cellar smell was worse than ever today, because of the flood. Their house was high on Witcham Street, near the crest of the hill, and they had escaped the worst of it, but there was still standing water down there that had seeped in through the old rock foundations. The smell was low and unpleasant, making you want to take only the shallowest breaths. George sifted through the junk on the shelf as fast as he could. Old cans of Kiwi shoe polish and shoe polish rags, a broken kerosene lamp, 2 mostly empty bottles of Windex, an old flat can of turtle wax. For some reason, this can struck him, and he spent nearly 30 seconds looking at the turtle on the lid with a kind of hypnotic wonder. Then he tossed it back. And here it was at last, a square box with the word Gulf on it. George snatched it and ran up the stairs as fast as he could, suddenly aware that his shirt tail was out, and suddenly sure that his shirt tail would be his undoing. The thing in the cellar would allow him to get almost all the way out, and then it would grab the tail of his shirt and snatch him back, and... He reached the kitchen and swept the door shut behind him. It banged gustily. He leaned back against it with his eyes closed, sweat popped out on his arms and forehead, the box of paraffin gripped tightly in one hand. The piano had come to a stop, and his mom's voice floated to him. "Georgie, can't you slam that door a little harder next time? Maybe you could break some of the plates in the Welsh dresser if you really tried." "Sorry, Mom," he called back. "Georgie, you waste," Bill said from his bedroom. He pitched his voice low so their mother would not hear. George snickered a little. His fear was already gone. It had slipped away from him as easily as a nightmare slips away from a man who awakes, cold-skinned and gasping, from its grip, who feels his body and stares at his surroundings to make sure that none of it ever happened, and who then begins at once to forget it. Half is gone by the time his feet hit the floor, 3/4 of it by the time he emerges from the shower and begins to towel off, all of it by the time he finishes his breakfast. All gone, until the next time, when in the grip of the nightmare, all fears will be remembered. That turtle, George thought, going to the counter drawer where the matches were kept. Where did I see a turtle like that before? But no answer came, and he dismissed the question. He got a pack of matches from the drawer, a knife from the rack, holding the sharp edge studiously away from his body, as his dad had taught him, and a small bowl from the Welsh dresser in the dining room. Then he went back into Bill's room. "Well, what an a-hole you are, Georgie," Bill said, amiably enough, and pushed back some of the sick stuff on his night table. An empty glass, a pitcher of water, Kleenex, books, a bottle of Vicks Vapor Rub, the smell of which Bill would associate all his life with thick, phlegmy chests and snotty noses. The old Philco radio was there, too, playing not Chopin or Bach, but a Little Richard tune. Very softly, however, so softly that Little Richard was robbed of all his raw and elemental power. Their mother, who had studied classical piano at Juilliard, hated rock and roll. She did not merely dislike it. She abominated it. "I'm no a-hole," George said, sitting on the edge of Bill's bed and putting the things he had gathered on the night table. "Yes, you are," Bill said. "Nothing but a great big brown a-hole, that's you." George tried to imagine a kid who was nothing but a great big a-hole on legs and began to giggle. "Your a-hole is bigger than Augusta," Bill said, beginning to giggle too. "Your a-hole is bigger than the whole state," George replied. This broke both boys up for nearly 2 minutes. There followed a whispered conversation of the sort which means very little to anyone save small boys. Accusations of who was the biggest a-hole, who had the biggest a-hole, which a-hole was the brownest, and so on. Finally, Bill said one of the forbidden words. He accused George of being a big, brown, shitty a-hole. And they both got laughing hard. Bill's laughter turned into a coughing fit. As it finally began to taper off, by then Bill's face had gone a plummy shade which George regarded with some alarm, the piano stopped again. They both looked in the direction of the parlor, listening for the piano bench to scrape back, listening for their mother's impatient footsteps. Bill buried his mouth in the crook of his elbow, stifling the last of the coughs, pointing at the pitcher at the same time. George poured him a glass of water, which he drank off. The piano began once more, for Elise again. Stuttering Bill never forgot that piece, and even many years later it never failed to bring gooseflesh to his arms and back. His heart would drop, and he would remember, "My mother was playing that the day Georgie died." "You gonna cough any more, Bill?" "No." Bill pulled a Kleenex from the box, made a rumbling sound in his chest, spat phlegm into the tissue, screwed it up, and tossed it into the wastebasket by his bed, which was filled with similar twists of tissue. Then he opened the box of paraffin and dropped a waxy cube of the stuff into his palm. George watched him closely, but without speaking or questioning. Bill didn't like George talking to him while he did stuff, but George had learned that if he just kept his mouth shut, Bill would usually explain what he was doing. Bill used the knife to cut off a small piece of the paraffin cube. He put the piece in the bowl, then struck a match and put it on top of the paraffin. The two boys watched the small yellow flame as the dying wind drove rain against the window in occasional spatters. "Got to waterproof the boat, or it'll just get wet and sink," Bill said. When he was with George, his stutter was light. Sometimes he didn't stutter at all. In school, however, it could become so bad that talking became impossible for him. Communication would cease, and Bill's schoolmates would look somewhere else, while Bill clutched the sides of his desk, his face growing almost as red as his hair, his eyes squeezed into slits as he tried to winch some word out of his stubborn throat. Sometimes, most times, the word would come. Other times it simply refused. He had been hit by a car when he was 3 and knocked into the side of a building. He had remained unconscious for 7 hours. Mom said it was that accident which had caused the stutter. George sometimes got the feeling that his dad, and Bill himself, was not so sure. The piece of paraffin in the bowl was almost entirely melted. The match flame guttered lower, growing blue as it hugged the cardboard stick, and then it went out. Bill dipped his finger into the liquid, jerked it out with a faint hiss. He smiled apologetically at George. "Hot," he said. After a few seconds, he dipped his finger in again and began to smear the wax along the sides of the boat, where it quickly dried to a milky haze. "Can I do some?" George asked. "Okay, just don't get any on the blankets or Mom'll kill you." George dipped his finger into the paraffin, which was now very warm but no longer hot, and began to spread it along the other side of the boat. "Don't put on so much, you a-hole," Bill said. "You want to sink it on its maiden cruise?" "I'm sorry." "That's all right. Just go easy." George finished the other side, then held the boat in his hands. It felt a little heavier, but not much. "Too cool," he said. "I'm going to go out and sail it." Yeah, you do that, Bill said. He suddenly looked tired and still not very well. I wish you could come, George said. He really did. Bill sometimes got bossy after a while, but he always had the coolest ideas, and he hardly ever hit. It's your boat, really. She, Bill said. You call boats she. She, then. I wish I could come, too, Bill said glumly. Well, George shifted from one foot to the other, the boat in his hands. You put on your range stuff, Bill said, or you'll wind up with the flahoo like me. Probably catch it anyway from my germs. Thanks, Bill. It's a neat boat. And he did something he hadn't done for a long time, something Bill never forgot. He leaned over and kissed his brother's cheek. You'll catch it for sure now, you a-hole, Bill said, but he seemed cheered up all the same. He smiled at George. Put all this stuff back, too, or Mom'll have a bird. Sure. He gathered up the waterproofing equipment and crossed the room, the boat perched precariously on top of the paraffin box, which was sitting askew in the little bowl. Georgie? George turned back to look at his brother. Be careful. Sure. His brow creased a little. That was something your mom said, not your big brother. It was as strange as him giving Bill a kiss. Sure I will. He went out. Bill never saw him again. 3. Now here he was, chasing his boat down the left side of Witcham Street. He was running fast, but the water was running faster, and his boat was pulling ahead. He heard a deepening roar and saw that 50 yards farther down the hill, the water in the gutter was cascading into a storm drain that was still open. It was a long, dark semicircle cut into the curbing, and as George watched, a stripped branch, its bark as dark and glistening as sealskin, shot into the storm drain's maw. It hung up there for a moment and then slipped down inside. That was where his boat was headed. Oh, shit and Shinola, he yelled, dismayed. He put on speed, and for a moment he thought he would catch the boat. Then one of his feet slipped and he went sprawling, skinning one knee and crying out in pain. From his new pavement-level perspective, he watched his boat swing around twice, momentarily caught in another whirlpool, and then disappear. Shit and Shinola, he yelled again, and slammed his fist down on the pavement. That hurt, too, and he began to cry a little. What a stupid way to lose the boat. He got up and walked over to the storm drain. He dropped to his knees and peered in. The water made a dank, hollow sound as it fell into the darkness. It was a spooky sound. It reminded him of... Huh? The sound was jerked out of him as if on a string, and he recoiled. There were yellow eyes in there, the sort of eyes he had always imagined but never actually seen down in the basement. It's an animal, he thought incoherently. That's all it is, some animal. Maybe a house cat that got stuck down in there. Still, he was ready to run. Would run in a second or two when his mental switchboard had dealt with the shock those two shiny yellow eyes had given him. He felt the rough surface of the macadam under his fingers and the thin sheet of cold water flowing around them. He saw himself getting up and backing away. And that was when a voice, a perfectly reasonable and rather pleasant voice, spoke to him from inside the storm drain. Hi, Georgie, it said. George blinked and looked again. He could barely credit what he saw. It was like something from a made-up story, or a movie where you know the animals will talk and dance. If he had been 10 years older, he would not have believed what he was seeing. But he was not 16. He was 6. There was a clown in the storm drain. The light in there was far from good, but it was good enough so that George Denbrough was sure of what he was seeing. It was a clown, like in the circus or on TV. In fact, he looked like a cross between Bozo and Clarabelle, who talked by honking his, or was it her? George was never really sure of the gender, horn on Howdy Doody Saturday mornings. Buffalo Bob was just about the only one who could understand Clarabelle, and that always cracked George up. The face of the clown in the storm drain was white. There were funny tufts of red hair on either side of his bald head, and there was a big clown smile painted over his mouth. If George had been inhabiting a later year, he would have surely thought of Ronald McDonald before Bozo or Clarabelle. The clown held a bunch of balloons, all colors, like gorgeous ripe fruit in one hand. In the other he held George's newspaper boat. Want your boat, Georgie? The clown smiled. George smiled back. He couldn't help it. It was the kind of smile you just had to answer. "I sure do," he said. The clown laughed. "I sure do. That's good. That's very good. And how about a balloon?" "Well, sure." He reached forward and then drew his hand reluctantly back. "I'm not supposed to take stuff from strangers. My dad said so." "Very wise of your dad," the clown in the storm drain said, smiling. How, George wondered, could I have thought his eyes were yellow? They were a bright dancing blue, the color of his mom's eyes and Bill's. "Very wise indeed. Therefore I will introduce myself. I, Georgie, am Mr. Bob Gray, also known as Pennywise the Dancing Clown. Pennywise, meet George Denbrough. George, meet Pennywise. And now we know each other. I'm not a stranger to you, and you're not a stranger to me. Correct?" George giggled. "I guess so." He reached forward again and drew his hand back again. "How did you get down there?" "Storm just blew me away," Pennywise the Dancing Clown said. "It blew the whole circus away. Can you smell the circus, Georgie?" George leaned forward. Suddenly he could smell peanuts, hot roasted peanuts, and vinegar, the white kind you put on your French fries through a hole in the cap. He could smell cotton candy and frying doughboys and the faint but thunderous odor of wild animal shit. He could smell the cheery aroma of Midway sawdust, and yet under it all was the smell of flood and decomposing leaves and dark storm-drained shadows. That smell was wet and rotten. The cellar smell. But the other smells were stronger. "You bet I can smell it," he said. "Want your boat, Georgie?" Pennywise asked. "I only repeat myself because you really do not seem that eager." He held it up, smiling. He was wearing a baggy silk suit with great big orange buttons, a bright tie, electric blue, flopped down his front, and on his hands were big white gloves, like the kind Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck always wore. "Yes, sure," George said, looking into the storm drain. "And a balloon? I've got red and green and yellow and blue." "Do they float?" "Float?" The clown's grin widened. "Oh, yes, indeed they do. They float. And there's cotton candy." George reached. The clown seized his arm. And George saw the clown's face change. What he saw then was terrible enough to make his worst imaginings of the thing in the cellar look like sweet dreams. What he saw destroyed his sanity in one clawing stroke. "They float," the thing in the drain crooned in a clotted, chuckling voice. It held George's arm in its thick and wormy grip. It pulled George toward that terrible darkness where the water rushed and roared and bellowed as it bore its cargo of storm debris toward the sea. George craned his neck away from that final blackness and began to scream into the rain, to scream mindlessly into the white autumn sky which curved above Derry on that day in the fall of 1957. His screams were shrill and piercing, and all up and down Witcham Street people came to their windows or bolted out onto their porches. "They float," it growled. "They float, Georgie, and when you're down here with me, you'll float too." George's shoulders socked against the cement of the curb, and Dave Gardner, who had stayed home from his job at the shoe boat that day because of the flood, saw only a small boy in a yellow rain slicker, a small boy who was screaming and writhing in the gutter with muddy water surfing over his face and making his scream sound bubbly. "Everything down here floats," that chuckling, rotten voice whispered, and suddenly there was a ripping noise and a flaring sheet of agony. And George Denbrough knew no more. Dave Gardner was the first to get there, and although he arrived only 45 seconds after the first scream, George Denbrough was already dead. Gardner grabbed him by the back of the slicker, pulled him into the street, and began to scream himself as George's body turned over in his hands. The left side of George's slicker was now bright red. Blood flowed into the storm drain from the tattered hole where the left arm had been. A knob of bone, horribly bright, peeked through the torn cloth. The boy's eyes stared up into the white sky, and as Dave staggered away toward the others already running pell-mell down the street, they began to fill up with rain. 4. Somewhere below, in the storm drain that was already filled nearly to capacity with runoff, there could have been no one down there, the county sheriff would later exclaim to a Derry News reporter with a frustrated fury so great it was almost agony. Hercules himself would have been swept away in that driving current. George's newspaper boat shot onward through nighted chambers and long concrete hallways that roared and chimed with water. For a while it ran neck and neck with a dead chicken that floated with its yellowy, reptilian toes pointed at the dripping ceiling. Then, at some junction east of town, the chicken was swept off to the left, while George's boat went straight. An hour later, while George's mother was being sedated in the emergency room at Derry Home Hospital, and while stuttering Bill sat stunned and white and silent in his bed, listening to his father sob hoarsely in the parlor where his mother had been playing Für Elise when George went out, the boat shot out through a concrete loophole like a bullet exiting the muzzle of a gun and ran at speed down a sluiceway and into an unnamed stream. When it joined the boiling, swollen Penobscot River 20 minutes later, the first rifts of blue had begun to show in the sky overhead. The storm was over. The boat dipped and swayed and sometimes took on water, but it did not sink. The two brothers had waterproofed it well. I do not know where it finally fetched up, if ever it did. Perhaps it reached the sea and sails there forever, like a magic boat in a fairy tale. All I know is that it was still afloat, and still running on the breast of the flood when it passed the incorporated town limits of Derry, Maine. And there it passes out of this tale forever. Chapter 2. After the Festival, 1984. 1. The reason Adrian was wearing the hat, his sobbing boyfriend would later tell the police, was because he had won it at the Pitch Till You Win stall on the Basie Park Fairgrounds just 6 days before his death. He was proud of it. He was wearing it because he loved this shitty little town, the boyfriend, Don Haggerty, screamed at the cops. Now, there's no need for that sort of language, Officer Harold Gardner told Haggerty. Harold Gardner was one of Dave Gardner's 4 sons. On the day his father had discovered the lifeless, one-armed body of George Dembro, Harold Gardner had been 5. On this day, almost 27 years later, he was 32 and balding. Harold Gardner recognized the reality of Don Haggerty's grief and pain, and at the same time found it impossible to take seriously. This man, if you want to call him a man, was wearing lipstick and satin pants so tight you can almost read the wrinkles in his cock. Grief or no grief, pain or no pain, he was, after all, just a queer. Like his friend, the late Adrian Mellon. "Let's go through it again," Harold's partner, Jeffrey Reeves, said. "The two of you came out of the Falcon and turned toward the canal. Then what?" "How many times do I have to tell you idiots?" Haggerty was still screaming. "They killed him. They pushed him over the side. Just another day in Macho City for them." Don Haggerty began to cry. "One more time," Reeves repeated patiently. "You came out of the Falcon. Then what?" 2. In an interrogation room just down the hall, 2 Derry cops were speaking with Steve Dubé, 17. In the clerk of probate's office upstairs, 2 more were questioning John Webby Garton, 18. And in the chief of police's office on the 5th floor, Chief Andrew Rademacher and Assistant District Attorney Tom Boudelier were questioning 15-year-old Christopher Unwin. Unwin, who wore faded jeans, a grease-smeared T-shirt, and blocky engineer boots, was weeping. Rademacher and Boudelier had taken him because they had quite accurately assessed him as the weak link in the chain. "Let's go through it again," Boudelier said in this office just as Jeffrey Reeves was saying the same thing 2 floors down. "We didn't mean to kill him," Unwin blubbered. "It was the hat. We couldn't believe he was still wearing the hat after what Webby said the first time. And I guess we wanted to scare him." "For what he said?" Chief Rademacher interjected. "Yes." "To John Garton on the afternoon of the 17th. "Yes, to Webby." Unwin burst into fresh tears. "But we tried to save him when we saw he was in trouble. At least me and Stevie Dubé did. We didn't mean to kill him." "Come on, Chris, don't shit us," Boudelier said. "You threw the little queer into the canal." "Yes, but—" "And the 3 of you came in to make a clean breast of things. Chief Rademacher and I appreciate that, don't we, Andy?" "You bet. It takes a man to own up to what he did, Chris." "So don't fuck yourself up by lying now. You meant to throw him over the minute you saw him at his fag buddy coming out of the Falcon, didn't you?" "No," Chris Unwin protested vehemently. Boudelier took a pack of Marlboros from his shirt pocket and stuck one in his mouth. He offered the pack to Unwin. "Cigarette?" Unwin took one. Boudelier had to chase the tip with a match in order to give him a light because of the way Unwin's mouth was trembling. "But when you saw he was wearing the hat," Rademacher asked. Unwin dragged deep, lowered his head so that his greasy hair fell in his eyes, and jetted smoke from his nose, which was littered with blackheads. "Yeah," he said, almost too softly to be heard. Boudelier leaned forward, brown eyes gleaming. His face was predatory, but his voice was gentle. "What, Chris?" "I said yes, I guess so, to throw him in, but not to kill him." He looked up at them, face frantic and miserable, and still unable to comprehend the stupendous changes which had taken place in his life since he left the house to take in the last night of Derry's Canal Days Festival with 2 of his buddies at 7:30 the previous evening. "Not to kill him," he repeated. "And that guy under the bridge. I still don't know who he was." "What guy was that?" Rademacher asked, but without much interest. They had heard this part before as well, and neither of them believed it. Sooner or later, men accused of murder almost always drag out that mysterious other guy. Boudelier even had a name for it. He called it the one-armed man syndrome, after that old TV series, The Fugitive. "The guy in the clown suit," Chris Unwin said, and shivered. "The guy with the balloons." 3. The Canal Days Festival, which ran from July 15th to July 21st, had been a rousing success, most Derry residents agreed. A great thing for the city's morale, image, and pocketbook. The week-long festival was pegged to mark the centenary of the opening of the canal which ran through the middle of downtown. It had been the canal which had fully opened Derry to the lumber trade in the years 1884 to 1910. It had been the canal which had birthed Derry's boom years. The town was spruced up from east to west and north to south. Potholes, which some residents swore hadn't been patched for 10 years or more, were neatly filled with hot top and rolled smooth. The town buildings were refurbished on the inside, repainted on the outside. The worst of the graffiti in Basie Park, much of it coolly logical anti-gay statements such as "kill all queers" and "AIDS from God, you hellbound homos," was sanded off the benches and wooden walls of the little covered walkway over the canal known as the Kissing Bridge. A Canal Days museum was installed in 3 empty storefronts downtown and filled with exhibits by Michael Hanlon, a local librarian and amateur historian. The town's oldest families loaned freely of their almost priceless treasures, and during the week of the festival, nearly 40,000 visitors paid a quarter each to look at eating house menus from the 1890s, loggers' bits, axes, and peavies from the 1880s, children's toys from the 1920s, and over 2,000 photographs and 9 reels of movie film of life as it had been in Derry over the last 100 years. The museum was sponsored by the Derry Ladies' Society, which vetoed some of Hanlon's proposed exhibits, such as the notorious tramp chair from the 1930s, and photographs, such as those of the Bradley gang after the notorious shootout. But all agreed it was a great success, and no one really wanted to see those gory old things anyway. It was so much better to accentuate the positive and eliminate the negative, as the old song said. There was a huge striped refreshment tent in Derry Park, and band concerts there every night. In Basie Park there was a carnival with rides by Smokey's Greater Shows and games run by local townfolk. A special tram car circled the historic sections of the town every hour on the hour and ended up at this gaudy and amiable money machine. It was here that Adrian Mellon won the hat which would get him killed, the paper top hat with the flower and the band which said, "I love Derry." 4. "I'm tired," John Webby Garton said. Like his 2 friends, he was dressed in unconscious imitation of Bruce Springsteen, although if asked, he would probably call Springsteen a wimp or a fagola, and would instead profess admiration for such bitchin' heavy metal groups as Def Leppard, Twisted Sister, or Judas Priest. The sleeves of his plain blue T-shirt were torn off, showing his heavily muscled arms. His thick brown hair fell over one eye. This touch was more John Cougar Mellencamp than Springsteen. There were blue tattoos on his arms, arcane symbols which looked as if they had been drawn by a child. "I don't want to talk no more." "Just tell us about Tuesday afternoon at the fair," Paul Hughes said. Hughes was tired and shocked and dismayed by this whole sordid business. He thought again and again that it was as if Derry Canal days ended with one final event which everyone had somehow known about, but which no one had quite dared to put down on the daily program of events. If they had, it would have looked like this. Saturday, 9 p.m. Final band concert featuring the Derry High School Band and the Barbershop Mellow Men. Saturday, 10 p.m. Giant fireworks show. Saturday, 10:35 p.m. Ritual sacrifice of Adrian Mellon officially ends Canal Days. "Fuck the fair," Webby replied. "Just what you said to Mellon and what he said to you." "Oh, Christ." Webby rolled his eyes. "Come on, Webby," Hugh's partner said. Webby Garton rolled his eyes and began again. 5. Garton saw the two of them, Mellon and Haggerty, mincing along with their arms about each other's waists and giggling like a couple of girls. At first he actually thought they were a couple of girls. Then he recognized Mellon, who had been pointed out to him before. As he looked, he saw Mellon turn to Haggerty, and they kissed briefly. "Oh, man, I'm gonna barf," Webby cried, disgusted. Chris Unwin and Steve Dubé were with him. When Webby pointed out Mellon, Steve Dubé said he thought the other fag was named Don somebody, and that he'd picked up a kid from Derry High hitching, and then tried to put a few moves on him. Mellon and Haggerty began to move toward the three boys again, walking away from the pitch till you win, and toward the Carney's exit. Webby Garton would later tell officers Hughes and Conley that his civic pride had been wounded by seeing a fucking faggot wearing a hat which said, "I love Derry." It was a silly thing, that hat, a paper imitation of a top hat with a great big flower sticking up from the top and nodding about in every direction. The silliness of the hat apparently wounded Webby's civic pride even more. As Mellon and Haggerty passed, each with his arm linked about the other's waist, Webby Garton yelled out, "I ought to make you eat that hat, you fucking ass bandit." Mellon turned toward Garton, fluttered his eyes flirtatiously, and said, "If you want something to eat, hon, I can find something much tastier than my hat." At this point, Webby Garton decided he was going to rearrange the faggot's face. In the geography of Mellon's face, mountains would rise and continents would drift. Nobody suggested he suck the root. Nobody. He started toward Mellon. Mellon's friend, Haggerty, alarmed, attempted to pull Mellon away, but Mellon stood his ground, smiling. Garton would later tell officers Hughes and Conley that he was pretty sure Mellon was high on something. So he was, Haggerty would agree, when this idea was passed on to him by officers Gardner and Reeves. He was high on 2 fried doughboys smeared with honey, on the carnival, on the whole day. He had been consequently unable to recognize the real menace which Webby Garton represented. "But that was Adrian," Don said, using a tissue to wipe his eyes and smearing the spangled eyeshadow he was wearing. "He didn't have much in the way of protective coloration. He was one of those fools who think things really are going to turn out all right." He might have been badly hurt there and then if Garton hadn't felt something tap his elbow. It was a nightstick. He turned his head to see Officer Frank Machin, another member of Derry's finest. "Never mind, little buddy," Machin told Garton. "Mind your business and leave those little gay boyos alone. Have some fun." "Did you hear what he called me?" Garton asked hotly. He was now joined by Unwin and Dubé. The two of them, smelling trouble, tried to urge Garton on up the midway, but Garton shrugged them away, would have turned on them with his fists if they had persisted. His masculinity had borne an insult which he felt must be avenged. Nobody suggested he suck the root. Nobody. "I don't believe he called you anything," Machin replied. "And you spoke to him first, I believe. Now move on, Sonny. I don't want to have to tell you again." "He called me a queer." "Are you worried you might be, then?" Machin asked, seeming to be honestly interested. And Garton flushed a deep, ugly red. During this exchange, Haggerty was trying with increasing desperation to pull Adrian Mellon away from the scene. Now at last Mellon was going. "Ta-ta, love," Adrian called cheekily over his shoulder. "Shut up, candy ass," Machin said. "Get out of here." Garton made a lunge at Mellon, and Machin grabbed him. "I can run you in, my friend," Machin said, "and the way you're acting, it might not be such a bad idea." "Next time I see you, I'm going to hurt you," Garton bellowed after the departing pair, and heads turned to stare at him. "And if you're wearing that hat, I'm going to kill you. This town don't need no faggots like you." Without turning, Mellon waggled the fingers of his left hand, the nails were painted cerise, and put an extra little wiggle in his walk. Garton lunged again. "One more word, or one more move, and in you go," Machen said mildly. "Trust me, my boy, for I mean exactly what I say." "Come on, Webby," Chris Unwin said uneasily. "Mellow out." "You guys like that?" Webby asked Machen, ignoring Chris and Steve completely. "Huh?" "About the bum punchers, I'm neutral," Machen said. "What I'm really in favor of is peace and quiet, and you are upsetting what I like, Pizza Face. Now, do you want to go around with me or what?" "Come on, Webby," Steve Dubé said quietly. "Let's go get some hot dogs." Webby went, straightening his shirt with exaggerated moves and brushing the hair out of his eyes. Machen, who also gave a statement on the morning following Adrian Mellon's death, said, "The last thing I heard him say as him and his buddies walked off was, 'Next time I see him, he's going to be in serious hurt.'" 6. "Please, I got to talk to my mother," Steve Dubé said for the third time. "I've got to get her to mellow out my stepfather, or there is going to be one hell of a punching match when I get home." "In a little while," Officer Charles Averino told him. Both Averino and his partner, Barney Morrison, knew that Steve Dubé would not be going home tonight, and maybe not for many nights to come. The boy did not seem to realize just how heavy this particular bust was, and Averino would not be surprised when he learned later on that Dubé had left school at age 16. At that time, he had still been in Water Street Junior High. His IQ was 68, according to the Wechsler he had taken during one of his 3 trips through the 7th grade. "Tell us what happened when you saw Mellon coming out of the Falcon," Morrison invited. "No, man, I better not." "Well, why not?" Averino asked. "I already talked too much, maybe." "You came in to talk," Averino said. "Isn't that right?" "Well, yeah, but—" "Listen," Morrison said warmly, sitting down next to Dubé and shooting him a cigarette. "You think me and Chick here like fags? I don't know. Do we look like we like fags?" "No, but—" "We're your friends, Steve-O," Morrison said solemnly. "And believe me, you and Chris and Webby need all the friends you can get just about now. Because tomorrow, every bleeding heart in this town is going to be screaming for you guys' blood." Steve Dubé looked dimly alarmed. Averino, who could almost read this hairbag's pussy little mind, suspected he was thinking about his stepfather again. And although Averino had no liking for Derry's small gay community, like every other cop on the force, he would enjoy seeing the Falcon shut up forever. He would have been delighted to drive Dubé home himself. He would, in fact, have been delighted to hold Dubé's arms while Dubé's stepfather beat the creep to oatmeal. Averino did not like gays, but this did not mean he believed they should be tortured and murdered. Mellon had been savaged. When they brought him up from under the canal bridge, his eyes had been open, bulging with terror. And this guy here had absolutely no idea of what he had helped do. "We didn't mean to hurt him," Steve repeated. This was his fallback position when he became even slightly confused. "That's why you want to get out front with us," Averino said earnestly. "Get the true facts of the matter out in front, and this maybe won't amount to a piss hole in the snow. Isn't that right, Barney?" "As rain," Morrison agreed. "One more time, what do you say?" Averino coaxed. "Well," Steve said, and then slowly began to talk. 7. When the Falcon was opened in 1973, Elmer Curdy thought his clientele would consist mostly of bus riders. The terminal next door serviced 3 different lines: Trailways, Greyhound, and Aroostook County. What he failed to realize was how many of the passengers who ride buses are women or families with small children in tow. Many of the others kept their bottles in brown bags and never got off the bus at all. Those who did were usually soldiers or sailors who wanted no more than a quick beer or two. You couldn't very well go on a bender during a 10-minute rest stop. Curdy had begun to realize some of these home truths by 1977, but by then it was too late. He was up to his tits in bills, and there was no way that he could see out of the red ink. The idea of burning the place down for the insurance occurred to him, but unless he hired a professional to torch it, he supposed he would be caught. And he had no idea where professional arsonists hung out anyway. He decided in February of that year that he would give it until July 4th. If things didn't look as if they were turning around by then, he would simply walk next door, get on a hound, and see how things looked down in Florida. But in the next 5 months, an amazing quiet sort of prosperity came to the bar, which was painted black and gold inside and decorated with stuffed birds. Elmer Curdy's brother had been an amateur taxidermist who specialized in birds, and Elmer had inherited the stuff when he died. Suddenly, instead of drawing 60 beers and pouring maybe 20 drinks a night, Elmer was drawing 80 beers and pouring 100 drinks, 120, sometimes 160. His clientele was young, polite, almost exclusively male. Many of them dressed outrageously, but those were years when outrageous dress was still almost the norm, and Elmer Curdy did not realize that his patrons were just about almost exclusively gay until 1981 or so. If Derry residents had heard him say this, they would have laughed and said that Elmer Curdy must think they had all been born yesterday. But his claim was perfectly true. Like the man with the cheating wife, he was practically the last to know. And by the time he didn't care. The bar was making money, and while there were 4 other bars in Derry which turned a profit, the Falcon was the only one where rambunctious patrons did not regularly demolish the whole place. There were no women to fight over, for one thing, and these men, fags or not, seemed to have learned a secret of getting along with each other which their heterosexual counterparts did not know. Once he became aware of the sexual preference of his regulars, he seemed to hear lurid stories about the Falcon everywhere. These stories had been circulating for years, but until '81, Curdy simply hadn't heard them. The most enthusiastic tellers of these tales, he came to realize, were men who wouldn't be dragged into the Falcon with a chain fall for fear all the muscles would go out of their wrists or something. Yet they seemed privy to all sorts of information. According to the stories, you could go in there any night and see men close dancing, rubbing their cocks together right out on the dance floor. Men French kissing at the bar, men getting blowjobs in the bathrooms. There was supposedly a room out back where you went if you wanted to spend a little time on the Tower of Power. There was a big old fellow in a Nazi uniform back there who kept his arm greased most of the way to the shoulder and who would be happy to take care of you. In fact, none of these things were true. When folks with a thirst did come in from the bus station for a beer or a highball, they sensed nothing out of the ordinary in the Falcon at all. There were a lot of guys, sure, but that was no different than thousands of working men's bars all across the country. The clientele was gay, but gay was not a synonym for stupid. If they wanted a little outrageousness, they went to Portland. If they wanted a lot of outrageousness, Ramrod-style outrageousness or Peck's Big Boy-style outrageousness, they went down to New York or Boston. Derry was small. Derry was provincial, and Derry's small gay community understood the shadow under which it existed quite well. Don Haggerty had been coming into the Falcon for 2 or 3 years on the night in March of 1984 when he first showed up with Adrian Mellon. Before then, Haggerty had been the sort who plays the field, rarely showing up with the same escort half a dozen times. But by late April it had become obvious even to Elmer Curdy, who cared very little about such things, that Haggerty and Mellon had a steady thing going. Haggerty was a draftsman with an engineering firm in Bangor. Adrian Mellon was a freelance writer who published anywhere and everywhere he could. Airline magazines, confession magazines, regional magazines, Sunday supplements, sex letter magazines. He had been working on a novel, but maybe that wasn't serious. He had been working on it since his 3rd year of college, and that had been 12 years ago. He had come to Derry to write a piece about the canal. He was on assignment from New England Byways, a glossy bi-monthly that was published in Concord. Adrian Mellon had taken the assignment because he could squeeze Byways for 3 weeks' worth of expense money, including a nice room at the Derry townhouse, and gather all the material he needed for the piece in maybe 5 days. During the other 2 weeks, he could gather enough material for maybe 4 other regional pieces. But during that 3-week period, he met Don Haggerty, and instead of going back to Portland when his 3 weeks on the cuff were over, he found himself a small apartment on Kossuth Lane. He lived there for only 6 weeks. Then he moved in with Don Haggerty. 8. That summer, Haggerty told Harold Gardner and Jeff Reeves, was the happiest summer of his life. He should have been on the lookout, he said. He should have known that God only puts a rug under guys like him in order to jerk it out from under their feet. The only shadow, he said, was Adrian's extravagantly partisan reaction to dairy. He had a T-shirt which said, "Maine ain't bad, but dairy's great." He had a Dairy Tigers high school jacket, and of course there was the hat. He claimed to find the atmosphere vital and creatively invigorating. Perhaps there was something to this. He had taken his languishing novel out of the trunk for the first time in nearly a year. Was he really working on it then? Gardner asked Haggerty, not really caring but wanting to keep Haggerty primed. Yes, he was busting pages. He said it might be a terrible novel, but it was no longer going to be a terrible unfinished novel. He expected to finish it by his birthday in October. Of course, he didn't know what dairy was really like. He thought he did, but he hadn't been here long enough to get a whiff of the real dairy. I kept trying to tell him, but he wouldn't listen. "And what's dairy really like, Don?" Reeves asked. "It's a lot like a dead strumpet with maggots squirming out of her coos," Don Haggerty said. The two cops stared in silent amazement. "It's a bad place," Haggerty said. "It's a sewer." "You mean you two guys don't know that? You two guys have lived here all of your lives and you don't know that?" Neither of them answered. After a little while, Haggerty went on. 9. Until Adrian Mellon entered his life, Don had been planning to leave dairy. He had been there for 3 years, mostly because he had agreed to a long-term lease on an apartment with the world's most fantastic river view, but now the lease was almost up and Don was glad. No more long commute back and forth to Bangor. No more weird vibes. In Derry, he once told Adrian, it always felt like 13 o'clock. Adrian might think Derry was a great place, but it scared Don. It was not just the town's tightly homophobic attitude, an attitude as clearly expressed by the town's preachers as by the graffiti in Basie Park. But that was one thing he had been able to put his finger on. Adrian had laughed. "Don, every town in America has a contingent that hates the gay folk," he said. "Don't tell me you don't know that. This is, after all, the era of Ronnie Moron and Phyllis Housefly." "Come down to Basie Park with me," Don had replied, after seeing that Adrian really meant what he was saying. And what he was really saying was that Derry was no worse than any other fair-sized town in the hinterlands. "I want to show you something, my love." They drove to Basie Park. This had been in mid-June, about a month before Adrian's murder, Haggerty told the cops. He took Adrian into the dark, vaguely unpleasant-smelling shadows of the Kissing Bridge. He pointed out one of the graffiti. Adrian had to strike a match and hold it below the writing in order to read it. "Show me your cock queer, and I'll cut it off you." "I know how people feel about gays," Don said quietly. "I got beaten up at a truck stop in Dayton when I was a teenager. Some fellows in Portland set my shoes on fire outside of a sandwich shop while this fat-assed old cop sat inside his cruiser and laughed. I've seen a lot, but I've never seen anything quite like this. Look over here. Check it out." Another match revealed, "Stick nails in eyes of all faggots, for God." "Whoever writes these little homilies has got a case of the deep-down crazies. I'd feel better if I thought it was just one person, one isolated sickie, but—" Don swept his arm vaguely down the length of the Kissing Bridge. "There's a lot of this stuff, and I just don't think one person did it all. That's why I want to leave Derry, Abe. Too many places and too many people seem to have the deep-down crazies." "Well, wait until I finish my novel, okay, please? October, I promise, no later. The air's better here." He didn't know it was the water he was going to have to watch out for, Don Haggerty said bitterly. 10. Tom Boudelier and Chief Rademacher leaned forward, neither of them speaking. Chris Unwin sat with his head down, talking monotonously to the floor. This was the part they wanted to hear. This was the part that was going to send at least 2 of these assholes to Thomaston. "The fare wasn't no good," Unwin said. "They was already taking down all the bitchin' rides, you know, like the Devil Dish and the Parachute Drop. They already had a sign in the bumper cars that said closed. Wasn't nothing open but baby rides. So we went down by the games, and Webby saw the Pitch Till You Win, and he paid 50 cents, and he seen that hat that Queer was wearing, and he pitched at that. But he kept missing it, and every time he missed he got more in a bad mood, you know. And Steve, He's the guy who usually goes around saying, mellow out, like mellow out this and mellow out that, and why don't you fucking mellow out, you know? Only he was in a real piss-up-a-rope mood because he took this pill, you know? I don't know what kind of a pill, a red pill. Maybe it was even legal. But he keeps after Webby until I thought Webby was going to hit him, you know? He goes, you can't even win that queer's hat. You must really be wasted if you can't even win that queer's hat. So finally the lady gives him a prize, even though the ring wasn't over it, 'cause I think she wanted to get rid of us. I don't know, maybe she didn't, but I think she did. It was this noisemaker thing, you know? You blow it, and it puffs up and unrolls and makes a noise like a fart, you know? I used to have one of those. I got it for Halloween or New Year's or some fucking holiday. I thought it was pretty good, only I lost it. Or maybe somebody hawked it out of my pocket in the fucking play yard at school, you know? So then the fair's closing, and we're walking out, and Steve's still on Webby about not being able to win that queer's hat, you know, and Webby ain't saying much. And I know that's a bad sign, but I was pretty faced, you know? So I knew I ought to, change the subject, only I couldn't think of no subject, you know? So when we get into the parking lot, Steve says, where you want to go, home? And Webby goes, let's cruise by the Falcon first and see if that queer's around. Boudelier and Rademacher exchanged a glance. Boudelier raised a single finger and tapped it against his cheek. Although this doofus in the engineer boots didn't know it, he was now talking about first-degree murder. So I goes, no, I gotta get home. And Webby goes, you scared to go by that queer bar? And I go, fuck no. And Steve still hires something, and he says, let's go grease some queer meat. Let's go grease some queer meat. Let's go grease. 11. The timing was just right enough so that things worked out wrong for everyone. Adrian Mellon and Don Haggerty came out of the Falcon after 2 beers, walked up past the bus station, and then linked hands. Neither of them thought about it. It was just something they did. It was 10:20. They reached the corner and turned left. The Kissing Bridge was almost half a mile upriver from here. They meant to cross Main Street Bridge, which was much less picturesque. The Kenduskeag was summer low, no more than 4 feet of water sliding listlessly around the concrete pilings. When the duster drew abreast of them, Steve Dubé had spotted the 2 of them coming out of the Falcon and gleefully pointed them out. They were on the edge of the span. Cut in, Webby Garton screamed. The 2 men had just passed under a street light, and he had spotted the fact that they were holding hands. This infuriated him, but not as much as the hat infuriated him. The big paper flower was nodding crazily this way and that. Cut in, goddammit! And Steve did. Chris Unwin would deny active participation in what followed, but Don Haggerty told a different story. He said that Garton was out of the car almost before it stopped, and that the other 2 quickly followed. There was talk. Not good talk. There was no attempt at flippancy or false coquetry on Adrian's part this night. He recognized that they were in a lot of trouble. Give me that hat, Garton said. Give it to me, queer. If I do, will you leave us alone? Adrian was wheezing with fright, almost crying, looking from Unwin to Dubé to Garton with terrified eyes. Just give me the fucker. Adrian handed it over. Garton produced a switch knife from the left front pocket of his jeans and cut it into 2 pieces. He rubbed the pieces against the seat of his jeans, then he dropped them to his feet and stomped them. Don Haggerty backed away a little while their attention was divided between Adrian and the hat. He was looking, he said, for a cop. Now will you let us out? Adrian Mellon began, and that was when Garton punched him in the face, driving him back against the waist-high pedestrian railing of the bridge. Adrian screamed, clapping his hands to his mouth. Blood poured through his fingers. Aid! Haggerty cried, and ran forward again. Dubé tripped him. Garton booted him in the stomach, knocking him off the sidewalk and into the roadway. A car passed. Haggerty rose to his knees and screamed at it. It didn't slow. The driver, he told Gardner and Reeves, never even looked around. Shut up, queer, Dubé said, and kicked him in the side of the face. Haggerty fell on his side in the gutter, semi-conscious. A few moments later, he heard a voice, Chris Unwin's, telling him to get away before he got what his friend was getting. In his own statement, Unwin verified giving this warning. Haggerty could hear thudding blows and the sound of his lover screaming. Adrian sounded like a rabbit in a snare, he told the police. Haggerty crawled back toward the intersection and the bright lights of the bus station, and when he was a distance away, he turned back to look. Adrian Mellon, who stood about 5'5" and might have weighed 135 pounds soaking wet, was being pushed from Garton to Dubé to Unwin in a kind of triple play. His body jittered and flopped like the body of a rag doll. They were punching him, pummeling him, ripping at his clothes. As he watched, he said, Garton punched Adrian in the crotch. Adrian's hair hung in his face, blood poured out of his mouth and soaked his shirt. Webby Garton wore 2 heavy rings on his right hand. One was a Derry High School ring, the other one he had made in shop class. An intertwined brass DB stood out 3 inches from this latter. The letters stood for the Dead Bugs, a metal band he particularly admired. The rings had torn Adrian's upper lip open and shattered 3 of his upper teeth at the gum line. "Help!" Haggerty shrieked. "Help! Help! They're killing him! Help!" The buildings of Main Street loomed dark and secret. No one came to help, not even from the one white island of light which marked the bus station, and Haggerty did not see how that could be. There were people in there. He had seen them when he and Abe walked past. Would none of them come to help? None at all? "Help! Help! They're killing him! Help! Please, for God's sake!" "Help!" a very small voice whispered from Don Haggerty's left. And then there was a giggle. "Bums rush!" Garton was yelling now, yelling and laughing. All 3 of them, Haggerty told Gardner and Reeves, had been laughing while they beat Adrian up. "Bums rush! Over the side!" "Bums rush! Bums rush! Bums rush!" Dubé chanted, laughing. "Help!" the small voice said again. And although the voice was grave, that little giggle followed again. It was like the voice of a child who cannot help itself. Haggerty looked down and saw the clown. And it was at this point that Gardner and Reeves began to discount everything that Haggerty said, because the rest was the raving of a lunatic. Later, however, Harold Gardner found himself wondering. Later, when he found that the Unwin boy had also seen a clown, or said he had, he began to have second thoughts. His partner either never had them or would never admit to them. The clown, Haggerty said, looked like a cross between Ronald McDonald and that old TV clown, Bozo, or so he thought at first. It was the wild tufts of orange hair that brought such comparisons to mind. But later consideration had caused him to think the clown really looked like neither. The smile painted over the white pancake was red, not orange, and the eyes were a weird, shiny silver. Contact lenses, perhaps. But a part of him thought then, and continued to think, that maybe that silver had been the real color of those eyes. He wore a baggy suit with big orange pom-pom buttons. On his hands were cartoon gloves. "If you need help, Don," the clown said, "help yourself to a balloon." And it offered the bunch it held in one hand. "They float," the clown said. "Down here we all float. Pretty soon your friend will float, too." 12. "This clown called you by name," Jeff Reeves said in a totally expressionless voice. He looked over Haggerty's bent head at Harold Gardner, and one eye drew down in a wink. "Yes," Haggerty said, not looking up. "I know how it sounds." 13. "So then you threw him over," Boudelier said. "Bums rush." "Not me," Unwin said, looking up. He flicked the hair out of his eyes with one hand and stared at them urgently. "When I saw they really meant to do it, I tried to pull Steve away, because I knew the guy might get banged up. It was like 10 feet to the water." It was 23. One of Chief Rademacher's patrolmen had already measured. "But it was like he was crazy. The 2 of them kept yelling, 'Bums rush, bums rush,' and they picked him up. Webby had him under the arms, and Steve had him by the seat of the pants, and... 14. When Haggerty saw what they were doing, he rushed back toward them, screaming, "No, no, no," at the top of his voice. Chris Unwin pushed him backward, and Haggerty landed in a teeth-rattling heap on the sidewalk. "Do you want to go over, too?" he whispered. "You run, baby." They threw Adrian Mellon over the bridge and into the water then. Haggerty heard the splash. "Let's get out of here," Steve Dubé said. He and Webby were backing toward the car. Chris Unwin went to the railing and looked over. He saw Haggerty first, sliding and clawing his way down the weedy, trash-littered embankment to the water. Then he saw the clown. The clown was dragging Adrian out on the far side with one arm. Its balloons were in its other hand. Adrian was dripping wet, choking, moaning. The clown twisted its head and grinned up at Chris. Chris said he saw its shining silver eyes and its bared teeth. Great big teeth, he said. Like the lion in the circus, man, he said. I mean, they were that big. Then he said he saw the clown shove one of Adrian Mellon's arms back so it lay over his head. Then what, Chris? Boudelier said. He was bored with this part. Fairy tales had bored him since the age of 8 on. I don't know, Chris said. That was when Steve grabbed me and hauled me into the car. But I think it bit into his armpit. He looked up at them again, uncertain now. I think that's what it did. Bit into his armpit. Like it wanted to eat him, man. Like it wanted to eat his heart. 15. No, Haggerty said, when he was presented with Chris Unwin's story in the form of questions. The clown did not drag Aid up on the far bank, at least not that he saw, and he would grant that he had been something less than a disinterested observer by that point. By that point, he had been out of his fucking mind. The clown, he said, was standing near the far bank with Adrian's dripping body clutched in its arms. Aid's right arm was stuck stiffly out behind the clown's head, and the clown's face was indeed in Aid's right armpit. But it was not biting. It was smiling. Haggerty could see it looking out from beneath Aid's arm and smiling. The clown's arms tightened, and Haggerty heard ribs splinter. Aid shrieked. "Float with us, Don," the clown said out of its grinning red mouth, and then pointed with one of its white-gloved hands under the bridge. Balloons floated against the underside of the bridge. Not a dozen or a dozen dozens, but thousands, red and blue and green and yellow, and printed on the side of each was, "I love dairy." 16. Well, now that surely does sound like a lot of balloons, Reeves said, and tipped Harold Gardner another wink. I know how it sounds, Haggerty reiterated in the same dreary voice. You saw those balloons, Gardner said. Don Haggerty slowly held his hands up in front of his face. I saw them as clearly as I can see my own fingers at this moment. Thousands of them. You couldn't even see the underside of the bridge. There were too many of them. They were rippling a little and sort of bouncing up and down. There was a sound, a funny low squealing noise. That was their sides rubbing together. And strings. There was a forest of white strings hanging down. They looked like white strands of spider web. The clown took Aid under there. I could see its suit brushing through those strings. Aid was making awful choking sounds. I started after him, and the clown looked back. I saw its eyes, and all at once I understood who it was. Who was it, Don? Harold Gardner asked softly. It was Derry, Don Haggerty said. It was this town. And what did you do then? It was Reeves. I ran, you dumb shit, Haggerty said, and burst into tears. 17. Harold Gardner kept his peace until November 13th, the day before John Garton and Stephen Dubé were to go on trial in Derry District Court for the murder of Adrian Mellon. Then he went to see Tom Boudelier. He wanted to talk about the clown. Boudelier didn't, but when he saw Gardner might do something stupid without a little guidance, he did. There was no clown, Harold. The only clowns out that night were those 3 kids. You know that as well as I do. We have 2 witnesses. Oh, that's crap. Unwin decided to bring on the one-armed man, as in, we didn't kill the poor little faggot, it was the one-armed man, as soon as he understood he'd really gotten his buns into some hot water this time. Haggerty was hysterical. He stood by and watched those kids murder his best friend. It wouldn't have surprised me if he'd seen flying saucers. But Boudelier knew better. Gardner could see it in his eyes, and the assistant DA's ducking and dodging irritated him. Come on, he said. We're talking about independent witnesses here. Don't bullshit me. Oh, you want to talk bullshit? Are you telling me you believe there was a vampire clown under the Main Street Bridge? Because that's my idea of bullshit. No, not exactly, but... Or that Haggerty saw 1 billion balloons under there, each imprinted with exactly the same thing as what was written on his lover's hat? Because that is also my idea of bullshit. No, but... Then why are you bothering with this? Stop cross-examining me, Gardner roared. They both described it the same, and neither knew what the other one was saying. Boudelier had been sitting at his desk playing with a pencil. Now he put the pencil down, got up, and walked over to Harold Gardner. Boudelier was 5 inches shorter, but Gardner retreated a step before the man's anger. Do you want us to lose this case, Harold? No, of course not. Do you want those running sores to walk free? No. Okay, good. Since we both agree on the basics, I'll tell you exactly what I think. Yes, there was probably a man under the bridge that night. Maybe he was even wearing a clown suit, although I've dealt with enough witnesses to guess maybe it was just a stew bum or a transient wearing a bunch of cast-off clothes. I think he was probably down there scrounging for dropped change or road meat, half a burger someone chucked over the side, or maybe the crumbs from the bottom of a Frito bag. Their eyes did the rest, Harold. Now, is that possible? I don't know, Harold said. He wanted to be convinced, but given the exact tally of the two descriptions, no. He didn't think it was possible. Here's the bottom line. I don't care if it was Kinko the Clown, or a guy in an Uncle Sam's suit on stilts, or Hubert the Happy Homo. If we introduce this fellow into the case, their lawyer is going to be on it before you can say Jack Robinson. He's going to say those 2 little innocent lambs out there with their fresh haircuts and new suits didn't do anything but toss that gay fellow Mellon over the side of the bridge for a joke. He'll point out that Mellon was still alive after he took the fall. They have Haggerty's testimony as well as Unwin's for that. His clients didn't commit murder. Oh, no. It was a psycho in a clown suit. If we introduce this, that's going to happen, and you know it. Unwin's going to tell that story anyhow. But Haggerty isn't, Boudelier said, because he understands. Without Haggerty, who's going to believe Unwin? Well, there's us, Harold Gardner said with a bitterness that surprised even himself. But I guess we're not telling. Oh, give me a break, Boudelier roared, throwing up his hands. They killed him. They didn't just throw him over the side. Garton had a switchblade. Mellon was stabbed 7 times, including once in the left lung and twice in the testicles. The wounds matched the blade. 4 of his ribs were broken. Dubé did that, bear-hugging him. He was bitten all right. There were bites on his arms, his left cheek, his neck. I think that was Unwin and Garton, although we've only got one clear match, and that one's probably not clear enough to stand up in court. And so, all right, there was a big chunk of meat gone from his right armpit. So what? One of them really liked to bite. Probably even got himself a pretty good bone on while he was doing it. I'm betting Garton, although we'll never prove it. And Mellon's earlobe was gone. Boudelier stopped, glaring at Harold. If we let in this clown story, we'll never bring it home to them. Do you want that? No, I told you. The guy was a fruit, but he wasn't hurting anyone, Boudelier said. So hi-ho the Dario, along come these 3 puss-holes in their engineer boots, and they steal his life. I'm going to put them in the slam, my friend, and if I hear they get their puckery little assholes cored down there at Thomaston, I'm going to send them cards saying, I hope whoever did it had AIDS. Very fiery, Gardner thought. And the convictions will also look very good on your record when you run for the top spot in 2 years. But he left without saying more, because he also wanted to see them put away. 18. John Weber Garton was convicted of first-degree manslaughter and sentenced to 10 to 20 years in Thomaston State Prison. Stephen Bischoff Dubé was convicted of first-degree manslaughter and sentenced to 15 years in Shawshank State Prison. Christopher Philip Unwin was tried separately as a juvenile and convicted of second-degree manslaughter. He was sentenced to 6 months at the South Wyndham Boys Training Facility, sentence suspended. At the time of this writing, all 3 sentences are under appeal. Garton and Dubé may be seen on any given day girl-watching or playing penny pitch in Basie Park, not far from where Mellon's torn body was found floating against one of the pilings of the Main Street Bridge. Don Haggerty and Chris Unwin have left town. At the major trial, that of Garton and Dubé, no one mentioned a clown. Chapter 3. 6 Phone Calls, 1985. 1. Stanley Uris takes a bath. Patricia Uris later told her mother she should have known something was wrong. She should have known it, she said, because Stanley never took baths in the early evening. He showered early each morning and sometimes soaked late at night, with a magazine in one hand and a cold beer in the other, but baths at 7 p.m. were not his style. And then there was the thing about the books. It should have delighted him. Instead, in some obscure way she did not understand, it seemed to have upset and depressed him. About 3 months before that terrible night, Stanley had discovered that a childhood friend of his had turned out to be a writer. Not a real writer, Patricia told her mother, but a novelist. The name on the books was William Denbrough, but Stanley had sometimes called him Stuttering Bill. He had worked his way through almost all of the man's books, had in fact been reading the last on the night of the bath, the night of May 28, 1985. Patty herself had picked up one of the earlier ones out of curiosity. She had put it down after just 3 chapters. It had not just been a novel, she told her mother later. It had been a horror book. She said it just that way, all one word, the way she would have said sex book. Patty was a sweet, kind woman, but not terribly articulate. She had wanted to tell her mother how much that book had frightened her and why it had upset her, but had not been able. It was full of monsters, she said, full of monsters chasing after little children. There were killings and, I don't know, bad feelings and hurt, stuff like that. It had, in fact, struck her as almost pornographic. That was the word which kept eluding her, probably because she had never in her life spoken it, although she knew what it meant. But Stan felt as if he'd rediscovered one of his childhood chums. He talked about writing to him, but I knew he wouldn't. I knew those stories made him feel bad, too, and then Patty Uris began to cry. That night, lacking roughly 6 months of being 28 years from the day in 1957 when George Denbrough had met Pennywise the Clown, Stanley and Patty had been sitting in the den of their home in a suburb of Atlanta. The TV was on. Patty was sitting in the love seat in front of it, dividing her attention between a pile of sewing and her favorite game show, Family Feud. She simply adored Richard Dawson and thought the watch chain he always wore was terribly sexy, although Wild Horses would not have drawn this admission out of her. She also liked the show because she almost always got the most popular answers. There were no right answers on Family Feud exactly, only the most popular ones. She had once asked Stan why the questions that seemed so easy to her usually seemed so hard to the families on the show. "It's probably a lot tougher when you're up there under those lights," Stanley had replied, and it seemed to her that a shadow had drifted over his face. "Everything's a lot tougher when it's for real. That's when you choke, when it's for real." That was probably very true, she decided. Stanley had really fine insights into human nature sometimes. Much finer, she considered, than his old friend William Denbrough, who had gotten rich writing a bunch of horror books which appealed to people's baser natures. Not that the Urises were doing so badly themselves. The suburb where they lived was a fine one, and the home which they had purchased for $87,000 in 1979 would probably now sell quickly and painlessly for $165,000. Not that she wanted to sell, but such things were good to know. She sometimes drove back from the Fox Run Mall in her Volvo. Stanley drove a Mercedes diesel. Teasing him, she called it sedanly. And saw her house, set tastefully back behind low yew hedges, and thought, "Who lives there? Why, I do. Mrs. Stanley Uris does." This was not an entirely happy thought. Mixed with it was a pride so fierce that it sometimes made her feel a bit ill. Once upon a time, you see, there had been a lonely 18-year-old girl named Patricia Blum who had been refused entry to the after-prom party that was held at the country club in the upstate town of Gloynton, New York. She had been refused admission, of course, because her last name rhymed with Plum. That was her, just a skinny little kike Plum. 1967 that had been, and such discrimination was against the law, of course. Hardy har har har.
And besides, it was all over now. Except that for part of her, it was never going to be over. Part of her would always be walking back to the car with Michael Rosenblatt, listening to the crushed gravel under her pumps and his rented formal shoes, back to his father's car, which Michael had borrowed for the evening, and which he had spent the afternoon waxing. Part of her would always be walking next to Michael in his rented white dinner jacket. How it had glimmered in the soft spring night. She had been in a pale green evening gown, which her mother declared made her look like a mermaid, and the idea of a kike mermaid was pretty funny. Hardy har har har. They had walked with their heads up, and she had not wept. Not then. But she had understood they weren't walking back. No, not really. What they had been doing was slinking back. Slinking rhymes with stinking, both of them feeling more Jewish than they had ever felt in their lives, feeling like pawnbrokers, feeling like cattle car riders, feeling oily, long-nosed, sallow-skinned, feeling like Mackies, Sheenies, kikes, wanting to feel angry and not being able to feel angry. The anger came only later, when it didn't matter. At that moment she had only been able to feel ashamed, had only been able to ache. And then someone had laughed. A high, shrill, tittering laugh, like a fast run of notes on a piano, and in the car she had been able to weep. Oh, you bet. Here is the kike mermaid whose name rhymes with plum, just weeping away like crazy. Mike Rosenblatt had put a clumsy, comforting hand on the back of her neck, and she had twisted away from it, feeling ashamed, feeling dirty, feeling Jewish. The house set so tastefully back behind the yew hedges made that better, but not all better. The hurt and shame were still there, and not even being accepted in this quiet, sleekly well-to-do neighborhood could quite make that endless walk with the sound of grating stones beneath their shoes stop happening. Not even being members of this country club, where the maitre d' always greeted them with the quietly respectful, "Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Uris." She would come home, cradled in her 1984 Volvo, and she would look at her house sitting on its expanse of green lawn, and she would often, all too often, she supposed, think of that shrill titter. And she would hope that the girl who had tittered was living in a shitty tract house with a goy husband who beat her, that she had been pregnant 3 times and had miscarried each time, that her husband cheated on her with diseased women, that she had slipped discs and fallen arches and cysts on her dirty, tittering tongue. She would hate herself for these thoughts, these uncharitable thoughts, and promise to do better, to stop drinking these bitter gall and wormwood cocktails. Months would go by when she did not think such thoughts. She would think, maybe all of that is finally past me. I'm not that girl of 18 anymore. I am a woman of 36. The girl who heard the endless click and grate of those driveway stones, the girl who twisted away from Mike Rosenblatt's hand when he tried to comfort her because it was a Jewish hand, was half a life ago. That silly little mermaid is dead. I can forget her now and just be myself. Okay, good, great. But then she would be somewhere, at the supermarket maybe, and she would hear sudden tittering laughter from the next aisle, and her back would prickle. Her nipples would go hard and hurtful. Her hands would tighten on the bar of the shopping cart or just on each other, and she would think, someone just told someone else that I'm Jewish, that I'm nothing but a big-nosed Mackie kike, that Stanley's nothing but a big-nosed Mackie kike. He's an accountant, sure. Jews are good with numbers. We let them into the country club. We had to, back in 1981 when that big-nosed Mackie gynecologist won his suit. But we laugh at them. We laugh and laugh and laugh. Or she would simply hear the phantom click and grate of stones and think, mermaid, mermaid. Then the hate and shame would come flooding back like a migraine headache, and she would despair not only for herself, but for the whole human race. Werewolves. The book by Denbrough, the one she had tried to read and then put aside, was about werewolves. Werewolves shit. What did a man like that know about werewolves? Most of the time, however, she felt better than that. Felt she was better than that. She loved her man, she loved her house, and she was usually able to love her life and herself. Things were good. They had not always been that way, of course. Were things ever? When she accepted Stanley's engagement ring, her parents had been both angry and unhappy. She had met him at a sorority party. He had come over to her school from New York State University, where he was a scholarship student. They had been introduced by a mutual friend, and by the time the evening was over, she suspected that she loved him. By the midterm break, she was sure. When spring came around and Stanley offered her a small diamond ring with a daisy pushed through it, she had accepted it. In the end, in spite of their qualms, her parents had accepted it as well. There was little else they could do, although Stanley Uris would soon be sallying forth into a job market glutted with young accountants, and when he went into that jungle, he would do so with no family finances to backstop him, and with their only daughter as his hostage to fortune. But Patty was 22, a woman now, and would herself soon graduate with a B.A. "I'll be supporting that four-eyed son of a bitch for the rest of my life," Patty had heard her father say one night. Her mother and father had gone out for dinner, and her father had drunk a little too much. "Shh, she'll hear you," Ruth Blum said. Patty had lain awake that night until long after midnight, dry-eyed, alternately hot and cold, hating them both. She had spent the next 2 years trying to get rid of that hate. There was too much hate inside her already. Sometimes when she looked into the mirror, she could see the things it was doing to her face, the fine lines it was drawing there. That was a battle she won. Stanley had helped her. His own parents had been equally concerned about the marriage. They did not, of course, believe their Stanley was destined for a life of squalor and poverty, but they thought the kids were being hasty. Donald Uris and Andrea Bertoli had themselves married in their early 20s, but they seemed to have forgotten the fact. Only Stanley had seemed sure of himself, confident of the future, unconcerned with the pitfalls their parents saw strewn all about the kids. And in the end it was his confidence rather than their fears which had been justified. In July of 1972, with the ink barely dry on her diploma, Patty had landed a job teaching shorthand and business English in Trainer, a small town 40 miles south of Atlanta. When she thought of how she had come by that job, it always struck her as a little, eerie. She had made a list of 40 possibles from the ads in the teachers' journals, then had written 40 letters over 5 nights, 8 each evening, requesting further information on the job and an application for each. 22 replies indicated that the positions had been filled. In other cases, a more detailed explanation of the skills needed made it clear she wasn't in the running. Applying would only be a waste of her time and theirs. She had finished with a dozen possibles. Each looked as likely as any other. Stanley had come in while she was puzzling over them and wondering if she could possibly manage to fill out a dozen teaching applications without going totally bonkers. He looked at the strew of papers on the table and then tapped the letter from the Trainer Superintendent of Schools, a letter which to her looked no more or less encouraging than any of the others. "There," he said. She looked up at him, startled by the simple certainty in his voice. "Do you know something about Georgia that I don't?" "Nope. Only time I was ever there was at the movies." She looked at him, an eyebrow cocked. "Gone with the Wind, Vivian Leigh, Clark Gable." "I will think about it tomorrow, for tomorrow is another day." "Do I sound like I come from the South, Patty?" "Yes, South Bronx. If you don't know anything about Georgia and you've never been there, then why?" "Because it's right." "You can't know that, Stanley." "Sure I can," he said simply. "I do." Looking at him, she had seen he wasn't joking. He really meant it. She had felt a ripple of unease go up her back. "How do you know?" He had been smiling a little. Now the smile faltered, and for a moment he had seemed puzzled. His eyes had darkened, as if he looked inward, consulting some interior device which ticked and whirred correctly, but which, ultimately, he understood no more than the average man understands the workings of the watch on his wrist. "The turtle couldn't help us," he said suddenly. He said that quite clearly. She heard it. That inward look, that look of surprised musing, was still on his face, and it was starting to scare her. "Stanley? What are you talking about? Stanley!" He jerked. She had been eating peaches as she went over the applications, and his hand struck the dish. It fell on the floor and broke. His eyes seemed to clear. "Oh, shit, I'm sorry." "It's all right, Stanley. What were you talking about?" "I forget," he said, "but I think we ought to think Georgia, baby love." "But—" "Trust me," he said. So she did. Her interview had gone smashingly. She had known she had the job when she got on the train back to New York. The head of the business department had taken an instant liking to Patty, and she to him. She had almost heard the click. The confirming letter had come a week later. The Trainer Consolidated School Department could offer her $9,200 and a probationary contract. "You are going to starve," Herbert Blum said when his daughter told him she intended to take the job. "And you will be hot while you starve." "Fiddle-dee-dee, Scarlett," Stanley said when she told him what her father had said. She had been furious, near tears, but now she began to giggle, and Stanley swept her into his arms. Hot they had been. Starved they had not. They were married on August 19th, 1972. Patty Uris had gone to her marriage bed a virgin. She had slipped naked between cool sheets at a resort hotel in the Poconos, her mood turbulent and stormy. Lightning flares of wanting and delicious lust, dark clouds of fright. When Stanley slid into bed beside her, ropey with muscle, his penis and exclamation point rising from gingery pubic hair, she had whispered, "Don't hurt me, dear." "I will never hurt you," he said as he took her in his arms, and it was a promise he had kept faithfully until May 28th, 1985, the night of the bath. Her teaching had gone well. Stanley got a job driving a bakery truck for $100 a week. In November of that year, when the Trainer Flats Shopping Center opened, he got a job with the H&R Block office out there for $150. Their combined income was then $17,000 a year. This seemed a king's ransom to them in those days when gas sold for 35 cents a gallon and a loaf of white bread could be had for a nickel less than that. In March of 1973, with no fuss and no fanfare, Patty Uris had thrown away her birth control pills. In 1975, Stanley quit H&R Block and opened his own business. All four in-laws agreed that this was a foolhardy move. Not that Stanley should not have his own business. God forbid he should not have his own business. But it was too early, all of them agreed, and it put too much of the financial burden on Patty. "At least until the pisher knocks her up," Herbert Blum told his brother morosely after a night of drinking in the kitchen. "And then I'll be expected to carry them." The consensus of in-law opinion on the matter was that a man should not even think about going into business for himself until he had reached a more serene and mature age. 78, say. Again, Stanley seemed almost preternaturally confident. He was young, personable, bright, apt. He had made contacts working for Block. All of these things were givens. But he could not have known that Corridor Video, a pioneer in the nascent videotape business, was about to settle on a huge patch of farmed-out land less than 10 miles from the suburb to which the Urises had eventually moved in 1979. Nor could he have known that Corridor would be in the market for an independent marketing survey less than a year after its move to Trainer. Even if Stan had been privy to some of this information, he surely could not have believed that they would give the job to a young, bespectacled Jew who also happened to be a damn Yankee. A Jew with an easy grin, a hip-shot way of walking, a taste for bell-bottom jeans on his days off, and the last ghosts of his adolescent acne still on his face. Yet they had. And it seemed that Stan had known it all along. His work for CV led to an offer of a full-time position with the company. Starting salary, $30,000 a year. "And that really is only the start," Stanley told Patty in bed that night. "They are going to grow like corn in August, my dear. If no one blows up the world in the next 10 years or so, they are going to be right up there on the big board along with Kodak and Sony and RCA." "So what are you going to do?" she asked, already knowing. "I am going to tell them what a pleasure it was to do business with them," he said, and laughed and drew her close and kissed her. Moments later he mounted her, and there were climaxes, 1, 2, and 3, like bright rockets going off in a night sky. But there was no baby. His work with Corridor Video had brought him into contact with some of Atlanta's richest and most powerful men, and they were both astonished to find that these men were mostly okay. In them they found a degree of acceptance and broad-minded kindliness that was almost unknown in the North. Patty remembered Stanley once writing home to his mother and father, "The best rich men in America live in Atlanta, Georgia. I am going to help make some of them richer, and they are going to make me richer. And no one is going to own me except my wife, Patricia. and since I already own her, I guess that is safe enough. By the time they moved from Trainer, Stanley was incorporated and employed 6 people. In 1983, their income had entered unknown territory of which Patty had heard only the dimmest rumors. This was the fabled land of 6 figures. And it had all happened with the casual ease of slipping into a pair of sneakers on Saturday morning. This sometimes frightened her. Once she had made an uneasy joke about deals with the devil. Stanley had laughed until he almost choked, but to her it hadn't seemed that funny, and she supposed it never would. The turtle couldn't help us. Sometimes, for no reason at all, she would wake up with this thought in her mind like the last fragment of an otherwise forgotten dream, and she would turn to Stanley, needing to touch him, needing to make sure he was still there. It was a good life. There was no wild drinking, no outside sex, no drugs, no boredom, no bitter arguments about what to do next. There was only a single cloud. It was her mother who first mentioned the presence of this cloud. That her mother would be the one to finally do so seemed, in retrospect, preordained. It finally came out as a question in one of Ruth Blum's letters. She wrote Patty once a week, and that particular letter had arrived in the early fall of 1979. It came forwarded from the old Trainer address, and Patty read it in a living room filled with cardboard liquor store cartons from which spilled their possessions, looking forlorn and uprooted and dispossessed. In most ways it was the usual Ruth Blum letter from home. 4 closely written blue pages, each one headed, "Just a Note from Ruth." Her scrawl was nearly illegible, and Stanley had once complained that he could not read a single word his mother-in-law wrote. "Why would you want to?" Patty had responded. This one was full of Mom's usual brand of news. For Ruth Blum, recollection was a broad delta, spreading out from the moving point of the now in an ever-widening fan of interlocking relationships. Many of the people of whom her mother wrote were beginning to fade in Patty's memory like photographs in an old album, but to Ruth all of them remained fresh. Her concerns for their health and her curiosity about their various doings never seemed to wane, and her prognoses were unfailingly dire. Her father was still having too many stomach aches. He was sure it was just dyspepsia. The idea that he might have an ulcer, she wrote, would not cross his mind until he actually began coughing up blood, and probably not even then. "You know your father, dear. He works like a mule, and he also thinks like one sometimes. God should forgive me for saying so." Randy Harlingen had gotten her tubes tied. They took cysts as big as golf balls out of her ovaries. No malignancy, thank God, but 27 ovarian cysts. Could you die? It was the water in New York City. She was quite sure of that. The city air was dirty, too, but she was convinced it was the water that really got to you after a while. It built up deposits inside a person. She doubted if Patty knew how often she had thanked God that you kids were out in the country, where both air and water, but particularly the water, were healthier. To Ruth, all of the South, including Atlanta and Birmingham, was the country. Aunt Margaret was feuding with the power company again. Stella Flanagan had gotten married again. Some people never learned. Richie Huber had been fired again. And in the middle of this chatty, often catty, outpouring, in the middle of a paragraph, apropos of nothing which had gone before or which came after, Ruth Blum had casually asked the dreaded question. "So when are you and Stan going to make us grandparents? We're all ready to start spoiling him, or her, rotten. And in case you hadn't noticed, Patsy, we're not getting any younger." And then on to the Bruckner girl from down the block who had been sent home from school because she was wearing no bra and a blouse that you could see right through. Feeling low and homesick for their old place and Trainer, feeling unsure and more than a little afraid of what might be ahead, Patty had gone into what was to become their bedroom and had lain down upon the mattress. The box spring was still out in the garage, and the mattress, lying all by itself on the big carpetless floor, looked like an artifact cast up on a strange yellow beach. She put her head in her arms and lay there weeping for nearly 20 minutes. She supposed that cry had been coming anyway. Her mother's letter had just brought it on sooner, the way dust hurries the tickle in your nose into a sneeze. Stanley wanted kids. She wanted kids. They were as compatible on that subject as they were on their enjoyment of Woody Allen's films. Their more or less regular attendance at synagogue, their political leanings, their dislike of marijuana, 100 other things, both great and small. There had been an extra room in the Trainer house, which they had split evenly down the middle. On the left, he had a desk for working and a chair for reading. On the right, she had a sewing machine and a card table where she did jigsaw puzzles. There had been an agreement between them about that room so strong they rarely spoke of it. It was simply there, like their noses or the wedding rings on their left hands. Someday that room would belong to Andy or to Jenny. But where was that child? The sewing machine and the baskets of fabric and the card table and the desk and the lazy boy all kept their places, seeming each month to solidify their holds on their respective positions in the room and to further establish their legitimacy. So she thought, although she never could quite crystallize the thought, like the word pornographic, it was a concept that danced just beyond her ability to quantify. But she did remember one time when she got her period, sliding open the cupboard under the bathroom sink to get a sanitary napkin. She remembered looking at the box of stay-free pads and thinking that the box looked almost smug, seemed almost to be saying, "Hello, Patty, we are your children. We are the only children you will ever have, and we are hungry. Nurse us on blood." In 1976, 3 years after she had thrown away the last cycle of Overall tablets, they saw a doctor named Harkavy in Atlanta. "We want to know if there is something wrong," Stanley said, "and we want to know if we can do anything about it if there is." They took the tests. They showed that Stanley's sperm was perky, that Patty's eggs were fertile, that all the channels that were supposed to be open were open. Harkavy, who wore no wedding ring and who had the open, pleasant, ruddy face of a college grad student just back from a midterm skiing vacation in Colorado, told them that maybe it was just nerves. He told them that such a problem was by no means uncommon. He told them that there seemed to be a psychological correlative in such cases that was in some ways similar to sexual impotency. The more you wanted to, the less you could. They would have to relax. They ought, if they could, to forget all about procreation when they had sex. Stan was grumpy on the way home. Patty asked him why. "I never do," he said. "Do what?" "Think of procreation during." She began to giggle, even though she was by then feeling a bit lonesome and frightened. And that night, lying in bed, long after she believed that Stanley must be asleep, he had frightened her by speaking out in the dark. His voice was flat, but nevertheless choked with tears. "It's me," he said. "It's my fault." She rolled toward him, groped for him, held him. "Don't be stupid," she said. But her heart was beating fast, much too fast. It wasn't just that he had startled her. It was as if he had looked into her mind and read a secret conviction she held there, but of which she had not known until this minute. With no rhyme, no reason, she knew that he was right. There was something wrong, and it wasn't her. It was him. Something in him. "Don't be such a klutz," she whispered fiercely against his shoulder. He was sweating lightly, and she became suddenly aware that he was afraid. The fear was coming off him in cold waves. Lying naked with him was suddenly like lying naked in front of an open refrigerator. "I'm not a klutz, and I'm not being stupid," he said in that same voice, which was simultaneously flat and choked with emotion. "And you know it. It's me. But I don't know why." "You can't know any such thing." Her voice was harsh, scolding. Her mother's voice when her mother was afraid. And even as she scolded him, a shudder ran through her body, twisting it like a whip. Stanley felt it, and his arms tightened around her. "Sometimes," he said, "sometimes I think I know why. Sometimes I have a dream, a bad dream, and I wake up and I think, I know now. I know what's wrong. Not just you not catching pregnant. Everything. Everything that's wrong with my life." "Stanley, nothing's wrong with your life." "I don't mean from inside," he said. "From inside is fine. I'm talking about outside. Something that should be over and isn't. I wake up from these dreams and think, my whole pleasant life has been nothing but the eye of some storm I don't understand. I'm afraid. But then it just fades, the way dreams do." She knew that he sometimes dreamed uneasily. On half a dozen occasions he had awakened her thrashing and moaning. Probably there had been other times when she had slept through his dark interludes. Whenever she reached for him, asked him, he said the same thing. "I can't remember." Then he would reach for his cigarettes and smoke sitting up in bed, waiting for the residue of the dream to pass through his pores like bad sweat. No kids. On the night of May 28, 1985, the night of the bath, their assorted in-laws were still waiting to be grandparents. The extra room was still an extra room. The Stay-Free Maxis and Stay-Free Minis still occupied their accustomed places in the cupboard under the bathroom sink. The Cardinal still paid its monthly visit. Her mother, who was much occupied with her own affairs but not entirely oblivious to her daughter's pain, had stopped asking in her letters, and when Stanley and Patty made their twice-yearly trips back to New York. There were no more humorous remarks about whether or not they were taking their vitamin E. Stanley had also stopped mentioning babies, but sometimes, when she didn't know he was looking, she saw a shadow on his face. Some shadow, as if he were trying desperately to remember something. Other than that one cloud, their lives were pleasant enough until the phone rang during the middle of Family Feud on the night of May 28th. Patty had 6 of Stan's shirts, 2 of her blouses, her sewing kit, and her odd button box. Stan had the new William Denbrough novel, not even out in paperback yet, in his hands. There was a snarling beast on the front of this book. On the back was a bald man wearing glasses. Stan was sitting nearer the phone. He picked it up and said, "Hello, Eurus residence." He listened, and a frown line delved between his eyebrows. "Who did you say?" Patty felt an instant of fright. Later, shame would cause her to lie and tell her parents that she had known something was wrong from the instant the telephone had rung. But in reality there had only been that one instant, that one quick look up from her sewing. But maybe that was all right. Maybe they had both suspected that something was coming long before that phone call. Something that didn't fit with the nice house set tastefully back behind the low yew hedges. Something so much a given that it really didn't need much of an acknowledgement. That one sharp instant of fright, like the stab of a quickly withdrawn ice pick, was enough. "Is it Mom?" she mouthed at him in that instant, thinking that perhaps her father, 20 pounds overweight and prone to what he called the bellyache since his early 40s, had had a heart attack. Stan shook his head at her, and then smiled a bit at something the voice on the phone was saying. You... Well, I'll be goddamned. Mike, how did you... He fell silent again, listening. As his smile faded, she recognized, or thought she did, his analytic expression, the one which said someone was unfolding a problem or explaining a sudden change in an ongoing situation, or telling him something strange and interesting. This last was probably the case, she gathered. A new client? An old friend? Perhaps. She turned her attention back to the TV, where a woman was flinging her arms around Richard Dawson and kissing him madly. She thought that Richard Dawson must get kissed even more than the Blarney Stone. She also thought she wouldn't mind kissing him herself. As she began searching for a black button to match the ones on Stanley's blue denim shirt, Patty was vaguely aware that the conversation was settling into a smoother groove. Stanley grunted occasionally, and once he asked, "Are you sure, Mike?" Finally, after a very long pause, he said, "All right, I understand. Yes, Yes, everything. I have the picture. What? No, I can't absolutely promise that, but I'll consider it carefully." "You know that." "Oh? He did?" "Well, you bet. Of course I do." "Yes, sure. Thank you." "Yes. Bye-bye." He hung up. Patty glanced at him and saw him staring blankly into space over the TV set. On her show, the audience was applauding the Ryan family, which had just scored 280 points, most of them by guessing that the audience survey would answer math in response to the question, "What class will people say Junior hates most in school?" The Ryans were jumping up and down and screaming joyfully. Stanley, however, was frowning. She would later tell her parents she thought Stanley's face had looked a little off-color, and so she did. But she neglected to tell them she had dismissed it at the time as only a trick of the table lamp with its green glass shade. "Who was that, Stan?" He looked around at her. She thought the look on his face was one of gentle abstraction, perhaps mixed with minor annoyance. It was only later, replaying the scene in her mind again and again, that she began to believe it was the expression of a man who was methodically unplugging himself from reality, one cord at a time. The face of a man who was heading out of the blue and into the black. "Who was that on the phone?" "No one," he said. "No one, really. I think I'll take a bath." He stood up. "What, at 7 o'clock?" He didn't answer, only left the room. She might have asked him if something was wrong, might even have gone after him and asked him if he was sick to his stomach. He was sexually uninhibited, but could be oddly prim about other things, and it wouldn't be at all unlike him to say he was going to take a bath when what he really had to do was whoops something which hadn't agreed with him. But now a new family. The Piscopos were being introduced, and Patty just knew Richard Dawson would find something funny to say about that name. And besides, she was having the devil's own time finding a black button, although she knew there were loads of them in the button box. They hid, of course. That was the only explanation. So she let him go and did not think of him again until the credit crawl, when she looked up and saw his empty chair. She had heard the water running into the tub upstairs and had heard it stop 5 or 10 minutes later. But now she realized she had never heard the fridge door open and close, and that meant he was up there without a can of beer. Someone had called him up and dropped a big fat problem in his lap, and had she offered him a single word of commiseration? No. Tried to draw him out a little about it? No. Even noticed that something was wrong? For the third time, no. All because of that stupid TV show. She couldn't even really blame the buttons. They were only an excuse. Okay, she'd take him up a can of Dixie and sit beside him on the edge of the tub, scrub his back, play geisha, and wash his hair if he wanted her to, and find out just what the problem was, or who it was. She got a can of beer out of the fridge and went upstairs with it. The first real disquiet stirred in her when she saw that the bathroom door was shut. Not just part-way closed, but shut tight. Stanley never closed the door when he was taking a bath. It was something of a joke between them. The closed door meant he was doing something his mother had taught him. The open door meant he would not be averse to doing something the teaching of which his mother had quite properly left to others. Patty tapped on the door with her nails, suddenly aware, too aware, of the reptilian clicking sound they made on the wood. And surely tapping on the bathroom door, knocking like a guest, was something she had never done before in her married life. Not here, not on any other door in the house. The disquiet suddenly grew strong in her, and she thought of Carson Lake, where she had gone swimming often as a girl. By the 1st of August, the lake was as warm as a tub, but then you'd hit a cold pocket that would shiver you with surprise and delight. One minute you were warm, the next moment it felt as if the temperature had plummeted 20 degrees below your hips. Minus the delight, that was how she felt now, as if she had just struck a cold pocket. Only this cold pocket was not below her hips, chilling her long teenager's legs in the black depths of Carson Lake. This one was around her heart. "Stanley? Stan?" This time she did more than tap with her nails. She rapped on the door. When there was still no answer, she hammered on it. "Stanley?" Her heart wasn't in her chest anymore. It was beating in her throat, making it hard to breathe. "Stanley!" In the silence following her shout, and just the sound of herself shouting up here, less than 30 feet from the place where she laid her head down and went to sleep each night, frightened her even more. She heard a sound which brought panic up from the below-stairs part of her mind like an unwelcome guest. Such a small sound, really. It was only the sound of dripping water. Plink, pause. Plink, pause. Plink, pause. Plink. She could see the drops forming on the snout of the faucet, growing heavy and fat there, growing pregnant there, and then falling off. Plink. Just that sound, no other. And she was suddenly terribly sure that it had been Stanley, not her father, who had been stricken with a heart attack tonight. With a moan, she gripped the cut glass doorknob and turned it. Yet still the door would not move. It was locked. And suddenly 3 nevers occurred to Patty Uris in rapid succession. Stanley never took a bath in the early evening. Stanley never closed the door unless he was using the toilet. And Stanley had never locked the door against her at all. Was it possible, she wondered crazily, to prepare for a heart attack? Patty ran her tongue over her lips. It produced a sound in her head like fine sandpaper sliding along a board, and called his name again. There was still no answer except the steady, deliberate drip of the faucet. She looked down and saw she still held the can of Dixie beer in one hand. She gazed at it stupidly, her heart running like a rabbit in her throat. She gazed at it as if she had never seen a can of beer in her whole life before this minute. And indeed it seemed she never had, or at least never one like this, because when she blinked her eyes it turned into a telephone handset, as black and as threatening as a snake. "May I help you, ma'am? Do you have a problem?" The snake spat at her. Patty slammed it down in its cradle and stepped away, rubbing the hand which had held it. She looked around and saw she was back in the TV room, and understood that the panic which had come into the front of her mind like a prowler walking quietly up a flight of stairs had had its way with her. Now she could remember dropping the beer can outside the bathroom door and pelting headlong back down the stairs, thinking vaguely, "This is all a mistake of some kind, and we'll laugh about it later." He filled up the tub and then remembered he didn't have cigarettes and went out to get them before he took his clothes off. Yes. Only he had already locked the bathroom door from the inside, and because it was too much of a bother to unlock it again, he had simply opened the window over the tub and gone down the side of the house like a fly crawling down a wall. Sure, of course, sure. Panic was rising in her mind again. It was like bitter black coffee threatening to overflow the rim of a cup. She closed her eyes and fought against it. She stood there, perfectly still, a pale statue with the pulse beating in its throat. Now she could remember running back down here, feet stuttering on the stair levels, running for the phone. Oh, yes, oh, sure. But who had she meant to call? Crazily, she thought, I would call the turtle, but the turtle couldn't help us. It didn't matter anyway. She had gotten as far as "oh," and she must have said something not quite standard because the operator had asked if she had a problem. She had one, all right. But how did you tell that faceless voice that Stanley had locked himself in the bathroom and didn't answer her, that the steady sound of the water dripping into the tub was killing her heart? Someone had to help her. Someone. She put the back of her hand into her mouth and deliberately bit down on it. She tried to think, tried to force herself to think. The spare keys in the kitchen cupboard. She got going, and one slippered foot kicked the bag of buttons resting beside her chair. Some of the buttons spilled out, glittering like glazed eyes in the lamplight. She saw at least half a dozen black ones. Mounted inside the door of the cupboard over the double basin sink was a large varnished board in the shape of a key. One of Stan's clients had made it in his workshop and given it to him 2 Christmases ago. The keyboard was studded with small hooks, and swinging on these were all the keys the house took, 2 duplicates of each to a hook. Beneath each hook was a strip of mystic tape, each strip lettered in Stan's small, neat printing. Garage, attic, downstairs bath, upstairs bath, front door, back door. Off to one side were ignition key dupes labeled MB and Volvo. Patty snatched the key marked upstairs bath, began to run for the stairs, and then made herself walk. Running made the panic want to come back, and the panic was too close to the surface as it was. Also, if she just walked, maybe nothing would be wrong. Or if there was something wrong, God could look down, see she was just walking, and think, oh, good, I pulled a hell of a boner, but I've got time to take it all back. Walking as sedately as a woman on her way to a ladies' book circle meeting, she went up the stairs and down to the closed bathroom door. "Stanley?" she called, trying the door again at the same time, suddenly more afraid than ever, not wanting to use the key because having to use the key was somehow too final. If God hadn't taken it back by the time she used the key, then he never would. The age of miracles, after all, was past. But the door was still locked. The deliberate plink, pause, of dripping water was her only answer. Her hand was shaking, and the key chattered all the way around the plate before finding its way into the keyhole and socking itself home. She turned it and heard the lock snap back. She fumbled for the cut glass knob. It tried to slide through her hand again, not because the door was locked this time, but because her palm was wet with sweat. She firmed her grip and made it turn. She pushed the door open. "Stanley? Stanley? She looked at the tub with its blue shower curtain bunched at the far end of the stainless steel rod, and forgot how to finish her husband's name. She simply stared at the tub, her face as solemn as the face of a child on her first day at school. In a moment she would begin to scream, and Anita Mackenzie next door would hear her, and it would be Anita Mackenzie who would call the police, convinced that someone had broken into the Uris house and that people were being killed over there. But for now, this one moment, Patty Uris simply stood silent with her hands clasped in front of her against her dark cotton skirt, her face solemn, her eyes huge. And now the look of almost holy solemnity began to transform itself into something else. The huge eyes began to bulge. The mouth pulled back into a dreadful grin of horror. She wanted to scream and couldn't. The screams were too big to come out. The bathroom was lit by fluorescent tubes. It was very bright. There were no shadows. You could see everything, whether you wanted to or not. The water in the tub was bright pink. Stanley lay with his head propped against the rear of the tub. His head had rolled so far back on his neck that strands of his short black hair brushed the skin between his shoulder blades. If his staring eyes had been capable of seeing, she would have looked upside down to him. His mouth hung open like a sprung door. His expression was one of abysmal frozen horror. A package of Gillette Platinum Plus razor blades lay in the rim of the tub. He had slit his inner forearms open from wrist to the crook of the elbow, and then had crossed each of these cuts just below the bracelets of fortune, making a pair of bloody capital T's. The gashes glared red-purple in the harsh white light. She thought the exposed tendons and ligaments looked like cuts of cheap beef. A drop of water gathered at the lip of the shiny chromium faucet. It grew fat. Grew pregnant, you might say. It sparkled. It dropped. Plink. He had dipped his right forefinger in his own blood and had written a single word on the blue tiles above the tub, written it in 2 huge, staggering letters. A zigzagging, bloody finger mark fell away from the second letter of this word. His finger had made that mark, she saw, as his hand fell into the tub where it now floated. She thought Stanley must have made that mark, his final impression on the world, as he lost consciousness. It seemed to cry out at her. It. Another drop fell into the tub. Plink. That did it. Patty Uris at last found her voice, staring into her husband's dead and sparkling eyes. She began to scream. 2. Richard Tozier takes a powder. Rich felt like he was doing pretty good until the vomiting started. He had listened to everything Mike Hanlon told him, said all the right things, answered Mike's questions, even asked a few of his own. He was vaguely aware that he was doing one of his voices, not a strange and outrageous one, like those he sometimes did on the radio. Kinky Briefcase, Sexual Accountant, was his own personal favorite, at least for the time being, and positive listener response on Kinky was almost as high as for his listeners' all-time favorite, Colonel Buford Kiss Drivel. But a warm, rich, confident voice. An I'm all right voice. It sounded great, but it was a lie. Just like all the other voices were lies. "How much do you remember, Rich?" Mike asked him. "Very little," Rich said, and then paused. "Enough, I suppose." "Will you come?" "I'll come," Rich said, and hung up. He sat in his study for a moment, leaning back in the chair behind his desk, looking out at the Pacific Ocean. A couple of kids were down on the left, horsing around on their surfboards, not really riding them. There wasn't much surf to ride. The clock on the desk, an expensive LED quartz that had been a gift from a record company rep, said that it was 5:09 p.m. on May 28, 1985. It would, of course, be 3 hours later where Mike was calling from. Dark already. He felt a prickle of goose flesh at that, and he began to move, to do things. First, of course, he put on a record. Not hunting, just grabbing blindly among the thousands racked on the shelves. Rock and roll was almost as much a part of his life as the voices, and it was hard for him to do anything without music playing, and the louder the better. The record he grabbed turned out to be a Motown retrospective. Marvin Gaye, one of the newer members of what Rich sometimes called the All Dead Band, came on singing, "I Heard It Through the Grapevine." "Ooh-hoo, I bet you're wondering how I knew." "Not bad," Rich said. He even smiled a little. This was bad, and it had admittedly knocked him for a loop, but he felt that he was going to be able to handle it. No sweat. He began getting ready to go back home, and at some point during the next hour it occurred to him that
it was as if he had died and had yet been allowed to make all his own final business dispositions, not to mention his own funeral arrangements. And he felt as if he was doing pretty good. He tried the travel agent he used, thinking she would probably be on the freeway and headed home by now, but taking a shot on the off chance. For a wonder, he caught her in. He told her what he needed, and she asked him for 15 minutes. "I owe you one, Carol," he said. They had progressed from Mr. Tozier and Ms. Feeney to Rich and Carol over the last 3 years. Pretty chummy, considering they had never met face to face. "All right, pay off," she said. "Can you do Kinky Briefcase for me?" Without even pausing, if you had to pause to find your voice, there was usually no voice there to be found, Rich said, "Kinky Briefcase, sexual accountant here. I had a fellow come in the other day who wanted to know what the worst thing was about getting AIDS." His voice had dropped slightly. At the same time, its rhythm had speeded up and become jaunty. It was clearly an American voice, and yet it somehow conjured up images of a wealthy British colonial chappie who was as charming, in his muddled way, as he was addled. Rich hadn't the slightest idea who Kinky Briefcase really was, but he was sure he always wore white suits, read Esquire, and drank things which came in tall glasses and smelled like coconut-scented shampoo. "I told him right away, trying to explain to your mother how you picked it up from a Haitian girl. Until next time, this is Kinky Briefcase, sexual accountant, saying, you need my card if you can't get hard." Carol Feeney screamed with laughter. "That's perfect, perfect. My boyfriend says he doesn't believe you can just do those voices. He says it's got to be a voice filter gadget or something." "Just talent, my dear," Rich said. Kinky Briefcase was gone. W.C. Fields, top hat, red nose, golf bags, and all was here. "I'm so stuffed with talent I have to plug up all my bodily orifices to keep it from just running out just running out." She went off into another screamy gale of laughter, and Rich closed his eyes. He could feel the beginnings of a headache. "Be a dear and see what you can do, would you?" he asked, still being W.C. Fields, and hung up on her laughter. Now he had to go back to being himself, and that was hard. It got harder to do that every year. It was easier to be brave when you were someone else. He was trying to pick out a pair of good loafers and had about decided to stick with sneakers when the phone rang again. It was Carol Feeney, back in record time. He felt an instant urge to fall into the Buford kiss-dribble voice and fought it off. She had been able to get him a first-class seat on the American Airlines red-eye nonstop from LAX to Boston. He would leave L.A. at 9:03 p.m. and arrive at Logan about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Delta would fly him out of Boston at 7:30 a.m. and into Bangor, Maine at 8:20. She had gotten him a full-sized sedan from Avis, and it was only 26 miles from the Avis counter at Bangor International Airport to the Derrytown line. "Only 26 miles?" Rich thought. "Is that all, Carol? Well, maybe it is, in miles anyway. But you don't have the slightest idea how far it really is to Derry, and I don't either. But oh God, oh dear God, I am going to find out." "I didn't try for a room because you didn't tell me how long you'd be there," she said. "Do you—" "No, let me take care of that," Rich said. And then Buford Kiss-Dribble took over. "You've been a peach, my dear, a Georgia peach, a cause." He hung up gently on her. Always leave 'em laughing. And then dialed 207-555-1212 for State of Maine Directory Assistance. He wanted a number for the Derry Townhouse. God, there was a name from the past. He hadn't thought of the Derry Townhouse in, 10 years, 20, 25 years even? Crazy as it seemed, he guessed it had been at least 25 years, and if Mike hadn't called, he supposed he might never have thought of it again in his life. And yet there had been a time in his life when he had walked past that great red brick pile every day. And on more than one occasion he had run past it, with Henry Bowers and Belch Huggins and that other big boy, Victor somebody or other, in hot pursuit, all of them yelling little pleasantries like, "We're gonna get you, fuckface. Gonna get you, you little smart-ass. Gonna get you, you four-eyed faggot." Had they ever gotten him? Before Rich could remember, an operator was asking him what city, please. "In Derry, operator." Derry? God. Even the word felt strange and forgotten in his mouth. Saying it was like kissing an antique. "Do you have a number for the Derry Townhouse?" "One moment, sir." No way. It'll be gone. Raised in an urban renewal program, changed into an Elks Hall or a Bola-drome or an electric dreamscape video arcade.
Or maybe burned down one night when the odds finally ran out on some drunk shoe salesman smoking in bed. All gone, Richie, just like the glasses Henry Bowers always used to rag you about. What's that Springsteen song say? Glory days, gone in the wink of a young girl's eye. What young girl? Why, Bev, of course. Bev. Changed the townhouse might be, but gone it apparently was not, because a blank robotic voice now came on the line and said, "The number is 941-8282. Repeat, the number is..." But Rich had gotten it the first time. It was a pleasure to hang up on that droning voice. It was too easy to imagine some great globular directory assistance monster buried somewhere in the earth, sweating rivets and holding thousands of telephones in thousands of jointed chromium tentacles. The Ma Bell version of Spidey's nemesis, Dr. Octopus. Each year the world Rich lived in felt more and more like a huge electronic haunted house in which digital ghosts and frightened human beings lived in uneasy coexistence. Still standing. To paraphrase Paul Simon, still standing after all these years. He dialed the hotel he had last seen through the horn-rimmed spectacles of his childhood. Dialing that number, 1-207-941-8282, was fatally easy. He held the telephone to his ear, looking out his study's wide picture window. The surfers were gone. A couple was walking slowly up the beach, hand in hand, where they had been. The couple could have been a poster on the wall of the travel agency where Carol Feeney worked. That was how perfect they were. Except, that was, for the fact they were both wearing glasses. "Gonna get you, fuckface. Gonna break your glasses." Chris, his mind sent up abruptly. His last name was Chris. Victor Chris. Oh, Christ, that was nothing he wanted to know, not at this late date. But it didn't seem to matter in the slightest. Something was happening down there in the vaults, down there where Rich Tozier kept his own personal collection of golden oldies. Doors were opening. Only they're not records down there, are they? Down there you're not Rich Records Tozier, hotshot KLAD DJ, and the man of 1,000 voices, are you? And those things that are opening, they aren't exactly doors, are they? He tried to shake these thoughts off. Thing to remember is that I'm okay. I'm okay, you're okay. Rich Tozier's okay. Could use a cigarette is all. He had quit 4 years ago, but he could use one now, all right. They're not records, but dead bodies. You buried them deep, but now there's some kind of crazy earthquake going on, and the ground is spitting them up to the surface. You're not Rich Records Tozier down there. Down there you're just Richie Four Eyes Tozier. And you're with your buddies, and you're so scared it feels like your balls are turning into Welch's grape jelly. Those aren't doors, and they're not opening. Those are crypts, Richie. They're cracking open, and the vampires you thought were dead are all flying out again. A cigarette, just one. Even a Carlton would do, for Christ's sweet sake. Gonna get you, Four Eyes. Gonna make you eat that fucking book bag. Townhouse, a male voice with a Yankee tang said. It had traveled all the way across New England, the Midwest, and under the casinos of Las Vegas to reach his ear. Rich asked the voice if he could reserve a suite of rooms at the townhouse beginning tomorrow. The voice told him he could, and then asked him for how long. "I can't say. I've got..." He paused briefly, minutely. What did he have, exactly? In his mind's eye, he saw a boy with a tartan book bag running from the tough guys. He saw a boy who wore glasses, a thin boy with a pale face that had somehow seemed to scream, "Hit me, go on and hit me," in some mysterious way to every passing bully. "Here's my lips, mash them back against my teeth. Here's my nose, bloody it for sure and break it if you can. Box an ear so it swells up like a cauliflower. Split an eyebrow. Here's my chin, go for the knockout button. Here are my eyes, so blue and so magnified behind these hateful, hateful glasses, these horn-rimmed specks, one bow of which is held on with adhesive tape. Break the specks, drive a shard of glass into one of these eyes and close it forever. What the hell?" He closed his eyes and said, "I've got business in Derry, you see. I don't know how long the transaction will take. How about 3 days with an option to renew?" "An option to renew?" the desk clerk asked doubtfully. And Rich waited patiently for the fellow to work it over in his mind. "Oh, I get you. That's very good." "Thank you, and I hope you can vote for us in November.
John F. Kennedy said. "Jackie wants to do over the Oval Office, and I've got a job all lined up for my brother Bobby." "Mr. Tozier?" "Yes?" "Okay, somebody else got on the line there for a few seconds." Just an old pal from the DOP, Rich thought. That's dead old party, in case you should wonder. Don't worry about it. A shudder worked through him, and he told himself again, almost desperately, "You're okay, Rich." "I heard it too," Rich said. "Must have been a line crossover. How we looking on that room?" "Oh, there's no problem with that," the clerk said. "We do business here in Derry, but it really never booms." "Is that so?" "Oh, yeah," the clerk agreed, and Rich shuddered again. He had forgotten that, too, that simple northern New Englandism for yes. "Oh, yeah." "Gonna get you, creep," the ghostly voice of Henry Bowers screamed, and he felt more crypts cracking open inside of him. The stench he smelled was not decayed bodies, but decayed memories, and that was somehow worse. He gave the townhouse clerk his American Express number and hung up. Then he called Steve Koval, the KLAD program director. "What's up, Rich?" Steve asked. The last Arbitron ratings had shown KLAD at the top of the cannibalistic Los Angeles FM rock market, and ever since then Steve had been in an excellent mood. Thank God for small favors. "Well, you might be sorry you asked," he told Steve. "I'm taking a powder." "Taking?" He could hear the frown in Steve's voice. "I don't think I get you, Rich." "I have to put on my boogie shoes. I'm going away." "What do you mean, going away?" "According to the log I have right here in front of me, you're on the air tomorrow from 2 in the afternoon until 6 p.m., just like always. In fact, you're interviewing Clarence Clemens in the studio at 4. You know Clarence Clemens, Rich? As in, come on and blow, big man? Clemens can talk to Mike O'Hara as well as he can talk to me." "Clarence doesn't want to talk to Mike, Rich. Clarence doesn't want to talk to Bobby Russell. He doesn't want to talk to me. Clarence is a big fan of Buford Kistdrivel and Wyatt the homicidal bag boy. He wants to talk to you, my friend, and I have no interest in having a pissed-off 250-pound saxophone player who was once almost drafted by a pro football team running amok in my studio." "I don't think he has a history of running amok," Rich said. "I mean, we're talking Clarence Clemens here, not Keith Moon." There was silence on the line. Rich waited patiently. "You're not serious, are you?" Steve finally asked. He sounded plaintive. "I mean, unless your mother just died or you've got to have a brain tumor out or something, this is called crapping out." "I have to go, Steve." "Is your mother sick? Did she, God forbid, die?" "She died 10 years ago." "Have you got a brain tumor?" "Not even a rectal polyp." "This is not funny, Rich." "No." "You're being a fucking busher, and I don't like it." "I don't like it either, but I have to go." "Where? Why? What is this? Talk to me, Rich." "Someone called me. Someone I used to know a long time ago, in another place. Back then something happened. I made a promise. We all promised that we would go back if the something started happening again. And I guess it has." "What something are we talking about, Rich?" "I'd just as soon not say. Also, you'll think I'm crazy if I tell you the truth. I don't remember." "When did you make this famous promise?" "A long time ago, in the summer of 1958. There was another long pause, and he knew Steve Koval was trying to decide if Rich Records Tozier, a.k.a. Buford Kistdrivel, a.k.a. Wyatt the homicidal bag boy, etc., etc., was having him on or was having some kind of mental breakdown. "You would have been just a kid," Steve said flatly. 11, going on 12. Another long pause. Rich waited patiently. "All right," Steve said. "I'll shift the rotation. Put Mike in for you. I can call Chuck Foster to pull a few shifts, I guess, if I can find what Chinese restaurant he's currently holed up in. I'll do it because we go back a long way together. But I'm never going to forget you bushed out on me, Rich." "Oh, get down off it," Rich said. But the headache was getting worse. He knew what he was doing. Did Steve really think he didn't? "I need a few days off is all. You're acting like I took a shit on our FCC charter." "A few days off for what? The reunion of your Cub Scout pack in Shithouse Falls, North Dakota, or Pussy Hump City, West Virginia?" "Actually, I think Shithouse Falls in Arkansas, Bo," Buford Kistdrivel said in his big hollow-barrel voice. But Steve was not to be diverted. "Because you made a promise when you were 11?
Kids don't make serious promises when they're 11, for Christ's sake. And it's not even that, Rich, and you know it. This is not an insurance company. This is not a law office. This is show business, be it ever so humble, and you fucking well know it. If you had given me a week's notice, I wouldn't be holding this phone in one hand and a bottle of my Lanta in the other. You are putting my balls to the wall, and you know it. So don't you insult my intelligence. Steve was nearly screaming now, and Rich closed his eyes. I'm never going to forget it, Steve had said, and Rich supposed he never would. But Steve had also said kids didn't make serious promises when they were 11, and that wasn't true at all. Rich couldn't remember what the promise had been, wasn't sure he wanted to remember, but it had been plenty serious. Steve, I have to. Yeah, and I told you I could handle it, so go ahead. Go ahead, you busher. Steve, this is But Steve had already hung up. Rich put the phone down. He had barely started away from it when it began to ring again, and he knew without picking it up that it was Steve again, madder than ever. Talking to him at this point would do no good. Things would just get uglier. He slid the switch on the side of the phone to the right, cutting it off in mid-ring. He went upstairs, pulled 2 suitcases out of the closet, and filled them with the barely glanced-at conglomeration of clothes. Jeans, shirts, underwear, socks. It would not occur to him until later that he had taken nothing but kid clothes. He carried the suitcases back downstairs. On the den wall was a black-and-white Ansel Adams photograph of Big Sir. Rich swung it back on hidden hinges, exposing a barrel safe. He opened it, pawed his way past the paperwork. The house here, poised cozily between the fault line and the brush fire zone, 20 acres of timberland in Idaho, a bunch of stocks. He had bought the stock seemingly at random. When his brokers saw Rich coming, he immediately clutched his head. But the stocks had all risen steadily over the years. He was sometimes surprised by the thought that he was almost, not quite, but almost, a rich man. All courtesy of rock and roll music. And the voices, of course. House, acres, stocks, insurance policy, even a copy of his last will and testament. The strings that bind you tight to the map of your life, he thought. There was a sudden wild impulse to whip out his Zippo and light it up. The whole whore's combine of wherefores and know ye all men by these presents, and the bearer of this certificate is entitled's. And he could do it, too. The papers in his safe had suddenly ceased to signify anything. The first real terror struck him then, and there was nothing at all supernatural about it. It was only a realization of how easy it was to trash your life. That was what was so scary. You just dragged the fan up to everything you had spent the years raking together, and turn the motherfucker on. Easy. Burn it up or blow it away, then just take a powder. Behind the papers, which were only currency's second cousins, was the real stuff, the cash. $4,000 in 10s, 20s, and 50s. Taking it now, stuffing it into the pocket of his jeans, he wondered if he hadn't somehow known what he was doing when he put the money in here. $50 one month, 120 the next, maybe only 10 the month after that. Rat-hole money. Taking a powder money. Man, that's scary, he said, barely aware he had spoken. He was looking blankly out the big window at the beach. It was deserted now, the surfers gone, the honeymooners, if that was what they had been, gone too. Ah, yes, Doc. It all comes back to me now. Remember Stanley Uris, for instance? Bet your fur I do. Remember how we used to say that and think it was so cool? Stanley Urine, the big kids called him. Hey, Urine. Hey, you fucking Christ killer. Where you going? One of your fag friends gonna give you a BJ? He slammed the safe door shut and swung the picture back into place. When had he last thought of Stan Uris? 5 years ago? 10? 20? Rich and his family had moved away from Derry in the spring of 1960, and how fast all of their faces faded. His gang, that pitiful bunch of losers with their little clubhouse in what had been known then as the Barrens. Funny name for an area as lush with growth as that place had been. Kidding themselves that they were jungle explorers or Seabees carving out a landing strip on a Pacific atoll while they held off the Japs. Kidding themselves that they were dam builders, cowboys, spacemen on a jungle world, you name it. But whatever you name it, don't let's forget what it really was. It was hiding. Hiding from the big kids. Hiding from Henry Bowers and Victor Criss and Belch Huggins and the rest of them. What a bunch of losers they had been. Stan Uris with his big Jew-boy nose. Bill Denbrough, who could say nothing but "Hi-yo silver" without stuttering so badly that it drove you almost dog-shit. Beverly Marsh, with her bruises and her cigarettes rolled into the sleeve of her blouse. Ben Hanscom, who had been so big he looked like a human version of Moby Dick. And Richie Tozier, with his thick glasses and his A averages and his wise mouth and his face which just begged to be pounded into new and exciting shapes. Was there a word for what they had been? Oh, yes, there always was.
Le mot juste. In this case, le mot juste was wimps.
How it came back. How it all came back. And now he stood here in his den shivering as helplessly as a homeless mutt caught in a thunderstorm. Shivering because the guys he had run with weren't all he remembered. There were other things. Things he hadn't thought of in years, trembling just below the surface. Bloody things. A darkness. Some darkness. The house on Neibolt Street, and Bill screaming, "You could kill my brother, you fucker." Did he remember? Just enough not to want to remember any more. And you could bet your fur on that. A smell of garbage, a smell of shit, and a smell of something else. Something worse than either. It was the stink of the beast, the stink of it, down there in the darkness under Derry where the machines thundered on and on. He remembered George. But that was too much, and he ran for the bathroom, blundering into his Eames chair on his way and almost falling. He made it, barely. He slid across the slick tiles to the toilet on his knees like some weird break dancer, gripped the edges, and vomited everything in his guts. Even then it wouldn't stop. Suddenly he could see Georgie Denbrough as if he had last seen him yesterday. Georgie, who had been the start of it all. Georgie, who had been murdered in the fall of 1957. Georgie had died right after the flood. One of his arms had been ripped from its socket, and Rich had blocked all of that out of his memory. But sometimes those things come back. Oh, yes, indeedy, they come back. Sometimes they come back. The spasm passed, and Rich groped blindly for the flush. Water roared. His early supper, regurgitated in hot chunks, vanished tastefully down the drain, into the sewers, into the pound and stink and darkness of the sewers. He closed the lid, laid his forehead against it, and began to cry. It was the first time he had cried since his mother died in 1975. Without even thinking of what he was doing, he cupped his hands under his eyes, and the contact lenses he wore slipped out and lay glistening in his palms. 40 minutes later, feeling husked out and somehow cleansed, he threw his suitcases into the trunk of his MG and backed it out of the garage. The light was fading. He looked at his house with the new plantings. He looked at the beach, at the water, which had taken on the cast of pale emeralds broken by a narrow track of beaten gold. And a conviction stole over him that he would never see any of this again, that he was a dead man walking. "Going home now," Rich Tozier whispered to himself. "Going home, God help me, going home." He put the car in gear and went, feeling again how easy it had been to slip through an unsuspected fissure in what he had considered a solid life. How easy it was to get over onto the dark side, to sail out of the blue and into the black. Out of the blue and into the black, yes, that was it. Where anything might be waiting. 3. Ben Hanscom takes a drink. If on that night of May 28, 1985, you had wanted to find the man Time magazine had called perhaps the most promising young architect in America, Urban Energy Conservation and the Young Turks, Time, October 15, 1984, you would have had to drive west out of Omaha on Interstate 80 to do it. You'd have taken the Sweet Home exit and then Highway 81 to downtown Sweet Home, of which there isn't much. There you'd turn off on Highway 92 at Bucky's High Hat Eat-em-Up. Chicken fried steak our specialty. And once out on the country again, you'd hang a right on Highway 63, which runs straight as a string through the deserted little town of Gatlin, and finally into Hemingford Home. Downtown Hemingford Home made downtown Sweet Home look like New York City. The business district consisted of 8 buildings, 5 on one side and 3 on the other. There was the clean-cut barber shop. Propped in the window, a yellowing hand-lettered sign, fully 15 years old, read, "If you're a hippie, get your hair cut somewheres else." The second-run movie house, the Five and Dime. There was a branch of the Nebraska Homeowners Bank, a 76 gas station, a Rexall drug, and the National Farmstead and Hardware Supply. which was the only business in town which looked halfway prosperous. And near the end of the main drag, set off a little way from the other buildings like a pariah and resting on the edge of the big empty, you had your basic roadhouse, the Red Wheel. If you had gotten that far, you would have seen in the potholed dirt parking lot an aging 1968 Cadillac convertible with double CB antennas on the back. The vanity plate on the front read simply, Ben's Caddy. And inside, walking toward the bar, you would have found your man, lanky, sunburned, dressed in a chambray shirt, faded jeans, and a pair of scuffed engineer boots. There were faint squint lines around the corners of his eyes, but nowhere else. He looked perhaps 10 years younger than his actual age, which was 38. "Hello, Mr. Hanscom," Ricky Lee said, putting a paper napkin on the bar as Ben sat down. Ricky Lee sounded a trifle surprised, and he was. He had never seen Hanscom in the Wheel on a weeknight before. He came in regularly every Friday night for 2 beers, and every Saturday night for 4 or 5. He always asked after Ricky Lee's 3 boys. He always left the same $5 tip under his beer stein when he took off. In terms of both professional conversation and personal regard, he was far and away Ricky Lee's favorite customer. The $10 a week, and the 50 left under the stein at each Christmas time over the last 5 years, was fine enough. But the man's company was worth far more. Worthwhile company was always a rarity, but in a honky-tonk like this, where talk always came cheap, it was scarcer than hen's teeth. Although Hanscom's roots were in New England and he had gone to college in California, there was more than a touch of the extravagant Texan about him. Ricky Lee counted on Ben Hanscom's Friday, Saturday night stops because he had learned over the years that he could count on them. Mr. Hanscom might be building a skyscraper in New York, where he already had 3 of the most talked-about buildings in the city, a new art gallery in Redondo Beach, or a business building in Salt Lake City. But come Friday night, the door leading to the parking lot would open sometime between 8 o'clock and 9:30, and in he would stroll, as if he lived no farther than the other side of town and had decided to drop in because there was nothing good on TV. He had his own Lear jet and a private landing strip on his farm in Junkins. 2 years ago he had been in London, first designing and then overseeing the construction of the new BBC Communications Centre, a building that was still hotly debated pro and con in the British press. The Guardian, perhaps the most beautiful building to be constructed in London over the last 20 years. The Mirror, other than the face of my mother-in-law after a pub crawl, the ugliest thing I have ever seen. When Mr. Hanscom took that job, Ricky Lee had thought, well, I'll see him again sometime, or maybe he'll just forget all about us. And indeed, the Friday night after Ben Hanscom left for England had come and gone with no sign of him, although Ricky Lee found himself looking up quickly every time the door opened between 8 and 9:30. Well, I'll see him again sometime, maybe. Sometime turned out to be the next night. The door had opened at 9:15, and in he had ambled, wearing jeans and a Go Bama t-shirt and his old engineer boots, looking like he'd come from no farther away than cross town. And when Ricky Lee cried almost joyfully, "Hey, Mr. Hanscom, Christ, what are you doing here?" Mr. Hanscom had looked mildly surprised, as if there was nothing in the least unusual about his being here. Nor had that been a one-shot. He had showed up every Saturday during the 2-year course of his active involvement in the BBC job. He left London each Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on the Concorde, he told a fascinated Ricky Lee, and arrived at Kennedy in New York at 10:15 a.m., 45 minutes before he left London, at least by the clock. "God, it's like time travel, ain't it?" an impressed Ricky Lee had said. A limousine was standing by to take him over to Teterboro Airport in New Jersey, a trip which usually took no more than an hour on Saturday morning. He could be in the cockpit of his Lear before noon with no trouble at all, and touching down in Junkins by 2:30. If you head west fast enough, he told Ricky, the day just seems to go on forever. He would take a 2-hour nap, spend an hour with his foreman, and half an hour with his secretary. He would eat supper, and then come on over to the Red Wheel for an hour and a half or so. He always came in alone, he always sat at the bar, and he always left the way he had come in, although God knew there were plenty of women in this part of Nebraska who would have been happy to screw the socks off him. Back at the farm, he would catch 6 hours of sleep, and then the whole process would reverse itself. Ricky had never had a customer who failed to be impressed with this story. "Maybe he's gay," a woman had told him once. Ricky Lee glanced at her briefly, taking in the carefully styled hair, the carefully tailored clothes, which undoubtedly had designer labels, the diamond chips at her ears, the look in her eyes, and knew she was from somewhere back east, probably New York, out here on a brief duty visit to a relative or maybe an old school chum, and couldn't wait to get out again. "No," he had replied. "Mr. Hanscom ain't no sissy." She had taken a pack of Doral cigarettes from her purse and held one between her red, glistening lips until he lit it for her. "How do you know?" she had asked, smiling a little. "I just do," he said. And he did. He thought of saying to her, "I think he's the most god-awful lonely man I ever met in my life." But he wasn't going to say any such thing to this New York woman who was looking at him like he was some new and amusing type of life. Tonight Mr. Hanscom looked a little pale, a little distracted. "Hello, Ricky Lee," he said, sitting down, and then fell to studying his hands. Ricky Lee knew he was slated to spend the next 6 or 8 months in Colorado Springs, overseeing the start of the Mountain States Cultural Center, a sprawling 6-building complex which would be cut into the side of a mountain. "When it's done, people are going to say it looks like a giant kid left his toy blocks all over a flight of stairs," Ben had told Ricky Lee. "Some will, anyway, and they'll be at least half right. But I think it's going to work. It's the biggest thing I've ever tried, and putting it up is going to be scary as hell, but I think it's going to work." Ricky Lee supposed it was possible that Mr. Hanscom had a little touch of stage fright. Nothing surprising about that, and nothing wrong about it either. When you got big enough to be noticed, you got big enough to come gunning for. Or maybe he just had a touch of the bug. There was a hell of a lively one going around. Ricky Lee got a beer stein from the back bar and reached for the Olympia tap. "Don't do that, Ricky Lee." Ricky Lee turned back, surprised. And when Ben Hanscom looked up from his hands, he was suddenly frightened. Because Mr. Hanscom didn't look like he had stage fright or the virus that was going around or anything like that. He looked like he had just taken a terrible blow and was still trying to understand whatever it was that had hit him. "Someone died. He ain't married, but every man's got a family. And someone in his just bit the dust. That's what happened, just as sure as shit rolls downhill from a privy." Someone dropped a quarter in the jukebox, and Barbara Mandrell started to sing about a drunk man and a lonely woman. "You okay, Mr. Hanscom?" Ben Hanscom looked at Ricky Lee out of eyes that suddenly looked 20 years older than the rest of his face, and Ricky Lee was astonished to observe that Mr. Hanscom's hair was graying. He had never noticed any gray in his hair before. Hanscom smiled. The smile was ghastly, horrible. It was like watching a corpse smile. "I don't think I am, Ricky Lee. No, sir, not tonight, not at all." Ricky Lee set the stein down and walked back over to where Hanscom sat. The bar was as empty as a Monday night bar far outside of football season can get. There were fewer than 20 paying customers in the place. Annie was sitting by the door into the kitchen, playing cribbage with the short-order cook. "Bad news, Mr. Hanscom?" "Bad news, that's right. Bad news from home." He looked at Ricky Lee. He looked through Ricky Lee. "I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Hanscom." "Thank you, Ricky Lee." He fell silent, and Ricky Lee was about to ask him if there was anything he could do when Hanscom said, "What's your bar whiskey, Ricky Lee?" "For everyone else in this dump, it's 4 Roses," Ricky Lee said. "But for you, I think it's Wild Turkey." Hanscom smiled a little at that. "That's good of you, Ricky Lee. I think you better grab that stein after all. What you do is fill it up with Wild Turkey." "Fill it?" Ricky Lee asked, frankly astonished. "Christ, I'll have to roll you out of here." Or call an ambulance, he thought. "Not tonight," Hanscom said. "I don't think so." Ricky Lee looked carefully into Mr. Hanscom's eyes to see if he could possibly be joking, and it took less than a second to see that he wasn't. So he got the stein from the back bar and the bottle of Wild Turkey from one of the shelves below. The neck of the bottle chattered against the rim of the stein as he began to pour. He watched the whiskey gurgle out, fascinated in spite of himself. Ricky Lee decided it was more than just a touch of the Texan that Mr. Hanscom had in him. This had to be the biggest goddamn shot of whiskey he ever had poured or ever would pour in his life.
"Call an ambulance, my ass. He drinks this baby, and I'll be calling Parker and Waters and Sweet Home for their funeral hack."
Nevertheless, he brought it back and set it down in front of Hanscom. Ricky Lee's father had once told him that if a man was in his right mind, you brought him what he paid for, be it piss or poison. Ricky Lee didn't know if that was good advice or bad, but he knew that if you tended bar for a living, it went a fair piece toward saving you from being chomped into gator bait by your own conscience. Hanscom looked at the monster drink thoughtfully for a moment and then asked, "What do I owe you for a shot like that, Ricky Lee?" Ricky Lee shook his head slowly, eyes still on the stein full of whiskey, not wanting to look up and meet those socketed, staring eyes. "No," he said, "this one is on the house." Hanscom smiled again, this time more naturally. "Why, I thank you, Ricky Lee. Now I am going to show you something I learned about in Peru in 1978. I was working with a guy named Frank Billings, understudying with him, I guess you'd say. Frank Billings was the best damned architect in the world, I think. He caught a fever, and the doctors injected about 1 billion different antibiotics into him, and not a single one of them touched it. He burned for 2 weeks, and then he died. What I'm going to show you I learned from the Indians who worked on the project. The local popskull is pretty potent. You take a slug and you think it's going down pretty mellow, no problem, and then all at once it's like someone lit a blowtorch in your mouth and aimed it down your throat. But the Indians drink it like Coca-Cola, and I rarely saw one drunk, and I never saw one with a hangover. Never had the sack to try it their way myself. But I think I'll give it a go tonight. Bring me some of those lemon wedges there." Ricky Lee brought him 4 and laid them out neatly on a fresh napkin next to the stein of whiskey. Hanscom picked one of them up, tilted his head back like a man about to administer eye drops to himself, and then began to squeeze raw lemon juice into his right nostril. "Holy Jesus!" Ricky Lee cried, horrified. Hanscom's throat worked, his face flushed, and then Ricky Lee saw tears running down the flat planes of his face toward his ears. Now the Spinners were on the juke, singing about the rubber band man. "Oh, Lord, I just don't know how much of this I can stand," the Spinners sang. Hanscom groped blindly on the bar, found another slice of lemon, and squeezed the juice into his other nostril. "You're going to fucking kill yourself," Ricky Lee whispered. Hanscom tossed both of the wrung-out lemon wedges onto the bar. His eyes were fiery red, and he was breathing in hitching, wincing gasps. Clear lemon juice dripped from both of his nostrils and trickled down to the corners of his mouth. He groped for the stein, raised it, and drank 1/3 of it. Frozen, Ricky Lee watched his Adam's apple go up and down. Hanscom set the stein aside, shuddered twice, then nodded. He looked at Ricky Lee and smiled a little. His eyes were no longer red. "Works about like they said it did. You are so fucking concerned about your nose that you never feel what's going down your throat at all." "You're crazy, Mr. Hanscom," Ricky Lee said. "You bet your fur," Mr. Hanscom said. "You remember that one, Ricky Lee? We used to say that when we were kids. You bet your fur. Did I ever tell you I used to be fat?" "No, sir, you never did," Ricky Lee whispered. He was now convinced that Mr. Hanscom had received some intelligence so dreadful that the man really had gone crazy, or at least taken temporary leave of his senses. "I was a regular butterball. Never played baseball or basketball. Always got caught first when we played tag. Couldn't keep out of my own way. I was fat, all right. And there were these fellows in my hometown who used to take after me pretty regularly. There was a fellow named Reginald Huggins, only everyone called him Belch. A kid named Victor Chris, a few other guys. But the real brains of the combination was a fellow named Henry Bowers. If there has ever been a genuinely evil kid strutting across the skin of the world, Ricky Lee, Henry Bowers was that kid. I wasn't the only kid he used to take after. My problem was I couldn't run as fast as some of the others." Hanscom unbuttoned his shirt and opened it. Leaning forward, Ricky Lee saw a funny, twisted scar on Mr. Hanscom's stomach, just above his navel, puckered, white, and old. It was a letter, he saw. Someone had carved the letter H into the man's stomach, probably long before Mr. Hanscom had been a man. "Henry Bowers did that to me, about 1,000 years ago. I'm lucky I'm not wearing his whole damn name down there." "Mr. Hanscom." Hanscom took the other 2 lemon slices, one in each hand, tilted his head back, and took them like nose drops. He shuddered rackingly, put them aside, and took 2 big swallows from the stein. He shuddered again, took another gulp, and then groped for the padded edge of the bar with his eyes closed. For a moment he held on like a man on a sailboat clinging to the rail for support in a heavy sea. Then he opened his eyes again and smiled at Ricky Lee. "I could ride this bull all night," he said. "Mr. Hanscom, I wish you wouldn't do that anymore," Ricky Lee said nervously. Annie came over to the waitress's stand with her tray and called for a couple of Millers. Ricky Lee drew them and took them down to her. His legs felt rubbery. "Is Mr. Hanscom all right, Ricky Lee?" Annie asked. She was looking past Ricky Lee, and he turned to follow her gaze. Mr. Hanscom was leaning over the bar, carefully picking lemon slices out of the caddy where Ricky Lee kept the drink garnishes. "I don't know," he said. "I don't think so." "Well, get your thumb out of your ass and do something about it." Annie was, like most other women, partial to Ben Hanscom. "I don't know. My daddy always said that if a man's in his right mind—" "Your daddy didn't have the brains God gave a gopher," Annie said. "Never mind your daddy. You've got to put a stop to that, Ricky Lee. He's going to kill himself." Thus given his marching orders, Ricky Lee went back down to where Ben Hanscom sat. "Mr. Hanscom, I really think you've had an—" Hanscom tilted his head back, squeezed, actually sniffed the lemon juice back this time, as if it were cocaine. He gulped whiskey as if it were water. He looked at Ricky Lee solemnly. "Bing bang, I saw the whole gang dancing on my living room rug," he said, and then laughed. There was maybe 2 inches of whiskey left in the stein. "That is enough," Ricky Lee said, and reached for the stein. Hanscom moved it gently out of his reach. "Damage has been done, Ricky Lee," he said. "The damage has been done, boy." "Mr. Hanscom, please." "I've got something for your kids, Ricky Lee. Damn if I didn't almost forget." He was wearing a faded denim vest, and now he reached something out of one of its pockets. Ricky Lee heard a muted clink. "My dad died when I was 4, Hanscom said. There was no slur at all in his voice. "Left us a bunch of debts and these. I want your kiddos to have them, Ricky Lee." He put 3 cartwheel silver dollars on the bar where they gleamed under the soft lights. Ricky Lee caught his breath. "Mr. Hanscom, that's very kind, but I couldn't. There used to be 4, but I gave one of them to Stuttering Bill and the others. Bill Denbrough, that was his real name. Stuttering Bill's just what we used to call him, just a thing we used to say, like you bet your fur. He was one of the best friends I ever had. I did have a few, you know. Even a fat kid like me had a few. Stuttering Bill's a writer now." Ricky Lee barely heard him. He was looking at the cartwheels, fascinated. 1921, 1923, and 1924. God knew what they were worth now, just in terms of the pure silver they contained. "I couldn't," he said again. "But I insist." Mr. Hanscom took hold of the stein and drained it. He should have been flat on his keister, but his eyes never left Ricky Lee's. Those eyes were watery and very bloodshot, but Ricky Lee would have sworn on a stack of Bibles that they were also the eyes of a sober man. "You're scaring me a little, Mr. Hanscom," Ricky Lee said. 2 years ago, Gresham Arnold, a rum-dum of some local repute, had come into the Red Wheel with a roll of quarters in his hand and a $20 bill stuck into the band of his hat. He handed the roll to Annie with instructions to feed the quarters into the jukebox by 4s. He put the 20 on the bar and instructed Ricky Lee to set up drinks for the house. This rum-dum, this Gresham Arnold, had long ago been a star basketball player for the Hemingford Rams, leading them to their first, and most likely last, high school team championship. In 1961 that had been. An almost unlimited future seemed to lie ahead of the young man. But he had flunked out of LSU his first semester, a victim of drink, drugs, and all-night parties. He came home, cracked up the yellow convertible his folks had given him as a graduation present, and got a job as head salesman at his daddy's John Deere dealership. 5 years passed. His father could not bear to fire him, and so he finally sold the dealership and retired to Arizona, a man haunted and made old before his time by the inexplicable and apparently irreversible degeneration of his son. While the dealership still belonged to his daddy, and he was at least pretending to work, Arnold had made some effort to keep the booze at arm's length. Afterward, it got him completely. He could get mean, but he had been just as sweet as horehound candy the night he brought in the quarters and set up drinks for the house, and everyone had thanked him kindly, and Annie kept playing Mo Bandy songs because Gresham Arnold liked old Mo Bandy. He sat there at the bar, on the very stool where Mr. Hanscom was sitting now, Ricky Lee realized with steadily deepening unease, and drank 3 or 4 bourbon and bitters, and sang along with the juke and caused no trouble, and went home when Ricky Lee closed the wheel up, and hanged himself with his belt in an upstairs closet. Gresham Arnold's eyes that night had looked a little bit like Ben Hanscom's eyes looked right now. "Scaring you a bit, am I?" Hanscom asked, his eyes never leaving Ricky Lee's. He pushed the stein away and then folded his hands neatly in front of those 3 silver cartwheels. "I probably am. But you're not as scared as I am, Ricky Lee. Pray to Jesus you never are." "Well, what's the matter?" Ricky Lee asked. "Maybe," he wet his lips, "maybe I can give you a help." "The matter?" Ben Hanscom laughed. "Why, not too much. I had a call from an old friend tonight, guy named Mike Hanlon. I'd forgotten all about him, Ricky Lee, but that didn't scare me much. After all, I was just a kid when I knew him, and kids forget things, don't they?" "Sure they do. You bet your fur. What scared me was getting about halfway over here and realizing that it wasn't just Mike I'd forgotten about. I'd forgotten everything about being a kid." Ricky Lee only looked at him. He had no idea what Mr. Hanscom was talking about. But the man was scared, all right. No question about that. It sat funny on Ben Hanscom, but it was real. "I mean I'd forgotten all about it," he said, and rapped his knuckles lightly on the bar for emphasis. "Did you ever hear, Ricky Lee, of having an amnesia so complete you didn't even know you had amnesia?" Ricky Lee shook his head. "Me either. But there I was, tooling along in the caddy tonight, and all of a sudden it hit me. I remembered Mike Hanlon, but only because he called me on the phone. I remembered Derry, but only because that was where he was calling from." "Derry?" "But that was all. It hit me that I hadn't even thought about being a kid since I don't even know when. And then, just like that, it all started to flood back in, like what we did with the 4th silver dollar." "What did you do with it, Mr. Hanscom?" Hanscom looked at his watch and suddenly slipped down from his stool. He staggered a bit, the slightest bit. That was all. "Can't let the time get away from me," he said. "I'm flying tonight." Ricky Lee looked instantly alarmed, and Hanscom laughed. "Flying but not driving the plane. Not this time. United Airlines, Ricky Lee." "Oh." He supposed his relief showed on his face, but he didn't care. "Where are you going?" Hanscom's shirt was still open. He looked thoughtfully down at the puckered white lines of the old scar on his belly, and then began to button the shirt over it. "Thought I told you that, Ricky Lee. Home. I'm going home. Give those cartwheels to your kids." He started toward the door, and something about the way he walked, even the way he hitched at the sides of his pants, terrified Ricky Lee. The resemblance to the late and mostly unlamented Gresham Arnold was suddenly so acute it was nearly like seeing a ghost. "Mr. Hanscom!" he cried in alarm. Hanscom turned back, and Ricky Lee stepped quickly backward. His ass hit the back bar, and glassware gossiped briefly as the bottles knocked together. He stepped back because he was suddenly convinced that Ben Hanscom was dead. Yes, Ben Hanscom was lying dead someplace, in a ditch or an attic, or possibly in a closet with a belt noosed around his neck and the toes of his $400 cowboy boots dangling an inch or two above the floor. And this thing standing near the juke and staring back at him was a ghost. For a moment, just a moment, but it was plenty long enough to cover his working heart with a rime of ice. He was convinced he could see tables and chairs right through the man. "What is it, Ricky Lee?" No, nothing." Ben Hanscom looked out at Ricky Lee from eyes which had dark purple crescents beneath them. His cheeks burned with liquor. His nose looked red and sore. "Nothing," Ricky Lee whispered again. But he couldn't take his eyes from that face, the face of a man who has died deep in sin and now stands hard by hell's smoking side door. "I was fat and we were poor," Ben Hanscom said. "I remember that now. And I remember that either a girl named Beverly or Stuttering Bill saved my life with a silver dollar. I'm scared, almost insane by whatever else I may remember before tonight's over. But how scared I am doesn't matter, because it's going to come anyway. It's all there, like a great big bubble that's growing in my mind. But I'm going, because all I've ever gotten and all I have now is somehow due to what we did then. And you pay for what you get in this world. Maybe that's why God made us kids first and built us close to the ground, because he knows you got to fall down a lot and bleed a lot before you learn that one simple lesson. You pay for what you get. You own what you pay for. And sooner or later, whatever you own comes back home to you. You gonna be back this weekend, though, ain't you? Ricky Lee asked through numbed lips. In his increasing distress, this was all he could find to hold on to. You gonna be back this weekend just like always, ain't you? I don't know, Mr. Hanscom said, and smiled a terrible smile. I'm going a lot farther than London this time, Ricky Lee. Mr. Hanscom? You give those cartwheels to your kids, he repeated, and slipped out into the night. What the blue hell? Annie asked, but Ricky Lee ignored her. He flipped up the bar's partition and ran over to one of the windows which looked out on the parking lot. He saw the headlights of Mr. Hanscom's caddy come on, heard the engine rev. It pulled out of the dirt lot, kicking up a rooster tail of dust behind it. The taillights dwindled away to red points down Highway 63, and the Nebraska night wind began to pull the hanging dust apart. He took on a boxcar full of booze, and you let him get in that big car of his and drive away, Annie said. Way to go, Ricky Lee. Never mind. He's going to kill himself. And although this had been Ricky Lee's own thought less than 5 minutes ago, he turned to her when the taillights winked out of sight and shook his head. I don't think so, he said. Although the way he looked tonight, it might be better for him if he did. What did he say to you? He shook his head. It was all confused in his mind, and the sum total of it seemed to mean nothing. It doesn't matter, but I don't think we're ever going to see that old boy again. 4. Eddie Casbrack takes his medicine. If you would know all there is to know about an American man or woman in the middle class as the millennium nears its end, you would need only to look in his or her medicine cabinet. Or so it has been said. But, dear Lord, get a look into this one as Eddie Casbrack slides it open, mercifully sliding aside his white face and wide staring eyes. On the top shelf there's Anacin, Excedrin PM, Contac, Gelusil, Tylenol, and a large blue jar of Vicks, looking like a bit of brooding deep twilight under glass. There is a bottle of Vivarin, a bottle of Cerutan. That's Nature's spelled backwards, the ads on Lawrence Welk used to say when Eddie Casbrack was but a wee slip of a lad. And 2 bottles of Phillips Milk of Magnesia, the regular, which tastes like liquid chalk, and the new mint flavor, which tastes like mint-flavored liquid chalk. Here is a large bottle of Rolaids standing chummily close to a large bottle of Tums. The Tums are standing next to a large bottle of orange-flavored Digel tablets. The 3 of them look like a trio of strange piggy banks stuffed with pills instead of dimes. Second shelf, and dig the Vites. You got your E, your C with rose hips. You got B simple and B complex and B12. There's L-lysine, which is supposed to do something about those embarrassing skin problems. And lecithin, which is supposed to do something about that embarrassing cholesterol buildup in and around the big pump. There's iron, calcium, and cod liver oil. There's one-a-day multiples, Myodec multiples, Centrum multiples. And sitting up on top of the cabinet itself is a gigantic bottle of Geritol, just for good measure. Moving right along to Eddie's 3rd shelf, we find the utility infielders of the patent medicine world. X-Lax, Carter's Little Pills. Those 2 keep Eddie Casbrack moving the mail. Here nearby is Kaopectate, Pepto-Bismol, and Preparation H in case the mail moves too fast or too painfully. Also some Tux in a screw-top jar just to keep everything tidy after the mail has gone through, be it just an advertising circular or 2 addressed to occupant or a big old special delivery package. Here is Formula 44 for coughs, NyQuil and Dristan for colds, and a big bottle of castor oil. There's a tin of Sucrets in case Eddie's throat gets sore, and there's a quartet of mouthwashes. Chloraseptic, Cepacol, Cepastat in the spray bottle, and of course good old Listerine, often imitated but never duplicated. Visine and Murine for the eyes, Cordaid and Neosporin ointment for the skin. The second line of defense if the L-lysine doesn't live up to expectations. A tube of Oxy 5 and a plastic bottle of Oxy Wash, because Eddie would definitely rather have a few less cents than a few more zits, and some tetracycline pills. And off to one side, clustered like bitter conspirators, are 3 bottles of coal tar shampoo. The bottom shelf is almost deserted, but the stuff which is here means serious business. You could cruise on this stuff, okay? On this stuff you could fly higher than Ben Hanscom's jet and crash harder than Thurman Munson's. There's Valium, Percodan, Elavil, and Darvon Complex. There is also another Sucrets box on this low shelf, but there are no Sucrets in it. If you open that one, you would find 6 Quaaludes. Eddie Casbrack believed in the Boy Scout motto. He was swinging a blue tote bag as he came into the bathroom. He set it on the sink, unzipped it, and then with trembling hands he began to spill bottles and jars and tubes and squeeze bottles and spray bottles into it. Under other circumstances, he would have taken them out handful by careful handful, but there was no time for such niceties now. The choice, as Eddie saw it, was as simple as it was brutal. Get moving and keep moving, or stand in one place long enough to start thinking about what all of this meant and simply die of fright. "Eddie?" Myra called from downstairs. "Eddie, what are you doing?" Eddie dropped the Sucrets box containing the ludes into the bag. The medicine cabinet was now entirely empty except for Myra's Midol and a small, almost used-up tube of Blistex. He paused for a moment and then grabbed the Blistex. He started to zip the bag closed, debated, and then threw in the Midol as well. She could always buy more. "Eddie!" From halfway up the stairs now. Eddie zipped the bag the rest of the way closed and then left the bathroom, swinging it by his side. He was a short man with a timid, rabbity sort of face. Much of his hair was gone. What was left grew in listless, piebald patches. The weight of the bag pulled him noticeably to one side. An extremely large woman was climbing slowly to the second floor. Eddie could hear the stairs creak protestingly under her. "What are you doing?" Eddie did not need a shrink to tell him that he had, in a sense, married his mother. Myra Casbrack was huge. She had only been big when Eddie married her 5 years ago, but he sometimes thought his subconscious had seen the potential for hugeness in her. God knew his own mother had been a whopper. And she looked somehow more huge than ever as she reached the second-floor landing. She was wearing a white nightgown which swelled Comer-like at bosom and hip. Her face, devoid of makeup, was white and shiny. She looked badly frightened. "I have to go away for a while," Eddie said. "What do you mean you have to go away? What was that telephone call?" "Nothing," he said, fleeing abruptly down the hallway to their walk-in closet. He put the tote bag down, opened the closet's fold-back door, and raked aside the half-dozen identical black suits which hung there, as conspicuous as a thundercloud among the other more brightly colored clothes. He always wore one of the black suits when he was working. He bent into the closet, smelled mothballs and wool, and pulled out one of the suitcases from the back. He opened it and began throwing clothes in. Her shadow fell over him. "What's this about, Eddie? Where are you going? You tell me." "I can't tell you." She stood there, watching him, trying to decide what to say next or what to do. The thought of simply bundling him into the closet and then standing with her back against the door until this madness had passed crossed her mind. But she was unable to bring herself to do it, although she certainly could have. She was 3 inches taller than Eddie and outweighed him by 100 pounds. She couldn't think of what to do or say, because this was so utterly unlike him. She could not have been any more dismayed and frightened if she had walked into the television room and found their new big-screen TV floating in the air. "You can't go," she heard herself saying. "You promised you'd get me Al Pacino's autograph." It was an absurdity, God knew it was, but at this point even an absurdity was better than nothing. "You'll still get it," Eddie said. "You'll have to drive him yourself." Oh, here was a new terror to join those already circling in her poor dazzled head. She uttered a small scream. "I can't. I never—" "You'll have to," he said. He was examining his shoes now. "There's no one else." "Neither of my uniforms fit anymore. They're too tight in the tits." "Have Dolores let one of them out," he said implacably. He threw 2 pairs of shoes back, found an empty shoebox, and popped a 3rd pair into it. Good black shoes, plenty of use left in them still, but looking just a bit too worn to wear on the job. When you drove rich people around New York for a living, many of them famous rich people, everything had to look just right. These shoes no longer looked just right. but he supposed they would do for where he was going, and for whatever he might have to do when he got there. Maybe Richie Tozier would. But then the blackness threatened, and he felt his throat beginning to close up. Eddie realized with real panic that he had packed the whole damn drugstore and had left the most important thing of all, his aspirator, downstairs on top of the stereo cabinet. He banged the suitcase closed and latched it. He looked around at Myra, who was standing there in the hallway with her hand pressed against the short, thick column of her neck as if she were the one with the asthma. She was staring at him, her face full of perplexity and terror. And he might have felt sorry for her if his heart had not already been so filled with terror for himself. "What's happened, Eddie? Who is that on the telephone? Are you in trouble?" "You are, aren't you? What kind of trouble are you in?" He walked toward her, zipper bag in one hand and suitcase in the other, standing more or less straight now that he was more evenly weighted. She moved in front of him, blocking off the stairway, and at first he thought she would not give way. Then, when his face was about to crash into the soft roadblock of her breasts, she did give way, fearfully. As he walked past, never slowing, she burst into miserable tears. "I can't drive, Al Pacino," she bawled. "I'll smash into a stop sign or something. I know I will. Eddie, I'm scared." He looked at the Seth Thomas clock on the table by the stairs. 9:20. The canned-sounding Delta clerk had told him he had already missed the last flight north to Maine. That one had left LaGuardia at 8:25. He had called Amtrak and discovered there was a late train to Boston departing Penn Station at 11:30. It would drop him off at South Station, where he could take a cab to the offices of Cape Cod Limousine on Arlington Street. Cape Cod and Eddie's company, Royal Crest, had worked out a useful and friendly reciprocal arrangement over the years. A quick call to Butch Carrington in Boston had taken care of his transportation north. Butch said he would have a Cadillac limo gassed and ready for him. So he would go in style, and with no pain-in-the-ass client sitting in the back seat, stinking the air up with a big cigar and asking if Eddie knew where he could score a broad or a few grams of coke or both. Going in style, all right, he thought. Only way you could go in more style would be if you were going in a hearse. But don't worry, Eddie. That's probably how you'll come back. If there's enough of you left to pick up, that is. Eddie? 9:20. Plenty of time to talk to her, plenty of time to be kind. But it would have been so much better if this had been her whist night, if he could have just slipped out, leaving a note under one of the magnets on the refrigerator door. The refrigerator door was where he left all his notes for Myra, because there she never missed them. Leaving that way, like a fugitive, would not have been good, but this was even worse. This was like having to leave home all over again, and that had been so hard he'd had to do it 3 times. Sometimes home is where the heart is, Eddie thought randomly. I believe that. Old Bobby Frost said home's the place where, when you have to go there, they have to take you in. Unfortunately, it's also the place where, once you're in there, they don't ever want to let you out. He stood at the head of the stairs, forward motion temporarily spent, filled with fear, breath wheezing noisily in and out of the pinhole his throat had become, and regarded his weeping wife. "Come on downstairs with me, and I'll tell you what I can," he said. Eddie put his 2 bags, clothes in one, medicine in the other, by the door in the front hall. He remembered something else then, or rather the ghost of his mother, who had been dead many years, but who still spoke frequently in his mind, remembered for him. "You know when your feet get wet, you always get a cold, Eddie. You're not like other people. You have a very weak system. You have to be careful. That's why you must always wear your rubbers when it rains." It rained a lot in Derry. Eddie opened the front hall closet, got his rubbers off the hook where they hung neatly in a plastic bag, and put them in his clothes suitcase. "That's a good boy, Eddie." He and Myra had been watching TV when the shit hit the fan. Eddie went into the television room and pushed the button which lowered the screen of the Murovision TV. Its screen was so big that it made Freeman McNeil look like a visitor from Brobdingnag on Sunday afternoons. He picked up the telephone and called a taxi. The dispatcher told him it would probably be 15 minutes. Eddie said that was no problem. He hung up and grabbed his aspirator off the top of their expensive Sony compact disc player. I spent $1,500 on a state-of-the-art sound system so that Myra wouldn't miss a single golden note on her Barry Manilow records and her Supreme's greatest hits, he thought, and then felt a flush of guilt. That wasn't fair, and he damn well knew it. Myra would have been just as happy with her old scratchy records as she was with the new 45 RPM-sized laser discs. Just as she would have been happy to keep on living in the little four-room house in Queens until they were both old and gray. And if the truth were told, there was a little snow on Eddie Casbrack's mountain already. He had bought the luxury sound system for the same reasons that he had bought this low fieldstone house on Long Island, where the two of them often rattled around like the last two peas in a can, because he had been able to, and because they were ways of appeasing the soft, frightened, often bewildered, always implacable voice of his mother. They were ways of saying, "I made it, Ma. Look at all this. I made it. Now will you please, for Christ's sake, shut up a while?" Eddie stuffed the aspirator into his mouth and, like a man miming suicide, pulled the trigger. A cloud of awful licorice taste roiled and boiled its way down his throat, and Eddie breathed deeply. He could feel breathing passages which had almost closed start to open up again. The tightness in his chest started to ease, and suddenly he heard voices in his mind, ghost voices. "Didn't you get the note I sent you?" "I got it, Mrs. Casbrack, but—" "Well, in case you can't read, Coach Black, let me tell you in person. Are you ready?" "Mrs. Casbrack." "Good. Here it comes, from my lips to your ears. Ready? My Eddie cannot take physical education. I repeat, he cannot take phys ed. Eddie is very delicate, and if he runs or jumps—" "Mrs. Casbrack, I have the results of Eddie's last physical on file in my office. That's a state requirement. It says that Eddie is a little small for his age, but otherwise he's absolutely normal. So I called your family physician just to be sure, and he confirmed." "Are you saying I'm a liar, Coach Black? Is that it? Well, here he is. Here's Eddie standing right beside me. Can you hear the way he's breathing? Can you?" "Mom, please. I'm all right." "Eddie, you know better than that. I taught you better than that. Don't interrupt your elders." "I hear him, Mrs. Casbrack, but—" "Do you? Good. I thought maybe you were deaf. He sounds like a truck going uphill in low gear, doesn't he? And if that isn't asthma—" "Mom, I'll be—" "Be quiet, Eddie. Don't interrupt me again. If that isn't asthma, Coach Black, then I'm Queen Elizabeth." "Mrs. Casbrack, Eddie often seems very well and happy in his physical education classes. He loves to play games, and he runs quite fast. In my conversation with Dr. Baines, the word psychosomatic came up. I wonder if you've considered the possibility that—" "That my son is crazy? Is that what you're trying to say? Are you trying to say that my son is crazy?" "No, but—" "He's delicate." "Mrs. Casbrack." "My son is very delicate." "Mrs. Casbrack, Dr. Baines confirmed that he could find nothing at all." "Physically wrong," Eddie finished. The memory of that humiliating encounter, his mother screaming at Coach Black in the Derry Elementary School gymnasium while he gasped and cringed at her side, and the other kids huddled around one of the baskets and watched, had recurred to him tonight for the first time in years. Nor was that the only memory which Mike Hanlon's call was going to bring back, he knew. He could feel many others, as bad or even worse, crowding and jostling like sale-mad shoppers bottlenecked in a department store doorway. But soon the bottleneck would break, and they would be along. He was quite sure of that. And what would they find on sale? His sanity? Could be. Half price. Smoke and water damage. Everything must go. "Nothing physically wrong," he repeated, took a deep, shuddery breath, and stuffed the aspirator into his pocket. "Eddie," Myra said, "please tell me what all of this is about." Tear tracks shone on her chubby cheeks. Her hands twisted restlessly together like a pair of pink and hairless animals at play. Once, shortly before actually proposing marriage, he had taken a picture of Myra, which she had given him, and had put it next to one of his mother, who had died of congestive heart failure at the age of 64. At the time of her death, Eddie's mother had topped the scales at over 400 pounds, 406 to be exact. She had become something nearly monstrous by then. Her body had seemed nothing more than boobs and butt and belly, all overtopped by her pasty, perpetually dismayed face. But the picture of her which he put next to Myra's picture had been taken in 1944, 2 years before he had been born. "You were a very sickly baby," the ghost mom now whispered in his ear. "Many times we despaired of your life." In 1944, his mother had been a relatively svelte 180 pounds. He had made that comparison, he supposed, in a last-ditch effort to stop himself from committing psychological incest. He looked from Mother to Myra, and back again to Mother. They could have been sisters. The resemblance was that close. Eddie looked at the two nearly identical pictures and promised himself he would not do this crazy thing. He knew that the boys at work were already making jokes about Jack Spratt and his wife. But they didn't know the half of it. The jokes and snide remarks he could take. But did he really want to be a clown in such a Freudian circus as this? No, he did not. He would break it off with Myra. He would let her down gently because she was really very sweet and had had even less experience with men than he'd had with women. And then, after she had finally sailed over the horizon of his life, he could maybe take those tennis lessons he'd been thinking of for such a long time. Eddie often seems very well and happy in his physical education classes. Or there were the pool memberships they were selling at the UN Plaza Hotel. Eddie loves to play games. Not to mention that health club which had opened up on 3rd Avenue across from the garage. Eddie runs quite fast. He runs quite fast when you're not here, runs quite fast when there's nobody around to remind him of how delicate he is, and I see in his face, Mrs. Casbrack, that he knows even now, at the age of 9, he knows that the biggest favor in the world he could do himself would be to run fast in any direction. You're not going to let him go, Mrs. Casbrack. Let him run. But in the end, he had married Myra anyway. In the end, the old ways and the old habits had simply been too strong. Home was the place where, when you have to go there, they have to chain you up. Oh, he might have beaten his mother's ghost. It would have been hard, but he was quite sure he could have done that much, if that had been all which needed doing. It was Myra herself who had ended up tipping the scales away from independence. Myra had condemned him with solicitude, had nailed him with concern, had chained him with sweetness. Myra, like his mother, had reached the final, fatal insight into his character. Eddie was all the more delicate because he sometimes suspected he was not delicate at all. Eddie needed to be protected from his own dim intimations of possible bravery. On rainy days, Myra always took his rubbers out of the plastic bag in the closet and put them by the coat rack next to the door. Beside his plate of unbuttered wheat toast each morning was a dish of what might have been taken at a casual glance for a multicolored pre-sweetened children's cereal, but which a closer look would have revealed to be a whole spectrum of vitamins, most of which Eddie had in his medicine bag right now. Myra, like Mother, understood, and there had really been no chance for him. As a young unmarried man, he had left his mother 3 times and returned home to her 3 times. Then, 4 years after his mother had died in the front hall of her Queens apartment, blocking the front door so completely with her bulk that the MedQ guys, called by the people downstairs when they heard the monstrous thud of Mrs. Casbrack going down for the final count, had to break in through the locked door between the apartment's kitchen and the service stairwell. He had returned home for a 4th and final time. At least he had believed then it was for the final time. Home again, jiggity-jog. Home again with Myra the hog. A hog she was, but she was a sweet hog, and he loved her, and there had really been no chance for him at all. She had drawn him to her with the fatal, hypnotizing snake's eyes of understanding. Home again forever, he had thought then. But maybe I was wrong, he thought. Maybe this isn't home, nor ever was. Maybe home is where I have to go tonight. Home is the place where, when you go there, you have to finally face the thing in the dark. He shuddered helplessly, as if he had gone outside without his rubbers and caught a terrible chill. "Eddie, please." She was beginning to weep again. Tears were her final defense, just as they had always been his mother's, the soft weapon which paralyzes, which turns kindness and tenderness into fatal chinks in one's armor. Not that he'd ever worn much armor anyway. Suits of armor did not seem to fit him very well. Tears had been more than a defense for his mother. They had been a weapon. Myra had rarely used her own tears so cynically. But cynically or not, he realized she was trying to use them that way now. And she was succeeding. He couldn't let her. It would be too easy to think of how lonely it was going to be, sitting in a seat on that train as it barreled north toward Boston through the darkness, his suitcase overhead and his tote bag full of nostrums between his feet, the fear sitting on his chest like a rancid Vicks pack. Too easy to let Myra take him upstairs and make love to him with aspirins and an alcohol rub, and put him to bed where they might or might not make a franker sort of love. But he had promised. Promised. "Myra, listen to me," he said, making his voice purposely dry, purposely matter-of-fact. She looked at him with wet, naked, terrified eyes. He thought he would try now to explain, as best he could. He would tell her about how Mike Hanlon had called and told him that it had started again. And yes, he thought most of the others were coming. But what came out of his mouth was much saner stuff. "Go down to the office first thing in the morning. Talk to Phil. Tell him I had to take off and that you'll drive Pacino." "Eddie, I just can't," she wailed. "He's a big star. If I get lost, he'll shout at me. I know he will. He'll shout. They all do when the driver gets lost. And I'll cry. There could be an accident. There probably will be an accident. Eddie, you have to stay home. For God's sake, stop it." She recoiled from his voice, hurt. Although Eddie gripped his aspirator, he would not use it. She would see that as a weakness, one she could use against him. "Dear God, if you are there, please believe me when I say I don't want to hurt Myra. I don't want to cut her, don't even want to bruise her. But I promised, we all promised. We swore in blood. Please help me, God, because I have to do this." "I hate it when you shout at me, Eddie," she whispered. "Myra, I hate it when I have to," he said, and she winced. "There you go, Eddie. You hurt her again. Why don't you just punch her around the room a few times? That would probably be kinder and quicker." Suddenly, probably it was the thought of punching someone around the room which caused the image to come. He saw the face of Henry Bowers. It was the first time he had thought of Bowers in years, and it did nothing for his peace of mind, nothing at all. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them and said, "You won't get lost, and he won't shout at you. Mr. Pacino is very nice, very understanding." He had never driven Pacino before in his life, but contented himself with knowing that at least the law of averages was on the side of this lie. According to popular myth, most celebrities were shitheels, but Eddie had driven enough of them to know it usually wasn't true. There were, of course, exceptions to the rule, and in most cases the exceptions were real monstrosities. He hoped fervently for Myra's sake that Pacino wasn't one of these. "Is he?" she asked timidly. "Yes, he is." "How do you know?" "Demetrios drove him 2 or 3 times when he worked at Manhattan Limousine," Eddie said glibly. "He said Mr. Pacino always tipped at least $50. "I wouldn't care if he only tipped me 50 cents, as long as he didn't shout at me." "Myra, it's all as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1, you make the pickup at the St. Regis tomorrow at 7 p.m. and take him over to the ABC building. They're retaping the last act of this play Pacino's in. American Buffalo, I think it's called. 2, you take him back to the St. Regis around 11. 3, you go back to the garage, turn in the car, and sign the green sheet." "That's all?" "That's all. You can do it standing on your head, Marty." She usually giggled at this pet name, but now she only looked at him with a painful childlike solemnity. "What if he wants to go out to dinner instead of back to the hotel, or for drinks, or for dancing?" "I don't think he will, but if he does, you take him. If it looks like he's going to party all night, you can call Phil Thomas on the radio phone after midnight. By then he'll have a driver free to relieve you. I'd never stick you with something like this in the first place if I had a driver who was free, but I got 2 guys out sick, Demetrios on vacation, and everyone else booked up solid. You'll be snug in your own bed by 1 in the morning, Marty. 1 in the morning at the very, very latest. I absolutely guarantee it." She didn't laugh at absolutely either. He cleared his throat and leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Instantly the ghost mom whispered, "Don't sit that way, Eddie. It's bad for your posture, and it cramps your lungs. You have very delicate lungs." He sat up straight again, hardly aware he was doing it. "This better be the only time I have to drive," she nearly moaned. "I've turned into such a horse in the last 2 years, and my uniforms look so bad now. It's the only time, I swear." "Who called you, Eddie?" As if on cue, lights swept across the wall. A horn honked once as the cab turned into the driveway. He felt a surge of relief. They had spent the 15 minutes talking about Pacino instead of Derry and Mike Hanlon and Henry Bowers, and that was good. Good for Myra and good for him as well.
He did not want to spend any time thinking or talking about those things until he had to. Eddie stood up. "It's my cab." She got up so fast she tripped over the hem of her own nightgown and fell forward. Eddie caught her, but for a moment the issue was in grave doubt. She outweighed him by 100 pounds. And she was beginning to blubber again. "Eddie, you have to tell me." "I can't. There's no time." "You never kept anything from me before, Eddie," she wept. "And I'm not now. Not really. I don't remember it all. At least not yet. The man who called is an old friend. You'll get sick," she said desperately, following him as he walked toward the front hall again. "I know you will. Let me come, Eddie, please. I'll take care of you. Pacino can get a cab or something. It won't kill him. What do you say, okay?" Her voice was rising, becoming frantic, and to Eddie's horror she began to look more and more like his mother as she had looked in the last months before she died, old and fat and crazy. "I'll rub your back and see that you get your pills. I'll help you. I won't talk if you don't want me to, but you can tell me everything, Eddie. Eddie, please don't go. Eddie, please, please." He was striding down the hall to the front door now, walking blind, head down, moving as a man moves against a high wind. He was wheezing again. When he picked up the bags, each of them seemed to weigh 100 pounds. He could feel her plump pink hands on him, touching, exploring, pulling with helpless desire but no real strength, trying to seduce him with her sweet tears of concern, trying to draw him back. "I'm not going to make it," he thought desperately. The asthma was worse now, worse than it had been since he was a kid. He reached for the doorknob, but it seemed to be receding from him, receding into the blackness of outer space. "If you stay, I'll make you a sour cream coffee cake," she babbled. "We'll have popcorn. I'll make your favorite turkey dinner. I'll make it for breakfast tomorrow morning if you want. I'll start right now. And giblet gravy. Eddie, please, I'm scared. You're scaring me so bad." She grabbed his collar and pulled him backward, like a beefy cop putting the grab on a suspicious fellow who was trying to flee. With a final fading effort, Eddie kept going. And when he was at the absolute end of his strength and ability to resist, he felt her grip trail away. She gave one final wail. His fingers closed around the doorknob. How blessedly cool it was. He pulled the door open and saw a checker cab sitting out there, an ambassador from the land of sanity. The night was clear. The stars were bright and lucid. He turned back to Myra, whistling and wheezing. "You need to understand that this isn't something I want to do," he said. "If I had a choice, any choice at all, I wouldn't go. Please understand that, Marty. I'm going, but I'll be coming back." Oh, but that felt like a lie. "When? How long?" "A week, or maybe 10 days. Surely no longer than that." "A week!" she screamed, clutching at her bosom like a diva in a bad opera. "A week, 10 days. Please, Eddie, please." "Marty, stop, okay? Just stop." For a wonder, she did. Stopped and stood looking at him with her wet, bruised eyes, not angry at him, only terrified for him, and, coincidentally, for herself. And for perhaps the first time in all the years he had known her, he felt that he could love her safely. Was that part of the going away? He supposed it was. No, you could flush the supposed. He knew it was. Already he felt like something living in the wrong end of a telescope. But it was maybe all right. Was that what he meant? That he had finally decided it was all right to love her? That it was all right even though she looked like his mother when his mother had been younger, and even though she ate brownies in bed while watching Hardcastle and McCormick or Falcon Crest, and the crumbs always got on his side, and even though she wasn't all that bright, and even though she understood and condoned his remedies in the medicine cabinet because she kept her own in the refrigerator? Or was it? Could it be that? These other things were all things he had considered in one way or another, at one time or another, during his oddly entwined lives as a son and lover and a husband. Now, on the point of leaving home for what felt like the absolutely last time, a new possibility came to him, and startled wonder brushed him like the wing of some large bird. Could it be that Myra was even more frightened than he was? Could it be that his mother had been? Another dairy memory came shooting up from his subconscious like a balefully fizzing firework. There had been a shoe store downtown on Center Street, the Shoe Boat. His mother had taken him there one day. He thought he could have been no more than 5 or 6, and told him to sit still and be good while she got a pair of white pumps for a wedding. So he sat still and was good while his mother talked with Mr. Gardner, who was one of the shoe clerks. But he was only 5, or maybe 6. And after his mother had rejected the 3rd pair of white pumps Mr. Gardner showed her, Eddie got bored and walked over to the far corner to look at something he had spotted there. At first he thought it was just a big crate standing on end. When he got closer, he decided it was some kind of desk. But it sure was the kookiest desk he had ever seen. It was so narrow. It was made of bright polished wood with lots of curvy inlaid lines and carved doojiggers in it. Also, there was a little flight of 3 stairs leading up to it, and he had never seen a desk with stairs. When he got right up to it, he saw that there was a slot at the bottom of the desk thing, a button on one side, and on top of it, entrancing, was something that looked exactly like Captain Video's space scope. Eddie walked around to the other side, and there was a sign. He must have been at least 6, because he had been able to read it, softly whispering each word aloud. "Do your shoes fit right? Check and see." He went back around, climbed the 3 steps to the little platform, then stuck his foot into the slot at the bottom of the shoe checker. Did his shoes fit right? Eddie didn't know, but he was wild to check and see. He socked his face into the rubber face guard and thumbed the button. Green light flooded his eyes. Eddie gasped. He could see a foot floating inside a shoe filled with green smoke. He wiggled his toes, and the toes he was looking at wiggled right back. They were his all right, just as he had suspected. And then he realized it was not just his toes he could see. He could see his bones, too. The bones in his foot. He crossed his great toe over his second toe, as if sneakily warding off the consequences of telling a lie, and the eldritch bones in the scope made an X that was not white but goblin green. He could see... Then his mother shrieked, a rising sound of panic that cut through the quiet shoe store like a runaway reaper blade, like a fire bell, like doom on horseback. He jerked his startled, dismayed face out of the viewer and saw her pelting toward him across the store in her stocking feet, her dress flying out behind her. She knocked a chair over, and one of those shoe-measuring things that always tickled his feet went flying. Her bosom heaved. Her mouth was a scarlet O of horror. Faces turned to follow her progress. "Eddie, get off there!" she screamed. "Get off there! Those machines give you cancer! Get off there! Eddie! Eddie!" He backed away as if the machine had suddenly grown red-hot. In his startled panic, he forgot the little flight of stairs behind him. His heels dropped over the top one, and he stood there, slowly falling backward, his arms pinwheeling wildly in a losing battle to retain his departing balance. And hadn't he thought with a kind of mad joy, "I'm going to fall. I'm going to find out what it feels like to fall and bump my head. Goody for me." Hadn't he thought that? Or was it only the man imposing his own self-serving adult ideas over whatever his child's mind, always roaring with confused surmises and half-perceived images which lost their sense and their very brightness, had thought or tried to think? Either way, it was a moot question. He had not fallen. His mother had gotten there in time. His mother had caught him. He had burst into tears, but he had not fallen. Everyone had been looking at them. He remembered that. He remembered Mr. Gardner picking up the shoe-measuring thing and checking the little sliding gadgets on it to make sure they were still okay, while another clerk righted the fallen chair and then flapped his arms once in amused disgust before putting on his pleasantly neutral salesman's face again. Mostly he remembered his mother's wet cheek and her hot, sour breath. He remembered her whispering over and over in his ear, "Don't you ever do that again! Don't you ever do that again! Don't you ever!" It was what his mother chanted to ward off trouble. She had chanted the same thing a year earlier when she discovered the babysitter had taken Eddie to the public pool in Dairy Park one stiflingly hot summer day. This had been when the polio scare of the early 50s was just beginning to wind down. She had dragged him out of the pool, telling him he must never do that, never, never. And all the kids had looked as all the clerks and customers were looking now, and her breath had had that same sour tang. She dragged him out of the shoe boat, shouting at the clerks that she would see them all in court if there was anything wrong with her boy. Eddie's terrified tears had continued off and on for the rest of the morning, and his asthma had been particularly bad all day. That night he had lain awake for hours past the time he was usually asleep, wondering exactly what cancer was, if it was worse than polio, if it killed you, how long it took if it did, and how bad it hurt before you died. He also wondered if he would go to hell afterward. The threat had been serious, he knew that much. She had been scared. That was how he knew. So terrified. "Marty," he said across this gulf of years, "would you give me a kiss?" She kissed him and hugged him so tightly while she was doing it that the bones in his back groaned. If we were in water, he thought, she'd drown us both. "Don't be afraid," he whispered in her ear. "I can't help it," she wailed. "I know," he said, and realized that even though she was hugging him with rib-breaking tightness, his asthma had eased. That whistling note in his breathing was gone. "I know, Marty." The taxi driver honked again. "Will you call?" she asked him tremulously. "If I can." "Eddie, can't you please tell me what it is?" And suppose he did, how far would it go toward setting her mind at rest? "Marty, I got a call from Mike Hanlon tonight, and we talked for a while, but everything we said boiled down to two things. It started again, Mike said. Will you come? Mike said. And now I've got a fever, Marty, only it's a fever you can't damp down with aspirin, and I've got a shortness of breath the goddamned aspirator won't touch, because that shortness of breath isn't in my throat or my lungs. It is around my heart. I'll come back to you if I can, Marty, but I feel like a man standing at the mouth of an old mine shaft that is full of cave-ins waiting to happen, standing there and saying goodbye to the daylight." Yes, my yes, that would surely set her mind at rest. "No," he said, "I guess I can't tell you what it is." And before she could say more, before she could begin again, "Eddie, get out of that taxi. They give you cancer." He was striding away from her faster and faster. By the time he got to the cab, he was almost running. She was still standing in the doorway when the cab backed into the street, still standing there when they started for the city. A big black woman's shadow cut out of the light spilling from their house. He waved and thought she raised her hand in return. "Where are we headed tonight, my friend?" the cabbie asked. "Penn Station," Eddie said, and his hand relaxed on the aspirator. His asthma had gone to wherever it went to brood between its assaults on his bronchial tubes. He felt almost well. But he needed the aspirator worse than ever 4 hours later, coming out of a light doze all in a single spasmodic jerk that caused the fellow in the business suit across the way to lower his paper and look at him with faintly apprehensive curiosity. "I'm back, Eddie," the asthma yelled gleefully. "I'm back, and oh, I don't know, this time I just might kill you. Why not? Gotta do it sometime, you know. Can't fuck around with you forever." Eddie's chest surged and pulled. He groped for the aspirator, found it, pointed it down his throat, and pulled the trigger. Then he sat back in the tall Amtrak seat, shivering, waiting for relief, thinking of the dream from which he had just awakened. Dream? Christ, if that was all. He was afraid it was more memory than dream. In it there had been a green light, like the light inside a shoe-store X-ray machine, and a rotting leper had pursued a screaming boy named Eddie Kasprack through tunnels under the earth. He ran and ran. "He runs quite fast," Coach Black had told his mother, and he ran plenty fast with that rotting thing after him. Oh, yes, you better believe it, you bet your fur. In this dream where he was 11 years old, and then he had smelled something like the death of time, and someone lit a match, and he had looked down and seen the decomposing face of a boy named Patrick Hochstetter, a boy who had disappeared in July of 1958, and there were worms crawling in and out of Patrick Hochstetter's cheeks, and that gassy, awful smell was coming from inside of Patrick Hochstetter. And in that dream, that was more memory than dream, he had looked to one side and had seen 2 school books that were fat with moisture and overgrown with green mold. Roads to Everywhere and Understanding Our America. They were in their current condition because it was a foul wetness down here. How I Spent My Summer Vacation, a theme by Patrick Hochstetter. I spent it dead in a tunnel. Moss grew on my books, and they swelled up to the size of Sears catalogs. Eddie opened his mouth to scream, and that was when the scabrous fingers of the leper clittered around his cheek and plunged themselves into his mouth, and that was when he woke up with that back-snapping jerk, to find himself not in the sewers under Derry, Maine, but in an Amtrak club car near the head of a train speeding across Rhode Island under a big white moon. The man across the aisle hesitated, almost thought better of speaking, and then did. "Are you all right, sir?" "Oh, yes," Eddie said. "I fell asleep and had a bad dream. It got my asthma going." "I see." The paper went up again. Eddie saw it was the paper his mother had sometimes referred to as the New York Times. Eddie looked out the window at a sleeping landscape lit only by the fairy moon. Here and there were houses, or sometimes clusters of them, most dark, a few showing lights. But the lights seemed little and falsely mocking compared to the moon's ghost glow. He thought the moon talked to him. He thought suddenly, Henry Bowers. God, he was so crazy. He wondered where Henry Bowers was now. Dead? In prison? Drifting across empty plains somewhere in the middle of the country like an incurable virus, sticking up 7-Elevens in the deep slumberous hours between 1 and 4 in the morning, or maybe killing some of the people stupid enough to slow down for his cocked thumb in order to transfer the dollars in their wallets to his own. Possible. In a state asylum somewhere? Looking up at this moon, which was approaching the full, talking to it, listening to answers which only he could hear. Eddie considered this somehow even more possible. He shivered. I am remembering my boyhood at last, he thought. I am remembering how I spent my own summer vacation in that dim, dead year of 1958. He sensed that now he could fix upon almost any scene from that summer he wanted to. But he did not want to. Oh, God, if I could only forget it all again. He leaned his forehead against the dirty glass of the window, his aspirator clasped loosely in one hand like a religious artifact, watching as the night flew apart around the train. Going north, he thought. But that was wrong. Not going north, because it's not a train. It's a time machine. Not north. Back. Back in time. He thought he heard the moon mutter. Eddie Casbrack held his aspirator tightly and closed his eyes against sudden vertigo. 5. Beverly Rogan takes a weapon. Tom was nearly asleep when the phone rang. He struggled halfway up, leaning toward it, and then felt one of Beverly's breasts press against his shoulder as she reached over him to get it. He flopped back on his pillow, wondering dully who was calling on their unlisted home phone number at this hour of the night. He heard Beverly say hello, and then he drifted off again. He had put away nearly 3 six-packs during the baseball game, and he was shagged. Then Beverly's voice, sharp and curious. "What?" drilled into his ear like an ice pick, and he opened his eyes again. He tried to sit up, and the phone cord dug into his thick neck. "Get that fucking thing off me, Beverly," he said, and she got up quickly and walked around the bed, holding the phone cord up with tented fingers. Her hair was a deep red, and it flowed over her nightgown in natural waves almost to her waist. Horse hair. Her eyes did not stutter to his face to read the emotional weather there, and Tom Rogan didn't like that. He sat up. His head was starting to ache. Shit, it had probably already been aching, but when you were asleep you didn't know it. He went into the bathroom, urinated for what felt like 3 hours, and then decided that as long as he was up, he ought to get another beer and try to take the curse off the impending hangover. Passing back through the bedroom on his way to the stairs, a man in white boxer shorts that flapped like sails below his considerable belly, his arms like slabs. He looked more like a dock walloper than the president and general manager of Beverly Fashions, Inc. He looked over his shoulder and yelled crossly, "If it's that bull dyke Leslie, tell her to go eat out some model and let us sleep." Beverly glanced up briefly, shook her head to indicate it wasn't Leslie, and then looked back at the phone. Tom felt the muscles at the back of his neck tighten up. It felt like a dismissal. Dismissed by m'lady. Me fucking lady. This was starting to look like it might turn into a situation. It might be that Beverly needed a short refresher course on who was in charge around here. It was possible. Sometimes she did. She was a slow learner. He went downstairs and padded along the hall to the kitchen, absently picking the seat of his shorts out of the crack of his ass, and opened the refrigerator. His reaching hand closed on nothing more alcoholic than a blue Tupperware dish of leftover noodles Romanoff. All the beer was gone. Even the can he kept way in the back. much as he kept a $20 bill folded up behind his driver's license for emergencies, was gone. The game had gone 14 innings and all for nothing. The White Sox had lost. Bunch of candy asses this year. His eyes drifted to the bottles of hard stuff on the glassed-in shelf over the kitchen bar, and for a moment he saw himself pouring a splash of beam over a single ice cube. Then he walked back toward the stairs, knowing that was asking for even more trouble than his head was currently in. He glanced at the face of the antique pendulum clock at the foot of the stairs and saw it was past midnight. This intelligence did nothing to improve his temper, which was never very good even at the best of times. He climbed the stairs with slow deliberation, aware, too aware, of how hard his heart was working. Kaboom, ka-thud, kaboom, ka-thud, kaboom, ka-thud. It made him nervous when he could feel his heart beating in his ears and wrists as well as in his chest. Sometimes when that happened, he would imagine it not as a squeezing and loosening organ, but as a big dial on the left side of his chest with the needle edging ominously into the red zone. He did not like that shit. He did not need that shit. What he needed was a good night's sleep. But the numb cunt he was married to was still on the phone. "I understand that, Mike. Yes, yes. I am. I know. But—" A longer pause. "Bill Denbrough?" she exclaimed, and that ice pick drilled into his ear again. He stood outside the bedroom door until he got his breath back. Now it was ka-thud, ka-thud, ka-thud again. The booming had stopped. He briefly imagined the needle edging out of the red and then willed the picture away. He was a man, for Christ's sake, and a damned good one, not a furnace with a bad thermostat. He was in great shape. He was iron, and if she needed to relearn that, he would be happy to teach her. He started in, then thought better of it and stood where he was a moment longer, listening to her, not particularly caring about who she was talking to or what she said, only listening to the rising, falling tones of her voice. And what he felt was the old familiar dull rage. He had met her in a downtown Chicago singles bar 4 years ago. Conversation had been easy enough because they both worked in the Standard Brands building and knew a few of the same people. Tom worked for King & Landry, Public Relations, on 42. Beverly Marsh, so she had been then, was an assistant designer at Delia Fashions on 12. Delia, which would later enjoy a modest vogue in the Midwest, catered to young people. Delia skirts and blouses and shawls and slacks were sold largely to what Delia Castleman called youth stores, and what Tom called head shops. Tom Rogan knew 2 things about Beverly Marsh almost at once. She was desirable and she was vulnerable. In less than a month, he knew a third as well. She was talented, very talented. In her drawings of casual dresses and blouses, he saw a money machine of almost scary potential. Not in the head shops, though, he thought, but did not say. At least not then. No more bad lighting, no more knockdown prices, no more shitty displays somewhere in the back of the store between the dope paraphernalia and the rock group T-shirts. Leave that shit for the small-timers. He had known a great deal about her before she knew he had any real interest in her, and that was just the way Tom wanted it. He had been looking for someone like Beverly Marsh all his life, and he moved in with the speed of a lion making a run at a slow antelope. Not that her vulnerability showed on the surface. You looked and saw a gorgeous woman, slim but abundantly stacked. Hips weren't so great, maybe, but she had a great ass and the best set of tits he had ever seen. Tom Rogan was a tit man, always had been, and tall girls almost always had disappointing tits. They wore thin shirts and their nipples drove you crazy, but when you got those thin shirts off, you discovered that nipples were really all they had. The tits themselves looked like the pull knobs on a bureau drawer. More than a handful's wasted, his college roommate had been fond of saying, but as far as Tom was concerned, his college roommate had been so full of shit he squeaked going into a turn. Oh, she had been some kind of fine-looking, all right, with that dynamite body and that gorgeous fall of red wavy hair. But she was weak somehow. It was as if she was sending out radio signals which only he could receive. You could point to certain things, how much she smoked, but he had almost cured her of that. The restless way her eyes moved, never quite meeting the eyes of whoever was talking to her, only touching them from time to time and then leaping nimbly away. Her habit of lightly rubbing her elbows when she was nervous, the look of her fingernails, which were kept neat but brutally short. Tom noticed this latter the first time he met her. She picked up her glass of white wine. He saw her nails and thought, she keeps them short like that because she bites them. Lions may not think, at least not the way people think, but they see. And when antelopes start away from a water hole, alerted by that dusty rug scent of approaching death, the cats can observe which one falls to the rear of the pack. Maybe because it has a lame leg, maybe because it is just naturally slower, or maybe because its sense of danger is less developed. And it might even be possible that some antelopes, and some women, want to be brought down. Suddenly he heard a sound that jerked him rudely out of these memories. The snap of her cigarette lighter. The dull rage came again, his stomach filled with a heat which was not entirely unpleasant. Smoking. She was smoking. They had had a few of Tom Rogan's special seminars on the subject, and here she was doing it again. She was a slow learner, all right, but a good teacher is at his best with slow learners. Yes, she said now. Uh-huh. All right, yes. She listened, then uttered a strange, jagged laugh he had never heard before. Two things, since you ask. Reserve me a room and say me a prayer. Yes, okay. Uh-huh. Me too. Good night. She was hanging up as he came out. He meant to come in hard, yelling at her to put it out. Put it out now. Right now. But when he saw her, the words died in his throat. He had seen her like this before, but only 2 or 3 times. Once before their first big show, once before the first private preview showing for national buyers, and once when they had gone to New York for the International Design Awards. She was moving across the bedroom in long strides, the white lace nightgown molded to her body, the cigarette clamped between her front teeth. God, he hated the way she looked with the butt in her mouth, sending back a little white riband over her left shoulder like smoke from a locomotive stack. But it was her face that really gave him pause, that caused the planned shout to die in his throat. His heart lurched, kabamp, and he winced, telling himself that what he felt was not fear but only surprise at finding her this way. She was a woman who really came alive all the way only when the rhythm of her work spiked toward a climax. Each of those remembered occasions had, of course, been career-related. At those times he had seen a different woman from the one he knew so well, a woman who fucked up his sensitive fear radar with wild bursts of static. The woman who came out in times of stress was strong but high-strung, fearless but unpredictable. There was lots of color in her cheeks now, a natural blush high on her cheekbones. Her eyes were wide and sparkly, not a trace of sleep left in them. Her hair flowed and streamed, and, oh, looky here, friends and neighbors. Oh, you just looky right here. Is she taking a suitcase out of the closet? A suitcase? By God, she is. Reserve me a room, say me a prayer. Well, she wasn't going to need a room in any hotel, not in the foreseeable future, because little Beverly Rogan was going to be staying right here at home, thank you very much, and taking her meals standing up for the next 3 or 4 days. But she very well might need a prayer or two before he was through with her. She tossed the suitcase on the foot of the bed and then went to her bureau. She opened the top drawer and pulled out 2 pairs of jeans and a pair of cords, tossed them into the suitcase. Back to the bureau, cigarette streaming smoke over her shoulder. She grabbed a sweater, a couple of T-shirts, one of the old ship and shore blouses that she looked so stupid in but refused to give up. Whoever had called her sure hadn't been a jet-setter. This was dull stuff, strictly Jackie Kennedy Hyannisport weekend stuff. Not that he cared about who had called her or where she thought she was going, since she wasn't going anywhere. Those were not the things which pecked steadily at his mind, dull and achy from too much beer and not enough sleep. It was that cigarette. Supposedly she had thrown them all out. But she had held out on him. The proof was clamped between her teeth right now. And because she still had not noticed him standing in the doorway, he allowed himself the pleasure of remembering the 2 nights which had assured him of his complete control over her. I don't want you to smoke around me anymore, he told her as they headed home from a party in Lake Forest. October that had been. I have to choke that shit down at parties and at the office, but I don't have to choke it down when I'm with you. You know what it's like? I'm going to tell you the truth. It's unpleasant, but it's the truth. It's like having to eat someone else's snot. He thought this would bring some faint spark of protest, but she had only looked at him in her shy, wanting-to-please way. Her voice had been low and meek and obedient. "All right, Tom." "Pitch it, then." She pitched it. Tom had been in good humor for the rest of that night. A few weeks later, coming out of a movie, she unthinkingly lit a cigarette in the lobby and puffed it as they walked across the parking lot to the car. It had been a bitter November night, the wind chopping like a maniac at any exposed square inch of flesh it could find. Tom remembered he had been able to smell the lake, as you sometimes could on cold nights, a flat smell that was both fishy and somehow empty. He let her smoke the cigarette. He even opened her door for her when they got to the car. He got in behind the wheel, closed his own door, and then said, "Bev?" She took the cigarette out of her mouth, turned toward him, inquiring, and he unloaded on her pretty good, his hard, open hand stroking across her cheek hard enough to make his palm tingle, hard enough to rock her head back against the headrest. Her eyes widened with surprise and pain, and something else as well. Her own hand flew to her cheek to investigate the warmth and tingling numbness there. She cried out, "Ow, Tom!" He looked at her, eyes narrowed, mouth smiling casually, completely alive, ready to see what would come next, how she would react. His cock was stiffening in his pants, but he barely noticed. That was for later. For now, school was in session. He replayed what had just happened. Her face. What had that third expression been, there for a bare instant and then gone? First the surprise, then the pain, then the nostalgia. Look of a memory, of some memory. It had only been there for a moment. He didn't think she even knew it had been there, on her face or in her mind. Now, it would all be in the first thing she didn't say. He knew that as well as his own name. It wasn't, "You son of a bitch." It wasn't, "See you later, Macho City." It wasn't, "We're through, Tom." She only looked at him with her wounded, brimming hazel eyes and said, "Why did you do that?" Then she tried to say something else and burst into tears instead. "Throw it out." "What?" "What, Tom?" Her makeup was running down her face in muddy tracks. He didn't mind that. He kind of liked seeing her that way. It was messy, but there was something sexy about it, too. Slutty, kind of exciting. "The cigarette. Throw it out." Realization dawning, and with it, guilt. "I just forgot," she cried. "That's all." "Throw it out, Bev, or you're going to get another shot." She rolled the window down and pitched the cigarette. Then she turned back to him, her face pale and scared and somehow serene. You aren't supposed to hit me. That's a bad basis for a lasting relationship." She was trying to find a tone, an adult rhythm of speech, and failing. He had regressed her. He was in this car with a child, voluptuous and sexy as hell, but a child. "Can't and aren't are two different things, Keed," he said. He kept his voice calm, but inside he was jittering and jiving. "And I'll be the one to decide what constitutes a lasting relationship and what doesn't. If you can live with that, fine. If you can't, you can take a walk. I won't stop you. I might kick you once in the ass as a going-away present, but I won't stop you. It's a free country. What more can I say?" "Maybe you've already said enough," she whispered. And he hit her again, harder than the first time, because no broad was ever going to smart off to Tom Rogan. He would pop the Queen of England if she cracked smart to him. Her cheek banged the padded dashboard. Her hand groped for the door handle and then fell away. She only crouched in the corner like a rabbit, one hand over her mouth, her eyes large and wet and frightened. Tom looked at her for a moment, and then he got out and walked around the back of the car. He opened her door. His breath was smoke in the black, windy November air, and the smell of the lake was very clear. "You want to get out, Bev? I saw you reaching for the door handle, so I guess you must want to get out. Okay, that's all right. I asked you to do something, and you said you would. Then you didn't. So you want to get out? Come on, get out. What the fuck, right? Get out. You want to get out?" "No," she whispered. "What? I can't hear you." "No, I don't want to get out," she said a little louder. "What? Those cigarettes giving you emphysema? If you can't talk, I'll get you a fucking megaphone. This is your last chance, Beverly. You speak up so I can hear you. Do you want to get out of this car, or do you want to come back with me?" "Want to come back with you," she said, and clasped her hands on her skirt like a little girl. She wouldn't look at him. Tears slipped down her cheeks. "All right," he said. "Fine. But first you say this for me, Bev. You say, 'I forgot about smoking in front of you, Tom.'" Now she looked at him, her eyes wounded, pleading, inarticulate. "You can make me do this," her eyes said, "but please don't. Don't. I love you. Can't it be over?" No, it could not, because that was not the bottom of her wanting, and both of them knew it. "Say it." "I forgot about smoking in front of you, Tom." "Good. Now say, 'I'm sorry.'" "I'm sorry," she repeated dully. The cigarette lay smoking on the pavement like a cut piece of fuse. People leaving the theater glanced over at them, the man standing by the open passenger door of a late model fade into the woodwork Vega, the woman sitting inside, her hands clasped primly in her lap, her head down, the dome light outlining the soft fall of her hair in gold. He crushed the cigarette out. He smeared it against the blacktop. "Now say, 'I'll never do it again without your permission.'" "I'll never—" Her voice began to hitch. "Never— Say it, Bev." "Never to do it again without your permission." So he had slammed the door and gone back around to the driver's seat. He got behind the wheel and drove them back to his downtown apartment. Neither of them said a word. Half the relationship had been set in the parking lot. The second half was set 40 minutes later in Tom's bed. She didn't want to make love, she said. He saw a different truth in her eyes and the strutty cock of her legs, however, and when he got her blouse off, her nipples had been rock hard. She moaned when he brushed them and cried out softly when he suckled first one and then the other, kneading them restlessly as he did so. She grabbed his hand and thrust it between her legs. "I thought you didn't want to," he said, and she turned her face away. But she did not let go of his hand, and the rocking motion of her hips actually speeded up. He pushed her back in the bed, and now he was gentle, not ripping her underwear, but removing it with a careful consideration that was almost prissy. Sliding into her was like sliding into some exquisite oil. He moved with her, using her but letting her use him as well, and she came the first time almost at once, crying out and digging her nails into his back. Then they rocked together in long, slow strokes, and somewhere in there he thought she came again. Tom would get close, and then he would think of White Sox batting averages or who was trying to undercut him for the Chesley account at work, and he would be okay again. Then she began to speed up, her rhythm finally dissolving into an excited bucking. He looked at her face, the raccoon ringlets of mascara, the smeared lipstick, and he felt himself suddenly shooting deliriously toward the edge. She jerked her hips up harder and harder. There had been no beer gut between them in those days, and their bellies clapped hands in a quickening beat. Near the end, she screamed and then bit his shoulder with her small, even teeth. "How many times did you come?" he asked her after they had showered. She turned her face away, and when she spoke, her voice was so low he almost couldn't hear her. "That isn't something you're supposed to ask." "No? Who told you that, Mr. Rogers?" He took her face in one hand, thumb pressing deep into one cheek, fingers pressing into the other, palm cupping her chin in between. "You talk to Tom," he said. "You hear me, Bev? Talk to Papa." 3, she said reluctantly. "Good," he said. "You can have a cigarette." She looked at him distrustfully, her red hair spread over the pillows, wearing nothing but a pair of hip-hugger panties. Just looking at her that way got his motor turning over again. He nodded. "Go on," he said. "That's all right." They had been married in a civil ceremony 3 months later. 2 of his friends had come. The only friend of hers to attend had been Kay McCall, whom Tom called that titsy women's lib bitch. All of these memories went through Tom's mind in a space of seconds, like a speeded-up piece of film, as he stood in the doorway watching her. She had gone on to the bottom drawer of what she sometimes called her weekend bureau, and now she was tossing underwear into the suitcase. Not the sort of stuff he liked, the slippery satins and smooth silks. This was cotton stuff, little girl stuff, most of it faded and with little puffs of popped elastic on the waistbands. A cotton nightie that looked like something out of Little House on the Prairie. She poked in the back of this bottom drawer to see what else might be lurking in there. Tom Rogan, meanwhile, moved across the shag rug toward his wardrobe. His feet were bare and his passage noiseless as a puff of breeze. It was the cigarette. That was what had really gotten him mad. It had been a long time since she had forgotten that first lesson. There had been other lessons to learn since, a great many, and there had been hot days when she had worn long-sleeved blouses or even cardigan sweaters buttoned all the way to the neck, gray days when she had worn sunglasses. But that first lesson had been so sudden and fundamental. He had forgotten the telephone call that had wakened him out of his deepening sleep. It was the cigarette. If she was smoking now, then she had forgotten Tom Rogan. Temporarily, of course, only temporarily, but even temporarily was too damned long. What might have caused her to forget didn't matter. Such things were not to happen in his house for any reason. There was a wide black strip of leather hanging from a hook inside the closet door. There was no buckle on it. He had removed that long ago. It was doubled over at one end where a buckle would have gone, and this doubled-over section formed a loop into which Tom Rogan now slipped his hand. "Tom, you've been bad," his mother had sometimes said. Well, sometimes was maybe not such a good word. Maybe often would have been a better one. "You come here, Tommy. I got to give you a weapon." His life as a child had been punctuated by weapons. He had finally escaped to Wichita State College, but apparently there was no such thing as a complete escape, because he continued to hear her voice in dreams. "Come here, Tommy. I got to give you a weapon. Weapon." He had been the eldest of 4. 3 months after the youngest had been born, Ralph Rogan had died. Well, died was maybe not such a good word. Maybe committed suicide would have been a better way to put it, since he had poured a generous quantity of lye into a tumbler of gin and quaffed this devil's brew while sitting on the bathroom hopper. Mrs. Rogan had found work at the Ford plant. Tom, although only 11, became the man of the family. And if he screwed up, if the baby shat her dites after the sitter went home and the mess was still in them when Mom got home, if he forgot to cross Megan on the Broad Street corner after her nursery school got out and that nosy Mrs. Gant saw, if he happened to be watching American Bandstand while Joey made a mess in the kitchen, if any of those things or 1,000 others happened, then, after the smaller children were in bed, the spanking stick would come out and she would call the invocation. "Come here, Tommy. I got to give you a weapon." Better to be the whupper than the whupped. If he had learned nothing else on the great toll road of life, he had learned that. So he flipped the loose end of the belt over once and pulled the loop snug. Then he closed his fist over it. It felt good. It made him feel like a grown-up. The strip of leather hung from his clenched fist like a dead blacksnake. His headache was gone. She had found that one last thing in the back of the drawer, an old white cotton bra with gun-shell cuffs. The thought that this early morning call might have been from a lover surfaced briefly in his mind and then sank again. That was ridiculous. A woman going away to meet her lover did not pack her faded ship and shore blouses and her cotton Kmart undies with the pops and snarls and the elastic. Also, she wouldn't dare. "Beverly," he said softly, and she turned at once, startled, her eyes wide, her long hair swinging. The belt hesitated, dropped a little. He stared at her, feeling that little bloom of uneasiness again. Yes, she had looked this way before the big shows, and then he hadn't gotten in her way, understanding that she was so filled with a mixture of fear and competitive aggressiveness that it was as if her head was full of illuminating gas. A single spark and she would explode. She had seen the shows not as a chance to split off from Delia Fashions, to make a living, or even a fortune, on her own. If that had been all, she would have been fine. But if that were all, she also would not have been so ungodly talented. She had seen those shows as a kind of super exam on which she would be graded by fierce teachers. What she saw on those occasions was some creature without a face. It had no face, but it did have a name. Authority.
All of that wide-eyed nerviness was on her face now.
But not just there. It was all around her, an aura that seemed almost visible, a high-tension charge which made her suddenly both more alluring and more dangerous than she had seemed to him in years. He was afraid because she was here, all here. The essential she, as apart from the she Tom Rogan wanted her to be. The she he had made. Beverly looked shocked and frightened. She also looked almost madly exhilarated. Her cheeks glowed with hectic color, yet there were stark white patches below her lower lids which looked almost like a second pair of eyes. Her forehead glowed with a creamy resonance. And the cigarette was still jutting out of her mouth, now at a slight up angle, as if she thought she was goddamn Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The cigarette. Just looking at it caused dull fury to wash over him again in a green wave. Faintly, far back in his mind, he remembered her saying something to him one night out of the dark, speaking in a dull and listless voice. "Someday you're going to kill me, Tom. Do you know that? Someday you're just going to go too far, and that will be the end. You'll snap." He had answered, "You do it my way, Bev, and that day will never come." Now, before the rage blotted out everything, he wondered if that day hadn't come after all. The cigarette. Never mind the call, the packing, the weird look on her face. They would deal with the cigarette. Then he would fuck her. Then they could discuss the rest. By then it might even seem important. "Tom," she said. "Tom, I have to—" "You're smoking," he said. His voice seemed to come from a distance, as if over a pretty good radio. "Looks like you forgot, babe. Where you been hiding them?" "Look, I'll put it out," she said, and went to the bathroom door. She flipped the cigarette. Even from here he could see the teeth marks driven deep into the filter, into the bowl of the John. Psst. She came back out. "Tom, that was an old friend, an old friend. I have to—" "Shut up. That's what you have to do," he shouted at her. "Just shut up." But the fear he wanted to see, the fear of him, was not on her face. There was fear, but it had come out of the telephone, and fear was not supposed to come to Beverly from that direction. It was almost as if she didn't see the belt, didn't see him, and Tom felt a trickle of unease. Was he here? It was a stupid question, but was he? This question was so terrible and so elemental that for a moment he felt in danger of coming completely unwrapped from the root of himself and just floating off like a tumbleweed in a high breeze. Then he caught hold of himself. He was here all right, and that was quite enough fucking psycho-babble for one night. He was here. He was Tom Rogan. Tom, by God, Rogan. And if this dippy cunt didn't straighten up and fly right in the next 30 seconds or so, she was going to look like she got pushed out of a fast-moving boxcar by a mean railroad dick. "Got to give you a whoopin'," he said. "Sorry about that, babe." He had seen that mixture of fear and aggressiveness before, yes. Now for the first time ever it flashed out at him. "Put that thing down," she said. "I have to get out to O'Hare as fast as I can." "Are you here, Tom? Are you?" He pushed the thought away. The strip of leather which had once been a belt swung slowly before him like a pendulum. His eyes flickered and then held fast to her face. "Listen to me, Tom. There's been some trouble back in my hometown, very bad trouble. I had a friend in those days. I guess he would have been my boyfriend, except we weren't quite old enough for that. He was only an 11-year-old kid with a bad stutter back then. He's a novelist now. You even read one of his books, I think. The Black Rapids?" She searched his face, but his face gave no sign. There was only the belt penduluming back and forth, back and forth. He stood with his head lowered and his stocky legs slightly apart. Then she ran her hand restlessly through her hair, distractedly, as if she had many important things to think of and hadn't seen the belt at all. And that haunting, awful question resurfaced in his head again. "Are you there? Are you sure?" "That book laid around here for weeks, and I never made the connection. Maybe I should have, but we're all older, and I haven't even thought about dairy in a long, long time. Anyway, Bill had a brother, George, and George was killed before I really knew Bill. He was murdered. And then the next summer—" But Tom had listened to enough craziness from within and from without. He moved in on her fast, cocking his right arm back over his shoulder like a man about to throw a javelin. The belt hissed a path through the air. Beverly saw it coming and tried to duck away, but her right shoulder struck the bathroom doorway, and there was a meaty whap as the belt struck her left forearm, leaving a red wheal. "Gonna whap you," Tom repeated. His voice was sane, even regretful, but his teeth showed in a white and frozen smile. He wanted to see that look in her eyes, that look of fear and terror and shame, that look that said, "Yes, you're right, I deserved it." That look that said, "Yes, you're there all right, I feel your presence." Then love could come back, and that was right and good, because he did love her. They could even have a discussion, if she wanted it, of exactly who had called and what all this was about. But that must come later, for now school was in session. The old one, too. First the weapon, then the fucking. "Sorry, babe." "Tom, don't do that." He swung the belt sidearm and saw it lick around her hip. There was a satisfying snap as it finished on her buttock. And Jesus, she was grabbing at it. She was grabbing at the belt. For a moment, Tom Rogan was so astounded by this unexpected act of insubordination that he almost lost his Punisher. Would have lost it except for the loop, which was tucked securely into his fist. He jerked it back. "Don't you ever try to grab something away from me," he said hoarsely. "You hear me? You ever do that again and you'll spend a month pissing raspberry juice." "Tom, stop it," she said, and her very tone infuriated him. She sounded like a playground monitor talking down to a tantrumy 6-year-old. "I have to go. This is no joke. People are dead, and I made a promise a long time ago." Tom heard little of this. He bellowed and ran at her with his head down, the belt swinging blindly. He hit her with it, driving her away from the doorway and along the bedroom wall. He cocked his arm back, hit her, cocked his arm back, hit her, cocked his arm back, hit her. Later that morning he would not be able to raise the arm above eye level until he had swallowed 3 codeine tablets. But for now he was aware of nothing but the fact that she was defying him. She had not only been smoking, she had tried to grab the belt away from him, and oh folks, oh friends and neighbors, she had asked for it, and he would testify before the throne of God Almighty that she was going to get it. He drove her along the wall, swinging the belt, raining blows on her. Her hands were up to protect her face, but he had a clear shot at the rest of her. The belt made thick bullwhip cracks in the quiet room. But she did not scream, as she sometimes did, and she did not beg him to stop, as she usually did. Worst of all, she did not cry, as she always did. The only sounds were the belt and their breathing, his heavy and hoarse, hers quick and light. She broke for the bed and the vanity table on her side of it. Her shoulders were red from the belt's blows. Her hair streamed fire. He lumbered after her, slower but big, very big. He had played squash until he had popped an Achilles tendon 2 years ago, and since then his weight had gotten out of hand a little bit. Or maybe a lot would have been a better way to put it. But the muscle was still there, firm cordage sheathed in the fat. Still, he was a little alarmed at how out of breath he was. She reached the vanity, and he thought she would crouch there, or maybe try to crawl under it. Instead she groped, turned, and suddenly the air was full of flying missiles. She was throwing cosmetics at him. A bottle of Chantilly struck him squarely between the nipples, fell to his feet, shattered. He was suddenly enveloped in the gagging scent of flowers. "Quit it!" he roared. "Quit it, you bitch!" Instead of quitting it, her hands flew along the vanity's littered glass top, grabbing whatever they found, throwing it. He groped at his chest where the bottle of Chantilly had struck him, unable to believe she had hit him with something, even as other objects flew around him. The bottle's glass stopper had cut him. It was not much of a cut, little more than a triangular scratch. But was there a certain red-haired lady who was going to see the sun come up from a hospital bed? Oh, yes, there was. A certain lady who... A jar of cream struck him above the right eyebrow with a sudden cracking force. He heard a dull thud seemingly inside his head. White light exploded over that eye's field of vision, and he fell back a step, mouth dropping open. Now a tube of Nivea cream struck his belly with a small slapping sound, and she was... Was she? Was it possible? Yes, she was yelling at him. "I'm going to the airport, you son of a bitch, do you hear me? I have business and I'm going. You want to get out of my way because I'm going." Blood ran into his right eye, stinging and hot. He knuckled it away. He stood there for a moment, staring at her as if he had never seen her before. In a way, he never had. Her breasts heaved rapidly. Her face, all flush and livid pallor, blazed. Her lips were drawn back from her teeth in a snarl. She had, however, denuded the top of the vanity table. The missile silo was empty. He could still read the fear in her eyes, but it was still not fear of him. "You put those clothes back," he said, struggling not to pant as he spoke. That would not sound good. That would sound weak. "Then you put the suitcase back and get into bed. And if you do those things, maybe I won't beat you up too bad. Maybe you'll be able to go out of the house in 2 days instead of 2 weeks. "Tom, listen to me." She spoke slowly. Her gaze was very clear. "If you come near me again, I'll kill you. Do you understand that, you tub of guts? I'll kill you." And suddenly, maybe it was because of the utter loathing on her face, the contempt, maybe because she had called him a tub of guts, or maybe only because of the rebellious way her breasts rose and fell, the fear was suffocating him. It was not a bud or a bloom, but a whole goddamn garden. The fear, the horrible fear that he was not here. Tom Rogan rushed at his wife, not bellowing this time. He came as silently as a torpedo cutting through the water. His intent now was probably not merely to beat and subjugate, but to do to her what she had so rashly said she would do to him. He thought she would run, probably for the bathroom, maybe for the stairs. Instead, she stood her ground. Her hip whacked the wall as she threw her weight against the vanity table, pushing it up and toward him, ripping 2 fingernails down to the quick when the sweat on her palms caused her hands to slip. For a moment the table tottered on an angle, and then she shoved herself forward again. The vanity waltzed on one leg, mirror-catching the light and reflecting a brief, swimmy aquarium shadow across the ceiling, and then it tilted forward and outward. Its leading edge slammed into Tom's upper thighs and knocked him over. There was a musical jingle as bottles tipped over and shattered inside. He saw the mirror strike the floor on his left and threw an arm up to shield his eyes, losing the belt. Glass coughed across the floor, silver on the back. He felt some of it sting him, drawing blood. Now she was crying, her breath coming in high, screamy sobs. Time after time she had seen herself leaving him, leaving Tom's tyranny as she had left that of her father, stealing away in the night, bags piled in the trunk of her cutlass. She was not a stupid woman, certainly not stupid enough even now, standing on the rim of this incredible shambles, to believe that she had not loved Tom and did not in some way love him still. But that did not preclude her fear of him, her hate of him, and her contempt of herself for choosing him for dim reasons buried in the times that should be over. Her heart was not breaking. It seemed rather to be broiling in her chest, melting. She was afraid the heat from her heart might soon destroy her sanity in fire. But above all this, yammering steadily in the back of her mind, she could hear Mike Hanlon's dry, steady voice. "It's come back, Beverly. It's come back, and you promised." The vanity heaved up and down, once, twice, a third time. It looked as if it were breathing. Moving with careful agility, her mouth turned down at the corners and jerking as if in prelude to some sort of convulsion, she skirted the vanity, toe-stepping through the broken glass, and grabbed the belt just as Tom heaved the vanity off to one side. Then she backed up, sliding her hand into the loop. She shook her hair out of her eyes and watched to see what he would do. Tom got up. Some of the mirror glass had cut one of his cheeks. A diagonal cut traced a line as fine as thread across his brow. He squinted at her as he rose slowly to his feet, and she saw drops of blood on his boxer shorts. "You just give me that belt," he said. Instead, she took 2 turns of it around her hand and looked at him defiantly. "Quit it, Bev, right now. If you come for me, I'm going to strap the shit out of you." The words were coming out of her mouth, but she couldn't believe it was her saying them. And just who was this caveman in the bloody undershorts anyway? Her husband? Her father? The lover she had taken in college who had broken her nose one night, apparently on a whim? "Oh, God help me," she thought. "God help me now." And still her mouth went on. "I can do it, too. You're fat and slow, Tom. I'm going. And I think maybe I'll stay gone. I think maybe it's over." "Who's this guy, Dembro?" "Forget it. I was—"
She realized almost too late that the question had been a distraction. He was coming for her before the last word was out of his mouth. She wickered the belt through the air in an arc, and the sound it made when it smashed across his mouth was the sound of a stubborn cork coming out of a bottle. He squealed and clapped his hands to his mouth, his eyes huge, hurt and shocked. Blood began to pour between his fingers and over the backs of his hands. "You broke my mouth, you bitch!" he screamed, muffled. "Ah, God, you broke my mouth!" He came at her again, hands reaching, his mouth a wet red smear. His lips appeared to have burst in two places. The crown had been knocked from one of his front teeth. As she watched, he spit it to one side. Part of her was backing away from this scene, sick and moaning, wanting to shut her eyes. But that other Beverly felt the exultation of a death row convict freed in a freak earthquake. That Beverly liked all of this just fine. "I wish you'd swallowed it," that one thought. "Wish you'd choked on it." It was this latter Beverly who swung the belt for the last time. The belt he had used on her buttocks, her legs, her breasts. The belt he had used on her times without number over the last 4 years. How many strokes you got depended on how badly you'd screwed up. Tom comes home and dinner is cold. 2 with the belt. Bev's working late at the studio and forgets to call home. 3 with the belt. Oh, hey, look at this. Beverly got another parking ticket. 1 with the belt, across the breasts. He was good. He rarely bruised. It didn't even hurt that much. Except for the humiliation. That hurt. And what hurt worse was knowing that part of her craved the hurt, craved the humiliation. Last time pays for all, she thought, and swung. She brought the belt in low, brought it in sidearm, and it whacked across his balls with a brisk yet heavy sound, the sound of a woman striking a rug with a carpet beater. That was all it took. All the fight promptly went out of Tom Rogan. He uttered a thin, strengthless shriek and fell on his knees as if to pray. His hands were between his legs. His head was thrown back. Cords stood out on his neck. His mouth was a tragedy grimace of pain. His left knee came down squarely on a heavy, pointed hook of shattered perfume bottle, and he rolled silently over on one side like a whale. One hand left his balls to grab his squirting knee. The blood, she thought. Dear Lord, he's bleeding everywhere. He'll live, this new Beverly, the Beverly who seemed to have surfaced at Mike Hanlon's phone call, replied coldly. Guys like him always live. You just get the hell out of here before he decides he wants to tango some more, or before he decides to go down cellar and get his Winchester. She backed away and felt pain stab her foot as she stepped on a chunk of glass from the broken vanity mirror. She bent down to grab the handle of her suitcase. She never took her eyes off him. She backed out the door and she backed down the hall. She was holding the suitcase in front of her in both hands, and it banged her shins as she backed. Her cut foot printed bloody heel prints. When she reached the stairs, she turned around and went down quickly, not letting herself think. She suspected she had no coherent thoughts left inside anyway, at least for the time being. She felt a light pawing against her leg and screamed. She looked down and saw it was the end of the belt. It was still wrapped around her hand. In this dim light it looked more like a dead snake than ever. She threw it over the banister, her face a wince of disgust, and saw it land in an S on the rug of the downstairs hallway. At the foot of the stairs she grasped the hem of her white lace nightgown cross-handed and pulled it over her head. It was bloody, and she would not wear it 1 second longer, no matter what. She tossed it aside, and it billowed onto the rubber plant by the doorway to the living room like a lacy parachute. She bent, naked, to the suitcase. Her nipples were cold, hard as bullets. Beverly, you get your ass upstairs. She gasped, jerked, then bent back to the suitcase. If he was strong enough to scream that loud, her time was a good deal shorter than she had thought. She opened the case and pawed out panties, a blouse, an old pair of Levi's. She jerked these on, standing by the door, her eyes never leaving the stairs. But Tom did not appear at the top of them. He bawled her name twice more, and each time she flinched away from that sound, her eyes hunted, her lips pulling back from her teeth in an unconscious snarl. She jabbed the buttons of the blouse through the holes as fast as she could. The top 2 buttons were gone. It was ironic how little of her own sewing ever got done, and she supposed she looked quite a bit like a part-time hooker looking for one last quickie before calling it a night. but it would have to do.
"I'll kill you, you bitch. You fucking bitch."
She slammed the suitcase closed and latched it. The arm of a blouse poked out like a tongue. She looked around once, quickly, suspecting that she would never see this house again. She discovered only relief in the idea, and so opened the door and let herself out. She was 3 blocks away, walking with no clear sense of where she was going, when she realized her feet were still bare. The one she had cut, the left, throbbed dully. She had to get something on her feet, and it was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. Her wallet and credit cards were at home. She felt in the pockets of the jeans and came up with nothing but a few puffs of lint. She didn't have a dime, not so much as a red penny. She looked around at the residential neighborhood she was in. Nice homes, manicured lawns and plantings, dark windows. And suddenly she began to laugh. Beverly Rogan sat on a low stone wall, her suitcase between her dirty feet, and laughed. The stars were out, and how bright they were. She tilted her head back and laughed at them, that wild exhilaration washing through her again like a tidal wave that lifted and carried and cleansed, a force so powerful that any conscious thought was lost. Only her blood thought, and its one powerful voice spoke to her in some inarticulate way of desire, although what it was it desired she neither knew nor cared. It was enough to feel that warmth filling her up with its insistence. Desire, she thought, and inside her that tidal wave of exhilaration seemed to gather speed, rushing her onward toward some inevitable crash. She laughed at the stars, frightened but free, her terror as sharp as pain and sweet as a ripe October apple. And when a light came on in an upstairs bedroom of the house this stone wall belonged to, she grabbed the handle of her suitcase and fled off into the night, still laughing. 6. Bill Denbrough takes time out. "Leave?" Audra repeated. She looked at him, puzzled, a bit afraid, and then tucked her bare feet up and under her. The floor was cold. The whole cottage was cold, come to that. The south of England had been experiencing an exceptionally dank spring, and more than once, on his regular morning and evening walks, Bill Denbrough had found himself thinking of Maine, thinking in a surprised, vague way of Derry. The cottage was supposed to have central heating. The ad had said so, and there certainly was a furnace down there in the tidy little basement, tucked away in what had once been a coal bin. But he and Audra had discovered early on in the shoot that the British idea of central heating was not at all the same as the American one. It seemed the Brits believed you had central heating as long as you didn't have to piss away a scrim of ice in the toilet bowl when you got up in the morning. It was morning now. Just 7:15. Bill had hung up the phone 5 minutes ago. "Bill, you can't just leave. You know that." "I have to," he said. There was a hutch on the far side of the room. He went to it, took a bottle of Glenfiddich from the top shelf, and poured himself a drink. Some of it slopped over the side of the glass. "Fuck," he muttered. "Who was that on the telephone? Who are you scared of, Bill?" "I'm not scared." "Oh? Your hands always shake like that? You always have your first drink before breakfast?" He came back to his chair, robe flapping around his ankles, and sat down. He tried to smile, but it was a poor effort, and he gave it up. On the telly, the BBC announcer was wrapping up this morning's batch of bad news before going on to last evening's football scores. When they had arrived in the small suburban village of Fleet a month before the shoot was scheduled to begin, they had both marveled over the technical quality of British television. On a good pie color set, it really did look as though you could climb right inside. "More lines or something," Bill had said. "I don't know what it is, but it's great," Audra had replied. That was before they discovered that much of the programming consisted of American shows such as Dallas and endless British sports events ranging from the arcane and boring champion darts throwing, in which all the participants looked like hypertensive sumo wrestlers, to the simply boring. British football was bad. Cricket was even worse. "I've been thinking about home a lot lately," Bill said, and sipped his drink. "Home?" she said, and looked so honestly puzzled that he laughed. "Poor Audra, married almost 11 years to the guy, and you don't know doodly squat about him." "What do you know about that?"
He laughed again and swallowed the rest of his drink. His laughter had a quality she cared for as little as seeing him with a glass of scotch in his hand at this hour of the morning. The laugh sounded like something that really wanted to be a howl of pain. "I wonder if any of the others have got husbands and wives who are just finding out how little they know. I suppose they must." "Billy, I know that I love you," she said. "For 11 years, that's been enough." "I know." He smiled at her. The smile was sweet, tired, and scared. Please tell me what this is about." She looked at him with her lovely gray eyes, sitting there in a tatty leased house chair with her feet curled beneath the hem of her nightgown, a woman he had loved, married, and still loved. He tried to see through her eyes, to see what she knew. He tried to see it as a story. He could, but he knew it would never sell. Here is a poor boy from the state of Maine who goes to the university on a scholarship. All his life he has wanted to be a writer, but when he enrolls in the writing courses he finds himself lost without a compass in a strange and frightening land. There's one guy who wants to be Updike. There's another one who wants to be a New England version of Faulkner, only he wants to write novels about the grim lives of the poor in blank verse. There's a girl who admires Joyce Carol Oates, but feels that because Oates was nurtured in a sexist society, she is radioactive in a literary sense. Oates is unable to be clean, this girl says. She will be cleaner. There's the short, fat grad student who can't or won't speak above a mutter. This guy has written a play in which there are 9 characters. Each one of them says only a single word. Little by little, the playgoers realize that when you put the single words together, you come out with, "War is the tool of the sexist death merchants." This fellow's play receives an A from the man who teaches EH 141, Creative Writing Honors Seminar. This instructor has published 4 books of poetry and his master's thesis, all with the university press. He smokes pot and wears a peace medallion. The Fat Mutterer's play is produced by a guerrilla theater group during the strike to end the war, which shuts down the campus in May of 1970. The instructor plays one of the characters. Bill Denbrough, meanwhile, has written 1 locked room mystery tale, 3 science fiction stories, and several horror tales which owe a great deal to Edgar Allan Poe, H.P. Lovecraft, and Richard Matheson. In later years he will say those stories resembled a mid-1800s funeral hack equipped with a supercharger and painted day-glow red. One of the SF tales earns him a B. "This is better," the instructor writes on the title page. "In the alien counter-strike we see the vicious circle in which violence begets violence. I particularly like the needle-nosed spacecraft as a symbol of socio-sexual incursion. While this remains a slightly confused undertone throughout, it is interesting." All the others do no better than a C. Finally, he stands up in class one day, after the discussion of a sallow young woman's vignette about a cow's examination of a discarded engine block in a deserted field. This may or may not be after a nuclear war. Has gone on for 70 minutes or so. The sallow girl, who smokes one Winston after another and picks occasionally at the pimples which nestle in the hollows of her temples, insists that the vignette is a socio-political statement in the manner of the early Orwell. Most of the class, and the instructor, agree, but still the discussion drones on. When Bill stands up, the class looks at him. He is tall and has a certain presence. Speaking carefully, not stuttering, he has not stuttered in better than 5 years, he says, "I don't understand this at all. I don't understand any of this. Why does a story have to be socio-anything? Politics, culture, history, aren't those natural ingredients in any story, if it's told well? I mean—" He looks around, sees hostile eyes, and realizes dimly that they see this as some sort of attack. Maybe it even is. They are thinking, he realizes, that maybe there is a sexist death merchant in their midst. I mean, can't you guys just let a story be a story? No one replies. Silence spins out. He stands there looking from one cool set of eyes to the next. The sallow girl chuffs out smoke and snubs her cigarette in an ashtray she has brought along in her backpack. Finally, the instructor says softly, as if to a child having an inexplicable tantrum, "Do you believe William Faulkner was just telling stories? Do you believe Shakespeare was just interested in making a buck? Come now, Bill, tell us what you think."
"I think that's pretty close to the truth," Bill says after a long moment, in which he honestly considers the question, and in their eyes he reads a kind of damnation.
"I suggest," the instructor says, toying with his pen and smiling at Bill with half-lidded eyes, "that you have a great deal to learn." The applause starts somewhere in the back of the room. Bill leaves, but returns the next week, determined to stick with it. In the time between, he has written a story called The Dark, a tale about a small boy who discovers a monster in the cellar of his house. The little boy faces it, battles it, finally kills it. He feels a kind of holy exultation as he goes about the business of writing this story. He even feels that he is not so much telling the story as he is allowing the story to flow through him. At one point he puts his pen down and takes his hot and aching hand out into 10-degree December cold, where it nearly smokes from the temperature change. He walks around, green cut-off boots squeaking in the snow like tiny shutter hinges which need oil, and his head seems to bulge with the story. It is a little scary, the way it needs to get out. He feels that if it cannot escape by way of his racing hand, that it will pop his eyes out in its urgency to escape and be concrete. "Going to knock the shit out of it," he confides to the blowing winter dark, and laughs a little, a shaky laugh. He is aware that he has finally discovered how to do just that. After 10 years of trying, he has suddenly found the starter button on the vast dead bulldozer taking up so much space inside his head. It has started up. It is revving. It is nothing pretty, this big machine. It was not made for taking pretty girls to proms. It is not a status symbol. It means business. It can knock things down. If he isn't careful, it will knock him down. He rushes inside and finishes The Dark at white heat, writing until 4 o'clock in the morning, and finally falling asleep over his ring binder. If someone had suggested to him that he was really writing about his brother George, he would have been surprised. He has not thought about George in years, or so he honestly believes. The story comes back from the instructor with an F slashed into the title page. 2 words are scrawled beneath in capital letters. Pulp screams one, crap screams the other. Bill takes the 15-page sheaf of manuscript over to the wood stove and opens the door. He is within a bare inch of tossing it in when the absurdity of what he is doing strikes him. He sits down in his rocking chair, looks at a Grateful Dead poster, and starts to laugh. Pulp? Fine. Let it be pulp. The woods were full of it. "Let them fucking trees fall," Bill exclaims, and laughs until tears spurt from his eyes and roll down his face. He retypes the title page, the one with the instructor's judgment on it, and sends it off to a men's magazine named White Tie. Although, from what Bill can see, it really should be titled Naked Girls Who Look Like Drug Users. Yet his battered Writer's Market says they buy horror stories, and the 2 issues he has bought down at the local mom-and-pop store have indeed contained 4 horror stories, sandwiched between the naked girls and the ads for dirty movies and potency pills. One of them, by a man named Dennis Etchison, is actually quite good. He sends The Dark off with no real hopes. He has submitted a good many stories to magazines before with nothing to show for it but rejection slips, and is flabbergasted and delighted when the fiction editor of White Tie buys it for $200, payment on publication. The assistant editor adds a short note which calls it the best damned horror story since Ray Bradbury's The Jar. He adds, "Too bad only about 70 people coast to coast will read it." But Bill Denbrough does not care. $200. He goes to his advisor with a drop card for EH-141. His advisor initials it. Bill Denbrough staples the drop card to the assistant fiction editor's congratulatory note and tacks both to the bulletin board on the creative writing instructor's door. In the corner of the bulletin board he sees an anti-war cartoon. And suddenly, as if moving of its own accord, his fingers pluck his pen from his breast pocket, and across the cartoon he writes this: "If fiction and politics ever really do become interchangeable, I'm going to kill myself, because I won't know what else to do. You see, politics always change. Stories never do. He pauses, and then feeling a bit small, but unable to help himself, he adds, I suggest you have a lot to learn. His drop card comes back to him in the campus mail 3 days later. The instructor has initialed it. On the space-marked grade at time of drop, the instructor has not given him an incomplete or the low C to which his run of grades at that time would have entitled him. Instead, another F is slashed angrily across the grade line. Below it, the instructor has written, Do you think money proves anything about anything, Dembro? Well, actually, yes, Bill Dembro says to his empty apartment, and once more begins to laugh crazily. In his senior year of college, he dares to write a novel because he has no idea what he's getting into. He escapes the experience scratched and frightened, but alive and with a manuscript nearly 500 pages long. He sends it out to the Viking Press, knowing that it will be the first of many stops for his book, which is about ghosts, but he likes Viking's ship logo, and that makes it as good a place to start as any. As it turns out, the first stop is also the last stop. Viking purchases the book, and for Bill Denbrough the fairy tale begins. The man who was once known as Stuttering Bill has become a success at the age of 23. 3 years later, and 3,000 miles from northern New England, he attains a queer kind of celebrity by marrying a woman who is a movie star and 5 years his senior at Hollywood's Church in the Pines. The gossip columnists give it 7 months. The only bet, they say, is whether the end will come in a divorce or an annulment. Friends and enemies on both sides of the match feel about the same. The age difference apart, the disparities are startling. He is tall, already balding, already inclining a bit toward fat. He speaks slowly in company, and at times seems nearly inarticulate. Audra, on the other hand, is auburn-haired, statuesque, and gorgeous. She is less like an earthly woman than a creature from some semi-divine super-race. He has been hired to do the screenplay of his second novel, The Black Rapids, mostly because the right to do at least the first draft of the screenplay was an immutable condition of sale, in spite of his agent's moans that he was insane. And his draft has actually turned out pretty well. He has been invited out to Universal City for further rewrites and production meetings. His agent is a small woman named Susan Brown. She is exactly 5 feet tall. She is violently energetic and even more violently emphatic. Don't do it, Billy, she tells him. Kiss it off. They've got a lot of money tied up in it, and they'll get someone good to do the screenplay. Maybe even Goldman. Who? William Goldman, the only good writer who ever went out there and did both. What are you talking about, Suze? He stayed there, and he stayed good, she said. The odds on both are like the odds on beating lung cancer. It can be done, but who wants to try? You'll burn out on sex and booze, or some of the nifty new drugs. Susan's crazily fascinating brown eyes sparkle vehemently up at him. And if it turns out to be some meatball who gets the assignment instead of someone like Goldman, so what? The book's on the shelf there. They can't change a word. Susan, listen to me, Billy. Take the money and run. You're young and strong. That's what they like. You go out there and they will first separate you from your self-respect and then from your ability to write a straight line from point A to point B. Last but not least, they will take your testes. You write like a grown-up, but you're just a kid with a very high forehead. I have to go. Did someone just fart in here? She returns. Must have, because something sure stinks. But I do. I have to. Jesus! I have to get away from New England. He is afraid to say what comes next. It's like mouthing a curse, but he owes it to her. I have to get away from Maine. Why, for God's sake? I don't know. I just do. Are you telling me something real, Billy, or just talking like a writer? It's real. They are in bed together during this conversation. Her breasts are small like peaches, sweet like peaches. He loves her a lot, although not the way they both know would be a really good way to love. She sits up with a pool of sheet in her lap and lights a cigarette. She's crying, but he doubts if she knows he knows. It's just the shine in her eyes. It would be tactful not to mention it, so he doesn't. He doesn't love her in that really good way, but he cares a mountain for her. "Go on, then," she says in a dry, businesslike voice as she turns back to him. "Give me a call when you're ready, and if you still have the strength. I'll come and pick up the pieces, if there are any left." The film version of The Black Rapids is called Pit of the Black Demon, and Audra Phillips is cast as the lead. The title is horrible, but the movie turns out to be quite good, and the only part of him he loses in Hollywood is his heart. "Bill," Audra said again, bringing him out of these memories. He saw she had snapped off the TV. He glanced out the window and saw fog nuzzling against the panes. "I'll explain as much as I can," he said. "You deserve that. But first, do 2 things for me." "All right." "Fix yourself another cup of tea and tell me what you know about me, or what you think you know." She looked at him, puzzled, and then went to the highboy. "I know you're from Maine," she said, making herself tea from the breakfast pot. She was not British, but just a touch of clipped British had crept into her voice, a holdover from the part she played in Attic Room, the movie they had come over here to do. It was Bill's first original screenplay. He had been offered the directorial shot as well. Thank God he had declined that. His leaving now would have completed the job of bitching things up. He knew what they would all say, the whole crew. Billy Denbrough finally shows his true colors, just another fucking writer crazier than a shithouse rat. God knew he felt crazy right about now. "I know you had a brother and that you loved him very much and that he died," Audra went on. "I know that you grew up in a town called Derry, moved to Bangor about 2 years after your brother died, and moved to Portland when you were 14. I know your dad died of lung cancer when you were 17, and you wrote a bestseller while you were still in college, paying your way with a scholarship and a part-time job in a textile mill. That must have seemed very strange to you, the change in income, in prospects." She returned to his side of the room, and he saw it in her face then, the realization of the hidden spaces between them. "I know that you wrote The Black Rapids a year later and came out to Hollywood. And the week before shooting started on the movie, you met a very mixed-up woman named Audra Phillips who knew a little bit about what you must have been through, the crazy decompression, because she had been plain old Audrey Philpott 5 years before, and this woman was drowning." "Audra, don't." Her eyes were steady, holding his. "Oh, why not? Let us tell the truth and shame the devil. I was drowning. I discovered poppers 2 years before I met you, and then a year later I discovered Coke, and that was even better. A popper in the morning, Coke in the afternoon, wine at night, a Valium at bedtime. Audra's vitamins. Too many important interviews, too many good parts. I was so much like a character in a Jacqueline Suzanne novel it was hilarious. Do you know how I think about that time now, Bill?" "No." She sipped her tea, her eyes never leaving his, and grinned. "It was like running on the walkway at L.A. International. You get it?" "Not exactly, no." "It's a moving belt," she said, "about 1/4 of a mile long." "I know the walkway," he said, "but I don't see what you're—" "You just stand there and it carries you all the way to the baggage claim area. But if you want, you don't have to just stand there. You can walk on it or run. And it seems like you're just doing your normal walk or your normal jog or your normal run or your normal all-out sprint, whatever. Because your body forgets that what you're really doing is topping the speed the walkway's already making. That's why they have those signs that say, 'Slow down, moving rampway near the end.' When I met you, I felt as if I'd run right off the end of that thing onto a floor that didn't move anymore. There I was, my body 9 miles ahead of my feet. You can't keep your balance. Sooner or later you fall right on your face. Except I didn't, because you caught me." She put her tea aside and lit a cigarette, her eyes never leaving him. He could only see that her hands were shaking in the minute jitter of the lighter flame, which darted first to the right of the cigarette end and then to the left before finding it. She drew deep, blew out a fast jet of smoke. "What do I know about you?" "I know you seem to have it all under control. I know that. You never seemed to be in a hurry to get to the next drink or the next meeting or the next party. You seemed confident that all those things would be there, if you wanted them. You talked slow. Part of it was the Maine drawl, I guess, but most of it was just you.
You were the first man I ever met out there who dared to talk slow. I had to slow down to listen. I looked at you, Bill, and I saw someone who never ran on the walkway, because he knew it would get him there. You seemed utterly untouched by the hype and hysteria. You didn't lease a roll so you could drive down Rodeo Drive on Saturday afternoon with your own vanity plates on some glitzy rental company's car. You didn't have a press agent to plant items in Variety or the Hollywood Reporter. You'd never done the Carson show. Writers can't unless they also do card tricks or bend spoons, he said, smiling. It's like a national law. He thought she would smile, but she didn't. I know you were there when I needed you. When I came flying off the end of the walkway like O.J. Simpson in that old Hertz ad. Maybe you saved me from eating the wrong pill on top of too much booze. Or maybe I would have made it out the other side on my own, and it's all a big dramatization on my part. But it doesn't feel like that. Not inside, where I am. She snuffed the cigarette, only 2 puffs gone. I know you've been there ever since. And I've been there for you. We're good in bed. That used to seem like a big deal to me. But we're also good out of it, and now that seems like a bigger deal. I feel as if I could grow old with you and still be brave. I know you drink too much beer and don't get enough exercise. I know that some nights you dream badly. He was startled, nastily startled, almost frightened. I never dream. She smiled. So you tell the interviewers when they ask you where you get your ideas, but it's not true. Unless it's just indigestion when you start groaning in the night. And I don't believe that, Billy. Do I talk? He asked cautiously. He could remember no dreams. No dreams at all, good or bad. Audra nodded. Sometimes, but I can never make out what it is you say. And on a couple of occasions you have wept. He looked at her blankly. There was a bad taste in his mouth. It trailed back along his tongue and down his throat like the taste of melted aspirin. So now you know how fear tastes, he thought. Time you found out, considering all you've written on the subject. He supposed it was a taste he would get used to, if he lived long enough. Memories were suddenly trying to crowd in. It was as if a black sack in his mind were bulging, threatening to spew noxious dreams, images up from his subconscious and into the mental field of vision commanded by his rational waking mind. And if that happened all at once, it would drive him mad. He tried to push them back and succeeded, but not before he heard a voice. It was as if someone buried alive had cried out from the ground. It was Eddie Casbrack's voice. You saved my life, Bill. Those big boys, they drive me bug shit. Sometimes I think they really want to kill me. Your arms, Audra said. Bill looked down at them. The flesh there had humped into goose flesh. Not little bumps, but huge white knobs like insect eggs. They both stared, saying nothing, as if looking at an interesting museum exhibit. The goosebumps slowly melted away. In the silence that followed, Audra said, And I know one other thing. Someone called you this morning from the States and said you have to leave me. He got up, looked briefly at the liquor bottles, then went into the kitchen and came back with a glass of orange juice. He said, You know I had a brother, and you know he died, but you don't know he was murdered. Audra took in a quick snatch of breath. Murdered? Oh, Bill, why didn't you ever... Tell you? He laughed, that barking sound again. I don't know. What happened? We were living in Derry then. There had been a flood, but it was mostly over, and George was bored. I was sick in bed with the flu. He wanted me to make him a boat out of a sheet of newspaper. I knew how from day camp the year before. He said he was going to sail it down the gutters on Witcham Street and Jackson Street because they were still full of water. So I made him the boat, and he thanked me, and he went out, and that was the last time I ever saw my brother George alive. If I hadn't had the flu, maybe I could have saved him. He paused, right palm rubbing at his left cheek, as if testing for beard stubble. His eyes, magnified by the lenses of his glasses, looked thoughtful, but he was not looking at her. It happened right there on Witcham Street, not too far from the intersection with Jackson. Whoever killed him pulled his left arm off the way a second grader would pull a wing off a fly. Medical examiners said he either died of shock or blood loss. Far as I could ever see, it didn't make a dime's worth of difference which it was. Christ, Bill,
I imagine you wonder why I never told you. The truth is, I wonder myself. Here we've been married 11 years, and until today you never knew what happened to Georgie. I know about your whole family, even your aunts and uncles. I know your grandfather died in his garage in Iowa City frigging around with his chainsaw while he was drunk. I know those things because married people, no matter how busy they are, get to know almost everything after a while. And if they get really bored and stop listening, they pick it up anyway, by osmosis. Or do you think I'm wrong?
No, she said faintly. You're not wrong, Bill.
And we've always been able to talk to each other, haven't we? I mean, neither of us got so bored it ever had to be osmosis, right?
Well, she said, until today I always thought so.
Come on, Audra. You know everything that's happened to me over the last 11 years of my life. Every deal, every idea, every cold, every friend, every guy that ever did me wrong or tried to. You know I slept with Susan Brown. You know that sometimes I get maudlin when I drink and play the records too loud.
Especially the Grateful Dead, she said, and he laughed. This time she smiled back.
You know the most important stuff, too. The things I hope for.
Yes, I think so. But this... She paused, shook her head, thought for a moment.
How much does this call have to do with your brother, Bill? Let me get to it in my own way. Don't try to rush me into the center of it, or you'll have me committed. It's so big, and so quaintly awful, that I'm trying to sort of creep up on it. You see, it never occurred to me to tell you about Georgie.
She looked at him, frowned, shook her head faintly. I don't understand.
What I'm trying to tell you, Audra, is that I haven't even thought of George in 20 years or more.
But you told me you had a brother named...
I repeated a fact, he said. That was all. His name was a word. It cast no shadow at all in my mind.
But I think maybe it cast a shadow over your dreams, Audra said. Her voice was very quiet.
The groaning? The crying?
She nodded.
I suppose you could be right, he said. In fact, you're almost surely right. But dreams you don't remember don't really count, do they?
Are you really telling me you never thought of him at all?
Yes, I am.
She shook her head, frankly disbelieving.
Not even the horrible way he died? Not until today, Audra.
She looked at him and shook her head again.
You asked me before we were married if I had any brothers or sisters, and I said I had a brother who died when I was a kid. You knew my parents were gone, and you've got so much family that it took up your entire field of attention. But that's not all.
What do you mean?
It isn't just George that's been in that black hole. I haven't thought of Derry itself in 20 years. Not the people I chummed with. Eddie Kasprack and Richie the Mouth, Stan Uris, Bev Marsh.
He ran his hands through his hair and laughed shakily.
It's like having a case of amnesia so bad you don't know you've got it. And when Mike Hanlon called...
Who's Mike Hanlon?
Another kid that we chummed with, that I chummed with after Georgie died. Of course, he's no kid anymore. None of us are. That was Mike on the phone, transatlantic cable. He said, "Hello, have I reached the Denbrough residence?" And I said yes, and he said, "Bill, is that you?" And I said yes, and he said, "This is Mike Hanlon." It meant nothing to me, Audra. He might as well have been selling encyclopedias or Burl Ives records. Then he said, "From Derry." And when he said that, it was like a door opened inside me and some horrible light shined out. And I remembered who he was. I remembered Georgie. I remembered all the others. All this happened, Bill snapped his fingers, like that. And I knew he was going to ask me to come.
Come back to Derry.
Yeah.
He took his glasses off, rubbed his eyes, looked at her. Never in her life had she seen a man who looked so frightened.
Back to Derry. Because we promised, he said. And we did. We did. All of us kids. We stood in the creek that ran through the barrens, and we held hands in a circle, and we had cut our palms with a piece of glass so it was like a bunch of kids playing blood brothers. Only it was real. He held his palms out to her, and in the center of each she could see a close-set ladder of white lines that could have been scar tissue. She had held his hand, both his hands, countless times, but she had never noticed these scars across his palms before.
They were faint, yes, but she would have believed. And the party, that party. Not the one where they had met, although the second one formed a perfect bookend to that first one, because it had been the rap party at the end of the Pit of the Black Demon chute. It had been loud and drunk, every inch the Topanga Canyon due. Perhaps a little less bitchy than some of the other L.A. parties she had been to, because the chute had gone better than they had any right to expect, and they all knew it. For Audra Phillips it had gone even better, because she had fallen in love with William Denbrough. What was the name of the self-proclaimed palmist? She couldn't remember now, only that she had been one of the makeup man's 2 assistants. She remembered the girl whipping off her blouse at some point on the party, revealing a very filmy bra beneath, and tying it over her head like a gypsy's scarf. High on pot and wine, she had read palms for the rest of the evening, or at least until she had passed out. Audra could not remember now if the girl's readings had been good or bad, witty or stupid. She had been pretty high herself that night. What she did remember was that at one point the girl had grabbed Bill's palm and her own and had declared them perfectly matched. They were life twins, she said. She could remember watching, more than a little jealous, as the girl traced the lines on his palm with her exquisitely lacquered fingernail. How stupid that was, in the weird L.A. film subculture where men patted women's fannies as routinely as New York men pecked their cheeks. But there had been something intimate and lingering about that tracery. There had been no little white scars on Bill's palms then. She had been watching the charade with a jealous lover's eye, and she was sure of the memory, sure of the fact. She said so to Bill now. He nodded. "You're right. They weren't there then. And although I can't absolutely swear to it, I don't think they were there last night down at the Plow and Barrow. Ralph and I were hand-wrestling for beers again, and I think I would have noticed." He grinned at her. The grin was dry, humorless, and scared. "I think they came back when Mike Hanlon called. That's what I think." "Bill, that isn't possible." But she reached for her cigarettes. Bill was looking at his hands. "Stan did it," he said. "Cut our palms with a sliver of Coke bottle. I can remember it so clearly now." He looked up at Audra, and behind his glasses his eyes were hurt and puzzled. "I remember how that piece of glass flashed in the sun. It was one of the new clear ones. Before that, Coke bottles used to be green. You remember that?" She shook her head, but he didn't see her. He was still studying his palms. "I can remember Stan doing his own hands last, pretending he was going to slash his wrists instead of just cut his palms a little. I guess it was just some goof, but I almost made a move on him to stop him. Because for a second or two there he looked serious." "Bill, don't," she said in a low voice. This time she had to steady the lighter in her right hand by grasping its wrist in her left, like a policeman holding a gun on a shooting range. "Scars can't come back. They either are or aren't." "You saw them before, huh? Is that what you're telling me?" "They're very faint," Audra said, more sharply than she had intended. "We were all bleeding," he said. "We were standing in the water not far from where Eddie Kasprack and Ben Hanscom and I built the dam that time." "You don't mean the architect, do you?" "Is there one by that name?" "God, Bill, he built the new BBC Communications Center. They're still arguing whether it's a dream or an abortion." "Well, I don't know if it's the same guy or not. It doesn't seem likely, but I guess it could be. The Ben I knew was great at building stuff." We all stood there, and I was holding Bev Marsh's left hand in my right, and Richie Tozier's right hand in my left. We stood out there in the water like something out of a Southern baptism after a tent meeting, and I remember I could see the dairy standpipe on the horizon. It looked as white as you imagine the robes of the archangels must be. And we promised, we swore, that if it wasn't over, that if it ever started to happen again, we'd go back, and we'd do it again, and stop it, forever. "Stop what?" she cried, suddenly furious with him. "Stop what? What the fuck are you talking about?" "I wish you wouldn't ask," Bill began, and then stopped. She saw an expression of bemused horror spread over his face like a stain. "Give me a cigarette." She passed him the pack. He lit one. She had never seen him smoke a cigarette. "I used to stutter, too." "You stuttered?" "Yes, back then. You said I was the only man in L.A. you ever knew who dared to speak slowly. The truth is, I didn't dare talk fast. It wasn't reflection. It wasn't deliberation. It wasn't wisdom.
All reformed stutterers speak very slowly. It's one of the tricks you learn, like thinking of your middle name just before you introduce yourself, because stutterers have more trouble with nouns than with any other words. And the one word in all the world that gives them the most trouble is their own first name. Stuttered? She smiled a small smile, as if he had told a joke and she had missed the point. Until Georgie died, I stuttered moderately, Bill said, and already he had begun to hear words double in his mind, as if they were infinitesimally separated in time. The words came out smoothly in his ordinary slow and cadenced way, but in his mind he heard words like Georgie and moderately overlap, becoming Georgie and moderately. I mean, I had some really bad moments, usually when I was called on in class, and especially if I really knew the answer and wanted to give it, but mostly I got by. After George died, it got a lot worse. Then around the age of 14 or 15, things started to get better again. I went to Cheverus High in Portland, and there was a speech therapist there, Mrs. Thomas, who was really great. She taught me some good tricks, like thinking of my middle name just before I said, "Hi, I'm Bill Denbrough," out loud. I was taking French 1, and she taught me to switch to French if I got badly stuck on a word. So if you're standing there feeling like the world's grandest asshole, saying this b over and over like a broken record, you switched over to French, and ce livre would come flowing off your tongue. Worked every time. And as soon as you said it in French, you could come back to English and say, "this book," with no problem at all. If you got stuck on an S word like ship or skate or slum, you could lisp it. Thip, skate, flum. No stutter. All of that helped, but mostly it was just forgetting Derry and everything that happened there, because that's when the forgetting happened. When we were living in Portland and I was going to Cheverus. I didn't forget everything at once, but looking back now, I'd have to say it happened over a remarkably short period of time. Maybe no more than 4 months. My stutter and my memories faded out together. Someone washed the blackboard and all the old equations went away. He drank what was left of his juice. When I stuttered on ask a few seconds ago, that was the first time in maybe 21 years. He looked at her. First the scars, then the stutter. Do you hear it? You're doing that on purpose, she said, badly frightened. No, I guess there's no way to convince a person of that, but it's true. Stuttering's funny, Audra, spooky. On one level, you're not even aware it's happening, but it's also something you can hear in your mind. It's like part of your head is working an instant ahead of the rest. Or one of those reverb systems kids used to put in their jalopies back in the 50s, when the sound in the rear speaker would come just a split second after the sound in the front speaker. He got up and walked restlessly around the room. He looked tired, and she thought with some unease of how hard he had worked over the last 13 years or so, as if it might be possible to justify the moderateness of his talent by working furiously, almost non-stop. She found herself having a very uneasy thought and tried to push it away, but it wouldn't go. Suppose Bill's call had really been from Ralph Foster, inviting him down to the Plow and Barrow for an hour of arm wrestling or backgammon, or maybe from Freddie Firestone, the producer of Attic Room, on some problem or other. Perhaps even a wrong ring, as the vetty British doctor's wife down the lane put it. What did such thoughts lead to? Why, to the idea that all this Derry, Mike Hanlon business was nothing but a hallucination brought on by an incipient nervous breakdown. But the scars, Audra. How do you explain the scars? He's right. They weren't there, and now they are. That's the truth, and you know it. Tell me the rest, she said. Who killed your brother George? What did you and these other children do? What did you promise? He went to her, knelt before her like an old-fashioned suitor about to propose marriage, and took her hands. I think I could tell you, he said softly. I think that if I really wanted to, I could. Most of it I don't remember even now, but once I started talking it would come. I can sense those memories, waiting to be born. They're like clouds filled with rain, only this rain would be very dirty. The plants that grew after a rain like that would be monsters. Maybe I can face that with the others. Do they know? Mike said he called them all. He thinks they'll all come. Except maybe for Stan. He said Stan sounded strange. It all sounds strange to me. You're frightening me very badly, Bill. I'm sorry, he said, and kissed her. It was like getting a kiss from an utter stranger. She found herself hating this man, Mike Hanlon. I thought I ought to explain as much as I could. I thought that would be better than just creeping off into the night. I suppose some of them may do just that. But I have to go, and I think Stan will be there, no matter how strange he sounded. Or maybe that's just because I can't imagine not going myself. Because of your brother? Bill shook his head slowly. I could tell you that, but it would be a lie. I loved him. I know how strange that must sound after telling you I haven't thought of him in 20 years or so. But I loved the hell out of that kid. He smiled a little. He was a spasmoid, but I loved him, you know? Audra, who had a younger sister, nodded. I know. But it isn't George. I can't explain what it is. He looked out the window at the morning fog. I feel like a bird must feel when fall comes, and it knows. Somehow it just knows it has to fly home. It's instinct, babe. And I guess I believe instinct's the iron skeleton under all our ideas of free will. Unless you're willing to take the pipe or eat the gun or take a long walk off a short dock, you can't say no to some things. You can't refuse to pick up your option because there is no option. You can't stop it from happening any more than you could stand at home plate with a bat in your hand and let a fastball hit you. I have to go. That promise, it's in my mind like a fish hook. She stood up and walked herself carefully to him. She felt very fragile, as if she might break. She put a hand on his shoulder and turned him to her. Take me with you, then. The expression of horror that dawned on his face then, not horror of her, but for her, was so naked that she stepped back, really afraid for the first time. No, he said. Don't think of that, Audra. Don't you ever think of that. You're not going within 3,000 miles of Derry. I think Derry's going to be a very bad place to be during the next couple of weeks. You're going to stay here and carry on and make all the excuses for me you have to. Now promise me that. Should I promise? She asked, her eyes never leaving his. Should I, Bill? Audra, should I? You made a promise, and look what it's got you into. And me as well, since I'm your wife and I love you. His big hands tightened painfully on her shoulders. Promise me, promise. And she could not stand that. That broken word caught in his mouth like a gaffed and wriggling fish. I promise, okay? I promise. She burst into tears. Are you happy now? Jesus. You're crazy. The whole thing is crazy. But I promise. He put an arm around her and led her to the couch. Brought her a brandy. She sipped at it, getting herself under control a little at a time. When do you go, then? Today, he said. Concord. I can just make it if I drive to Heathrow instead of taking the train. Freddie wanted me on set after lunch. You go on ahead at 9, and you don't know anything, you see? She nodded reluctantly. I'll be in New York before anything shows up funny, and in Derry before sundown with the right connections. And when do I see you again? She asked softly. He put an arm around her and held her tightly, but he never answered her question. Derry, the first interlude. How many human eyes had snatched glimpses of their secret anatomies down the passage of years? Clive Barker, Books of Blood. The segment below and all other interlude segments are drawn from Derry, an unauthorized town history by Michael Hanlon. This is an unpublished set of notes and accompanying fragments of manuscript, which read almost like diary entries, found in the Derry Public Library vault. The title given is the one written on the cover of the loose-leaf binder in which these notes were kept prior to their appearance here. The author, however, refers to the work several times within his own notes as Derry, a look through hell's back door. One supposes the thought of popular publication had done more than cross Mr. Hanlon's mind. January 2nd, 1985. Can an entire city be haunted? Haunted as some houses are supposed to be haunted? Not just a single building in that city, or the corner of a single street, or a single basketball court in a single pocket park, the netless basket jutting out at sunset like some obscure and bloody instrument of torture. Not just one area, but everything, the whole works. Can that be? Listen. Haunted. Often visited by ghosts or spirits. Funk and Wagnalls. Haunting. Persistently recurring to the mind, difficult to forget. Ditto Funk and Friend. To haunt. To appear or recur often, especially as a ghost. But, and listen, a place often visited. Resort, den, hangout. Italics are, of course, mine. And one more. This one, like the last, is a definition of haunt as a noun, and is the one that really scares me. A feeding place for animals. Like the animals that beat up Adrian Mellon and then threw him over the bridge? Like the animal that was waiting underneath the bridge? A feeding place for animals. What's feeding in Derry? What's feeding on Derry? You know, it's sort of interesting. I didn't know it was possible for a man to become as frightened as I have become since the Adrian Mellon business and still live, let alone function. It's as if I've fallen into a story, and everyone knows you're not supposed to feel this afraid until the end of the story, when the haunter of the dark finally comes out of the woodwork to feed on you, of course. On you. But if this is a story, it's not one of those classic screamers by Lovecraft or Bradbury or Poe. I know, you see, not everything, but a lot. I didn't just start when I opened the Derry News one day last September, read the transcript of the Unwin boys' preliminary hearing, and realized that the clown who killed George Denbrough might well be back again. I actually started around 1980. I think that is when some part of me which had been asleep woke up, knowing that its time might be coming round again. What part? The Watchman part, I suppose. Or maybe it was the voice of the turtle. Yes, I rather think it was that. I know it's what Bill Denbrough would believe. I discovered news of old horrors in old books, read intelligence of old atrocities in old periodicals. Always in the back of my mind, every day a bit louder, I heard the seashell drone of some growing, coalescing force. I seemed to smell the bitter ozone aroma of lightnings to come. I began making notes for a book I will almost certainly not live to write. And at the same time I went on with my life. On one level of my mind I was and am living with the most grotesque, capering horrors. On another I have continued to live the mundane life of a small city librarian. I shelve books. I make out library cards for new patrons. I turn off the microfilm readers careless users sometimes leave on. I joke with Carol Danner about how much I would like to go to bed with her, and she jokes back about how much she'd like to go to bed with me, and both of us know that she's really joking, and I'm really not. Just as both of us know that she won't stay in a little place like Derry for long, and I will be here until I die, taping torn pages in Business Week, sitting down at monthly acquisition meetings with my pipe in one hand and a stack of library journals in the other, and waking in the middle of the night with my fists jammed against my mouth to keep in the screams. The Gothic conventions are all wrong. My hair has not turned white. I do not sleepwalk. I have not begun to make cryptic comments or to carry a planchette around in my sport coat pocket. I think I laugh a little more, that's all, and sometimes it must seem a little shrill and strange, because sometimes people look at me oddly when I laugh. Part of me, the part Bill would call the voice of the turtle, says I should call them all tonight. But am I, even now, completely sure? Do I want to be completely sure? No, of course not. But God, what happened to Adrian Mellon is so much like what happened to Stuttering Bill's brother, George, in the fall of 1957. If it has started again, I will call them. I'll have to. But not yet. It's too early anyway. Last time it began slowly and didn't really get going until the summer of 1958. So, I wait. And fill up the waiting with words in this notebook and long moments of looking into the mirror to see the stranger the boy became. The boy's face was bookish and timid. The man's face is the face of a bank teller in a Western movie, the fellow who never has any lines, the one who just gets to put his hands up and look scared when the robbers come in. And if the script calls for anyone to get shot by the bad guys, he's the one. Same old Mike. A little starey in the eyes, maybe, and a little punchy from broken sleep, but not so's you'd notice without a good close look. Like kissing distance close, and I haven't been that close to anyone in a very long time. If you took a casual glance at me, you might think he's been reading too many books, but that's all. I doubt you'd guess how hard the man with the mild bank teller's face is now struggling just to hold on to his own mind. If I have to make those calls, it may kill some of them. That's one of the things I've had to face on the long nights when sleep won't come, nights when I lie there in bed wearing my conservative blue pajamas, my spectacles neatly folded up and lying on the night table next to the glass of water I always put there in case I wake up thirsty in the night. I lie there in the dark and I take small sips of water, and I wonder how much, or how little, they remember. I am somehow convinced that they don't remember any of it, because they don't need to remember. I'm the only one that hears the voice of the turtle, the only one who remembers, because I'm the only one who stayed here in Derry. And because they're scattered to the four winds, they have no way of knowing the identical patterns their lives have taken. To bring them back, to show them that pattern, yes, it might kill some of them. It might kill all of them. So I go over it and over it in my mind. I go over them, trying to recreate them as they were and as they might now be, trying to decide which of them is the most vulnerable. Richie Trashmouth Tozier, I think sometimes. He was the one Chris, Huggins, and Bowers seemed to catch up with the most often, in spite of the fact that Ben was so fat. Bowers was the one Richie was the most scared of, the one we were all the most scared of, but the others used to really put the fear of God into him, too. If I call him out there in California, would he see it as some horrible return of the big bullies, 2 from the grave and 1 from the madhouse in Juniper Hill where he raves to this day? Sometimes I think Eddie was the weakest. Eddie with his domineering tank of a mother and his terrible case of asthma. Beverly? She always tried to talk so tough, but she was as scared as the rest of us. Stuttering Bill, faced with a horror that won't go away when he puts the cover on his typewriter. Stan Uris. There's a guillotine blade hanging over their lives, razor sharp. But the more I think about it, the more I think they don't know that blade is there. I'm the one with my hand on the lever. I can pull it just by opening my telephone notebook and calling them, one after the other. Maybe I won't have to do it. I hold on to the waning hope that I've mistaken the rabbity cries of my own timid mind for the deeper, truer voice of the turtle. After all, what do I have? Melon in July. A child found dead on Neibolt Street last October, another found in Memorial Park in early December, just before the first snowfall. Maybe it was a tramp, as the papers say, or a crazy who's since left Derry or killed himself out of remorse and self-disgust, as some of the books say the real Jack the Ripper may have done. Maybe. But the Albrecht girl was found directly across the street from that damned old house on Neibolt Street, and she was killed on the same day as George Denbrough was, 27 years before. And then the Johnson boy, found in Memorial Park with one of his legs missing below the knee. Memorial Park is, of course, the home of the Derry Standpipe, and the boy was found almost at its foot. The Standpipe is within a shout of the Barrens. The Standpipe is also where Stan Uris saw those boys, those dead boys. Still, it could all be nothing but smoke and mirages. Could be. Or coincidence. Or perhaps something between the two, a kind of malefic echo. Could that be? I sense that it could be. Here in Derry, anything could be. I think what was here before is still here. The thing that was here in 1957 and 1958. The thing that was here in 1929 and in 1930 when the black spot was burned down by the Maine Legion of White Decency. The thing that was here in 1904 and 1905 and early 1906, at least until the Kitchener Iron Works exploded. The thing that was here in 1876 and 1877, the thing that has shown up every 27 years or so. Sometimes it comes a little sooner, sometimes a little later, but it always comes. As one goes back, the wrong notes are harder and harder to find because the records grow poorer and the moth holes in the narrative history of the area grow bigger. But knowing where to look and when to look goes a long way toward solving the problem. It always comes back, you see. It. So, yes, I think I'll have to make those calls. I think it was meant to be us. Somehow, for some reason, we're the ones who have been elected to stop it forever. Blind fate, blind luck? Or is it that damned turtle again? Does it perhaps command as well as speak? I don't know. And I doubt if it matters. All those years ago, Bill said, "The turtle can't help us." And if it was true then, it must be true now. I think of us standing in the water, hands clasped, making that promise to come back if it ever started again, standing there almost like druids in a ring, our hands bleeding their own promise, palm to palm. A ritual that is perhaps as old as mankind itself, an unknowing tap driven into the tree of all power, the one that grows on the borderline between the land of all we know and that of all we suspect. Because the similarities... But I'm doing my own Bill Denbrough here, stuttering over the same ground again and again, reciting a few facts and a lot of unpleasant, and rather gaseous, suppositions, growing more and more obsessive with every paragraph. No good, useless, dangerous even. But it is so very hard to wait on events. This notebook is supposed to be an effort to get beyond that obsession by widening the focus of my attention. After all, there is more to the story than 6 boys and 1 girl, none of them happy, none of them accepted by their peers, who stumbled into a nightmare during one hot summer when Eisenhower was still president. It is an attempt to pull the camera back a little, if you will, to see the whole city, a place where nearly 35,000 people work and eat and sleep and copulate and shop and drive around and walk and go to school and go to jail, and sometimes disappear into the dark. To know what a place is, I really do believe one has to know what it was. And if I had to name a day when all of this really started again for me, it would be the day in the early spring of 1980 when I went to see Albert Carson, who died last summer. At 91, he was full of years as well as honors. He was head librarian here from 1914 to 1960, an incredible span. But he was an incredible man. And I felt that if anyone would know which history of this area was the best one to start with, Albert Carson would. I asked him my question as we sat on his porch, and he gave me his answer, speaking in a croak. He was already fighting the throat cancer, which would eventually kill him.
"Not one of them is worth a shit, as you damn well know."
Then where should I start?
Start what, for Christ's sake?
Researching the history of the area, of Derry Township.
Oh, well... Start with the Frick and the Michaud. They're supposed to be the best.
And after I read those?
Read them? Christ, no. Throw them in the wastebasket. That's your first step. Then read Budinger. Branson Budinger was a damned sloppy researcher and afflicted with a terminal boner, if half of what I heard when I was a kid was true. But when it came to Derry, his heart was in the right place. He got most of the facts wrong, but he got them wrong with feeling, Hanlon.
I laughed a little, and Carson grinned with his leathery lips, an expression of good humor that was actually a little frightening. In that instant, he looked like a vulture happily guarding a freshly killed animal, waiting for it to reach exactly the right stage of tasty decomposition before beginning to dine.
When you finish with Budinger, read Ives. Make notes on all the people he talked to. Sandy Ives is still at the University of Maine. Folklorist. After you read him, go see him. Buy him a dinner. I'd take him to the Orinoco, because dinner at the Orinoco seems to never end. Pump him. Fill up a notebook with names and addresses. Talk to the old-timers he's talked to, those that are still left. There are a few of us. And get some more names from them. By then you'll have all the place to stand you'll need, if you're half as bright as I think you are. If you chase down enough people, you'll find out a few things that aren't in the histories, and you may find they disturb your sleep.
Derry...
What about it?
Derry's not right, is it?
Right?
He asked in that whispery croak.
What's right? What does that word mean? Is right pretty pictures of the Kenduskeag at sunset, Kodachrome by so-and-so, f-stop such and such? If so, then Derry is right, because there are pretty pictures of it by the score. Is right a damned committee of dry-boxed old virgins to save the governor's mansion, or to put a commemorative plaque in front of the standpipe? If that's right, then Derry's right as rain, because we've got more than our share of old kitty cats minding everybody's business. Is right that ugly plastic statue of Paul Bunyan in front of City Center? Oh, if I had a truck full of napalm and my old Zippo lighter, I'd take care of that fucking thing, I assure you. But if one's aesthetic is broad enough to include plastic statues, then Derry is right. The question is, what does right mean to you, Hanlon? Eh? More to the point, what does right not mean?
I could only shake my head. He either knew or he didn't. He would either tell or he wouldn't.
Do you mean the unpleasant stories you may hear, or the ones you already know? There are always unpleasant stories. A town's history is like a rambling old mansion, filled with rooms and cubby holes and laundry chutes and garrets and all sorts of eccentric little hiding places, not to mention an occasional secret passage or two. If you go exploring Mansion Derry, you'll find all sorts of things, yes. You may be sorry later, but you'll find them. And once a thing is found, it can't be unfound, can it? Some of the rooms are locked, but there are keys. There are keys.
His eyes glinted at me with an old man's shrewdness.
You may come to think you've stumbled on the worst of Derry's secrets, but there is always one more, and one more, and one more.
Do you...
I think I shall have to ask you to excuse me just now. My throat is very bad today. It's time for my medicine and my nap.
In other words, here is a knife and fork, my friend. Go see what you can cut with them. I started with the Frick history and the Michaud history. I followed Carson's advice and threw them in the wastebasket, but I read them first. They were as bad as he had suggested. I read the Budinger history, copied out the footnotes, and chased them down. That was more satisfactory, but footnotes are peculiar things, you know, like footpaths twisting through a wild and anarchic country. They split, then they split again. At any point you may take a wrong turn which leads you either to a bramble-choked dead end or into swampy quickmud. If you find a footnote, a library science prof once told a class of which I was a part, step on its head and kill it before it can breed. They do breed, and sometimes the breeding is a good thing, but I think that more often it is not. Those in Budinger's stiffly written A History of Old Derry, Orono, University of Maine Press, 1950, wander through 100 years' worth of forgotten books and dusty master's dissertations in the fields of history and folklore, through articles in defunct magazines, and amid brain-numbing stacks of town reports and ledgers. My conversations with Sandy Ives were more interesting. His sources crossed Budinger's from time to time, but a crossing was all it ever was. Ives had spent a good part of his lifetime setting down oral histories, yarns, in other words, almost verbatim, a practice Branson Budinger would undoubtedly have seen as taking the low road. Ives had written a cycle of articles on Derry during the years 1963 through 66. Most of the old-timers he talked to then were dead by the time I started my own investigations, but they had sons, daughters, nephews, cousins. And, of course, one of the great true facts of the world is this. For every old-timer who dies, there's a new old-timer coming along. And a good story never dies. It is always passed down. I sat on a lot of porches and back stoops, drank a lot of tea, black label beer, homemade root beer, tap water, spring water. I did a lot of listening, and the wheels of my tape player turned. Both Budinger and Ives agreed completely on one point. The original party of white settlers numbered about 300. They were English. They had a charter and were formally known as the Derry Company. The land granted them covered what is today Derry, most of Newport, and little slices of the surrounding towns. And in the year 1741, everyone in Derry Township just disappeared. They were there in June of that year, a community which at that time numbered about 340 souls,
But come October, they were gone. The little village of wooden homes stood utterly deserted. One of them, which once stood roughly at the place where Witcham and Jackson streets intersect today, was burned to the ground. The Michaud history states firmly that all of the villagers were slaughtered by Indians, but there is no basis, save the one burned house, for that idea. More likely, someone's stove just got too hot and the house went up in flames. Indian massacre? Doubtful. No bones, no bodies. Flood? Not that year. Disease? No word of it in the surrounding towns. They just disappeared. All of them. All 340 of them. Without a trace. So far as I know, the only case remotely like it in American history is the disappearance of the colonists on Roanoke Island, Virginia. Every school child in the country knows about that one, but who knows about the dairy disappearance? Not even the people who live here, apparently. I quizzed several junior high students who are taking the required Maine history course, and none of them knew a thing about it. Then I checked the text, Maine Then and Now. There are better than 40 index entries for dairy, most of them concerning the boom years of the lumber industry. Nothing about the disappearance of the original colonists. And yet that, what shall I call it? That quiet fits the pattern too. There is a kind of curtain of quiet which cloaks much of what has happened here, and yet people do talk. I guess nothing can stop people from talking. But you have to listen hard, and that is a rare skill. I flatter myself that I've developed it over the last 4 years. If I haven't, then my aptitude for the job must be poor indeed, because I've had enough practice. An old man told me about how his wife had heard voices speaking to her from the drain of her kitchen sink in the 3 weeks before their daughter died. That was in the early winter of 1957-58. The girl he spoke of was one of the early victims in the murder spree which began with George Denbrough and did not end until the following summer. A whole slew of voices, all of them babbling together, he told me. He owned a Gulf station on Kansas Street and talked in between slow, limping trips out to the pumps where he filled gas tanks, checked oil levels, and wiped windshields. Said she spoke back once, even though she was a scart. Leaned right over the drain, she did, and hollered down into it. "Who the hell are you?" she calls. "What's your name?" And all these voices answered back, she said. Grunts and babbles, and howls and yips, screams and laughing, don't you know. And she said they were saying what the possessed man said to Jesus. "Our name is Legion," they said. She wouldn't go near that sink for 2 years. For them 2 years, I'd spend 12 hours a day down here busting my hump, then have to go home and wash all the damn dishes. He was drinking a can of Pepsi from the machine outside the office door, a man of 72 or 3 in faded gray work fatigues, rivers of wrinkles flowing down from the corners of his eyes and mouth. "By now you probably think I'm crazy as a bedbug," he said. "But I'll tell you something else if you'll turn off your whirligig there." I turned off my tape recorder and smiled at him. "Considering some of the things I've heard over the last couple of years, you'd have to go a fair country distance to convince me you're crazy," I said. He smiled back, but there was no humor in it. "I was doing the dishes one night, same as usual. This was in the fall of '58, after things had settled down again. My wife was upstairs, sleeping. Betty was the only kid God ever saw fit to give us, and after she was killed, my wife spent a lot of her time sleeping. Anyway, I pulled the plug, and the water started running out of the sink. You know the sound real soapy water makes when it goes down the drain? Kind of a sucking sound it is. It was making that noise, but I wasn't thinking about it, only about going out and chopping some kindling in the shed, and just as that sound started to die off, I heard my daughter down in there. I heard Betty somewhere down in those friggin' pipes, laughing. She was somewheres down there in the dark, laughing. Only it sounded more like she was screaming once you listened a bit. Or both, screaming and laughing down there in the pipes. That's the only time I ever heard anything like that. Maybe I just imagined it. But I don't think so." He looked at me, and I looked at him. The light falling through the dirty plate glass windows onto his face filled him up with years, made him look as ancient as Methuselah. I remember how cold I felt at that moment,
How cold.
"You think I'm storying you along?" the old man asked me. The old man who would have been just about 45 in 1957. The old man to whom God had given a single daughter, Betty Ripsom by name. Betty had been found on Outer Jackson Street just after Christmas of that year, frozen. Her remains ripped wide open. "No," I said. "I don't think you're just storying me along, Mr. Ripsom." "And you're telling the truth, too," he said with a kind of wonder. "I can see it on your face." I think he meant to tell me something more then, but the bell behind us dinged sharply as a car rolled over the hose on the tarmac and pulled up to the pumps. When the bell rang, both of us jumped, and I uttered a thin little cry. Ripsom got to his feet and limped out to the car, wiping his hands on a ball of waste. When he came back in, he looked at me as though I were a rather unsavory stranger who had just happened to wander in off the street. I made my goodbyes and left. Budinger and Ives agree on something else. Things really are not right here in Derry. Things in Derry have never been right. I saw Albert Carson for the last time a scant month before he died. His throat had gotten much worse. All he could manage was a hissing little whisper. "Still thinking about writing a history of Derry, Hanlon?"
"Still toying with the idea," I said. But I had, of course, never planned to write a history of the township, not exactly, and I think he knew it.
"It would take you 20 years, he whispered, "and no one would read it. No one would want to read it. Let it go, Hanlon."
He paused a moment and then added,
"Budinger committed suicide, you know."
Of course I had known that, but only because people always talk and I had learned to listen. The article in the news had called it a falling accident, and it was true that Branson Budinger had taken a fall. What the news neglected to mention was that he fell from a stool in his closet, and he had a noose around his neck at the time. "You know about the cycle?" I looked at him, startled.
"Oh, yes," Carson whispered. "I know. Every 26 or 27 years. Budinger knew, too. A lot of the old-timers do, although that is one thing they won't talk about, even if you load them up with booze. Let it go, Hanlon." He reached out with one bird-claw hand. He closed it around my wrist, and I could feel the hot cancer that was loose and raving through his body, eating anything and everything left that was still good to eat. Not that there could have been much by that time. Albert Carson's cupboards were almost bare. "Michael, this is nothing you want to mess into. There are things here in Derry that bite. Let it go. Let it go." "I can't." "Then beware," he said. Suddenly the huge and frightened eyes of a child were looking out of his dying old man's face. "Beware." Derry. My hometown, named after the county of the same name in Ireland. Derry. I was born here, in Derry Home Hospital, attended Derry Elementary School, went to junior high at 9th Street Middle School, to high school at Derry High. I went to the University of Maine. Ain't in Derry, but it's just down the road, the old-timers say. And then I came right back here, to the Derry Public Library. I am a small-town man living a small-town life, one among millions. But... In 1879, a crew of lumberjacks found the remains of another crew that had spent the winter snowed in at a camp on the Upper Kenduskeag, at the tip of what the kids still call the Barrens. There were 9 of them in all 9 hacked to pieces. Heads had rolled, not to mention arms, a foot or two, and a man's penis had been nailed to one wall of the cabin. But in 1851, John Markson killed his entire family with poison, and then, sitting in the middle of the circle he had made with their corpses, he gobbled an entire white nightshade mushroom. His death agonies must have been intense. The town constable who found him wrote in his report that at first he believed the corpse was grinning at him. He wrote of Markson's awful white smile. The white smile was an entire mouthful of the killer mushroom. Markson had gone on eating even as the cramps and the excruciating muscle spasms must have been racking his dying body. But
On Easter Sunday, 1906, the owners of the Kitchener Iron Works, which stood where the brand spanking new Derry Mall now stands, held an Easter egg hunt for all the good children of Derry. The hunt took place in the huge ironworks building. Dangerous areas were closed off, and employees volunteered their time to stand guard and make sure no adventurous boy or girl decided to duck under the barriers and explore. 500 chocolate Easter eggs wrapped in gay ribbons were hidden about the rest of the works. According to Budinger, there was at least one child present for each of those eggs. They ran giggling and whooping and yelling through the Sunday silent ironworks, finding the eggs under the giant tipper vats, inside the desk drawers of the foreman, balanced between the great rusty teeth of gear wheels, inside the molds on the third floor. In the old photographs, these molds looked like cupcake tins from some giant's kitchen. 3 generations of Kitcheners were there to watch the gay riot and to award prizes at the end of the hunt, which was to come at 4 o'clock, whether all the eggs had been found or not. The end actually came 45 minutes early, at 3:15. That was when the ironworks exploded. 72 people were pulled dead from the wreckage before the sun went down. The final toll was 102. 88 of the dead were children. On the following Wednesday, while the city still lay in stunned, silent contemplation of the tragedy, a woman found the head of 9-year-old Robert Duhay caught in the limbs of her backyard apple tree. There was chocolate on the Duhay lad's teeth and blood in his hair. He was the last of the known dead. 8 children and 1 adult were never accounted for. It was the worst tragedy in Derry's history, even worse than the fire at the Black Spot in 1930, and it was never explained. All 4 of the ironworks boilers were shut down, not just banked, shut down. But the murder rate in Derry is 6 times the murder rate of any other town of comparable size in New England. I found my tentative conclusions in this matter so difficult to believe that I turned my figures over to one of the high school hackers who spends what time he doesn't spend in front of his Commodore here in the library. He went several steps further. Scratch a hacker, find an overachiever. By adding another dozen small cities to what he called the stat pool, and presenting me with a computer-generated bar graph where Derry sticks out like a sore thumb. "People must have wicked short tempers here, Mr. Hanlon," was his only comment. I didn't reply. If I had, I might have told him that something in Derry has a wicked short temper anyway. Here in Derry, children disappear unexplained and unfound at the rate of 40 to 60 a year. Most are teenagers. They are assumed to be runaways. I suppose some of them even are. And during what Albert Carson would undoubtedly have called the time of the cycle, the rate of disappearance shoots nearly out of sight. In the year 1930, for instance, the year the Black Spot burned, there were better than 170 child disappearances in Derry. And you must remember that these are only the disappearances which were reported to the police and thus documented. Nothing surprising about it, the current chief of police told me when I showed him the statistic. It was the Depression. Most of them probably got tired of eating potato soup or going flat hungry at home and went off riding the rods, looking for something better. During 1958, 127 children, ranging in age from 3 to 19, were reported missing in Derry. Was there a depression in 1958? I asked Chief Rademacher. "No," he said. "But people move around a lot, Hanlon. Kids in particular get itchy feet. Have a fight with the folks about coming in late after a date, and boom, they're gone." I showed Chief Rademacher the picture of Chad Lowe, which had appeared in the Derry News in April 1958. "You think this one ran away after a fight with his folks about coming in late, Chief Rademacher? He was 3.5 when he dropped out of sight." Rademacher fixed me with a sour glance and told me it sure had been nice talking with me, but if there was nothing else, he was busy. I left. Haunted, haunting, haunt. Often visited by ghosts or spirits, as in the pipes under the sink. To appear or recur often, as every 25, 26, or 27 years. A feeding place for animals, as in the cases of George Denbrough, Adrian Mellon, Betty Ripsum, the Albrecht girl, the Johnson boy. A feeding place for animals. Yes, that's the one that haunts me. If anything else happens, anything at all, I'll make the calls. I'll have to. In the meantime, I have my suppositions, my broken rest, and my memories. My damned memories. Oh, and one other thing. I have this notebook, don't I? The wall I wail to. And here I sit, my hand shaking so badly I can hardly write in it. Here I sit in the deserted library after closing, listening to faint sounds in the dark stacks, watching the shadows thrown by the dim yellow globes to make sure they don't move, don't change. Here I sit next to the telephone. I put my free hand on it, let it slide down. Touch the holes in the dial that could put me in touch with all of them, my old pals. We went deep together. We went into the black together. Would we come out of the black if we went in a second time? I don't think so. Please, God, I don't have to call them. Please, God. Part 2, June of 1958. My surface is myself, under which to witness youth is buried. Roots? Everybody has roots. William Carlos Williams, Patterson. Sometimes I wonder what I'm a-gonna do. There ain't no cure for the summertime blues. Eddie Cochran. Chapter 4. Ben Hanscom Takes a Fall. 1. Around 11:45 p.m., one of the stews serving first class on the Omaha to Chicago run, United Airlines Flight 41, gets one hell of a shock. She thinks for a few moments that the man in 1A has died. When he boarded at Omaha, she thought to herself, "Oh boy, here comes trouble. He's just as drunk as a lord." The stink of whiskey around his head reminded her fleetingly of the cloud of dust that always surrounds the dirty little boy in the peanut strip. Pigpen, his name is. She was nervous about first service, which is the booze service. She was sure he would ask for a drink, and probably a double. Then she would have to decide whether or not to serve him. Also, just to add to the fun, there have been thunderstorms all along the route tonight, and she is quite sure that at some point the man, a lanky guy dressed in jeans and chambray, would begin upchucking. But when first service came along, the tall man ordered nothing more than a glass of club soda, just as polite as you could want. His service light has not gone on, and the stew forgets all about him soon enough, because the flight is a busy one. The flight is, in fact, the kind you want to forget as soon as it's over, one of those during which you just might, if you had time, have a few questions about the possibility of your own survival. United 41 slaloms between the ugly pockets of thunder and lightning like a good skier going downhill. The air is very rough. The passengers exclaim and make uneasy jokes about the lightning they can see flickering on and off in the thick pillars of cloud around the plane. "Mommy, is God taking pictures of the angels?" a little boy asks, and his mother, who is looking rather green, laughs shakily. First service turns out to be the only service on 41 that night. The seatbelt sign goes on 20 minutes into the flight and stays on. All the same, the stewardesses stay in the aisles, answering the call buttons which go off like strings of polite society firecrackers. "Ralph is busy tonight," the head stew says to her as they pass in the aisle. The head stew is going back to tourist with a fresh supply of airsick bags. It is half code, half joke. Ralph is always busy on bumpy flights. The plane lurches, someone cries out softly, the stewardess turns a bit and puts out a hand to catch her balance, and looks directly into the staring, sightless eyes of the man in 1A. "Oh, my dear God, he's dead," she thinks. The liquor before he got on, then the bumps, his heart, scared to death. The lanky man's eyes are on hers, but they are not seeing her. They do not move. They are perfectly glazed. Surely they are the eyes of a dead man. The stew turns away from that awful gaze, her own heart pumping away in her throat at a runaway rate, wondering what to do, how to proceed, and thanking God that at least the man has no seatmate to perhaps scream and start a panic. She decides she will have to notify first the head stew and then the male crew up front. Perhaps they can wrap a blanket around him and close his eyes. The pilot will keep the belt light on even if the air smooths out so no one can come forward to use the john, and when the other passengers deplane, they'll think he's just asleep. These thoughts go through her mind rapidly, and she turns back for a confirming look.
The dead, sightless eyes fix upon hers. And then the corpse picks up his glass of club soda and sips from it. Just then the plane staggers again, tilts, and the stew's little scream of surprise is lost in other heartier cries of fear. The man's eyes move then. Not much, but enough so she understands that he is alive and seeing her. And she thinks, why, I thought when he got on that he was in his mid-50s, but he's nowhere near that old, in spite of the graying hair. She goes to him, although she can hear the impatient chime of call buttons behind her. Ralph is indeed busy tonight. After their perfectly safe landing at O'Hare 30 minutes from now, the stews will dispose of over 70 airsick bags. "Everything okay, sir?" she asks, smiling. The smile feels false, unreal. "Everything is fine and well," the lanky man says. She glances at the first-class stub tacked into the little slot on his seat back and sees that his name is Hanscom. "Fine and well. But it's a bit bumpy tonight, isn't it? You've got your work cut out for you, I think. Don't bother with me. He offers her a ghastly smile, a smile that makes her think of scarecrows flapping in dead November fields. "I'm fine and well." "You looked dead. A little under the weather." "I was thinking of the old days," he says. "I only realized earlier tonight that there were such things as old days, at least as far as I myself am concerned." More call buttons chime. "Pardon me, stewardess," someone calls nervously. "Well, if you're quite sure you're all right." "I was thinking about a dam I built with some friends of mine," Ben Hanscom says. "The first friends I ever had, I guess. They were building the dam when I—" He stops, looks startled, then laughs. It is an honest laugh, almost the carefree laugh of a boy, and it sounds very odd in this jouncing, bucking plane. "When I dropped in on them. And that's almost literally what I did. Anyhow, they were making a hell of a mess with that dam. I remember that." "Stewardess." "Excuse me, sir. I ought to get about my appointed rounds again." "Of course you should." She hurries away, glad to be rid of that gaze, that deadly, almost hypnotic gaze. Ben Hanscom turns his head to the window and looks out. Lightning goes off inside huge thunderheads 9 miles off the starboard wing. In the stutter flashes of light, the clouds look like huge transparent brains filled with bad thoughts. He feels in the pocket of his vest, but the silver dollars are gone. Out of his pocket and into Ricky Lee's. Suddenly he wishes he had saved at least one of them. It might have come in handy. Of course, you could go down to any bank, at least when you weren't bumping around at 27,000 feet you could, and get a handful of silver dollars. But you couldn't do anything with the lousy copper sandwiches the government was trying to pass off as real coins these days. And for werewolves and vampires and all manner of things that squirm by starlight, it was silver you wanted. Honest silver. You needed silver to stop a monster. You needed... He closed his eyes. The air around him was full of chimes. The plane rocked and rolled and bumped, and the air was full of chimes. Chimes? No. Bells. It was bells. It was the bell of all bells, the one you waited for all year once the new wore off school again, and that always happened by the end of the first week. The bell, the one that signaled freedom again, the apotheosis of all school bells. Ben Hanscom sits in his first-class seat, suspended amid the thunders at 27,000 feet, his face turned to the window. And he feels the wall of time grow suddenly thin. Some terrible, wonderful peristalsis has begun to take place. He thinks, "My God, I am being digested by my own past." The lightning plays fitfully across his face, and although he does not know it, the day has just turned. May 28th, 1985, has become May 29th over the dark and stormy country that is western Illinois tonight. Farmers, back-sore with plantings, sleep like the dead below and dream their quicksilver dreams, and who knows what may move in their barns and their cellars and their fields as the lightning walks and the thunder talks. No one knows these things. They know only that power is loose in the night, and the air is crazy with the big volts of the storm. But it's bells at 27,000 feet as the plane breaks into the clear again, as its motion steadies again. It is Belle's. It is the Belle as Ben Hanscom sleeps. And as he sleeps, the wall between past and present disappears completely, and he tumbles backward through the years like a man falling down a deep well. Wells' time traveler, perhaps, falling with the broken iron rung in one hand, down and down into the land of the Morlocks, where machines pound on in the tunnels of the night. It's 1981, 1977, 1969. And suddenly he is here in June of 1958. Bright summer light is everywhere, and behind sleeping eyelids, Ben Hanscom's pupils contract at the command of his dreaming brain, which sees not the darkness which lies over western Illinois, but the bright sunlight of a June day in Derry, Maine, 27 years ago. Bells. The Belle. School. School is. School is. 2. Out. The sound of the bell went burring up and down the halls of Derry School, a big brick building which stood on Jackson Street, and at its sound the children in Ben Hanscom's fifth-grade classroom raised a spontaneous cheer, and Mrs. Douglas, usually the strictest of teachers, made no effort to quell them. Perhaps she knew it would have been impossible. "Children," she called when the cheer died, "may I have your attention for a final moment?" Now a babble of excited chatter mixed with a few groans rose in the classroom. Mrs. Douglas was holding their report cards in her hand. "I sure hope I pass," Sally Mueller said chirpily to Bev Marsh, who sat in the next row. Sally was bright, pretty, vivacious. Bev was also pretty, but there was nothing vivacious about her this afternoon, last day of school or not. She sat looking moodily down at her penny loafers. There was a fading yellow bruise on one of her cheeks. "I don't give a shit if I do or not," Bev said. Sally sniffed. "Ladies don't use such language," the sniff said. Then she turned to Greta Bowie. It had probably only been the excitement of the bell signaling the end of another school year that had caused Sally to slip and speak to Beverly anyhow, Ben thought. Sally Mueller and Greta Bowie both came from rich families with houses on West Broadway, while Bev came to school from one of those slummy apartment buildings on Lower Main Street. Lower Main Street and West Broadway were only 1.5 miles apart, but even a kid like Ben knew that the real distance was like the distance between Earth and the planet Pluto. All you had to do was look at Beverly Marsh's cheap sweater, her too-big skirt that probably came from the Salvation Army thrift box, and her scuffed penny loafers to know just how far one was from the other. But Ben still liked Beverly better, a lot better. Sally and Greta had nice clothes, and he guessed they probably had their hair permed or waved or something every month or so, but he didn't think that changed the basic facts at all. They could get their hair permed every day, and they'd still be a couple of conceited snots. He thought Beverly was nicer, and much prettier, although he never in a million years would have dared say such a thing to her. But still, sometimes in the heart of winter, when the light outside seemed yellow sleepy, like a cat curled up on a sofa, when Mrs. Douglas was droning on about mathematics, how to carry down in long division, or how to find the common denominator of two fractions so you could add them, or reading the questions from Shining Bridges, or talking about tin deposits in Paraguay, on those days when it seemed that school would never end, and it didn't matter if it didn't because all the world outside was slush, on those days Ben would sometimes look sideways at Beverly, stealing her face, and his heart would both hurt desperately and somehow grow brighter at the same time. He supposed he had a crush on her, or was in love with her, and that was why it was always Beverly he thought of when the Penguins came on the radio singing Earth Angel. My darling dear, love you all the time. Yeah, it was stupid, all right, sloppy as a used Kleenex, but it was all right, too, because he would never tell. He thought that fat boys were probably only allowed to love pretty girls inside. If he told anyone how he felt, not that he had anyone to tell, that person would probably laugh until he had a heart attack. And if he ever told Beverly, she would either laugh herself, bad, or make retching noises of disgust, worse. Now please come up as soon as I call your name. Paul Anderson, Carla Bordeaux, Greta Bowie, Calvin Clark, Sissy Clark. As she called their names, Mrs. Douglas's fifth-grade class came forward one by one, except for the Clark twins, who came together, as always, hand in hand, indistinguishable except for the length of their white blonde hair and the fact that she wore a dress while he wore jeans, took their buff-colored report cards with the American flag and the Pledge of Allegiance on the front and the Lord's Prayer on the back, walked sedately out of the classroom, and then pounded down the hall to where the big front doors had been chocked open. And then they simply ran out into summer and were gone, some on bikes, some skipping, some riding invisible horses and slapping their hands against the sides of their thighs to manufacture hoofbeats, some with arms slung about each other, singing, "Mine eyes have seen the glory of the burning of the school," to the tune of the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Marcia Fadden, Frank Frick, Ben Hanscom. He rose, stealing his last glance at Beverly Marsh for the summer, or so he thought then, and went forward to Mrs. Douglas's desk. An 11-year-old kid with a can roughly the size of New Mexico, said can packed into a pair of horrid new blue jeans that shone little darts of light from the copper rivets and went whisht, whisht, whisht as his big thighs brushed together. His hips swung girlishly. His stomach slid from side to side. He was wearing a baggy sweatshirt, although the day was warm. He almost always wore baggy sweatshirts because he was deeply ashamed of his chest and had been since the first day of school after the Christmas vacation, when he had worn one of the new Ivy League shirts his mother had given him, and Belch Huggins, who was a 6th grader, had cawed, "Hey, you guys, look at what Santa Claus brought Ben Hanscom for Christmas, a big set of titties." Belch had nearly collapsed with the deliciousness of his wit. Others had laughed as well, a few of them girls. If a hole leading into the underworld had opened before him at that very moment, Ben would have dropped into it without a sound, or perhaps with the faintest murmur of gratitude. Since that day he wore sweatshirts. He had 4 of them, the baggy brown, the baggy green, and 2 baggy blues. It was one of the few things on which he had managed to stand up to his mother, one of the few lines he had ever, in the course of his mostly complacent childhood, felt compelled to draw in the dust. If he had seen Beverly Marsh giggling with the others that day, he supposed he would have died. "It's been a pleasure having you this year, Benjamin," Mrs. Douglas said as she handed him his report card. "Thank you, Mrs. Douglas." A mocking falsetto wavered from somewhere at the back of the room. "Thank you, Mrs. Douglas." It was Henry Bowers, of course. Henry was in Ben's 5th grade class instead of in the 6th grade with his friends Belch Huggins and Victor Criss, because he had been kept back the year before. Ben had an idea that Bowers was going to stay back again. His name had not been called when Mrs. Douglas handed out the rank cards, and that meant trouble. Ben was uneasy about this, because if Henry did stay back again, Ben himself would be partly responsible, and Henry knew it. During the year's final tests the week before, Mrs. Douglas had reseated them at random by drawing their names from a hat on her desk. Ben had ended up sitting next to Henry Bowers in the last row. As always, Ben curled his arm around his paper and then bent close to it, feeling the somehow comforting press of his gut against his desk, licking his bebop pencil occasionally for inspiration. About halfway through Tuesday's examination, which happened to be math, a whisper drifted across the aisle to Ben. It was as low and uncarrying and expert as the whisper of a veteran con passing a message in the prison exercise yard. "Let me copy." Ben had looked to his left and directly into the black and furious eyes of Henry Bowers. Henry was a big boy, even for 12. His arms and legs were thick with farm muscle. His father, who was reputed to be crazy, had a little spread out at the end of Kansas Street near the Newport town line, and Henry put in at least 30 hours a week hoeing, weeding, planting, digging rocks, cutting wood, and reaping, if there was anything to reap. Henry's hair was cut in an angry-looking flat top short enough for the white of his scalp to show through. He butch-waxed the front with a tube he always carried in the hip pocket of his jeans, and as a result the hair just above his forehead looked like the teeth of an oncoming power mower. An odor of sweat and juicy fruit gum always hung about him. He wore a pink motorcycle jacket with an eagle on the back to school. Once a 4th grader was unwise enough to laugh at that jacket. Henry had turned on the little squirt, limber as a weasel and quick as an adder, and double-pumped the squirt with one work-grimed fist. The squirt lost 3 front teeth. Henry got a 2-week vacation from school. Ben had hoped, with the unfocused yet burning hope of the downtrodden and terrorized, that Henry would be expelled instead of suspended. No such luck. Bad pennies always turned up. His suspension over, Henry had swaggered back into the schoolyard, balefully resplendent in his pink motorcycle jacket, hair butch-waxed so heavily that it seemed to scream up from his skull. Both eyes bore the puffed, colorful traces of the beating his crazy father had administered for fighting in the play yard. The traces of the beating eventually faded. For the kids who had to somehow coexist with Henry at Derry, the lesson did not. To the best of Ben's knowledge, no one had said anything about Henry's pink motorcycle jacket with the eagle on the back since then. When he whispered grimly at Ben to let him copy, 3 thoughts had gone skyrocketing through Ben's mind, which was every bit as lean and quick as his body was obese, in a space of seconds. The first was that if Mrs. Douglas caught Henry cheating answers off his paper, both of them would get zeros on their tests. The second was that if he didn't let Henry copy, Henry would almost surely catch him after school and administer the fabled double pump to him, probably with Huggins holding one of his arms and Chris holding the other. These were the thoughts of a child, and there was nothing surprising about that, because he was a child. The third and last thought, however, was more sophisticated, almost adult. He might get me all right, but maybe I can keep out of his way for the last week of school. I'm pretty sure I can if I really try. And he'll forget over the summer, I think. Yeah, he's pretty stupid. If he flunks this test, maybe he'll stay back again. And if he stays back, I'll get ahead of him. I won't be in the same room with him anymore. I'll get to junior high before he does. I might be free. Let me copy, Henry whispered again. His black eyes were now blazing, demanding. Ben shook his head and curled his arm more tightly around his paper. I'll get you, fat boy, Henry whispered, a little louder now. His paper was so far an utter blank, save for his name. He was desperate. If he flunked his exams and stayed back again, his father would beat his brains out. You let me copy or I'll get you bad. Ben shook his head again, his jowls quivering. He was scared, but he was also determined. He realized that for the first time in his life he had consciously committed himself to a course of action, and that also frightened him, although he didn't exactly know why. It would be long years before he would realize it was the cold-bloodedness of his calculations, the careful and pragmatic counting of the cost, with its intimations of onrushing adulthood, that had scared him even more than Henry had scared him. Henry he might be able to dodge. Adulthood, where he would probably think in such a way almost all the time, would get him in the end. Is someone talking back there? Mrs. Douglas had said then, very clearly. If so, I want it to stop right now. Silence had prevailed for the next 10 minutes. Young heads remained studiously bent over examination sheets which smelled of fragrant purple mimeograph ink, and then Henry's whisper had floated across the aisle again, thin, just audible, chilling in the calm assurance of its promise. You're dead, fat boy. 3. Ben took his rank card and escaped, grateful to whatever gods there are for 11-year-old fat boys that Henry Bowers had not, by virtue of alphabetical order, been allowed to escape the classroom first so he could lay for Ben outside. He did not run down the corridor like the other children. He could run, and quite fast for a kid his size, but he was acutely aware of how funny he looked when he did. He walked fast, though, and emerged from the cool, book-smelling hall and into the bright June sunshine. He stood with his face turned up into that sunshine for a moment, grateful for its warmth and his freedom. September was 1,000,000 years from today. The calendar might say something different, but what the calendar said was a lie. The summer would be much longer than the sum of its days, and it belonged to him. He felt as tall as the standpipe and as wide as the whole town. Someone bumped him hard. Pleasant thoughts of the summer lying before him were driven from Ben's mind as he tottered wildly for balance on the edge of the stone steps. He grabbed the iron railing just in time to save himself from a nasty tumble. Get out of my way, you tub of guts! It was Victor Chris, his hair combed back in an Elvis pompadour and gleaming with Brill cream. He went down the steps and along the walk to the front gate, hands in the pockets of his jeans, shirt collar turned up, hood style, cleats on his engineer boots dragging and tapping. Ben, his heart still beating rapidly from his fright, saw that Belch Huggins was standing across the street having a butt. He raised a hand to Victor and passed him the cigarette when Victor joined him. Victor took a drag, handed it back to Belch, then pointed to where Ben stood, now halfway down the steps. He said something and they both broke up. Ben's face flamed dully. They always got you. It was like fate or something. "You like this place so well you're going to stand here all day?" a voice said at his elbow. Ben turned, and his face became hotter still. It was Beverly Marsh, her auburn hair a dazzling cloud around her head and upon her shoulders, her eyes a lovely gray-green. Her sweater, pushed to her elbows, was frayed around the neck and almost as baggy as Ben's sweatshirt. Too baggy, certainly, to tell if she was getting any chest works yet, but Ben didn't care. When love comes before puberty, it can come in waves so clear and so powerful that no one can stand against its simple imperative. And Ben made no effort to do so now. He simply gave in. He felt both foolish and exalted, as miserably embarrassed as he had ever been in his life, and yet inarguably blessed. These hopeless emotions mixed in a heady brew that left him feeling both sick and joyful. "No," he croaked, "guess not." A large grin spread across his face. He knew how idiotic it must look, but he could not seem to pull it back. "Well, good, 'cause school's out, you know. Thank God." Another croak. He had to clear his throat, and his blush deepened. "Have a nice summer, Beverly." "You too, Ben. See you next year." She went quickly down the steps, and Ben saw everything with his lover's eye. The bright tartan of her skirt, the bounce of her red hair against the back of her sweater, her milky complexion, a small healing cut across the back of one calf, and, for some reason this last caused another wave of feeling to sweep him so powerfully he had to grope for the railing again. The feeling was huge, inarticulate, mercifully brief. Perhaps a sexual pre-signal, meaningless to his body, where the endocrine glands still slept almost without dreaming, yet as bright as summer heat lightning. A bright golden ankle bracelet she wore just above her right loafer, winking back the sun in brilliant little flashes. A sound, some sort of sound, escaped him. He went down the steps like a feeble old man and stood at the bottom, watching until she turned left and disappeared beyond the high hedge that separated the schoolyard from the sidewalk. 4. He only stood there for a moment, and then, while the kids were still screaming past in yelling running groups, he remembered Henry Bowers and hurried around the building. He crossed the little kids' playground, running his fingers across the swing chains to make them jingle, and stepping over the teeter-totter boards. He went out the much smaller gate which gave on Charter Street and headed off to the left, never looking back at the stone pile where he had spent most of his weekdays over the last 9 months. He stuffed his rank card in his back pocket and started to whistle. He was wearing a pair of Keds, but so far as he could tell, their soles never touched the sidewalk for 8 blocks or so. School had let out just past noon. His mother would not be home until at least 6, because on Friday she went right to the Shop and Save after work. The rest of the day was his. He went down to McCarran Park for a while and sat under a tree, not doing anything but occasionally whispering, "I love Beverly Marsh," under his breath, feeling more light-headed and romantic each time he said it. At one point, as a bunch of boys drifted into the park and began choosing up sides for a scratch baseball game, he whispered the words, "Beverly Hanscom," twice, and then had to put his face into the grass until it cooled his burning cheeks. Shortly after that, he got up and headed across the park toward Costello Avenue. A walk of 5 more blocks would take him to the public library, which he supposed had been his destination all along. He was almost out of the park when a 6th grader named Peter Gordon saw him and yelled, "Hey, Tits, want to play? We need somebody to be right field." There was an explosion of laughter. Ben escaped it as fast as he could, hunching his neck down into his collar like a turtle drawing into its shell. Still, he considered himself lucky all in all. On another day, the boys might have chased him, maybe just to rank him out, maybe to roll him in the dirt and see if he would cry.
Today they were too absorbed in getting the game going, whether or not you could use fingers or get topsies when you threw the bat for first picks, which team would get their guaranteed last ups, all the rest. Ben happily left them to the arcana preceding the first ball game of the summer and went on his way. 3 blocks down Costello, he spied something interesting, perhaps even profitable, under someone's front hedge. Glass gleamed through the ripped side of an old paper bag. Ben hooked the bag out onto the sidewalk with his foot. It seemed his luck really was in. There were 4 beer bottles and 4 big soda bottles inside. The biggies were worth a nickel each, the Rhinegold's 2 pennies. 28 cents under someone's hedge, just waiting for some kid to come along and scoff it up. Some lucky kid. "That's me," Ben said happily, having no idea what the rest of the day had in store. He got moving again, holding the bag by the bottom so it wouldn't break open. The Costello Avenue Market was a block farther down the street, and Ben turned in. He swapped the bottles for cash, and most of the cash for candy. He stood at the penny candy window, pointing, delighted as always by the ratcheting sound the sliding door made when the storekeeper slid it along its track, which was lined with ball bearings. He got 5 red licorice whips and 5 black, 10 root beer barrels, 2 for a penny, a nickel strip of buttons, 5 to a row, 5 rows on a nickel strip, and you ate them right off the paper, a packet of Lick-O-Maid, and a package of Pez for his Pez gun at home. Ben walked out with a small brown paper sack of candy in his hand and 4 cents in the right front pocket of his new jeans. He looked at the brown bag with its load of sweetness, and a thought suddenly tried to surface. You keep eating this way, Beverly Marsh is never going to look at you. But it was an unpleasant thought, and so he pushed it away. It went easily enough. This was a thought used to being banished. If someone had asked him, "Ben, are you lonely?" he would have looked at that someone with real surprise. The question had never even occurred to him. He had no friends, but he had his books and his dreams. He had his Revell models. He had a gigantic set of Lincoln logs and built all sorts of stuff with them. His mother had exclaimed more than once that Ben's Lincoln logs houses looked better than some real ones that came from blueprints. He had a pretty good erector set, too. He was hoping for the super set when his birthday came around in October. With that one you could build a clock that really told time and a car with real gears in it. Lonely? He might have asked in return, honestly foozled. Huh? What? A child blind from birth doesn't even know he's blind until someone tells him. Even then he has only the most academic idea of what blindness is. Only the formerly sighted have a real grip on the thing. Ben Hanscom had no sense of being lonely because he had never been anything but. If the condition had been new or more localized, he might have understood. But loneliness both encompassed his life and overreached it. It simply was, like his double-jointed thumb or the funny little jag inside one of his front teeth, the little jag his tongue began running over whenever he was nervous. Beverly was a sweet dream. The candy was a sweet reality. The candy was his friend. So he told the alien thought to take a hike, and it went quietly without causing any fuss whatsoever. And between the Costello Avenue Market and the library, he gobbled all of the candy in the sack. He honestly meant to save the Pez for watching TV that night. He liked to load them in the little plastic Pez gun's hand grip one by one, liked to hear the accepting click of the small spring inside, and liked most of all to shoot them into his mouth one by one, like a kid committing suicide by sugar. Whirlybirds was on tonight, with Kenneth Tobey as the fearless helicopter pilot, and Dragnet, where the cases were true but the names had been changed to protect the innocent, and his favorite cop show of all time, Highway Patrol, which starred Broderick Crawford as Highway Patrolman Dan Matthews. Broderick Crawford was Ben's personal hero. Broderick Crawford was fast. Broderick Crawford was mean. Broderick Crawford took absolutely no shit from nobody. And best of all, Broderick Crawford was fat. He arrived at the corner of Costello and Kansas Street, where he crossed to the public library. It was really 2 buildings. The old stone structure in front, built with lumber baron money in 1890, and the new low sandstone building behind, which housed the children's library. The adult library in front and the children's library behind were connected by a glass corridor. This close to downtown, Kansas Street was one way, so Ben only looked in one direction, right, before crossing. If he had looked left, he would have gotten a nasty shock. Standing in the shade of a big old oak tree on the lawn of Derry Community House, a block down, were Belch Huggins, Victor Criss, and Henry Bowers. 5. "Let's get him, Hank." Victor was almost panting. Henry watched the fat little prick scutter across the street, his belly bouncing, the cowlick at the back of his head springing back and forth like a goddamn slinky, his ass wiggling like a girl's inside his new blue jeans. He estimated the distance between the three of them here on the community house lawn and Hanscom, and between Hanscom and the safety of the library. He thought they could probably get him before he made it inside, but Hanscom might start screaming. He wouldn't put it past the little pansy. If he did, an adult might interfere, and Henry wanted no interference. The Douglas bitch had told Henry he had flunked both English and math. She was passing him, she said, but he would have to take 4 weeks of summer makeup. Henry would rather have stayed back. If he'd stayed back, his father would have beaten him up once. With Henry at school 4 hours a day for 4 weeks of the farm's busiest season, his father was apt to beat him up half a dozen times, maybe even more. He was reconciled to this grim future only because he intended to pass everything on to that fat little baby fag this afternoon, with interest. "Yeah, let's go," Belch said. "We'll wait for him to come out." They watched Ben open one of the big double doors and go inside, and then they sat down and smoked cigarettes and told traveling salesman jokes and waited for him to come back out. Eventually, Henry knew he would, and when he did, Henry was going to make him sorry he was ever born. 6. Ben loved the library. He loved the way it was always cool, even on the hottest day of a long, hot summer. He loved its murmuring quiet, broken only by occasional whispers, the faint thud of a librarian stamping books and cards, or the riffle of pages being turned in the periodicals room, where the old men hung out, reading newspapers which had been threaded into long sticks. He loved the quality of the light which slanted through the high, narrow windows in the afternoons, or glowed in lazy pools thrown by the chain-hung globes on winter evenings while the wind whined outside. He liked the smell of the books, a spicy smell, faintly fabulous. He would sometimes walk through the adult stacks, looking at the thousands of volumes and imagining a world of lives inside each one, the way he sometimes walked along his street in the burning smoke-hazed twilight of a late October afternoon, the sun only a bitter orange line on the horizon, imagining the lives going on behind all the windows. People laughing or arguing or arranging flowers or feeding kids or pets or their own faces while they watched the boob tube. He liked the way the glass corridor connecting the old building with the children's library was always hot, even in the winter, unless there had been a couple of cloudy days. Mrs. Sterrett, the head children's librarian, told him that was caused by something called the greenhouse effect. Ben had been delighted with the idea. Years later, he would build the hotly debated BBC Communications Centre in London, and the arguments might rage for 1,000 years, and still no one would know, except for Ben himself, that the Communications Centre was nothing but the glass corridor of the Derry Public Library stood on end. He liked the children's library as well, although it had none of the shadowy charm he felt in the old library, with its globes and curving iron staircases too narrow for 2 people to pass upon them. One always had to back up. The children's library was bright and sunny, a little noisier in spite of the "Let's be quiet, shall we?" signs that were posted around. Most of the noise usually came from Pooh's Corner, where the little kids went to look at picture books. When Ben came in today, story hour had just begun there. Miss Davies, the pretty young librarian, was reading The Three Billy Goats Gruff. "Who is that trip-trapping upon my bridge?" Miss Davies spoke in the low, growling tones of the troll in the story. Some of the little ones covered their mouths and giggled, but most only watched her solemnly, accepting the voice of the troll as they accepted the voices of their dreams, and their grave eyes reflected the eternal fascination of the fairy tale. Would the monster be bested, or would it feed? Bright posters were tacked everywhere. Here was a good cartoon kid who had brushed his teeth until his mouth foamed like the muzzle of a mad dog. Here was a bad cartoon kid who was smoking cigarettes. "When I grow up, I want to be sick a lot, just like my dad," it said underneath. Here was a wonderful photograph of a billion tiny pinpoints of light flaring in darkness. The motto beneath said, "One idea lights 1,000 candles." Ralph Waldo Emerson. There were invitations to join the scouting experience, a poster advancing the idea that the girls' clubs of today build the women of tomorrow. There were softball sign-up sheets and community house children's theater sign-up sheets. And, of course, one inviting kids to join the summer reading program. Ben was a big fan of the summer reading program. You got a map of the United States when you signed up. Then for every book you read and made a report on, you got a state sticker to lick and put on your map. The sticker came complete with info like the state bird, the state flower, the year admitted to the Union, and what presidents, if any, had ever come from that state. When you got all 48 stuck on your map, you got a free book. Hell of a good deal. Ben planned to do just as the poster suggested. Waste no time, sign up today. Conspicuous amid this bright and amiable riot of color was a simple, stark poster taped to the checkout desk. No cartoons or fancy photographs here, just black print on white poster paper reading, "Remember the curfew, 7 p.m., Derry Police Department." Just looking at it gave Ben a chill. In the excitement of getting his rank card, worrying about Henry Bowers, talking with Beverly, and starting summer vacation, he had forgotten all about the curfew and the murders. People argued about how many there had been, but everyone agreed that there had been at least 4 since last winter. 5 if you counted George Denbrough. Many held the opinion that the little Denbrough boy's death must have been some kind of bizarre freak accident. The first everyone was sure of was Betty Ripsom, who had been found the day after Christmas in the area of turnpike construction on Outer Jackson Street. The girl, who was 13, had been found mutilated and frozen into the muddy earth. This had not been in the paper, nor was it a thing any adult had spoken of to Ben. It was just something he had picked up around the corners of overheard conversations. About 3.5 months later, not long after the trout fishing season had begun, a fisherman working the bank of a stream 20 miles east of Derry had hooked onto something he believed at first to be a stick. It had turned out to be the hand, wrist, and first 4 inches of a girl's forearm. His hook had snagged this awful trophy by the web of flesh between the thumb and first finger. The state police had found the rest of Cheryl LaMonica 70 yards farther downstream, caught in a tree that had fallen across the stream the previous winter. It was only luck that the body had not been washed into the Penobscot and then out to sea in the spring runoff. The LaMonica girl had been 16. She was from Derry, but did not attend school. 3 years before, she had given birth to a daughter, Andrea. She and her daughter lived at home with Cheryl's parents. Cheryl was a little wild sometimes, but she was a good girl at heart, her sobbing father had told police. Andy keeps asking, "Where's my mommy?" And I don't know what to tell her. The girl had been reported missing 5 weeks before the body was found. The police investigation of Cheryl LaMonica's death began with a logical enough assumption that she had been murdered by one of her boyfriends. She had lots of boyfriends. Many were from the air base up Bangor way. They were nice boys, most of them, Cheryl's mother said. One of the nice boys had been a 40-year-old Air Force colonel with a wife and 3 children in New Mexico. Another was currently serving time in Shawshank for armed robbery. A boyfriend, the police thought. Or just possibly a stranger, a sex fiend. If it was a sex fiend, he was apparently a fiend for boys as well. In late April, a junior high teacher on a nature walk with his 8th grade class had spied a pair of red sneakers and a pair of blue corduroy rompers protruding from the mouth of a culvert on Merritt Street. That end of Merritt had been blocked off with sawhorses. The asphalt had been bulldozed up the previous fall. The turnpike extension would cross there as well on its way north to Bangor. The body had been that of 3-year-old Matthew Clements, reported missing by his parents only the day before. His picture had been on the front page of the Derry News. A dark-haired little kid grinning brashly into the camera, a Red Sox cap perched on his head. The Clements family lived on Kansas Street, all the way on the other side of town. His mother, so stunned by her grief that she seemed to exist in a glass ball of utter calm, told police that Matty had been riding his tricycle up and down the sidewalk beside the house, which stood on the corner of Kansas Street and Kossuth Lane. She went to put her washing in the dryer, and when she next looked out the window to check on Matty, he was gone. There had only been his overturned trike on the grass between the sidewalk and the street. One of the back wheels was still spinning lazily. As she looked, it came to a stop. That was enough for Chief Borton. He proposed the 7 o'clock curfew at a special session of the City Council the following evening. It was adopted unanimously and went into effect the next day. Small children were to be watched by a qualified adult at all times, according to the story which reported the curfew in the news. At Ben's school there had been a special assembly a month ago. The chief went on stage, hooked his thumbs into his gun belt, and assured the children they had nothing at all to worry about as long as they followed a few simple rules. Don't talk to strangers. Don't accept rides with people unless you know them well. Always remember that the policeman is your friend, and obey the curfew. 2 weeks ago, a boy Ben knew only vaguely, he was in the other 5th grade classroom at Derry Elementary, had looked into one of the storm drains out by Neibolt Street and had seen what looked like a lot of hair floating around in there. This boy, whose name was either Frankie or Freddie Ross, or maybe Roth, had been out prospecting for goodies with a gadget of his own invention, which he called the Fabulous Gum Stick. When he talked about it, you could tell he thought about it like that, in capital letters, and maybe neon as well. The Fabulous Gum Stick was a birch branch with a big wad of bubble gum stuck on the tip. In his spare time, Freddie, or Frankie, walked around Derry with it, peering into sewers and drains. Sometimes he saw money, pennies mostly, but sometimes a dime or even a quarter. He referred to these latter, for some reason known only to him, as quay monsters. Once the money was spotted, Frankie or Freddie and the Fabulous Gum Stick would swing into action. One downward poke through the grating and the coin was as good as in his pocket. Ben had heard rumors of Frankie or Freddie and his gum stick long before the kid had vaulted into the limelight by discovering the body of Veronica Grogan. "He's really gross," a kid named Richie Tozier had confided to Ben one day during activity period. Tozier was a scrawny kid who wore glasses. Ben thought that without them Tozier probably saw every bit as well as Mr. Magoo. His magnified eyes swam behind the thick lenses with an expression of perpetual surprise. He also had huge front teeth that had earned him the nickname Bucky Beaver. He was in the same 5th grade class as Freddie or Frankie. Pokes that gum stick of his down sewer drains all day long, and then chews the gum from the end of it at night. "Oh, gosh, that's bad," Ben had exclaimed. "That's white, Wabbit," Tozier said, and walked away. Frankie or Freddie had worked the Fabulous Gum Stick back and forth through the grate of the storm drain, believing he'd found a wig. He thought maybe he could dry it out and give it to his mother for her birthday or something. After a few minutes of poking and prodding, just as he was about to give up, a face had floated out of the murky water in the plugged drain, a face with dead leaves plastered to its white cheeks and dirt in its staring eyes. Freddie or Frankie ran home screaming. Veronica Grogan had been in the 4th grade at the Neibolt Street Church School, which was run by people Ben's mother called the Christers. She was buried on what would have been her 10th birthday. After this most recent horror, Arlene Hanscom had taken Ben into the living room one evening and sat beside him on the couch. She picked up his hands and looked intently into his face. Ben looked back, feeling a little uneasy. "Ben," she said presently, "are you a fool?" "No, Mama," Ben said, feeling more uneasy than ever. He hadn't the slightest idea what this was about. He could not remember ever seeing his Mama look so grave. "No," she echoed, "I don't believe you are." She fell silent for a long time then, not looking at Ben, but pensively out the window. Ben wondered briefly if she had forgotten all about him. She was a young woman still, only 32, but raising a boy by herself had put a mark on her. She worked 40 hours a week in the spool and bale room at Stark's Mills in Newport, and after work days when the dust and lint had been particularly bad, she sometimes coughed so long and hard that Ben would become frightened. On those nights he would lie awake for a long time, looking through the window beside his bed into the darkness, wondering what would become of him if she died. He would be an orphan then, he supposed. He might become a state kid. He thought that meant you had to go live with farmers who made you work from sunup to sunset. Or he might be sent to the Bangor Orphan Asylum. He tried to tell himself it was foolish to worry about such things, but the telling did absolutely no good. Nor was it just himself he was worried about. He worried for her as well. She was a hard woman, his mama, and she insisted on having her own way about most things, but she was a good mama. He loved her very much. "You know about these murders," she said, looking back at last. He nodded. "At first people thought they were—" She hesitated over the next word, never spoken in her son's presence before, but the circumstances were unusual, and she forced herself. "Sex crimes. Maybe they were, and maybe they weren't. Maybe they're over, and maybe they're not. No one can be sure of anything anymore, except that some crazy man who preys on little children is out there. Do you understand me, Ben?" He nodded. "And you know what I mean when I say they may have been sex crimes?" He didn't, at least not exactly, but he nodded again. If his mother felt she had to talk to him about the birds and bees as well as this other business, he thought he would die of embarrassment. "I worry about you, Ben. I worry that I'm not doing right by you." Ben squirmed and said nothing. "You're on your own a lot. Too much, I guess. Mama." "Hush while I'm talking to you," she said, and Ben hushed. "You have to be careful, Benny. Summer's coming, and I don't want to spoil your vacation, but you have to be careful. I want you in by supper time every day. What time do we eat supper?" 6 o'clock. "Right with Eversharp. So hear what I'm saying. If I set the table and pour your milk and see there's no Ben washing his hands at the sink, I'm going to go right away to the telephone and call the police and report you missing. Do you understand that?" "Yes, Mama." "And you believe I mean exactly what I say?" "Yes." "It would probably turn out that I did it for nothing, if I ever had to do it at all. I'm not entirely ignorant about the ways of boys. I know they get wrapped up in their own games and projects during summer vacation, lining bees back to their hives or playing ball or kick the can or whatever. I have a pretty good idea what you and your friends are up to, you see." Ben nodded soberly, thinking that if she didn't know he had no friends, she probably didn't know anywhere near as much about his boyhood as she thought she did. But he would never have dreamed of saying such a thing to her, not in 10,000 years of dreaming. She took something from the pocket of her house dress and handed it to him. It was a small plastic box. Ben opened it. When he saw what was inside, his mouth dropped open. "Wow," he said, his admiration totally unaffected. "Thanks." It was a Timex watch with small silver numbers and an imitation leather band. She had set it and wound it. He could hear it ticking. "Geez, it's the coolest." He gave her an enthusiastic hug and a loud kiss on the cheek. She smiled, pleased that he was pleased, and nodded. Then she grew grave again. "Put it on. Keep it on. Wear it, wind it, mind it. Don't lose it." "Okay." "Now that you have a watch, you have no reason to be late home. Remember what I said. If you're not on time, the police will be looking for you on my behalf. At least until they catch the bastard who is killing children around here, don't you dare be a single minute late, or I'll be on that telephone." "Yes, Mama." "One other thing. I don't want you going around alone. You know enough not to accept candy or rides from strangers. We both agree that you're no fool, and you're big for your age. But a grown man, particularly a crazy one, can overpower a child if he really wants to. When you go to the park or the library, go with one of your friends." "I will, Mama." She looked out the window again and uttered a sigh that was full of trouble. Things have come to a pretty pass when a thing like this can go on. There's something ugly about this town anyway. I've always thought so. She looked back at him, brows drawn down. "You're such a wanderer, Ben. You must know almost every place in Derry, don't you? The town part of it, at least." Ben didn't think he knew anywhere near all the places, but he did know a lot of them. And he was so thrilled by the unexpected gift of the Timex that he would have agreed with his mother that night if she had suggested John Wayne should play Adolf Hitler in a musical comedy about World War II. He nodded. "You've never seen anything, have you?" she asked. "Anything or anyone, well, suspicious? Anything out of the ordinary? Anything that scared you?" And in his pleasure over the watch, his feeling of love for her, his small boy gladness at her concern, which was at the same time a little frightening in its unhidden, unabashed fierceness, he almost told her about the thing that had happened last January. He opened his mouth, and then some powerful intuition, closed it again. What was that something exactly? Intuition? No more than that, and no less. Even children may intuit love's more complex responsibilities from time to time, and to sense that in some cases it may be kinder to remain quiet. That was part of the reason Ben closed his mouth. But there was something else as well, something not so noble. She could be hard, his mama. She could be a boss. She never called him fat. She called him big, sometimes amplified to big for his age. And when there were leftovers from supper, she would often bring them to him while he was watching TV or doing his homework, and he would eat them, although some dim part of him hated himself for doing so, but never his mama for putting the food before him. Ben Hanscom would not have dared to hate his mama. God would surely strike him dead for feeling such a brutish, ungrateful emotion even for a second. And perhaps even some dimmer part of him, the far-off Tibet of Ben's deeper thoughts, suspected her motives in this constant feeding. Was it just love? Could it be anything else? Surely not. But he wondered. More to the point, she didn't know he had no friends. That lack of knowledge made him distrust her, made him unsure of what her reaction would be to his story of the thing which had happened to him in January. If anything had happened. Coming in at 6 and staying in was not so bad, maybe. He could read, watch TV, eat, build stuff with his logs and erector set. But having to stay in all day as well would be very bad. And if he told her what he had seen, or thought he had seen, in January, she might make him do just that. So for a variety of reasons, Ben withheld the story. "No, Mama," he said. "Just Mr. McKibben rooting around in other people's garbage." That made her laugh. She didn't like Mr. McKibben, who was a Republican as well as a Christer, and her laugh closed the subject. That night Ben had lain awake late, but no thoughts of being cast adrift and parentless in a hard world troubled him. He felt loved and safe as he lay in his bed looking at the moonlight which came in through the window and spilled across the bed onto the floor. He alternately put his watch to his ear so he could listen to it tick, and held it close to his eyes so he could admire its ghostly radium dial. He had finally fallen asleep and dreamed he was playing baseball with the other boys in the vacant lot behind Tracker Brothers' truck depot. He had just hit a bases-clearing home run, swinging from his heels and getting every inch of that little honey, and his cheering teammates met him in a mob at home plate. They pummeled him and clapped him on the back. They hoisted him onto their shoulders and carried him toward the place where their equipment was scattered. In the dream, he was almost bursting with pride and happiness. And then he had looked out toward center field, where a chain-link fence marked the boundary between the cindery lot and the weedy ground beyond that sloped into the barrens. A figure was standing in those tangled weeds and low bushes, almost out of sight. It held a clutch of balloons, red, yellow, blue, green, in one white-gloved hand. It beckoned with the other. He couldn't see the figure's face, but he could see the baggy suit with the big orange pom-pom buttons down the front and the floppy yellow bow tie. It was a clown. "That's white, Wabbit," a phantom voice agreed. When Ben awoke the next morning, he had forgotten the dream, but his pillow was damp to the touch, as if he had wept in the night. 7. He went up to the main desk in the children's library, shaking the train of thought the curfew sign had begun as easily as a dog shakes water after a swim. "Hello, Benny," Mrs. Sterrett said. Like Mrs. Douglas at school, she genuinely liked Ben. Grown-ups, especially those who sometimes needed to discipline children as part of their jobs, generally liked him because he was polite, soft-spoken, thoughtful, sometimes even funny in a very quiet way. These were all the same reasons most kids thought he was a puke. "You tired of summer vacation yet?" Ben smiled. This was a standard witticism with Mrs. Sterrett.
"Not yet," he said, "since summer vacation's only been going on,"
he looked at his watch,
1 hour and 17 minutes. Give me another hour.
Mrs. Sterrett laughed, covering her mouth so it wouldn't be too loud. She asked Ben if he wanted to sign up for the summer reading program, and Ben said he did. She gave him a map of the United States, and Ben thanked her very much. He wandered off into the stacks, pulling a book here and there, looking at it, putting it back. Choosing books was a serious business. You had to be careful. If you were a grown-up, you could have as many as you wanted, but kids could only take out 3 at a time. If you picked a dud, you were stuck with it. He finally picked out his 3, Bulldozer, The Black Stallion, and one that was sort of a shot in the dark, a book called Hot Rod, by a man named Henry Gregor Felsen. "You may not like this one," Mrs. Sterrett remarked, stamping the book. "It's extremely bloody. I urge it on the teenagers, especially the ones who have just got their driving licenses, because it gives them something to think about. I imagine it slows some of them down for a whole week." "Well, I'll give it a whirl," Ben said, and took his books over to one of the tables away from Pooh's Corner, where Big Billy Goat Gruff was in the process of giving a double dose of Dickens to the troll under the bridge. He worked on Hot Rod for a while, and it was not too shabby at all. It was about a kid who was a really great driver, but there was this party-pooper cop who was always trying to slow him down. Ben found out there were no speed limits in Iowa, where the book was set. That was sort of cool. He looked up after 3 chapters, and his eye was caught by a brand-new display. The poster on top, the library was gung-ho for posters all right, showed a happy mailman delivering a letter to a happy kid. "Libraries are for writing, too," the poster said. "Why not write a friend today? The smiles are guaranteed." Beneath the poster were slots filled with pre-stamped postcards, pre-stamped envelopes, and stationery with the drawing of the Derry Public Library on top in blue ink. The pre-stamped envelopes were a nickel each, the postcards 3 cents. The paper was 2 sheets for a penny. Ben felt in his pocket. The remaining 4 cents of his bottle money was still there. He marked his place in Hot Rod and went back to the desk. "May I have one of those postcards, please?" "Certainly, Ben." As always, Mrs. Sterrett was charmed by his grave politeness and a little saddened by his size. Her mother would have said the boy was digging his grave with a knife and fork. She gave him the card and watched him go back to his seat. It was a table that could seat 6, but Ben was the only one there. She had never seen Ben with any of the other boys. It was too bad, because she believed Ben Hanscom had treasures buried inside. He would yield them up to a kind and patient prospector, if one ever came along. 8. Ben took out his ballpoint pen, clicked the point down, and addressed the card simply enough. Miss Beverly Marsh, Lower Main Street, Derry, Maine, Zone 2. He did not know the exact number of her building, but his mama had told him that most postmen had a pretty good idea of who their customers were once they'd been on their beats a little while. If the postman who had Lower Main Street could deliver this card, that would be great. If not, it would just go to the dead letter office, and he would be out 3 cents. It would certainly never come back to him, because he had no intention of putting his name and address on it. Carrying the card with the address turned inward, he was taking no chances, even though he didn't see anyone he recognized. He got a few square slips of paper from the wooden box by the card file. He took these back to his seat and began to scribble, to cross out, and then to scribble again. During the last week of school, before exams, they had been reading and writing haiku in English class. Haiku was a Japanese form of poetry, brief, disciplined. A haiku, Mrs. Douglas said, could be just 17 syllables long, no more, no less. It usually concentrated on one clear image which was linked to one specific emotion: sadness, joy, nostalgia, happiness, love. Ben had been utterly charmed by the concept. He enjoyed his English classes, although mild enjoyment was generally as far as it went. He could do the work, but as a rule there was nothing in it which gripped him. Yet there was something in the concept of haiku that fired his imagination. The idea made him feel happy, the way Mrs. Sterrett's explanation of the greenhouse effect had made him happy. Haiku was good poetry, Ben felt, because it was structured poetry. There were no secret rules. 17 syllables, one image linked to one emotion, and you were out. Bingo. It was clean, it was utilitarian, it was entirely contained within and dependent upon its own rules. He even liked the word itself, a slide of air broken as if along a dotted line by the K sound at the very back of your mouth. Haiku. Her hair, he thought, and saw her going down the school steps again with it bouncing on her shoulders. The sun did not so much glint on it as it seemed to burn within it. Working carefully over a 20-minute period, with one break to go back and get more work slips, striking out words that were too long, changing, deleting, Ben came up with this. Your hair is winter fire, January embers. My heart burns there, too. He wasn't crazy about it, but it was the best he could do. He was afraid that if he frigged around with it too long, worried it too much, he would end up getting the jitters and doing something much worse. Or not doing it at all. He didn't want that to happen. The moment she had taken to speak to him had been a striking moment for Ben. He wanted to mark it in his memory. Probably Beverly had a crush on some bigger boy, a 6th or maybe even a 7th grader, and she would think that maybe that boy had sent the haiku. That would make her happy, and so the day she got it would be marked in her memory. And although she would never know it had been Ben Hanscom who marked it for her, that was all right. He would know. He copied his completed poem onto the back of the postcard, printing in block letters, as if copying out a ransom note rather than a love poem, clipped his pen back into his pocket, and stuck the card in the back of Hot Rod. He got up then and said goodbye to Mrs. Sterrett on his way out. Goodbye, Ben, Mrs. Sterrett said. Enjoy your summer vacation, but don't forget about the curfew. I won't. He strolled through the glassed-in passageway between the two buildings, enjoying the heat there. Greenhouse effect, he thought smugly, followed by the cool of the adult library. An old man was reading the news in one of the ancient, comfortably overstuffed chairs in the reading-room alcove. The headline just below the masthead blazed, Dulles pledges U.S. troops to help Lebanon if needed. There was also a photo of Ike shaking hands with an Arab in the Rose Garden. Ben's mama said that when the country elected Hubert Humphrey president in 1960, maybe things would get moving again. Ben was vaguely aware that there was something called a recession going on, and his mama was afraid she might get laid off. A smaller headline on the bottom half of page 1 read, Police Hunt for Psychopath Goes On. Ben pushed open the library's big front door and stepped out. There was a mailbox at the foot of the walk. Ben fished the postcard from the back of the book and mailed it. He felt his heartbeat speed up a little as it slipped out of his fingers. What if she knows it's me, somehow? Don't be a stoop, he responded, a little alarmed at how exciting that idea seemed to him. He walked off up Kansas Street, hardly aware of where he was going and not caring at all. A fantasy had begun to form in his mind. In it, Beverly Marsh walked up to him, her gray-green eyes wide, her auburn hair tied back in a ponytail. I want to ask you a question, Ben, this make-believe girl said in his mind, and you've got to swear to tell the truth. She held up the postcard. Did you write this? This was a terrible fantasy. This was a wonderful fantasy. He wanted it to stop. He didn't want it to ever stop. His face was starting to burn again. Ben walked and dreamed and shifted his library books from one arm to the other and began to whistle. You'll probably think I'm horrible, Beverly said, but I think I want to kiss you. Her lips parted slightly. Ben's own lips were suddenly too dry to whistle. I think I want you to, he whispered, and smiled a dopey, dizzy, and absolutely beautiful grin. If he had looked down at the sidewalk just then, he would have seen that 3 other shadows had grown around his own. If he had been listening, he would have heard the sound of Victor's cleats as he, Belch, and Henry closed in. But he neither heard nor saw. Ben was far away, feeling Beverly's lips slip softly against his mouth, raising his timid hands to touch the dim Irish fire of her hair. 9. Like many cities, small and large, Derry had not been planned. Like Topsy, it just growed. City planners never would have located it where it was in the first place. Downtown Derry was in a valley formed by the Kenduskeag stream, which ran through the business district on a diagonal from southwest to northeast. The rest of the town had swarmed up the sides of the surrounding hills. The valley the township's original settlers came to had been swampy and heavily grown over. The stream and the Penobscot River into which the Kenduskeag emptied were great things for traders, bad ones for those who sowed crops or built their houses too close to them. The Kenduskeag in particular, because it flooded every 3 or 4 years. The city was still prone to flooding in spite of the vast amounts of money spent over the last 50 years to control the problem. If the floods had been caused only by the stream itself, a system of dams might have taken care of things. There were, however, other factors. The Kenduskeag's low banks were one. The entire area's logy drainage was another. Since the turn of the century, there had been many serious floods in Derry, and one disastrous one, in 1931. To make matters worse, the hills on which much of Derry was built were honeycombed with small streams. Terrault Stream, in which the body of Cheryl LaMonica had been found, was one of them. During periods of heavy rain, they were all apt to overflow their banks. "If it rains 2 weeks, the whole damn town gets a sinus infection," Stuttering Bill's dad had said once. The Kenduskeag was caged in a concrete canal 2 miles long as it passed through downtown. This canal dived under Main Street at the intersection of Main and Canal, becoming an underground river for half a mile or so before surfacing again at Basie Park. Canal Street, where most of Derry's bars were ranked like felons in a police lineup, paralleled the canal on its way out of town, and every few weeks or so the police would have to fish some drunk's car out of the water, which was polluted to drop-dead levels by sewage and mill wastes. Fish were caught from time to time in the canal, but they were inedible mutants. On the northeastern side of town, the canal side, the river had been managed to at least some degree. A thriving commerce went on all along it in spite of the occasional flooding. People walked beside the canal, sometimes hand in hand. If the wind was right, that was. If it was wrong, the stench took much of the romance out of such strolling. And at Basie Park, which faced the high school across the canal, there were sometimes Boy Scout campouts and Cub Scout wiener roasts. In 1969, the citizens would be shocked and sickened to discover that hippies, one of them had actually sewed an American flag on the seat of his pants, and that pinko faggot was busted before you could say Gene McCarthy, were smoking dope and trading pills up there. By '69, Basie Park had become a regular open-air pharmacy. "You just wait," people said. "Somebody'll get killed before they put a stop to it." And, of course, someone finally did. A 17-year-old boy had been found dead by the canal, his veins full of almost pure heroin, what the kids called a tight white rail. After that, the druggies began to drift away from Basie Park, and there were even stories that the kid's ghost was haunting the area. The story was stupid, of course, but if it kept the speed freaks and the nodders away, it was at least a useful stupid story. On the southwestern side of town, the river presented even more of a problem. Here the hills had been deeply cut open by the passing of the great glacier, and further wounded by the endless water erosion of the Kenduskeag and its webwork of tributaries. The bedrock showed through in many places like the half-unearthed bones of dinosaurs. Veteran employees of the Derry Public Works Department knew that, following the fall's first hard frost, they could count on a good deal of sidewalk repair on the southwestern side of town. The concrete would contract and grow brittle, and then the bedrock would suddenly shatter up through it, as if the earth meant to hatch something. What grew best in the shallow soil which remained was plants with shallow root systems and hardy natures. Weeds and trash plants, in other words. Scruffy trees, thick low bushes, and virulent infestations of poison ivy and poison oak grew everywhere they were allowed a foothold. The southwest was where the land fell away steeply to the area that was known in Derry as the Barrens. The Barrens, which were anything but barren, were a messy tract of land about 1.5 miles wide by 3 miles long. It was bounded by Upper Kansas Street on one side and by Old Cape on the other. Old Cape was a low-income housing development, and the drainage was so bad over there that there were stories of toilets and sewer pipes actually exploding. The Kenduskeag ran through the center of the Barrens. The city had grown up to the northeast and on both sides of it, but the only vestiges of the city down there were Dairy Pump House No. 3, the municipal sewage pumping station, and the city dump. Seen from the air, the Barrens looked like a big green dagger pointing at downtown. To Ben, all this geography mated with geology meant was a vague awareness that there were no more houses on his right side now. The land had dropped away. A rickety whitewashed railing, about waist-high, ran beside the sidewalk, a token gesture of protection. He could faintly hear running water. It was the soundtrack to his continuing fantasy. He paused and looked out over the Barrens, still imagining her eyes, the clean smell of her hair. From here the Kenduskeag was only a series of twinkles seen through breaks in the thick foliage. Some kids said that there were mosquitoes as big as sparrows down there at this time of the year. Others said there was quicksand as you approached the river. Ben didn't believe it about the mosquitoes, but the idea of quicksand scared him. Slightly to his left he could see a cloud of circling, diving seagulls. The dump. Their cries reached him faintly. Across the way he could see Derry Heights and the low roofs of the Old Cape houses closest to the Barrens. To the right of Old Cape, pointing skyward like a squat white finger, was the Derry standpipe. Directly below him a rusty culvert stuck out of the earth, spilling discolored water down the hill in a glimmering little stream which disappeared into the tangled trees and bushes. Ben's pleasant fantasy of Beverly was suddenly broken by one far more grim. What if a dead hand flopped out of that culvert right now, right this second, while he was looking? And suppose that when he turned to find a phone and call the police, a clown was standing there. A funny clown wearing a baggy suit with big orange puffs for buttons. Suppose... A hand fell on Ben's shoulder and he screamed. There was laughter. He whirled around, shrinking against the white fence separating the safe, sane sidewalk of Kansas Street from the wildly undisciplined Barrens. The railing creaked audibly, and saw Henry Bowers, Belch Huggins, and Victor Criss standing there.
"Hi, Tits,"
Henry said. "What do you want?" Ben asked, trying to sound brave.
"I want to beat you up,"
Henry said. He seemed to contemplate this prospect soberly, even gravely. But oh, his black eyes sparkled.
"I got to teach you something, Tits. You won't mind. You like to learn new things, don't you?"
He reached for Ben. Ben ducked away.
"Hold him, you guys."
Belch and Victor seized his arms. Ben squealed. It was a cowardly sound, rabbity and weak, but he couldn't help it. Please, God, don't let them make me cry, and don't let them break my watch, Ben thought wildly. He didn't know if they would get around to breaking his watch or not, but he was pretty sure he would cry. He was pretty sure he would cry plenty before they were through with him. "Tease him. He sounds just like a pig," Victor said. He twisted Ben's wrist. "Don't he sound like a pig?" "He sure do," Belch giggled. Ben lunged first one way and then the other. Belch and Victor went with him easily, letting him lunge, then yanking him back. Henry grabbed the front of Ben's sweatshirt and yanked it upward, exposing his belly. It hung over his belt in a swollen droop.
"Look at that gut,"
Henry cried in amazed disgust.
"Jesus, please us."
Victor and Belch laughed some more. Ben looked around wildly for help. He could see no one. Behind him, down on the Barrens, crickets drowsed and seagulls screamed. "You just better quit," he said. He wasn't blubbering yet, but he was close to it. "You just better."
"Or what?"
Henry asked, as if he was honestly interested.
"Or what, Tits? Or what, huh?"
Ben suddenly found himself thinking of Broderick Crawford, who played Dan Matthews on Highway Patrol. That bastard was tough. That bastard was mean. That bastard took zero shit from anybody. And then he burst into tears. Dan Matthews would have belted these guys right through the fence, down the embankment, and into the pucker brush. He would have done it with his belly. "Oh, boy, look at the baby," Victor chortled. Belch joined in. Henry smiled a little, but his face still held that grave, reflective cast, that look that was somehow almost sad. It frightened Ben. It suggested he might be in for more than just a beating. As if to confirm this idea, Henry reached into his jeans pocket and brought out a buck knife. Ben's terror exploded. He had been whipsawing his body futilely to either side. Now he suddenly lunged straight forward. There was an instant when he believed he was going to get away. He was sweating heavily, and the boys holding his arms had greasy grips at best. Belch managed to hold on to his right wrist, but just barely. He pulled entirely free of Victor. Another lunge. Before he could make it, Henry stepped forward and gave him a shove. Ben flew backward. The railing creaked more loudly this time, and he felt it give a little under his weight. Belch and Victor grabbed him again. "Now you hold him," Henry said. "You hear me?" "Sure, Henry," Belch said. He sounded a trifle uneasy. "He ain't going to get away. Don't worry." Henry stepped forward until his flat stomach almost touched Ben's belly. Ben stared at him, tears spilling helplessly out of his wide eyes. "Caught! I'm caught!" a part of his mind yammered. He tried to stop it. He couldn't think at all with that yammering going on. But it wouldn't stop. Caught! 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 Henry pulled out the blade, which was long and wide and engraved with his name. The tip glittered in the afternoon sunshine. "I'm going to test you now," Henry said in that same reflective voice. "It's exam time, Tits, and you better be ready." Ben wept. His heart thundered madly in his chest. Snot ran out of his nose and collected on his upper lip. His library books lay in a scatter at his feet. Henry stepped on Bulldozer, glanced down, and dealt it into the gutter with a side swipe of one black engineer boot. "Here's the first question on your exam, Tits. When somebody says, 'Let me copy' during finals, what are you going to say?" "Yes," Ben exclaimed immediately. "I'm going to say yes. Sure, okay. Copy all you want." The buck's tip slid through 2 inches of air and pressed against Ben's stomach. It was as cold as an ice cube tray just out of the frigid air. Ben gasped his belly away from it. For a moment the world went gray. Henry's mouth was moving, but Ben couldn't tell what he was saying. Henry was like a TV with the sound turned off, and the world was swimming, swimming. "Don't you dare faint," the panicky voice shrieked. "If you faint, he may get mad enough to kill you." The world came back into some kind of focus. He saw that both Belch and Victor had stopped laughing. They looked nervous, almost scared. Seeing that had the effect of a head-clearing slap on Ben. All of a sudden they don't know what he's going to do, or how far he might go. However bad you thought things were, that's how bad they really are, maybe even a little worse. You've got to think. If you never did before or never do again, you better think now. Because his eyes say they're right to look nervous. His eyes say he's crazy as a bedbug. "That's the wrong answer, Tits," Henry said. "If just anyone says, 'Let me copy,' I don't give a red fuck what you do. Got it?" "Yes," Ben said, his belly hitching with sobs. "Yes, I got it." "Well, okay. That's one wrong, but the biggies are still coming up. You ready for the biggies?" I guess so." A car came slowly toward them. It was a dusty 51 Ford with an old man and woman propped up in the front seat like a pair of neglected department store mannequins. Ben saw the old man's head turn slowly toward him. Henry stepped closer to Ben, hiding the knife. Ben could feel its point dimpling his flesh just above his belly button. It was still cold. He didn't see how that could be, but it was. "Go ahead, yell," Henry said. "You'll be picking your fucking guts off your sneakers." They were close enough to kiss. Ben could smell the sweet smell of juicy fruit gum on Henry's breath. The car passed and continued on down Kansas Street, as slow and serene as the pace car in the Tournament of Roses parade. "All right, Tits, here's the second question. If I say, 'Let me copy' during finals, what are you going to say?" "Yes, I'll say yes right away." Henry smiled. "That's good. You got that one right, Tits. Now here's the third question.
How am I going to be sure you never forget that? I don't know, Ben whispered.
Henry smiled. His face lit up and was for a moment almost handsome.
I know, he said, as if he had discovered a great truth. I know, Tits. I'll carve my name on your big fat gut.
Victor and Belch abruptly began laughing again. For a moment, Ben felt a species of bewildered relief, thinking it had all been nothing but make-believe, a little shuck and jive the three of them had womped up to scare the living hell out of him. But Henry Bowers wasn't laughing, and Ben suddenly understood that Victor and Belch were laughing because they were relieved. It was obvious to both of them that Henry couldn't be serious. Except Henry was. The buck knife slid upward, smooth as butter. Blood welled in a bright red line on Ben's pallid skin. "Hey!" Victor cried. The word came out, muffled in a startled gulp.
"Hold him," Henry snarled. "You just hold him, hear me?"
Now there was nothing grave and reflective on Henry's face. Now it was the twisted face of a devil.
"Cheese and crow, Henry, don't really cut him,"
Belch screamed, and his voice was high, almost a girl's voice. Everything happened fast then, but to Ben Hanscom it all seemed slow. It all seemed to happen in a series of shutter clicks, like action stills in a Life magazine photo essay. His panic was gone. He had discovered something inside him suddenly, and because it had no use for panic, that something just ate the panic whole. In the first shutter click, Henry had snatched his sweatshirt all the way up to his nipples. Blood was pouring from the shallow vertical cut above his belly button. In the second shutter click, Henry drew the knife down again, operating fast like a lunatic battle surgeon under an aerial bombardment. Fresh blood flowed. Backward, Ben thought coldly as blood flowed down and pooled between the waistband of his jeans and his skin. Got to go backward. That's the only direction I can get away in. Belch and Victor weren't holding him anymore. In spite of Henry's command, they had drawn away. They had drawn away in horror. But if he ran, Bowers would catch him. In the third shutter click, Henry connected the two vertical slashes with a short horizontal line. Ben could feel blood running into his underpants now, and a sticky snail trail was creeping down his left thigh. Henry leaned back momentarily, frowning with the studied concentration of an artist painting a landscape. After H comes E, Ben thought, and that was all it took to get him moving. He pulled forward a little bit, and Henry shoved him back again. Ben pushed with his legs, adding his own force to Henry's. He hit the whitewashed railing between Kansas Street and the drop into the Barrens. As he did, he raised his right foot and planted it in Henry's belly. This was not a retaliatory act. Ben only wanted to increase his backward force. And yet when he saw the expression of utter surprise on Henry's face, he was filled with a clear, savage joy. A feeling so intense that for a split second he thought the top of his head was going to come off. Then there was a cracking, splintering sound from the railing. Ben saw Victor and Belch catch Henry before he could fall on his ass in the gutter next to the remains of Bulldozer, and then Ben was falling backward into space. He went with a scream that was half a laugh. Ben hit the slope on his back and buttocks just below the culvert he had spotted earlier. It was a good thing he landed below it. If he had landed on it, he might well have broken his back. As it was, he landed on a thick cushion of weeds and bracken and barely felt the impact. He did a backward somersault, feet and legs snapping over his head. He landed sitting up and went sliding down the slope backward like a kid on a big green shoot-the-chute. His sweatshirt pulled up around his neck, his hands grabbing for purchase and doing nothing but yanking out tuft after tuft of bracken and witchgrass. He saw the top of the embankment. It seemed impossible that he had just been standing up there, receding with crazy cartoon speed. He saw Victor and Belch, their faces round white O's, staring down at him. He had time to mourn his library books. Then he fetched up against something with agonizing force and nearly bit his tongue in half. It was a downed tree, and it checked Ben's fall by nearly breaking his left leg. He clawed his way back up the slope a little bit, pulling his leg free with a groan. The tree had stopped him about halfway down. Below, the bushes were thicker. Water falling from the culvert ran over his hands in thin streams. There was a shriek from above him. Ben looked up again and saw Henry Bowers come flying over the drop, his knife clenched between his teeth. He landed on both feet, body thrown backward at a steep angle so he would not overbalance. He skidded to the end of a gigantic set of footprints and then began to run down the embankment at a series of gangling kangaroo leaps.
"I'm going to kill it's."
Henry was shrieking around the knife, and Ben didn't need a UN translator to tell him Henry was saying, "I'm going to kill you, tits."
"I'm going to hucking kill you."
Now, with that cold general's eye he had discovered up above on the sidewalk, Ben saw what he had to do. He managed to gain his feet just before Henry arrived, the knife now in his hand and held straight out in front of him like a bayonet. Ben was peripherally aware that the left leg of his jeans was shredded, and his leg was bleeding much more heavily than his stomach, but it was supporting him, and that meant it wasn't broken. At least he hoped that's what it meant. Ben crouched slightly to maintain his precarious balance, and as Henry grabbed at him with one hand and swept the knife in a long, flat arc with the other, Ben stepped aside. He lost his balance, but as he fell down, he stuck out his shredded left leg. Henry's shins struck it, and his legs were booted out from under him with great efficiency. For a moment, Ben gaped, his terror overcome with a mixture of awe and admiration. Henry Bowers appeared to be flying exactly like Superman over the fallen tree where Ben had stopped. His arms were straight out in front of him, the way George Reeves held his arms out on the TV show. Only George Reeves always looked like flying was as natural as taking a bath or eating lunch on the back porch. Henry looked like someone had shoved a hot poker up his ass. His mouth was opening and closing. A string of saliva was shooting back from one corner of it, and as Ben watched, it splattered against the lobe of Henry's ear. Then Henry crashed back to earth. The knife flew out of his hand. He rolled over on one shoulder, landed on his back, and slid away into the bushes with his legs splayed into a V. There was a yell, a thud, and then silence. Ben sat, dazed, looking at the matted place in the bushes where Henry had done his disappearing act. Suddenly, rocks and pebbles began to bounce by him. He looked up again. Victor and Belch were now descending the embankment. They were moving more carefully than Henry, and hence more slowly, but they would reach him in 30 seconds or less if he didn't do something. He moaned, would this lunacy never end? Keeping his eye on them, he clambered over the downed tree and began to scramble down the embankment, panting harshly. He had a stitch in his side. His tongue hurt like hell. The bushes were now almost as tall as Ben himself. The randy green smell of stuff growing out of control filled his nose. He could hear running water somewhere close, chuckling over stones and rilling between them. His feet slipped, and here he went again, rolling and sliding, smashing the back of his hand against a jutting rock, shooting through a patch of thorns that hooked blue-gray puffs of cotton from his sweatshirt and little divots of meat from his hands and cheeks. He slammed to a jarring halt, sitting up, with his feet in the water. Here was a little curving stream which wound its way into a thick stand of second-growth trees to his right. It looked as dark as a cave in there. He looked to his left and saw Henry Bowers lying on his back in the middle of the stream. His half-open eyes showed only whites. Blood trickled from one ear and ran toward Ben in delicate threads. "Oh, my God, I killed him. Oh, my God, I'm a murderer. Oh, my God." Forgetting that Belch and Victor were behind him, or perhaps understanding they would lose all interest in beating the shit out of him when they discovered their fearless leader was dead, Ben splashed 20 feet upstream to where Henry lay, his shirt in ribbons, his jeans soaked black, one shoe gone. Ben was vaguely aware that there was precious little left of his own clothes, and that his body was one big rattletrap of aches and pains. His left ankle was the worst. It had already puffed tight against his soaking sneaker, and he was favoring it so badly that he was really not walking, but lurching like a sailor on shore for the first time after a long sea voyage. He bent over Henry Bowers. Henry's eyes popped wide open. He grabbed Ben's calf with one scraped and bloody hand. His mouth worked, and although nothing but a series of whistling aspirations emerged, Ben could still make out what he was saying. "Kill you, you fat shit." Henry was trying to pull himself up, using Ben's leg as a pole. Ben pulled backward frantically. Henry's hand slipped down, then off. Ben flew backward, whirling his arms, and fell on his ass for a record-breaking 3rd time in the last 4 minutes. He also bit his tongue again. Water splashed up around him. A rainbow glimmered for an instant in front of Ben's eyes. Ben didn't give a fuck about the rainbow. He didn't give a fuck about finding a pot of gold. He would settle for his miserable fat life. Henry rolled over, tried to stand, fell back, managed to get to his hands and knees, and finally tottered to his feet. He stared at Ben with those black eyes. The front of his flat top now leaned this way and that, like corn husks after a high wind has passed through. Ben was suddenly angry. No, this was more than being angry. He was infuriated. He had been walking with his library books under his arm, having an innocent little daydream about kissing Beverly Marsh, bothering nobody. And look at this. Just look. Pants shredded, left ankle maybe broken, badly sprained for sure. Leg all cut up, tongue all cut up, Henry goddamn Bauer's monogram on his stomach. How about all that, happy, crappy sports fans? But it was probably the thought of his library books, for which he was liable, that drove him to charge Henry Bowers. His lost library books and his mental image of how reproachful Mrs. Sterrett's eyes would become when he told her. Whatever the reason, cuts, sprain, library books, or even the thought of the soggy and probably illegible rank card in his back pocket, it was enough to get him moving. He lumbered forward, squashy keds spatting in the shallow water, and kicked Henry squarely in the balls. Henry uttered a horrid, rusty scream that sent birds beating up from the trees. He stood spraddle-legged for a moment, hands clasping his crotch, staring unbelievingly at Ben. "Ugh," he said in a small voice. "Right," Ben said. "Ugh," Henry said, in an even smaller voice. "Right," Ben said again. Henry sank slowly back to his knees, not so much falling as folding up. He was still looking at Ben with those unbelieving black eyes. "Ugh." "Damn right," Ben said. Henry fell on his side, still clutching his testicles, and began to roll slowly from side to side. "Ugh," Henry moaned. "My balls! Ugh! Oh, you broke my balls! Ugh! Ugh!" He was now beginning to gain a little force, and Ben started to back away a step at a time. He was sickened by what he had done, but he was also filled with a kind of righteous, paralyzed fascination. "Ugh! My fucking sack! Ugh! Ugh! Oh, my fucking balls!" Ben might have remained in the area for an untold length of time, perhaps even until Henry recovered enough to come after him. But just then a rock struck him above the right ear with such a deep drilling pain that, until he felt warm blood flowing again, Ben thought he had been stung by a wasp. He turned and saw the other two striding up the middle of the stream toward him. They each had a handful of water-rounded rocks. Victor pegged one, and Ben heard it whistle past his ear. He ducked, and another struck his right knee, making him yell with surprised hurt. A third bounced off his right cheekbone, and that eye filled with water. He scrambled for the far bank and climbed it as fast as he could, grabbing onto protruding roots and hauling on handfuls of bushes. He made it to the top. One final stone struck his buttocks as he pulled himself up, and took a quick look back over his shoulder. Belch was kneeling beside Henry while Victor stood half a dozen feet away, firing stones. One the size of a baseball clipped through the man-high bushes beside Ben. He had seen enough. In fact, he had seen much more than enough. Worst of all, Henry Bowers was getting up again. Like Ben's own Timex watch, Henry could take a licking and keep on ticking. Ben turned and smashed his way into the bushes, lumbering along in a direction he hoped was west. If he could cross to the old Cape side of the Barrens, he could beg a dime off somebody and take the bus home. And when he got there, he would lock the door behind him and bury these tattered, bloody clothes in the trash, and this crazy dream would finally be over. Ben thought of himself sitting in his chair in the living room, freshly tubbed, wearing his fuzzy red bathrobe, watching Daffy Duck cartoons on the Mighty 90, and drinking milk through a strawberry flavor straw. Hold that thought, he told himself grimly, and kept lumbering along. Bushes sprang into his face. Ben pushed them aside. Thorns reached and clawed. He tried to ignore them. He came to a flat area of ground that was black and mucky. A thick stand of bamboo-like growth spread across it, and a fetid smell rose from the earth. An ominous thought, quicksand, slipped across the foreground of his mind like a shadow as he looked at the sheen of standing water deeper into the grove of bamboo stuff. He didn't want to go in there. Even if it wasn't quicksand, the mud would suck his sneakers off. He turned right instead, running along the front of the bamboo grove, and finally into a patch of real woods.
The trees, mostly firs, were thick, growing everywhere, battling each other for a little space and sun. But there was less undergrowth, and he could move faster. He was no longer sure what direction he was moving in, but still thought he was, on measure, a little ahead of the game. The barrens were enclosed by dairy on 3 sides and bounded by the half-finished turnpike extension on the 4th. Sooner or later he would come out somewhere. His stomach throbbed painfully, and he pulled up the remains of his sweatshirt for a look. He winced and drew a whistle of air in over his teeth. His belly looked like a grotesque Christmas tree ball, all caked red blood and smeared green from his slide down the embankment. He pulled the sweatshirt down again. Looking at that mess made him feel like blowing lunch. Now he heard a low humming noise from ahead. It was one steady note just above the low range of his hearing. An adult, intent only on getting the hell out of there. The mosquitoes had found Ben now, and while nowhere near as big as sparrows, they were pretty big. Would have ignored it, or simply not heard it at all. But Ben was a boy, and he was already getting over his fright. He swerved to his left and pushed through some low laurel bushes. Beyond them, sticking out of the ground, were the top 3 feet of a cement cylinder about 4 feet wide. It was capped with the vented iron manhole cover. The cover was stamped with the words, Dairy Sewer Department. The sound, this close it was more a drone than a hum, was coming from some place deep inside. Ben put one eye to a vent hole, but could see nothing. He could hear that drone and water running down there someplace, but that was all. He took a breath, got a whiff of a sour smell that was both dank and shitty, and drew back with a wince. It was a sewer, that was all. Or maybe a combined sewer and drainage tunnel. There were plenty of those in flood-conscious Derry. No big deal. But it had given him a funny sort of chill. Part of it was seeing the handiwork of a man in all this overgrown jumble of wilderness, but he supposed part of it was the shape of the thing itself, that concrete cylinder jutting out of the ground. Ben had read H.G. Wells' The Time Machine the year before, first the Classics Comics version, and then the whole book. This cylinder with its vented iron cap reminded him of the wells which led down into the country of the slumped and horrible Morlocks. He moved away from it quickly, trying to find west again. He got to a little clearing and turned until his shadow was as directly behind him as he could get it. Then he headed off in a straight line. 5 minutes later he heard more running water ahead and voices. Kids' voices. He stopped to listen, and that was when he heard snapping branches and other voices behind him. They were perfectly recognizable. They belonged to Victor, Belch, and the one and only Henry Bowers. The nightmare was not over yet, it seemed. Ben looked around for a place to go to earth. 10. He came out of his hiding place about 2 hours later, dirtier than ever, but a little refreshed. Incredible as it seemed to him, he had dozed off. When he had heard the 3 of them behind him, coming after him still, Ben had come dangerously close to freezing up completely, like an animal caught in the headlamps of an oncoming truck. A paralytic drowsiness began to steal over him. The idea of simply lying down, curling up into a ball like a hedgehog, and letting them do whatever they felt they had to occurred to him. It was a crazy idea, but it also seemed like a strangely good idea. But instead, Ben began to move toward the sound of the running water and those other kids. He tried to untangle their voices and get the sense of what they were saying, anything to shake off that scary paralysis of the spirit. Some project. They were talking about some project. 1 or 2 of the voices were even a little familiar. There was a splash, followed by a burst of good-natured laughter. The laughter filled Ben with a kind of stupid longing and made him more aware of his dangerous position than anything else had done. If he was going to be caught, there was no need to let these kids in for a dose of his medicine. Ben turned right again. Like many large people, he was remarkably light-footed. He passed close enough to the boys to see their shadows moving back and forth between him and the bright water, but they neither saw him nor heard him. Gradually their voices began to fall behind. He came to a narrow path which had been beaten down to the bare earth. Ben considered it for a moment, then shook his head a little. He crossed it and plunged into the undergrowth again. He moved more slowly now, pushing bushes aside rather than stampeding through them. He was still moving roughly parallel to the stream the other kids had been playing beside. Even through the intervening bushes and trees, he could see it was much wider than the one into which he and Henry had fallen. Here was another of those concrete cylinders, barely visible amid a snarl of blackberry creepers, humming quietly to itself. Beyond, an embankment dropped off to the stream, and here an old, gnarled elm tree leaned crookedly out over the water. Its roots, half exposed by bank erosion, looked like a snarl of dirty hair. Hoping there wouldn't be bugs or snakes, but too tired and numbly frightened to really care, Ben had worked his way between the roots and into a shallow cave beneath. He leaned back. A root jabbed him like an angry finger. He shifted his position a little, and it supported him quite nicely. Here came Henry, Belch, and Victor. He had thought they might be fooled into following the path, but no such luck. They stood close by him for a moment. Any closer, and he could have reached out of his hiding place and touched them. "Bet them little snotholes back there saw him," Belch said. "Well, let's go find out," Henry replied, and they headed back the way they had come. A few moments later, Ben heard him roar, "What the fuck you kids doing here?" There was some sort of reply, but Ben couldn't tell what it was. The kids were too far away, and this close, the river, it was the Kenduskeag, of course, was too loud. But he thought the kids sounded scared. Ben could sympathize. Then Victor Criss bellowed something Ben hadn't understood at all. "What a fucking baby dam!" Baby dam? Baby dam? Or maybe Victor had said, "What a damn bunch of babies," and Ben had misheard him. "Let's break it," Belch proposed. There were yells of protest followed by a scream of pain. Someone began to cry. Yes, Ben could sympathize. They hadn't been able to catch him, or at least not yet. But here was another bunch of little kids for them to take out their mad on. "Sure, break it," Henry said. Splashes, yells, big moronic gusts of laughter from Belch and Victor. An agonized, infuriated cry from one of the little kids. "Don't give me any of your shit, you stuttering little freak," Henry Bowers said. "I ain't taking no more shit from nobody today." There was a splintering crack. The sound of running water downstream grew louder and roared briefly before quieting to its former placid chuckle. Ben suddenly understood. Baby dam, yes, that was what Victor had said. The kids, 2 or 3 of them, it had sounded like when he passed by, had been building a dam. Henry and his friends had just kicked it apart. Ben even thought he knew who one of the kids was. The only stuttering little freak he knew from Derry School was Bill Denbrough, who was in the other 5th grade classroom. "You didn't have to do that," a thin and fearful voice cried out, and Ben recognized that voice as well, although he could not immediately put a face with it. "Why did you do that?" "Because I felt like it, fucknuts," Henry roared back. There was a meaty thud. It was followed by a scream of pain. The scream was followed by weeping. "Shut up," Victor said. "Shut up that crying kid, or I'll pull your ears down and tie 'em under your chin." The crying became a series of choked snuffles. "We're going," Henry said, "but before we do, I want to know one thing. You seen a fat kid in the last 10 minutes or so? Big fat kid all bloody and cut up?" There was a reply too brief to be anything but no. "You sure?" Belch asked. "You better be mushmouth." I'm sure," Bill Denbrough replied. "Let's go," Henry said. "He probably waited across back that way." "Ta-ta, boys," Victor Criss called. "It was a real baby dam, believe me. You're better off without it." Splashing sounds. Belch's voice came again, but further away now. Ben couldn't make out the words. In fact, he didn't want to make out the words. Closer by, the boy who had been crying now resumed. There were comforting noises from the other boy. Ben had decided there was just the 2 of them, Stuttering Bill and the Weeper. He half sat, half lay where he was, listening to the 2 boys by the river and the fading sounds of Henry and his dinosaur friends crashing toward the far side of the barrens. Sunlight flicked at his eyes and made little coins of light on the tangled roots above and around him. It was dirty in here, but it was also cozy, safe. The sound of running water was soothing. Even the sound of the crying kid was sort of soothing. His aches and pains had faded to a dull throb, and the sound of the dinosaurs had faded out completely. He would wait a while, just to be sure they weren't coming back, and then he would make tracks. Ben could hear the throb of the drainage machinery coming through the earth, could even feel it, a low, steady vibration that went from the ground to the root he was leaning against and then into his back. He thought of the Morlocks again, of their naked flesh. He imagined it would smell like the dank and shitty air that had come up through the vent holes of that iron cap. He thought of their wells driven deep into the earth, wells with rusty ladders bolted to their sides. He dozed, and at some point his thoughts became a dream. 11. It wasn't Morlocks he dreamed of. He dreamed of the thing which had happened to him in January, the thing which he hadn't quite been able to tell his mother. It had been the first day of school after the long Christmas break. Mrs. Douglas had asked for a volunteer to stay after and help her count the books that had been turned in just before the vacation. Ben had raised his hand. "Thank you, Ben," Mrs. Douglas had said, favoring him with a smile of such brilliance that it warmed him down to his toes. "Suck ass," Henry Bowers remarked under his breath. It had been the sort of Maine winter day that is both the best and the worst. Cloudless, eye-wateringly bright, but so cold it was a little frightening. To make the 10-degree temperature worse, there was a strong wind to give the cold a bitter cutting edge. Ben counted books and called out numbers. Mrs. Douglas wrote them down, not bothering to double-check his work even on a random basis, he was proud to note. And then they both carried the books down to the storage room through the halls where radiators clanked dreamily. At first the school had been full of sounds, slamming locker doors, the clackety-clack of Mrs. Thomas's typewriter in the office, the slightly off-key choral renditions of the glee club upstairs, the nervous thud-thud-thud of basketballs from the gym, and the scrooch and thud of sneakers as players drove toward the baskets or cut turns on the polished wood floor. Little by little these sounds ceased, until, as the last set of books was totted up, one short, but it hardly mattered, Mrs. Douglas sighed, they were all holding together on a wing and a prayer. The only sounds were the radiators, the faint whish-whish of Mr. Fazio's broom as he pushed colored sawdust up the hall floor, and the howl of the wind outside. Ben looked toward the book room's one narrow window and saw that the light was fading rapidly from the sky. It was 4 o'clock and dusk was at hand. Membranes of dry snow blew around the icy jungle gym and skirled between the teeter-totters, which were frozen solidly into the ground. Only the thaws of April would break those bitter winter welds. He saw no one at all on Jackson Street. He looked a moment longer, expecting a car to roll through the Jackson-Witcham intersection, but none did. Everyone in Derry save himself and Mrs. Douglas might be dead or fled, at least from what he could see from here. He looked toward her and saw, with a touch of real fright, that she was feeling almost exactly the same things he was feeling himself. He could tell by the look in her eyes. They were deep and thoughtful and far off. Not the eyes of a schoolteacher in her 40s, but those of a child. Her hands were folded just below her breasts, as if in prayer. "I'm scared," Ben thought, "and she's scared too. But what are we really scared of?" He didn't know. Then she looked at him and uttered a short, almost embarrassed laugh. "I've kept you too late," she said. "I'm sorry, Ben." "That's okay." He looked down at his shoes. He loved her a little, not with the frank, unquestioning love he had lavished on Mrs. Thibodeau, his first-grade teacher, but he did love her. "If I drove, I'd give you a ride," she said, "but I don't. My husband's going to pick me up around 5:15. If you'd care to wait, we could—" "No, thanks," Ben said. "I ought to get home before then." This was not really the truth, but he felt a queer aversion to the idea of meeting Mrs. Douglas's husband. "Maybe your mother could." "She doesn't drive either," Ben said. "I'll be all right. It's only a mile home." "A mile's not far when it's nice, but it can be a very long way in this weather. You'll go in somewhere if it gets too cold, won't you, Ben?" "Oh, sure. I'll go into Costello's Market and stand by the stove a little while, or something. Mr. Gaudreau doesn't mind. And I got my snow pants, my new Christmas scarf, too." Mrs. Douglas looked a little reassured, and then she glanced toward the window again. "It just looks so cold out there," she said. So inimical." He didn't know the word, but he knew exactly what she meant. Something just happened. What? He had seen her, he realized suddenly, as a person instead of just a teacher. That was what had happened. Suddenly he had seen her face in an entirely different way, and because he did, it became a new face. The face of a tired poet. He could see her going home with her husband, sitting beside him in the car with her hands folded as the heater hissed and he talked about his day. He could see her making them dinner. An odd thought crossed his mind, and a cocktail party question rose to his lips. "Do you have children, Mrs. Douglas?" "I often think at this time of the year that people really weren't meant to live this far north of the equator," she said. "At least not in this latitude." Then she smiled, and some of the strangeness either went out of her face or his eye. He was able to see her, at least partially, as he always had. "But you'll never see her that way again, not completely," he thought, dismayed. "I'll feel old until spring, and then I'll feel young again. It's that way every year. Are you sure you'll be all right, Ben?" "I'll be fine." "Yes, I suppose you will. You're a good boy, Ben." He looked back at his toes, blushing, loving her more than ever. In the hallway, Mr. Fazio said, "Be careful of de frostbite, boy," without looking up from his red sawdust. "I will." He reached his locker, opened it, and yanked on his snow pants. He had been painfully unhappy when his mother insisted he wear them again this winter on especially cold days, thinking of them as baby clothes, but he was glad to have them this afternoon. He walked slowly toward the door, zipping his coat, yanking the drawstrings of his hood tight, pulling on his mittens. He went out and stood on the snow-packed top step of the front stairs for a moment, listening as the door snicked closed and locked behind him. Derry School brooded under a bruised skin of a sky. The wind blew steadily. The snap hooks on the flagpole rope rattled a lonesome tattoo against the steel pole itself. That wind cut into the warm and unprepared flesh of Ben's face at once, numbing his cheeks. "Be careful of the frostbite, boy." He quickly pulled his scarf up until he looked like a small, pudgy caricature of Red Ryder. That darkening sky had a fantastical sort of beauty, but Ben did not pause to admire it. It was too cold for that. He got going. At first the wind was at his back, and things didn't seem so bad. In fact, it actually seemed to be helping him along. At Canal Street, however, he had to turn right and almost fully into the wind. Now it seemed to be holding him back, as if it had business with him. His scarf helped a little, but not enough. His eyes throbbed, and the moisture in his nose froze to a cracked glaze. His legs were going numb. Several times he stuck his mittened hands into his armpits to warm them up. The wind whooped and screamed, sometimes sounding almost human. Ben felt both frightened and exhilarated. Frightened because he could now understand stories he had read, such as Jack London's To Build a Fire, where people actually froze to death. It would be all too possible to freeze to death on a night like this, a night when the temperature would drop to 15 below. The exhilaration was hard to explain. It was a lonely feeling, a somehow melancholy feeling. He was outside. He passed on the wings of the wind, and none of the people beyond the brightly lighted squares of their windows saw him. They were inside where there was light and warmth. They didn't know he had passed them. Only he knew. It was a secret thing. The moving air burned like needles, but it was fresh and clean. White smoke jetted from his nose in neat little streams. And as sundown came, the last of the day, a cold, yellowy-orange line on the western horizon, the first stars, cruel diamond chips glimmering in the sky overhead, he came to the canal. He was only 3 blocks from home now, and eager to feel the heat on his face and legs, moving the blood again, making it tingle. Still, he paused. The canal was frozen in its concrete sluice like a frozen river of rose milk, its surface humped and cracked and cloudy. It was moveless, yet completely alive in this harshly puritanical winter light. It had its own unique and difficult beauty. Ben turned the other way, southwest, toward the Barrens. When he looked in this direction, the wind was at his back again. It made his snow pants ripple and flap. The canal ran straight between its concrete walls for perhaps half a mile. Then the concrete was gone, and the river sprawled its way into the barrens, at this time of the year a skeletal world of icy brambles and jutting naked branches. A figure was standing on the ice down there. Ben stared at it and thought, there may be a man down there, but can he be wearing what it looks like he's wearing? It's impossible, isn't it? The figure was dressed in what appeared to be a white-silver clown suit. It rippled around him in the polar wind. There were oversized orange shoes on his feet. They matched the pom-pom buttons which ran down the front of his suit. One hand grasped a bundle of strings which rose to a bright bunch of balloons, and when Ben observed that the balloons were floating in his direction, he felt unreality wash over him more strongly. He closed his eyes, rubbed them, opened them. The balloons still appeared to be floating toward him. He heard Mr. Fazio's voice in his head. Be careful of the frostbite, boy. It had to be a hallucination or a mirage brought on by some weird trick of the weather. There could be a man down there on the ice. He supposed it was even technically possible he could be wearing a clown suit. But the balloons couldn't be floating toward Ben, into the wind. Yet that was just what they appeared to be doing. Ben, the clown on the ice called. Ben thought that voice was only in his mind, although it seemed he heard it with his ears. Want a balloon, Ben? There was something so evil in that voice, so awful, that Ben wanted to run away as fast as he could, but his feet seemed as welded to this sidewalk as the teeter-totters in the schoolyard were welded to the ground. They float, Ben. They all float. Try one and see. The clown began walking along the ice toward the canal bridge where Ben stood. Ben watched him come, not moving. He watched as a bird watches an approaching snake. The balloons should have burst in the intense cold, but they did not. They floated above and ahead of the clown when they should have been streaming out behind him, trying to escape back into the barrens, where some part of Ben's mind assured him this creature had come from in the first place. Now Ben noticed something else. Although the last of the daylight had struck a rosy glow across the ice of the canal, the clown cast no shadow, none at all. "You'll like it here, Ben," the clown said. Now it was close enough so Ben could hear the clud-clud sound its funny shoes made as they advanced over the uneven ice. "You'll like it here, I promise. All the boys and girls I meet like it here, because it's like Pleasure Island in Pinocchio and Never Never Land in Peter Pan. They never have to grow up, and that's what all the kiddies want. So come on, see the sights, have a balloon, feed the elephants, ride the shoot-the-chutes. Oh, you'll like it, and oh, Ben, how you'll float." And in spite of his fear, Ben found that part of him did want a balloon. Who in all the world owned a balloon which would float into the wind? Who had even heard of such a thing? Yes, he wanted a balloon, and he wanted to see the clown's face, which was bent down toward the ice, as if to keep it out of that killer wind. What might have happened if the 5 o'clock whistle atop the dairy town hall hadn't blown just then, Ben didn't know. Didn't want to know. The important thing was that it did blow, an ice pick of sound drilling into the deep winter cold. The clown looked up as if startled, and Ben saw its face. The mummy! Oh, my God, it's the mummy, was his first thought, accompanied by a swoony horror that caused him to clamp his hands down viciously on the bridge's railing to keep from fainting. Of course it hadn't been the mummy, couldn't have been the mummy. Oh, there were Egyptian mummies, plenty of them, he knew that. But his first thought had been that it was the mummy, the dusty monster played by Boris Karloff in the old movie he had stayed up late to watch just last month on Shock Theater. No, it wasn't that mummy. Couldn't be. Movie monsters weren't real. Everyone knew that, even little kids. But it wasn't makeup the clown was wearing. Nor was the clown simply swaddled in a bunch of bandages. There were bandages, most of them around its neck and wrists, blowing back in the wind. But Ben could see the clown's face clearly. It was deeply lined, the skin a parchment map of wrinkles, tattered cheeks, arid flesh. The skin of its forehead was split but bloodless. Dead lips grinned back from a maw in which teeth leaned like tombstones. Its gums were pitted and black. Ben could see no eyes, but something glittered far back in the charcoal pits of those puckered sockets, something like the cold jewels in the eyes of Egyptian scarab beetles. And although the wind was the wrong way, it seemed to him that he could smell cinnamon and spice, rotting cerements treated with weird drugs, sand, blood so old it had dried to flakes, and grains of rust.
"We all float down here,"
the mummy clown croaked. And Ben realized with fresh horror that somehow it had reached the bridge. It was now just below him, reaching up with a dry and twisted hand from which flaps of skin rustled like pennons, a hand through which bone like yellow ivory showed. One almost fleshless finger caressed the tip of his boot. Ben's paralysis broke. He pounded the rest of the way across the bridge with the 5 o'clock whistle still shrieking in his ears. It only ceased as he reached the far side. It had to be a mirage. Had to be. The clown simply could not have come so far during the whistle's 10 or 15-second blast. But his fear was not a mirage. Neither were the hot tears which spurted from his eyes and froze on his cheeks a second after being shed. He ran, boots thudding on the sidewalk, and behind him he could hear the mummy in the clown suit climbing up from the canal, ancient stony fingernails scraping across iron, old tendons creaking like dry hinges. He could hear the arid whistle of its breath pulling in and pushing out of nostrils as devoid of moisture as the tunnels under the Great Pyramid. He could smell its shroud of sandy spices, and he knew that in a moment its hands, as fleshless as the geometrical constructions he made with his erector set, would descend upon his shoulders. They would turn him around, and he would stare into that wrinkled, smiling face. The dead river of its breath would wash over him. Those black eye sockets with their deep glowing depths would bend over him. The toothless mouth would yawn, and he would have his balloon. Oh, yes, all the balloons he wanted. But when he reached the corner of his own street, sobbing and winded, his heart slamming crazed, leaping beats into his ears, when he at last looked back over his shoulder, the street was empty. The arched bridge with its low concrete sides and its old-fashioned cobblestone paving was also empty. He could not see the canal itself, but he felt that if he could, he would see nothing there either. No, if the mummy had not been a hallucination or a mirage, if it had been real, it would be waiting under the bridge, like the troll in the story of the 3 Billy Goats Gruff. Under. Hiding under. Ben hurried home, looking back every few steps until the door was safely shut and locked behind him. He explained to his mother, who was so tired from a particularly hard day at the mill that she had not, in truth, much missed him, that he had been helping Mrs. Douglas count books. Then he sat down to a dinner of noodles and Sunday's leftover turkey. He stuffed 3 helpings into himself, and the mummy seemed more distant and dreamlike with each helping. It was not real. Those things were never real. They came fully to life only between the commercials of the late-night TV movies or during the Saturday matinees, where if you were lucky you could get 2 monsters for a quarter, and if you had an extra quarter you could buy all the popcorn you could eat. No, they were not real. TV monsters and movie monsters and comic book monsters were not real. Not until you went to bed and couldn't sleep. Not until the last 4 pieces of candy, wrapped in tissues and kept under your pillow against the evils of the night, were gobbled up. Not until the bed itself turned into a lake of rancid dreams, and the wind screamed outside and you were afraid to look at the window because there might be a face there, an ancient grinning face that had not rotted but simply dried like an old leaf, its eyes sunken diamonds pushed deep into dark sockets. Not until you saw one ripped and claw-like hand holding out a bunch of balloons.
"See the sights, have a balloon, feed the elephants, ride the shoot-the-chutes. Ben, oh Ben, how you float."
12. Ben awoke with a gasp, the dream of the mummy still on him, panicked by the close, vibrating dark all around him. He jerked, and the roots stopped supporting him and poked him in the back again, as if in exasperation. He saw light and scrambled for it. He crawled out into the afternoon sunlight and the babble of the stream, and everything fell into place again. It was summer, not winter. The mummy had not carried him away to its desert crypt. Ben had simply hidden from the big kids in a sandy hole under a half-uprooted tree. He was in the barrens. Henry and his buddies had gone to town in a small way on a couple of kids playing downstream because they hadn't been able to find Ben and go to town on him in a big way. Ta-ta, boys. It was a real baby dam, believe me. You're better off without it. Ben looked glumly down at his ruined clothes. His mother was going to give him 16 different flavors of holy old hell. He had slept just long enough to stiffen up. He slid down the embankment and then began to walk along the stream, wincing at every step. He was a medley of aches and pains. It felt like Spike Jones was playing a fast tune on broken glass inside most of his muscles. There seemed to be dried or drying blood on every inch of exposed skin. The dam-building kids would be gone anyway, he consoled himself. He wasn't sure how long he'd slept, but even if it had only been half an hour, the encounter with Henry and his friends would have convinced Denbrough and his pal that some other place, like Timbuktu maybe, would be better for their health. Ben plugged grimly along, knowing if the big kids came back now he would not stand a chance of outrunning them. He hardly cared. He rounded an elbow bend in the stream and just stood there for a moment, looking. The dam builders were still there. One of them was indeed Stuttering Bill Denbrough. He was kneeling beside the other boy, who was propped against the stream bank in a sitting position. This other kid's head was thrown so far back that his Adam's apple stood out like a triangular plug. There was dried blood around his nose, on his chin, and painted along his neck in a couple of streams. He had something white clasped loosely in one hand. Stuttering Bill looked around sharply and saw Ben standing there. Ben saw with dismay that something was very wrong with the boy propped up on the bank. Denbrough was obviously scared to death. He thought miserably, "Won't this day ever end?" "I wonder if you could help me," Bill Denbrough said. "His aspirator is empty. I think he might be—" His face froze, turned red. He dug at the words, stuttering like a machine gun. Spittle flew from his lips, and it took almost 30 seconds worth of d-d-d-d before Ben realized Denbrough was trying to say the other kid might be dying. Chapter 5. Bill Denbrough Beats the Devil, 1. 1. Bill Denbrough thinks, "I'm damn near space travel's especially comfortable. In fact, for the first hour following the Concorde's takeoff, or perhaps liftoff would be a better way to put it, from Heathrow, he has been coping with a mild case of claustrophobia. The airplane is narrow, unsettlingly so. The meal is just short of exquisite, but the flight attendants who serve it must twist and bend and squat to get the job done. They look like a troupe of gymnasts. Watching this strenuous service takes some of the pleasure out of the food for Bill, although his seatmate doesn't seem particularly bothered. The seatmate is another drawback. He's fat and not particularly clean. It may be Ted Lapidus cologne on top of his skin, but beneath it Bill detects the unmistakable odors of dirt and sweat. He's not being very particular about his left elbow either. Every now and then it strikes Bill with a soft thud. His eyes are drawn again and again to the digital readout at the front of the cabin. It shows how fast this British bullet is going. Now, as the Concorde reaches its cruising speed, it tops out at just over Mach 2. Bill takes his pen from his shirt pocket and uses its tip to tap buttons on the computer watch Audra gave him last Christmas. If the machometer is right, and Bill has absolutely no reason to think it is not, then they are busting along at a speed of 18 miles per minute. He is not sure this is anything he really wanted to know. Outside his window, which is as small and thick as the window in one of the old Mercury space capsules, he can see a sky which is not blue, but the twilight purple of dusk, although it is the middle of the day. At the point where the sea and the sky meet,
He can see that the horizon line is slightly bowed. I am sitting here, Bill thinks, a Bloody Mary in my hand and a dirty fat man's elbow poking into my bicep, observing the curvature of the earth. He smiles a little, thinking that a man who can face something like that shouldn't be afraid of anything. But he is afraid, and not just of flying at 18 miles a minute in this narrow, fragile shell. He can almost feel Derry rushing at him, and that is exactly the right expression for it. 18 miles a minute or not, the sensation of being perfectly still while Derry rushes at him like some big carnivore which has lain in wait for a long time and has finally broken from cover. Derry, Derry. Shall we write an ode to Derry? The stink of its mills and its rivers, the dignified quiet of its tree-lined streets, the library, the standpipe, Basie Park, Derry Elementary School, the Barrens. Lights are going on in his head, big Klieg's. It's like he's been sitting in a darkened theater for 27 years, waiting for something to happen, and now it's finally begun. The set being revealed spot by spot and Klieg by Klieg is not, however, some harmless comedy like Arsenic and Old Lace. To Bill Denbrough it looks more like the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. All those stories I wrote, he thinks with a stupid kind of amusement. All those novels. Derry is where they all came from. Derry was the wellspring. They came from what happened that summer, and from what happened to George the autumn before. All the interviewers that ever asked me that question, I gave them the wrong answer. The fat man's elbow digs into him again, and he spills some of his drink. Bill almost says something, then thinks better of it. That question, of course, was, where do you get your ideas? It was a question Bill supposed all writers of fiction had to answer, or pretend to answer, at least twice a week. But a fellow like him, who made a living by writing of things which never were and never could be, had to answer it, or pretend to, much more often than that. All writers have a pipeline which goes down into the subconscious, he told them, neglecting to mention that he doubted more as each year passed if there even was such a thing as a subconscious. But the man or woman who writes horror stories has a pipeline that goes further, maybe, into the subconscious, if you like. Elegant answer that, but one he had never really believed. Subconscious? Well, there was something down there, all right, but Bill thought people had made much too big a deal out of a function which was probably the mental equivalent of your eyes watering when dust got in them, or breaking wind an hour or so after a big dinner. The second metaphor was probably the better of the two, but you couldn't very well tell interviewers that, as far as you were concerned, such things as dreams and vague longings and sensations like déjà vu really came down to nothing more than a bunch of mental farts. But they seemed to need something. All those reporters with their notebooks and their little Japanese tape recorders. And Bill wanted to help them as much as he could. He knew that writing was a hard job, a damned hard job. There was no need to make theirs harder by telling them, "My friend, you might as well ask me who cut the cheese and have done with it." He thought now, you always knew they were asking the wrong question even before Mike called. Now you also know what the right question was. Not where do you get your ideas, but why do you get your ideas? There was a pipeline, all right, but it wasn't either the Freudian or Jungian version of the subconscious that it came out of. No interior drain system of the mind, no subterranean cavern full of Morlocks waiting to happen. There was nothing at the other end of that pipe but Derry. Just Derry. And who's that trip-trapping upon my bridge? He sits bolt upright suddenly, and this time it's his elbow that goes wandering. It sinks deeply into his fat seatmate's side for a moment. "Watch yourself, buddy," the fat man says. "Close quarters, you know." "You stop whapping me with yours, and I'll try to stop whapping you with mine." The fat man gives him a sour, incredulous, what-the-hell-you-talking-about look. Bill simply gazes at him until the fat man looks away, muttering, "Who's there?
Who's trip-trapping over my bridge?
He looks out the window again and thinks, "We're beating the devil." His arms and the nape of his neck prickle. He knocks back the rest of his drink in one swallow. Another of those big lights has gone on. Silver, his bike. That was what he had called it, after the Lone Ranger's horse. A big Schwinn, 28 inches tall. "You'll kill yourself on that, Billy," his father had said, but with no real concern in his tone. He had shown little concern for anything since George's death. Before, he had been tough, fair but tough. Since, you could get around him. He would make fatherly gestures, go through fatherly motions, but motions and gestures were all they were. It was like he was always listening for George to come back into the house. Bill had seen it in the window of the bike and cycle shop down on Center Street. It leaned gloomily on its kickstand, bigger than the biggest of the others on display. Dull where they were shiny, straight in places where the others were curved, bent in places where the others were straight. Propped on its front tire had been a sign, "Used. Make an offer." What actually happened was that Bill went in and the owner made him an offer, which Bill took. He wouldn't have known how to dicker with the cycle shop owner if his life depended on it. And the price, $24, the man quoted seemed very fair to Bill, generous even. He paid for Silver with money he had saved up over the last 7 or 8 months. Birthday money, Christmas money, lawn mowing money. He had been noticing the bike in the window ever since Thanksgiving. He paid for it and wheeled it home as soon as the snow began to melt for good. It was funny, because he'd never thought much about owning a bike before last year. The idea seemed to come into his mind all at once, perhaps on one of those endless days after George was murdered. In the beginning, Bill almost did kill himself. The first ride on his new bike ended with Bill dumping it on purpose to keep from running smack into the board fence at the end of Kossuth Lane. He had not been so afraid of running into the fence as he had been of bashing right through it and falling 60 feet into the barrens. He came away from that one with a 5-inch gash running between the wrist and elbow of his left arm. Not even a week later, he had found himself unable to brake soon enough and had shot through the intersection of Witcham and Jackson at perhaps 35 miles an hour, a little kid on a dusty gray mastodon of a bike. Silver was silver only by the most energetic reach of a willing imagination. Playing cards, machine-gunning the spokes of the front and back wheels in a steady roar, and if a car had been coming, he would have been dead meat, just like Georgie. He got control of Silver little by little as the spring advanced. Neither of his parents noticed during that time that he was courting death by bicycle. He thought that, after the first few days, they had ceased to really see his bike at all. To them it was just a relic with chipped paint which leaned against the garage wall on rainy days. Silver was a lot more than some dusty old relic, though. He didn't look like much, but he went like the wind. Bill's friend, his only real friend, was a kid named Eddie Kasprack. And Eddie was good with mechanical things. He had shown Bill how to get Silver in shape, which bolts to tighten and check regularly, where to oil the sprockets, how to tighten the chain, how to put on a bike patch so it would stay if you got a flat. "You ought to paint it," he remembered Eddie saying one day. But Bill didn't want to paint Silver. For reasons he couldn't even explain to himself, he wanted the Schwinn just the way it was. It looked like a real bow-wow, the sort of bike a careless kid regularly left out on his lawn in the rain. A bike that would be all squeaks and shudders and slow friction. It looked like a bow-wow, but it went like the wind. It would beat the devil, he says aloud and laughs. His fat seatmate looks at him sharply. The laugh has that howling quality that gave Audra the creeps earlier. Yes, it looked pretty shoddy, with its old paint and the old-fashioned package carrier mounted above the back wheel and the ancient ooga horn with its black rubber bulb. That horn was permanently welded to the handlebars with a rusty bolt the size of a baby's fist. Pretty shoddy. But could Silver go? Could he? Christ. And it was a damned good thing he could, because Silver had saved Bill Denbrough's life in the 4th week of June, 1958.
The week after he met Ben Hanscom for the first time. The week after he and Ben and Eddie built the dam. The week that Ben and Richie Trashmouth Tozier and Beverly Marsh showed up in the Barrens after the Saturday matinee. Richie had been riding behind him on Silver's package carrier the day Silver had saved Bill's life. So he supposed Silver had saved Richie's, too. And he remembered the house they had been running from, all right. He remembered that just fine. That damned house on Neibolt Street. He had raced to beat the devil that day. Oh, yeah, for sure. Don't you just know it? Some devil with eyes as shiny as old deadly coins. Some hairy old devil with a mouth full of bloody teeth. But all that had come later. If Silver had saved Richie's life and his own that day, then perhaps he had saved Eddie Casbrack's on the day Bill and Eddie met Ben by the kicked-apart remains of their dam in the Barrens. Henry Bowers, who looked a little bit like someone had run him through a disposal, had mashed Eddie's nose, and then Eddie's asthma had come on strong, and his aspirator turned up empty. So it had been Silver that day, too. Silver to the rescue. Bill Denbrough, who hasn't been on a bicycle in almost 17 years, looks out the window of an airplane that would not have been credited, or even imagined, outside of a science fiction magazine in the year 1958. Hi-yo, Silver, away, he thinks, and has to close his eyes against the sudden needling sting of tears. What happened to Silver? He can't remember. That part of the set is still dark. That Klieg has yet to be turned on. Perhaps that is just as well. Perhaps that is a mercy. Hi-yo. Hi-yo, Silver. Hi-yo, Silver. 2. Away, he shouted. The wind tore the words back over his shoulder like a fluttering crepe streamer. They came out big and strong, those words, in a triumphant roar. They were the only ones that ever did. He pedaled down Kansas Street toward town, gaining speed slowly at first. Silver rolled once he got going, but getting going was a job and a half. Watching the gray bike pick up speed was a little like watching a big plane roll down the runway. At first you couldn't believe such a huge waddling gadget could ever actually leave the earth. The idea was absurd. But then you could see its shadow beneath it, and before you even had time to wonder if it was a mirage, the shadow was trailing out long behind it, and the plane was up, cutting its way through the air, as sleek and graceful as a dream in a satisfied mind. Silver was like that. Bill got a little downhill stretch and began to pedal faster, his legs pumping up and down as he stood forward over the bike's fork. He had learned very quickly, after being bashed a couple of times by that fork in the worst place a boy can be bashed, to yank his underpants up as high as he could before mounting Silver. Later that summer, observing this process, Richie would say, "Bill does that because he thinks he might like to have some kids that live someday. It seems like a bad idea to me, but hey, they might always take after his wife, right?" He and Eddie had lowered the seat as far as it would go, and it now bumped and scraped against the small of his back as he worked the pedals. A woman digging weeds in her flower garden shaded her eyes to watch him pass. She smiled a little. The boy in the huge bike reminded her of a monkey she had once seen riding a unicycle in the Barnum and Bailey circus. He's apt to kill himself, though, she thought, turning back to her garden. That bike is too big for him. It was none of her problem, though. 3. Bill had had more sense than to argue with the big boys when they broke out of the bushes, looking like ill-tempered hunters on the track of a beast which had already mauled one of them. Eddie, however, had rashly opened his mouth, and Henry Bowers had unloaded on him. Bill knew who they were, all right. Henry, Belch, and Victor were just about the worst kids in Derry School. They had beaten up on Richie Tozier, who Bill sometimes chummed with, a couple of times. The way Bill looked at it, this was partly Richie's own fault. He was not known as Trashmouth for nothing. One day in April, Richie had said something about their collars as the three of them passed by in the schoolyard. The collars had all been turned up, just like Vic Morrow's in The Blackboard Jungle. Bill, who had been sitting against the building nearby and listlessly shooting a few marbles, hadn't really caught all of it. Neither did Henry and his friends, but they heard enough to turn in Richie's direction.
Bill supposed Richie had meant to say whatever he said in a low voice. The trouble was, Richie didn't really have a low voice.
"What did you say, you little four-eyes geek?" Victor Criss inquired.
"I didn't say nothing," Richie said, and that disclaimer, along with his face, which looked quite sensibly dismayed and scared, might have ended it. Except that Richie's mouth was like a half-tamed horse that has a way of bolting for absolutely no reason at all. Now it suddenly added, "You ought to dig the wax out of your ears, big fella. Want some blasting powder?" They stood looking at him incredulously for a moment, and then they took after him. Stuttering Bill had watched the unequal race from its start to its preordained conclusion from his place against the side of the building. No sense getting involved. Those three galoots would be just as happy to beat up on two kids for the price of one. Richie ran diagonally across the little kids' play yard, leaping over the teeter-totters and dodging among the swings, realizing he had run into a blind alley only when he struck the chain-link fence between the play yard and the park which abutted the school grounds. So he tried to go up the chain link, all clutching fingers and pointing, seeking sneaker toes, and he was maybe two-thirds of the way to the top when Henry and Victor Criss hauled him back down again, Henry getting him by the back of the jacket and Victor grabbing the seat of his jeans. Richie was screaming when they peeled him off the fence. He hit the asphalt on his back. His glasses flew off. He reached for them, and Belch Huggins kicked them away, and that was why one of the bows was mended with adhesive tape this summer. Bill had winced and walked around to the front of the building. He had observed Mrs. Moran, one of the fourth-grade teachers, already hurrying over to break things up. But he knew they would get Richie hard before then, and by the time she actually arrived, Richie would be crying, ball, baby, look at the baby ball." Bill had only minor problems with them. They made fun of his stutter, of course. An occasional random cruelty came with the jibes. One rainy day, as they were going to lunch in the gym, Belch Huggins had knocked Bill's lunch bag out of his hand and had stomped it flat with one engineer boot, squishing everything inside.
"Oh, gee!"
Belch cried in mock horror, raising his hands and fluttering them about his face.
"Sorry about your little lunch, huck face."
And he had strolled off down the hall toward where Victor Criss was leaning against the drinking fountain outside the boys' room door, just about laughing himself into a hernia. That hadn't been so bad, though. Bill had cadged half a PB&J off Eddie Kasprack, and Richie was happy to give him his deviled egg, one of which his mother packed in his lunch about every second day and which made him want to puke, he claimed. But you had to stay out of their way, and if you couldn't do that, you had to try and be invisible. Eddie forgot the rules, so they creamed him. He hadn't been too bad until the big boys went downstream and splashed across to the other side, even though his nose was bleeding like a fountain. When Eddie's snot rag was soaked through, Bill had given him his own and made him put a hand on the nape of his neck and lean his head back. Bill could remember his mother getting Georgie to do that, because Georgie sometimes got nosebleeds. Oh, but it hurt to think about George. It wasn't until the sound of the big boy's buffalo-like progress through the barrens had died away completely, and Eddie's nosebleed had actually stopped, that his asthma got bad. He started heaving for air, his hands opening and then snapping shut like weak traps, his respiration a fluting whistle in his throat.
"Shit," Eddie gasped. "Asthma. Cripes."
He scrambled for his aspirator and finally got it out of his pocket. It looked almost like a bottle of Windex, the kind with the sprayer attachment on top. He jammed it into his mouth and punched the trigger. "Better?" Bill said anxiously.
"No, it's empty."
Eddie looked at Bill with panicked eyes that said, "I'm caught, Bill, I'm caught." The empty aspirator rolled away from his hand. The stream chuckled on, not caring in the least that Eddie Kasprack could barely breathe. Bill thought randomly that the big boys had been right about one thing. It had been a real baby dam. But they had been having fun, damn it, and he felt a sudden dull fury that it should have to come to this. "Take it easy, Eddie," he said. For the next 40 minutes or so, Bill sat next to him, his expectation that Eddie's asthma attack would at any moment let up, gradually fading into unease.
By the time Ben Hanscom appeared, the unease had become real fear. It not only wasn't letting up, it was getting worse. And the Center Street drug, where Eddie got his refills, was 3 miles away almost. What if he went to get Eddie's stuff and came back to find Eddie unconscious? Unconscious or... please don't think that. Or even dead, his mind insisted implacably. Like Georgie, dead like Georgie. Don't be such an asshole. He's not going to die. No, probably not. But what if he came back and found Eddie in a coma? Bill knew all about comas. He had even deduced they were named after those great big waves guys surfed on in Hawaii. And that seemed right enough. After all, what was a coma but a wave that drowned your brain? On doctor shows like Ben Casey, people were always going into comas, and sometimes they stayed there in spite of all Ben Casey's ill-tempered shouting. So he sat there, knowing he ought to go. He couldn't do Eddie any good staying here, but not wanting to leave him alone. An irrational, superstitious part of him felt sure Eddie would slip into a coma the minute he, Bill, turned his back. Then he looked upstream and saw Ben Hanscom standing there. He knew who Ben was, of course. The fattest kid in any school has his or her own sort of unhappy notoriety. Ben was in the other 5th grade. Bill sometimes saw him at recess, standing by himself, usually in a corner, looking at a book and eating his lunch out of a bag about the size of a laundry sack. Looking at Ben now, Bill thought he looked even worse than Henry Bowers. It was hard to believe, but true. Bill could not begin to imagine the cataclysmic fight these two must have been in. Ben's hair stood up in wild, dirt-clotted spikes. His sweater, or sweatshirt, it was hard to tell which it had started the day as, and it sure as shit didn't matter now, was a matted ruin, smeared with a sicko mixture of blood and grass. His pants were out at the knees. He saw Bill looking at him and recoiled a bit, eyes going wary. "Go," Bill cried. He put his empty hands up in the air, palms out, to show he was harmless. We need some help." Ben came closer, eyes still wary. He walked as if one or both of his legs was killing him. "Are they gone? Bowers and those guys?" Yes," Bill said. "Listen, can you stay with my friend while I go get his medicine? He's got asthma?" Bill nodded. Ben came all the way down to the remains of the dam and dropped painfully to one knee beside Eddie, who was lying back with his eyes mostly closed and his chest heaving. "Which one hit him?" Ben asked finally. He looked up, and Bill saw the same frustrated anger he had been feeling himself on the fat kid's face. "Was it Henry Bowers?" Bill nodded. "It figures. Sure, go on. I'll stay with him." "To the Hanks." "Oh, don't thank me," Ben said. "I'm the reason they landed on you in the first place. Go on, hurry it up. I have to be home for supper." Bill went without saying anything else. It would have been good to tell Ben not to take it to heart. What had happened hadn't been Ben's fault any more than it had been Eddie's for stupidly opening his mouth. Guys like Henry and his buddies were an accident waiting to happen. The little kid's version of floods or tornadoes or gallstones. It would have been good to say that, but he was so tightly wound right now, it would have taken him about 20 minutes or so. And by then, Eddie might have slipped into a coma. That was another thing Bill had learned from Doctors Casey and Kildare. You never went into a coma. You always slipped into one. He trotted downstream, glancing back once. He saw Ben Hanscom grimly collecting rocks from the edge of the water. For a moment, Bill couldn't figure out what he was doing. And then he understood. It was an ammo dump, just in case they came back. 4. The Barrens were no mystery to Bill. He had played here a lot this spring, sometimes with Richie, more frequently with Eddie, sometimes all by himself. He had by no means explored the whole area, but he could find his way back to Kansas Street from the Kenduskeag with no trouble, and now did. He came out at a wooden bridge where Kansas Street crossed one of the little no-name streams that flowed out of the dairy drainage system and into the Kenduskeag down below. Silver was stashed under this bridge, his handlebars tied to one of the bridge supports with a hank of rope to keep his wheels out of the water.
Bill untied the rope, stuck it in his shirt, and hauled Silver up to the sidewalk by main force, panting and sweating, losing his balance a couple of times and landing on his tail. But at last it was up. Bill swung his leg over the high fork, and as always, once he was on Silver, he became someone else. 5. "Hi-yo, Silver, away!" The words came out deeper than his normal speaking voice. It was almost the voice of the man he would become. Silver gained speed slowly, the quickening clickety-clack of the bicycle playing cards clothespin to the spokes marking the increase. Bill stood on the pedals, his hands clamped on the bike grips with the wrists turned up. He looked like a man trying to lift a stupendously heavy barbell. Cords stood out on his neck, veins pulsed in his temples. His mouth was turned down in a trembling sneer of effort as he fought the familiar battle against weight and inertia, busting his brains to get Silver moving. As always, it was worth the effort. Silver began to roll along more briskly. Houses slid past smoothly instead of just poking by. On his left, where Kansas Street crossed Jackson, the unfettered Kenduskeag became the canal. Past the intersection, Kansas Street headed swiftly downhill toward Center and Main, Derry's business district. Streets crossed frequently here, but they were all stop-signed in Bill's favor, and the possibility that a driver might one day blow by one of those signs and flatten him to a bleeding shadow on the street had never crossed Bill's mind. It is unlikely he would have changed his ways even if it had. He might have done so either earlier or later in his life, but this spring and early summer had been a strange, thundery time for him. Ben would have been astounded if someone were to ask him if he was lonely. Bill would have been likewise astounded if someone asked him if he was courting death. Of course not, he would have responded immediately and indignantly. But that did not change the fact that his runs down Kansas Street to town had become more and more like bonsai charges as the weather warmed. This section of Kansas Street was known as Up Mile Hill. Bill took it at full speed, bent over Silver's handlebars to cut down the wind resistance, one hand poised over the cracked rubber bulb of his ooga horn to warn the unwary, his red hair blowing back from his head in a rippling wave. The click of the playing cards had mounted to a steady roar. The effortful sneer had become a big goofball grin. The residences on the right had given way to business buildings, warehouses and meat-packing plants, most of them, which blurred by in a scary but satisfying rush. To his left, the canal was a wink of fire in the corner of his eye. "Hi-yo, Silver, away!" he screamed triumphantly. Silver flew over the first curbing, and as they almost always did at that point, his feet lost contact with the pedals. He was freewheeling, now wholly in the lap of whatever god had been appointed the job of protecting small boys. He swerved into the street, doing maybe 15 miles an hour over the posted speed of 25. It was all behind him now, his stutter, his dad's blank, hurt eyes as he puttered around his garage workshop, the terrible sight of the dust on the closed piano cover upstairs, dusty because his mother didn't play anymore. The last time had been at George's funeral, 3 Methodist hymns. George going out into the rain, wearing his yellow slicker, carrying the newspaper boat with its glaze of paraffin. Mr. Gardner coming up the street 20 minutes later with his body wrapped in a blood-stained quilt. His mother's agonized shriek. All behind him. He was the Lone Ranger. He was John Wayne. He was Bo Diddley. He was anybody he wanted to be and nobody who cried and got scared and wanted his mother. Silver flew, and stuttering Bill Denbrough flew with him. Their gantry-like shadow fled behind them. They raced down Up Mile Hill together. The playing cards roared. Bill's feet found the pedals again, and he began to pump, wanting to go even faster, wanting to reach some hypothetical speed, not of sound but of memory, and crash through the pain barrier. He raced on, bent over his handlebars. He raced to beat the devil. The 3-way intersection of Kansas, Center, and Main was coming up fast. It was a horror of one-way traffic and conflicting signs and stoplights, which were supposed to be timed but really weren't. The result, a Derry News editorial had proclaimed the year before, was a traffic rotary conceived in hell. As always, Bill's eyes flicked right and left, fast, gauging the traffic flow, looking for the holes.
If his judgment was mistaken, if he stuttered, you might say, he would be badly hurt or killed. He arrowed into the slow-moving traffic which clogged the intersection, running a red light and fading to the right to avoid a lumbering port-holed Buick. He shot a bullet of a glance back over his shoulder to make sure the middle lane was empty. He looked forward again and saw that in roughly 5 seconds he was going to crash into the rear end of a pickup truck that had stopped squarely in the middle of the intersection, while the Uncle Ike type behind the wheel craned his neck to read all the signs and make sure he hadn't taken a wrong turn and somehow ended up in Miami Beach. The lane on Bill's right was full of a Derry-Bangor intercity bus. He slipped in that direction just the same and shot the gap between the stopped pickup and the bus, still moving at 40 miles an hour. At the last second, he snapped his head hard to one side, like a soldier doing an over-enthusiastic eyes right, to keep the mirror mounted on the passenger side of the pickup from rearranging his teeth. Hot diesel from the bus laced his throat like a kick of strong liquor. He heard a thin, gasping squeal as one of his bike grips kissed a line up the coach's aluminum side. He got just a glimpse of the bus driver, his face paper white under his peaked Hudson Bus Company cap. The driver was shaking his fist at Bill and shouting something. Bill doubted it was happy birthday. Here was a trio of old ladies crossing Main Street from the New England side to the Shoeboat side. They heard the harsh burr of playing cards and looked up. Their mouths dropped open as a boy on a huge bike passed within 1.5 feet of them like a mirage. The worst and the best of the trip was behind him now. He had looked at the very real possibility of his own death again, and again had found himself able to look away. The bus had not crushed him. He had not killed himself and the 3 old ladies with their Freese's shopping bags and their Social Security checks. He had not been splattered across the tailgate of Uncle Ike's old Dodge pickup. He was going uphill again now, speed bleeding away. Something, call it desire, that was good enough, wasn't it, was bleeding away with it. All the thoughts and memories were catching up. Hi, Bill, gee, we almost lost sight of you for a while there, but here we are, rejoining him, climbing up his shirt and jumping into his ear and whooshing into his brain like little kids going down a slide. He could feel them settling into their accustomed places, their feverish bodies jostling each other. Gosh, wow, here we are inside Bill's head again. Let's think about George, okay? Who wants to start? You think too much, Bill. No, that wasn't the problem. The problem was he imagined too much. He turned into Richard's Alley and came out on Center Street a few moments later, pedaling slowly, feeling the sweat on his back and in his hair. He dismounted Silver in front of the Center Street drugstore and went inside. 6. Before George's death, Bill would have gotten the salient points across to Mr. Keene by speaking to him. The druggist was not exactly kind, or at least Bill had an idea he was not, but he was patient enough, and he did not tease or make fun. But now Bill's stutter was much worse, and he really was afraid something bad might happen to Eddie if he didn't move fast. So when Mr. Keene said, "Hello, Billy Denbrough, can I help you?" Bill took a folder advertising vitamins, turned it over, and wrote on the back, "Eddie Kasprack and I were playing in the Barrens. He's got a bad asthma attack. I mean, he can hardly breathe. Can you give me a refill on his aspirator?" He pushed this note across the glass-topped counter to Mr. Keene, who read it, looked at Bill's anxious blue eyes, and said, "Of course. Wait right here, and don't be handling anything you shouldn't." Bill shifted impatiently from one foot to the other while Mr. Keene was behind the rear counter. Although he was back there less than 5 minutes, it seemed an age before he returned with one of Eddie's plastic squeeze bottles. He handed it over to Bill, smiled, and said, "This should take care of the problem." Thanks, Bill said. "I don't have any That's all right, son. Mrs. Kasprack has an account here. I'll just add this on. I'm sure she'll want to thank you for your kindness." Bill, much relieved, thanked Mr. Keene and left quickly. Mr. Keene came around the counter to watch him go. He saw Bill toss the aspirator into his bike basket and mount clumsily. Can he actually ride a bike that big? Mr. Keene wondered. I doubt it. I doubt it very much. But the Denbrough kid somehow got it going without falling on his head and pedaled slowly away. The bike, which looked to Mr. Keene like somebody's idea of a joke, wobbled madly from side to side. The aspirator rolled back and forth in the basket.
Mr. Keene grinned a little. If Bill had seen that grin, it might have gone a good way toward confirming his idea that Mr. Keene was not exactly one of the world's champion nice guys. It was sour, the grin of a man who has found much to wonder about, but almost nothing to uplift in the human condition. Yes, he would add Eddie's asthma medication to Sonia Kasprak's bill, and as always she would be surprised and suspicious rather than grateful at how cheap the medication was. Other drugs were so dear, she said. Mrs. Kasprak, Mr. Keene knew, was one of those people who believed nothing cheap could do a person much good. He could really have soaked her for her son's Hydrox mist, and there had been times when he had been tempted. But why should he make himself a party to the woman's foolishness? It wasn't as though he were going to starve. Cheap? Oh my, yes. Hydrox mist, administer as needed, typed neatly on the gummed label he pasted on each aspirator bottle, was wonderfully cheap. But even Mrs. Kasprak was willing to admit that it controlled her son's asthma quite well in spite of that fact. It was cheap because it was nothing but a combination of hydrogen and oxygen with a dash of camphor added to give the mist a faint medicinal taste. In other words, Eddie's asthma medicine was tap water. 7. It took Bill longer to get back because he was going uphill. In several places he had to dismount and push Silver. He simply didn't have the muscle power necessary to keep the bike going up more than mild slopes. By the time he had stashed his bike and made his way back to the stream, it was 4:10. All sorts of black suppositions were crossing his mind. The Hanscom kid would have deserted, leaving Eddie to die. Or the bullies could have backtracked and beaten the shit out of both of them. Or, worst of all, the man whose business was murdering kids might have gotten one or both of them, as he had gotten George. He knew there had been a great deal of gossip and speculation about that. Bill had a bad stutter, but he wasn't deaf, although people sometimes seemed to think he must be, since he spoke only when absolutely necessary. Some people felt that the murder of his brother wasn't related at all to the murders of Betty Ripsom, Cheryl LaMonica, Matthew Clements, and Veronica Grogan. Others claimed that George, Ripsom, and LaMonica had been killed by one man, and the other two were the work of a copycat killer. A third school of thought held that the boys had been killed by one man, the girls by another. Bill believed they had all been killed by the same person, if it was a person. He sometimes wondered about that, as he sometimes wondered about his feelings concerning Derry this summer. Was it still the aftermath of George's death, the way his parents seemed to ignore him now, so lost in their grief over their younger son that they couldn't see the simple fact that Bill was still alive and might be hurting himself? Those things combined with the other murders, the voices that sometimes seemed to speak in his head now, whispering to him, and surely they were not variations of his own voice, for these voices did not stutter. They were quiet, but they were sure, advising him to do certain things, but not others. Was it those things which made Derry seem somehow different now, somehow threatening, with unexplored streets that did not invite, but seemed instead to yawn in a kind of ominous silence, that made some faces look secret and frightened? He didn't know, but he believed, as he believed all the murders were the work of a single agency, that Derry really had changed, and that his brother's death had signaled the beginning of that change. The black suppositions in his head came from the lurking idea that anything could happen in Derry now. Anything. But when he came around the last bend, all looked cool. Ben Hanscom was still there, sitting beside Eddie. Eddie himself was sitting up now, his hands dangling in his lap, head bent, still wheezing. The sun had sunk low enough to project long green shadows across the stream. "Boy, that was quick," Ben said, standing up. "I didn't expect you for another half an hour." "I got a fast bike," Bill said with some pride. For a moment the two of them looked at each other cautiously, warily. Then Ben smiled tentatively, and Bill smiled back. The kid was fat, but he seemed okay, and he had stayed put. That must have taken some guts, with Henry and his J.D. friends maybe still wandering around out there someplace. Bill winked at Eddie, who was looking at him with dumb gratitude. "Hey, here you go, Eddie." He tossed him the aspirator. Eddie plunged it into his open mouth, triggered it, and gasped convulsively. Then he leaned back, eyes shut. Ben watched this with concern. "Geez, he's really got it bad, doesn't he?" Bill nodded.
I was scared there for a while, Ben said in a low voice. I was wondering what to do if he had a convulsion or something. I kept trying to remember the stuff they told us in that Red Cross assembly we had in April. All I could come up with was put a stick in his mouth so he wouldn't bite his tongue off. I think that's for epileptics. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. He won't have a convulsion anyway, Bill said. That medicine will fix him right up. Look.
Eddie's labored breathing had eased. He opened his eyes and looked up at them.
Thanks, Bill, he said. That one was a real piss-wah. I guess it started when they creamed your nose, huh? Ben asked.
Eddie laughed ruefully, stood up, and stuck the aspirator in his back pocket.
Wasn't even thinking about my nose, was thinking about my mom.
Yeah, really? Ben sounded surprised, but his hand went to the rags of his sweatshirt and began fiddling there nervously.
She's going to take one look at the blood on my shirt and have me down to the emergency room at Dairy Home in about 5 seconds.
Why? Ben asked.
It stopped, didn't it? Gee, I remember this kid I was in kindergarten with, Scooter Morgan, and he got a bloody nose when he fell off the monkey bars. They took him to the emergency room, but only because it kept bleeding. Yeah? Bill asked, interested. Did he die?
No, but he was out of school a week.
It doesn't matter if it stopped or not, Eddie said gloomily. She'll take me anyway. She'll think it's broken and I got pieces of bone sticking in my brain or something. Can you get bones in your brain? Bill asked.
This was turning into the most interesting conversation he'd had in weeks.
I don't know. If you listen to my mother, you can get anything.
Eddie turned to Ben again.
She takes me down to the emergency room about once or twice a month. I hate that place. There was this orderly once. He told her they ought to make her pay rent. She was really P.O.'d.
Wow, Ben said. He thought Eddie's mother must be really weird. He was unconscious of the fact that now both of his hands were fiddling in the remains of his sweatshirt.
Why don't you just say no? Say something like, Hey, Ma, I feel all right. I just want to stay home and watch Sea Hunt. Like that.
Eddie said uncomfortably, and said no more.
You're Ben Hanscom, right? Bill asked. Yeah, you're Bill Denbrough. Yes, and this is
Eddie Kasbrack, Eddie said.
I hate it when you stutter my name, Bill. You sound like Elmer Fudd. Sahari. Well, I'm pleased to meet you both, Ben said.
It came out sounding prissy and a little lame. A silence fell amid the three of them. It was not an entirely uncomfortable silence. In it they became friends.
Why were those guys chasing you? Eddie asked at last. They're always chasing someone, Bill said. I hate those fuckers.
Ben was silent a moment, mostly in admiration, before Bill's use of what Ben's mother sometimes called the really bad word. Ben had never said the really bad word out loud in his whole life, although he had written it, in extremely small letters, on a telephone pole the Halloween before last.
Bowers ended up sitting next to me during the exams, Ben said at last. He wanted to copy off my paper. I wouldn't let him. You must want to die young, kid, Eddie said admiringly.
Stuttering Bill burst out laughing. Ben looked at him sharply, decided he wasn't being laughed at, exactly. It was hard to say how he knew it, but he did, and grinned.
I guess I must, he said. Anyway, he's got to take summer school, and he and those other guys were laying for me, and that's what happened. You looked like they killed you, Bill said. I fell down here from Kansas Street, down the side of the hill.
He looked at Eddie.
I'll probably see you in the emergency room, now that I think about it. When my mom gets a look at my clothes, she'll put me there.
Both Bill and Eddie burst out laughing this time, and Ben joined them. It hurt his stomach to laugh, but he laughed anyway, shrilly and a little hysterically. Finally, he had to sit down on the bank, and the plopping sound his butt made when it hit the dirt got him going all over again. He liked the way his laughter sounded with theirs. It was a sound he had never heard before. Not mingled laughter. He had heard that lots of times, but mingled laughter of which his own was a part. He looked up at Bill Denbrough, their eyes met, and that was all it took to get both of them laughing again. Bill hitched up his pants, flipped up the collar of his shirt, and began to slouch around in a kind of moody hoodie strut. His voice dropped down low, and he said, "I'm gonna kill you, kid. Don't give me no crap. I'm dumb, but I'm big. I can crack walnuts with my forehead. I can piss vinegar and shit cement. My name's Honey Bunch Bowers, and I'm the boss prick round these year dairy parts." Eddie had collapsed to the stream bank now and was rolling around, clutching his stomach and howling. Ben was doubled up, head between his knees, tears spouting from his eyes, snot hanging from his nose in long white runners, laughing like a hyena. Bill sat down with him, and little by little the three of them quieted. "There's one really good thing about it," Eddie said presently. "If Bowers is in summer school, we won't see him much down here." "You play in the Barrens a lot?" Ben asked. It was an idea that never would have crossed his own mind in 1,000 years, not with the reputation the Barrens had. But now that he was down here, it didn't seem bad at all. In fact, this stretch of the low bank was very pleasant as the afternoon made its slow way toward dusk. Sure, it's neat. Mostly nobody bothers us down here. We hoof off a lot. But Bowers and those other guys don't come down here anyway." "You and Eddie?" Bill shook his head. His face knotted up like a wet dish rag when he stuttered, Ben noticed, and suddenly an odd thought occurred to him. Bill hadn't stuttered at all when he was mocking the way Henry Bowers talked. "Richie!" Bill exclaimed now, paused a moment, and then went on. "Richie Tozier usually comes down too. But him and his dad were going to clean out their, attic," Eddie translated, and tossed a stone into the water. Plunk. "Yeah, I know him," Ben said. "You guys come down here a lot, huh?" The idea fascinated him and made him feel a stupid sort of longing as well. But pretty much," Bill said. "Well, why don't you come back down tomorrow? Me and Eddie were trying to make a ham." Ben could say nothing. He was astounded not only by the offer, but by the simple and unstudied casualness with which it had come. "Maybe we ought to do something else," Eddie said. "The dam wasn't working so hot anyway." Ben got up and walked down to the stream, brushing the dirt from his huge hams. There were still matted piles of small branches at either side of the stream, but anything else they'd put together had washed away. "You ought to have some boards," Ben said. "Get boards and put them in a row, facing each other, like the bread of a sandwich." Bill and Eddie were looking at him, puzzled. Ben dropped to one knee. "Look," he said. "Boards here and here. You stick them in the stream bed facing each other, okay? Then before the water can wash them away, you fill up the space between them with rocks and sand." "Well, Bill said. "Huh?" "Well, we do it." "Oh," Ben said, feeling, and looking, he was sure, extremely stupid. But he didn't care if he looked stupid, because he suddenly felt very happy. He couldn't even remember the last time he felt this happy. "Yeah, Anyway, if we fill up the space in between with rocks and stuff, it'll stay. The upstream board will lean back against the rocks and dirt as the water piles up. The second board would tilt back and wash away after a while, I guess. But if we had a third board, well, look." He drew in the dirt with a stick. Bill and Eddie Kasprack leaned over and studied this little drawing with sober interest. "You ever built a dam before?" Eddie asked. His tone was respectful, almost awed. "Nope." "Then how do you know this'll work?" Ben looked at Bill, puzzled. "Sure it will," he said. "Why wouldn't it?" "But how do you know?" Bill asked. Ben recognized the tone of the question as not one of sarcastic disbelief, but honest interest. "How can you tell?" "I just know," Ben said. He looked down at his drawing in the dirt again as if to confirm it to himself. He had never seen a cofferdam in his life, either in diagram or in fact, and had no idea that he had just drawn a pretty fair representation of one. "Okay," Bill said, and clapped Ben on the back. "So see you tomorrow." "What time?" "Me and Eddie'll get here by 8:30 or so." "If me and my mom aren't still waiting in the emergency room," Eddie said, and sighed. "I'll bring some boards," Ben said. "This old guy in the next block's got a bunch of them. I'll hawk a few." "Bring some supplies, too," Eddie said. "Stuff to eat. You know, like sandwiches, ring-dings, stuff like that." "Okay. You got any guns?" "I got my Daisy air rifle," Ben said.
My mom gave it to me for Christmas, but she gets mad if I shoot it off in the house. Bring it to the town, Bill said. We'll play guns maybe. Okay, Ben said happily. Listen, I got to split for home, you guys. Us too, Bill said. The three of them left the Barrens together. Ben helped Bill push Silver up the embankment. Eddie trailed behind them, wheezing again and looking unhappily at his blood-spotted shirt. Bill said goodbye and then pedaled off, shouting, "Hi-yo, Silver, away!" at the top of his lungs. That's a gigantic bike, Ben said. Bet your fur, Eddie said. He had taken another gulp from his aspirator and was breathing normally again. He rides me double sometimes on the back. Goes so fast it just about scares the crap out of me. He's a good man, Bill is. He said this last in an offhand way, but his eyes said something more emphatic. They were worshipful. You know about what happened to his brother, don't you? No. What about him? Got killed last fall. Some guy killed him. Pulled one of his arms right off, just like pulling a wing off in a fly. Jeez, him crow. Bill, he used to only stutter a little. Now it's really bad. Did you notice that he stutters? Well, a little. But his brains don't stutter. Get what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, I just told you because if you want Bill to be your friend, it's better not to talk to him about his little brother. Don't ask him questions or anything. He's all frigged up about it. Man, I would be too, Ben said. He remembered now, vaguely, about the little kid who had been killed the previous fall. He wondered if his mother had been thinking about George Denbrough when she gave him the watch he now wore, or only about the more recent killings. Did it happen right after the big flood? Yeah. They had reached the corner of Kansas and Jackson, where they would have to split up. Kids ran here and there, playing tag and throwing baseballs. One dorky little kid in big blue shorts went trotting self-importantly past Ben and Eddie, wearing a Davy Crockett coonskin backward so that the tail hung down between his eyes. He was rolling a hula hoop and yelling, hoop tag, wanna? Idea, if you really don't want to go to the emergency room. Oh, yeah? Eddie looked at Ben, doubtful but wanting to hope. You got a nickel? I got a dime, so what? Ben eyed the drying maroon splotches on Eddie's shirt. Stop at the store and get a chocolate milk. Pour about half of it on your shirt. Then when you get home, tell your mama you spilled all of it. Eddie's eyes brightened. In the 4 years since his dad had died, his mother's eyesight had worsened considerably. For reasons of vanity, and because she didn't know how to drive a car, she refused to see an optometrist and get glasses. Dried blood stains and chocolate milk stains looked about the same. Maybe. That might work, he said. Just don't tell her it was my idea if she finds out. I won't, Eddie said. See you later, alligator. Okay. No, Eddie said patiently. When I say that, you're supposed to say, after a while, crocodile. Oh, after a while, crocodile. You got it, Eddie smiled. You know something? Ben said. You guys are really cool. Eddie looked more than embarrassed. He looked almost nervous. Bill is, he said, and started off. Ben watched him go down Jackson Street and then turn toward home. 3 blocks up the street, he saw 3 all-too-familiar figures standing at the bus stop on the corner of Jackson and Main. They were mostly turned away from Ben, which was damned lucky for him. He ducked behind a hedge, his heart beating hard. 5 minutes later, the Derry Newport Haven interurban bus pulled up. Henry and his friends pitched their butts into the street and swung aboard. Ben waited until the bus was out of sight and then hurried home. 8. That night, a terrible thing happened to Bill Denbrough. It happened for the 2nd time. His mom and dad were downstairs watching TV, not talking much, sitting at either end of the couch like bookends. There had been a time when the TV room opening off the kitchen would have been full of talk and laughter, sometimes so much of both you couldn't hear the TV at all. Shut up, Georgie, Bill would roar. Stop hogging all the popcorn and I will, George would return. Ma, make Bill give me the popcorn. Bill give him the popcorn. George, don't call me Ma. Ma's the sound a sheep makes. Or his dad would tell a joke and they would all laugh, even Mom. George didn't always get the jokes, Bill knew, but he laughed because everyone else was laughing. In those days, his mom and dad had also been bookends on the couch, but he and George had been the books. Bill had tried to be a book between them while they were watching TV since George's death,
but it was cold work. They sent the cold out from both directions, and Bill's defroster was simply not big enough to cope with it. He had to leave because that kind of cold always froze his cheeks and made his eyes water.
"Well, want to hear a joke I heard today in school?" He had tried once, some months ago.
Silence from them. On television, a criminal was begging his brother, who was a priest, to hide him. Bill's dad glanced up from the true he was looking at and glanced at Bill with mild surprise. Then he looked back down at the magazine again. There was a picture of a hunter sprawled in a snowbank and staring up at a huge snarling polar bear. "Mauled by the Killer from the White Wastes" was the name of the article. Bill had thought, "I know where there's some white wastes. Right between my dad and Mom on this couch." His mother had never looked up at all.
"It's about how many Frenchmen it takes to ruin a light bulb."
Bill plunged ahead. He felt a fine mist of sweat spring out upon his forehead, as it sometimes did in school when he knew the teacher had ignored him as long as she safely could and must soon call on him. His voice was too loud, but he couldn't seem to lower it. The words echoed in his head like crazy chimes, echoing, jamming up, spilling out again.
Do you know how many?"
"1 to hold the bulb and 4 to turn the house," Zach Denbrough said absently, and turned the page of his magazine.
"Did you say something, dear?"
his mother asked, and on 4-Star Playhouse, the brother who was a priest told the brother who was a hoodlum to turn himself in and pray for forgiveness. Bill sat there, sweating but cold, so cold. It was cold because he wasn't really the only book between those two ends. Georgie was still there, only now it was a Georgie he couldn't see, a Georgie who never demanded the popcorn or hollered that Bill was pinching. This new version of George never cut up Dickens. It was a one-armed Georgie who was palely, thoughtfully silent in the Motorola's shadowy white and blue glow, and perhaps it was not from his parents but from George that the big chill was really coming. Perhaps it was George who was the real killer from the White Wastes. Finally, Bill had fled from that cold, invisible brother and into his room, where he lay face down on his bed and cried into his pillow. George's room was just as it had been on the day he died. Zach had put a bunch of George's toys into a carton one day about 2 weeks after he was buried, meaning them for the Goodwill or the Salvation Army or someplace like that, Bill supposed. Sharon Denbrough had spotted him coming out with the box in his arms, and her hands had flown to her head like startled white birds and plunged themselves deep into her hair, where they locked themselves into pulling fists. Bill had seen this and had fallen against the wall, the strength suddenly running out of his legs. His mother looked as mad as Elsa Lanchester in The Bride of Frankenstein. "Don't you dare take his things," she had screeched. Zach flinched and then took the box of toys back into George's room without a word. He even put them back in exactly the same places from which he had taken them. Bill came in and saw his father kneeling by George's bed, which his mother still changed, although only once a week now instead of twice, with his head on his hairy, muscular forearms. Bill saw his father was crying, and this increased his terror. A frightening possibility suddenly occurred to him. Maybe sometimes things didn't just go wrong and then stop. Maybe sometimes they just kept going wronger and wronger until everything was totally fucked up. "Dad?" "Go on, Bill," his father said. His voice was muffled and shaking. His back went up and down. Bill badly wanted to touch his father's back, to see if perhaps his hand might be able to still that restless heaving. He did not quite dare. "Go on, buzz off." He left and went creeping along the upstairs hall, hearing his mother doing her own crying down in the kitchen. The sound was shrill and helpless. Bill thought, why are they crying so far apart? And then he shoved the thought away. 9. On the first night of summer vacation, Bill went into Georgie's room. His heart was beating heavily in his chest, and his legs felt stiff and awkward with tension. He came to George's room often, but that didn't mean he liked it in here. The room was so full of George's presence that it felt haunted. He came in and couldn't help thinking that the closet door might creak open at any moment, and there would be Georgie among the shirts and pants still neatly hung in there. A Georgie dressed in a rain slicker covered with red splotches and streaks, a rain slicker with one dangling yellow arm. George's eyes would be blank and terrible, the eyes of a zombie in a horror movie. When he came out of the closet, his galoshes would make squishy sounds as he walked across the room toward where Bill sat on his bed, a frozen block of terror. If the power had gone out some evening while he sat here on George's bed, looking at the pictures on George's wall or the models on top of George's dresser, he felt sure a heart attack, probably fatal, would ensue in the next 10 seconds or so. But he went anyway. Warring with his terror of George the ghost was a mute and grasping need, a hunger to somehow get over George's death and find a decent way to go on. Not to forget George, but somehow to find a way to make him not so fucking gruesome. He understood that his parents were not succeeding very well with that, and if he was going to do it for himself, he would have to do it by himself. Nor was it just for himself that he came. He came for Georgie as well. He had loved George, and for brothers they had gotten along pretty well. Oh, they had their pissy moments, Bill giving George a good old Indian rope burn, George tattling on Bill when Bill snuck downstairs after lights out and ate the rest of the lemon cream frosting. But mostly they got along. Bad enough that George should be dead. For him to turn George into some kind of horror monster, that was even worse. He missed the little kid, that was the truth. Missed his voice, his laughter, missed the way George's eyes sometimes tipped confidently up to his own, sure that Bill would have whatever answers were required. And one surpassingly odd thing, there were times when he felt he loved George best in his fear. Because even in his fear, his uneasy feelings that a zombie George might be lurking in the closet or under the bed, he could remember loving George better in here, and George loving him. In his effort to reconcile these two emotions, his love and his terror, Bill felt that he was closest to finding where final acceptance lay. These were not things of which he could have spoken. To his mind, the ideas were nothing but an incoherent jumble. But his warm and desiring heart understood, and that was all that mattered. Sometimes he looked through George's books. Sometimes he sifted through George's toys. He hadn't looked in George's photograph album since last December. Now, on the night after meeting Ben Hanscom, Bill opened the door of George's closet, steeling himself, as always, to meet the sight of Georgie himself, standing in his bloody slicker amid the hanging clothes, expecting as always to see one pallid, fish-fingered hand come pistoning out of the dark to grip his arm, and took the album down from the top shelf. My photographs, the gold script on the front read. Below, Scotch taped on, the tape was now slightly yellow and peeling, the carefully printed words, George Elmer Denbrough, age 6. Bill took it back to the bed Georgie had slept in, his heart beating heavier than ever. He couldn't tell what had made him get the photograph album down again, after what had happened in December. A second look, that's all, just to convince yourself that it wasn't real the first time, that the first time was just your head playing a trick on itself. Well, it was an idea anyway. It might even be true, but Bill suspected it was just the album itself. It held a certain mad fascination for him, what he had seen, or what he thought he had seen. He opened the album now. It was filled with pictures George had gotten his mother, father, aunts, and uncles to give him. George didn't care if they were pictures of people and places he knew or not. It was the idea of photography itself which fascinated him. When he had been unsuccessful at pestering anyone into giving him new photos to mount, he would sit cross-legged on his bed where Bill was sitting now and look at the old ones, turning the pages carefully, studying the black and white Kodaks. Here was their mother when she was young and impossibly gorgeous. Here their father, no more than 18, one of a trio of smiling, rifle-toting young men standing over the open-eyed corpse of a deer. Uncle Hoyt standing on some rocks and holding up a pickerel. Aunt Fortuna at the Dairy Agricultural Fair, kneeling proudly beside a basket of tomatoes she had raised. An old Buick automobile, a church, a house, a road that went from somewhere to somewhere. All these pictures, snapped by lost somebodies for lost reasons, locked up here in the dead boy's album of photographs. Here Bill saw himself at 3, propped up in a hospital bed with a turban of bandages covering his hair. Bandages went down his cheeks and under his fractured jaw. He had been struck by a car in the parking lot of the A&P on Center Street. He remembered very little of his hospital stay, only that they had given him ice cream milkshakes through a straw, and his head had ached dreadfully for 3 days. Here was the whole family on the lawn of the house, Bill standing by his mother and holding her hand, and George, only a baby, sleeping in Zach's arms. And here... It wasn't the end of the book, but it was the last page that mattered, because the following ones were all blank. The final picture was George's school picture, taken in October of last year, less than 10 days before he died. In it, George was wearing a crewneck shirt. His flyaway hair was slicked down with water. He was grinning, revealing 2 empty slots in which new teeth would never grow. Unless they keep on growing after you die, Bill thought, and shuddered. He looked at the picture fixedly for some time, and was about to close the book when what had happened in December happened again. George's eyes rolled in the picture. They turned up to meet Bill's own. George's artificial say-cheese smile turned into a horrid leer. His right eye drooped closed in a wink. "See you soon, Bill. In my closet. Maybe tonight." Bill threw the book across the room. He clapped his hands over his mouth. The book struck the wall and fell to the floor, open. The pages turned, although there was no draft. The book opened itself to that awful picture again, the picture which said, "School Friends, 1957-58" beneath it. Blood began to flow from the picture. Bill sat frozen, his tongue a swelling, choking lump in his mouth, his skin crawling, his hair lifting. He wanted to scream, but the tiny whimpering sounds crawling out of his throat seemed to be the best he could manage. The blood flowed across the page and began to drip onto the floor. Bill fled the room, slamming the door behind him. Chapter 6. One of the Missing. A Tale from the Summer of '58. 1. They weren't all found. No, they weren't all found. And from time to time, wrong assumptions were made. 2. From the Derry News, June 21st, 1958, page 1. Missing boy prompts new fears. Edward L. Corcoran of 73 Charter Street, Derry, was reported missing last night by his mother, Monica Macklin, and his stepfather, Richard P. Macklin. The Corcoran boy is 10. His disappearance has prompted new fears that Derry's young people are being stalked by a killer. Mrs. Macklin said the boy had been missing since June 19th, when he failed to return home from school after the last day of classes before summer vacation. When asked why they had delayed over 24 hours before reporting their son's absence, Mr. and Mrs. Macklin refused comment. Police Chief Richard Borton also declined comment, but a police department source told the News that the Corcoran boy's relationship with his stepfather was not a good one, and that he had spent nights out of the house before. The source speculated that the boy's final grades may have played a part in the boy's failure to turn up. Derry School Superintendent Harold Metcalf declined comment on the Corcoran boy's grades, pointing out they are not a matter of public record. "I hope the disappearance of this boy will not cause unnecessary fears," Chief Borton said last night. "The mood of the community is understandably uneasy, but I want to emphasize that we log 30 to 50 missing persons reports on minors each and every year. Most turn up alive and well within a week of the initial report. This will be the case with Edward Corcoran, God willing." Borton also reiterated his conviction that the murders of George Denbrough, Betty Ripsum, Cheryl LaMonica, Matthew Clements, and Veronica Grogan were not the work of one person. "There are essential differences in each crime," Borton said, but declined to elaborate. He said that local police, working in close cooperation with the Maine State Attorney General's office, are still following up a number of leads. Asked in a telephone interview last night how good these leads are, Chief Borton replied, "Very good." Asked if an arrest in any of the crimes was expected soon, Borton declined comment. From the Derry News, June 22nd, 1958, page 1. Court orders surprise exhumation. In a bizarre new twist to the disappearance of Edward Corcoran, Derry District Court Judge Earhart K. Moulton ordered the exhumation of Corcoran's younger brother, Dorsey, late yesterday. The court order followed a joint request from the county attorney and the county medical examiner. Dorsey Corcoran, who also lived with his mother and stepfather at 73 Charter Street, died of what were reported to be accidental causes in May of 1957. The boy was brought into the Derry Home Hospital suffering from multiple fractures, including a fractured skull. Richard P. Macklin, the boy's stepfather, was the admitting person. He stated that Dorsey Corcoran had been playing on a stepladder in the garage and had apparently fallen from the top. The boy died without recovering consciousness 3 days later. Edward Corcoran, 10, was reported missing late Wednesday. Asked if either Mr. or Mrs. Macklin was under suspicion in either the younger boy's death or the older boy's disappearance, Chief Richard Borton declined comment. From the Derry News, June 24th, 1958. Page 1. Macklin arrested in beating death. Under suspicion in unsolved disappearance. Chief Richard Borton of the Derry Police called a news conference yesterday to announce that Richard P. Macklin of 73 Charter Street had been arrested and charged with the murder of his stepson, Dorsey Corcoran. The Corcoran boy died in Derry Home Hospital of reported accidental causes on May 31st of last year. The medical examiner's report shows that the boy was badly beaten, Borton said. Although Macklin claimed the boy had fallen from a stepladder while playing in the garage, Borton said the county medical examiner's report showed that Dorsey Corcoran was severely beaten with some blunt instrument. When asked what sort of instrument, Borton said, "It might have been a hammer. Right now the important thing is the medical examiner's conclusion that this boy was struck repeated blows with some object hard enough to break his bones. The wounds, particularly those in the skull, are not at all consistent with those which might be incurred in a fall." Dorsey Corcoran was beaten within an inch of his life and then dumped off at the home hospital emergency room to die. Asked if the doctors who treated the Corcoran boy might have been derelict in their duty when it came to reporting either an incidence of child abuse or the actual cause of death, Borton said, "They will have serious questions to answer when Mr. Macklin comes to trial." Asked for an opinion on how these developments might bear on the recent disappearance of Dorsey Corcoran's older brother, Edward, reported missing by Richard and Monica Macklin 4 days ago, Chief Borton answered, "I think it looks much more serious than we first supposed, don't you?" From the Derry News, June 25th, 1958, page 2. Teacher says Edward Corcoran often bruised. Henrietta Dumont, who teaches 5th grade at Derry Elementary School on Jackson Street, said that Edward Corcoran, who has now been missing for nearly a week, often came to school covered with bruises. Mrs. Dumont, who has taught one of Derry's 2 5th grade classes since the end of World War II, said that the Corcoran boy came to school one day about 3 weeks before his disappearance, with both eyes nearly closed shut. When I asked him what happened, he said his father had taken him up for not eating his supper. When asked why she had not reported a beating of such obvious severity, Mrs. Dumont said, "This isn't the first time I've seen such a thing as this in my career as a teacher. The first few times I had a student with a parent who was confusing beatings with discipline, I tried to do something about it. I was told by the assistant principal, Gwendolyn Rayburn, in those days, to stay out of it. She told me that when school employees get involved in cases of suspected child abuse, it always comes back to haunt the school department at tax appropriation time. I went to the principal and he told me to forget it or I would be reprimanded. I asked him if a reprimand in a matter like that would go on my record. He said a reprimand did not have to be on a teacher's record. I got the message." Asked if the attitude in the Derry school system remained the same now, Mrs. Dumont said, "Well, what does it look like in light of this current situation? And I might add that I would not be speaking to you now if I hadn't retired at the end of this school year." Mrs. Dumont went on, "Since this thing came out, I get down on my knees every night and pray that Eddie Corcoran just got fed up with that beast of a stepfather and ran away. I pray that when he reads in the paper or hears on the news that Macklin has been locked up, Eddie will come home." In a brief telephone interview, Monica Macklin hotly refuted Mrs. Dumont's charges. "Rich never beat Dorsey, and he never beat Eddie either," she said. I'm telling you that right now, and when I die, I'll stand at the throne of judgment and look God right in the eye and tell him the same thing. From the Derry News, June 28, 1958, page 2. Daddy had to take me up 'cause I'm bad, Tot told nursery teacher before beating death. A local nursery school teacher, who declined to be identified, told a news reporter yesterday that young Dorsey Corcoran came to his twice-weekly nursery school class with bad sprains of his right thumb and 3 fingers of his right hand less than a week before his death in a purported garage accident. It was hurting him enough so that the poor little guy couldn't color his Mr. Do safety poster, the teacher said. The fingers were swelled up like sausages. When I asked Dorsey what happened, he said that his father, stepfather Richard P. Macklin, had bent his fingers back because he had walked across a floor his mother had just washed and waxed. Daddy had to take me up 'cause I'm bad, was the way he put it. I felt like crying, looking at his poor dear fingers. He really wanted to color his poster like the other children. So I gave him some baby aspirin and let him color while the others were having story time. He loved to color the Mr. Do posters. That was what he liked best. And now I'm so glad I was able to help him have a little happiness that day. When he died, it never crossed my mind to think it was anything but an accident. I guess at first I thought he must have fallen because he couldn't grip very well with that hand. Now I think I just couldn't believe an adult could do such a thing to a little person. I know better now. I wish to God I didn't. Dorsey Corcoran's older brother, Edward, 10, is still missing. From his cell in Derry County Jail, Richard Macklin continues to deny any part in either the death of his younger stepson or the disappearance of the older boy. From the Derry News, June 30th, 1958, page 5. Macklin questioned in deaths of Grogan, Clements. Produces unshakable alibis, source claims. From the Derry News, July 6th, 1958, page 1. Macklin to be charged only with murder of stepson Dorsey, Borton says. Edward Corcoran still missing. From the Derry News, July 24th, 1958, page 1. Weeping stepfather confesses to bludgeon death of stepson. In a dramatic development in the district court trial of Richard Macklin for the murder of his stepson, Dorsey Corcoran, Macklin broke down under the stern cross-examination of County Attorney Bradley Whitson and admitted he had beaten the 4-year-old boy to death with a recoilless hammer, which he then buried at the far end of his wife's vegetable garden before taking the boy to Derry Home Hospital's emergency room. The courtroom was stunned and silent as the sobbing Macklin, who had previously admitted beating both of his stepsons occasionally, if they had it coming, for their own good, poured out his story. I don't know what came over me. I saw he was climbing on the damn ladder again, and I grabbed the hammer from the bench where it was laying, and I just started to use it on him. I didn't mean to kill him. With God as my witness, I never meant to kill him. Did he say anything to you before he passed out? Whitson asked. He said, "Stop, Daddy, I'm sorry. I love you," Macklin replied. "Did you stop?" "Eventually," Macklin said. He then began to weep in such a hysterical manner that Judge Earhart Moulton declared the court in recess. From the Derry News, September 18th, 1958, page 16. Where is Edward Corcoran? His stepfather, sentenced to a term of 2 to 10 years in Shawshank State Prison for the murder of his 4-year-old brother Dorsey, continues to claim he has no idea where Edward Corcoran is. His mother, who has instituted divorce proceedings against Richard P. Macklin, says she thinks her soon-to-be ex-husband is lying. Is he? I, for one, really don't think so, says Father Ashley O'Brien, who serves the Catholic prisoners at Shawshank. Macklin began taking instruction in the Catholic faith shortly after beginning his prison term, and Father O'Brien has spent a good deal of time with him. He is sincerely sorry for what he has done, Father O'Brien goes on, adding that when he initially asked Macklin why he wanted to be a Catholic, Macklin replied, "I hear they have an act of contrition, and I need to do a lot of that or else I'll go to hell when I die." He knows what he did to the younger boy, Father O'Brien said. If he also did something to the older one, he doesn't remember it. As far as Edward goes, he believes his hands are clean. How clean Macklin's hands are in the matter of his stepson Edward is a question which continues to trouble Derry residents. But he has been convincingly cleared of the other child murders which have taken place here. He was able to produce ironclad alibis for the first 3, and he was in jail when 7 others were committed in late June, July, and August. All 10 murders remain unsolved. In an exclusive interview with the News last week, Macklin again asserted that he knows nothing of Edward Corcoran's whereabouts. "I beat them both," he said in a painful monologue, which was often halted by bouts of weeping. "I loved them, but I beat them. I don't know why, any more than I know why Monica left me, or why she covered up for me after Dorsey died. I guess I could have killed Eddie as easy as I did Dorsey, but I swear before God and Jesus and all the saints of heaven that I didn't. I know how it looks, but I didn't do it. I think he just ran away. If he did, that's one thing I've got to thank God for." Asked if he is aware of any gaps in his memory, if he could have killed Edward and then blocked it out of his mind, Macklin replied, "I ain't aware of any gaps. I know only too well what I did. I've given my life to Christ, and I'm going to spend the rest of it trying to make up for it." From the Derry News, January 27, 1960, page 1. Body not that of Corcoran youth, Borton announces. Police Chief Richard Borton told reporters early today that the badly decomposed body of a boy about the age of Edward Corcoran, who disappeared from his Derry home in June of 1958, is definitely not that of the missing youth. The body was found in Ainsford, Massachusetts, buried in a gravel pit. Both Maine and Massachusetts State Police at first theorized that the body might be that of the Corcoran boy, believing that he might have been picked up by a child molester after running away from the Charter Street home where his younger brother had been beaten and killed. Dental charts showed conclusively that the body found in Ainsford was not that of the Corcoran youth, who has now been missing for 19 months. From the Portland Press-Herald, July 19, 1967, page 3. Convicted murderer commits suicide in Falmouth. Richard P. Macklin, who was convicted of the murder of his 4-year-old stepson 9 years ago, was found dead in his small third-floor Falmouth apartment late yesterday afternoon. The parolee, who had lived and worked quietly in Falmouth since his release from Shawshank State Prison in 1964, was an apparent suicide. The note he left indicates an extremely confused state of mind, Assistant Falmouth Police Chief Brandon K. Roche said. He refused to divulge the note's contents, but a police department source said it consisted of 2 sentences. "I saw Eddie last night. He was dead." The Eddie referred to may well have been Macklin's stepson, brother of the boy Macklin was convicted of killing in 1958. It was the disappearance of Edward Corcoran which eventually led to Macklin's conviction for the beating death of Edward's younger brother, Dorsey. The elder boy has been missing for 9 years. In a brief court proceeding in 1966, the boy's mother had her son declared legally dead so she could enter into possession of Edward Corcoran's savings account. The account contained a sum of $16. 3. Eddie Corcoran was dead, all right. He died on the night of June 19th, and his stepfather had nothing at all to do with it. He died as Ben Hanscom sat home watching TV with his mother, as Eddie Casbrack's mother anxiously felt Eddie's forehead for signs of her favorite ailment, phantom fever. As Beverly Marsh's stepfather, a gent who bore, in temperament at least, a remarkable resemblance to Eddie and Dorsey Corcoran's stepfather, lifted a high-stepping kick into the girl's derriere and told her to get out there and dry those goddamn dishes like your mummer told you. As Mike Hanlon got yelled at by some high school boys, one of whom would some years later sire that fine upstanding young homophobe, John Webby Garton, passing in an old Dodge while Mike pulled weeds out of the garden beside the small Hanlon home out on Witcham Road, not far from the farm owned by the Henry Bowers's crazy father, as Richie Tozier was sneaking a look at the half-undressed girls in a copy of Gem he had found at the bottom of his father's socks and underwear drawer, and getting a regular good boner, and as Bill Denbrough was throwing his dead brother's photograph album across the room in horrified unbelief. Although none of them would remember doing so later, all of them looked up at the exact moment Eddie Corcoran died.
as if hearing some distant cry. The news had been absolutely right about one thing. Eddie's rank card was just bad enough to make him afraid to go home and face his stepdad. Also, his mother and the old man were fighting a lot this month. That made things even worse. When they got going at it hot and heavy, his mother shouted a lot of mostly incoherent accusations. His stepdad responded to these first with grunts, then yells to shut up, and finally with the enraged bellows of a boar which has gotten a quiver of porcupine needles in its snout. Eddie had never seen the old man use his fists on her, though. Eddie didn't think he quite dared. He had saved his fists for Eddie and Dorsey in the old days, and now that Dorsey was dead, Eddie got his little brother's share as well as his own. These shouting matches came and went in cycles. They were most common at the end of the month when the bills came in. A policeman, called by a neighbor, might drop by once or twice when things were at their worst and tell them to tone it down. Usually that ended it. His mother was apt to give the cop the finger and dare him to take her in, but his stepdad rarely said boo. His stepdad was afraid of the cops, Eddie thought. He lay low during these periods of stress. It was wiser. If you didn't think so, just look at what had happened to Dorsey. Eddie didn't know the specifics and didn't want to, but he had an idea about Dorsey. He thought that Dorsey had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, the garage on the last day of the month. They told Eddie that Dorsey fell off the stepladder in the garage. "If I told him once to stay off in it, I told him 60 times, his stepdad had said. But his mother wouldn't look at him except by accident, and when their eyes did meet, Eddie had seen a frightened, ratty little gleam in hers that he didn't like. The old man just sat there silently at the kitchen table with a quart of Rheingold, looking at nothing from beneath his heavy, lowering eyebrows. Eddie kept out of his reach. When his stepfather was bellowing, he was usually, not always, but usually, all right. It was when he stopped that you had to be careful. 2 nights ago he had thrown a chair at Eddie when Eddie got up to see what was on the other TV channel. Just picked up one of the tubular aluminum kitchen chairs, swept it back over his head, and let it fly. It hit Eddie in the butt and knocked him over. His butt still ached, but he knew it could have been worse. It could have been his head. Then there had been the night when the old man had suddenly gotten up and rubbed a handful of mashed potatoes into Eddie's hair for no reason at all. One day last September, Eddie had come in from school and foolishly allowed the screen door to slam shut behind him while his stepdad was taking a nap. Macklin came out of the bedroom in his billowy boxer shorts, hair standing up in corkscrews, cheeks grizzled with 2 days of weekend beard, breath grizzled with 2 days of weekend beer. "There now, Eddie," he said, "I got to take you up for slamming that fucking door." In Rich Macklin's lexicon, taking you up was a euphemism for beating the shit out of you, which was what he then did to Eddie. Eddie had lost consciousness when the old man threw him into the front hall. His mother had mounted a pair of low coat hooks out there especially for him and Dorsey to hang their coats on. These hooks had rammed hard steel fingers into Eddie's lower back, and that was when he passed out. When he came to 10 minutes later, he heard his mother yelling that she was going to take Eddie to the hospital and he couldn't stop her. "After what happened to Dorsey," his stepdad had responded, "you want to go to jail, woman?" That was the end of her talk about the hospital. She helped Eddie into his room, where he lay shivering on his bed, his forehead beaded with sweat. The only time he left the room during the next 3 days was when they were both gone. Then he would hobble slowly into the kitchen, groaning softly, and get his stepdad's whiskey from under the sink. A few nips dulled the pain. The pain was mostly gone by the 5th day, but he had pissed blood for almost 2 weeks. And the hammer wasn't in the garage anymore. What about that? What about that, friends and neighbors? Oh, the Craftsman hammer, the ordinary hammer, was still there. It was the Scotty recoilless which was missing. His stepdad's special hammer, the one he and Dorsey had been forbidden to touch. "If one of you touches that baby," he had told them the day he bought it, "you'll both be wearing your guts for earmuffs." Dorsey had asked timidly if that hammer was very expensive. The old man told him he was damn tooting. He said it was filled with ball bearings and you couldn't make it bounce back up no matter how hard you brought it down. Now it was gone.
Eddie's grades weren't the best because he had missed a lot of school since his mother's remarriage, but he was not a stupid boy by any means. He thought he knew what had happened to the Scotty recoilless hammer. He thought maybe his stepfather had used it on Dorsey and then buried it in the garden or maybe thrown it in the canal. It was the sort of thing that happened frequently in the horror comics Eddie read, the ones he kept on the top shelf of his closet. He walked closer to the canal, which rippled between its concrete sides like oiled silk. A swatch of moonlight glimmered across its dark surface in a boomerang shape. He sat down, swinging his sneakers idly against the concrete in an irregular tattoo. The last 6 weeks had been quite dry, and the water flowed past perhaps 9 feet below the worn soles of his sneakers. But if you looked closely at the canal's sides, you could read the various levels to which it sometimes rose quite easily. The concrete was stained a dark brown just above the water's current level. This brown stain slowly faded to yellow, then to a color that was almost white at the level where the heels of Eddie's sneakers made contact when he swung them. The water flowed smoothly and silently out of a concrete arch that was cobbled on the inside, past the place where Eddie sat, and then down to the covered wooden footbridge between Basie Park and Derry High School. The bridge's sides and plank footing, even the beams under the roof, were covered with an intaglio of initials, phone numbers, and declarations. Declarations of love, declarations that so-and-so was willing to suck or blow, declarations that those discovered sucking or blowing would lose their foreskins or have their assholes plugged with hot tar. Occasional eccentric declarations that defied definition. One that Eddie had puzzled over all this spring read, "Save Russian Jews. Collect valuable prizes." What exactly did that mean? Anything? And did it matter? Eddie didn't go into the Kissing Bridge tonight. He had no urge to cross over to the high school side. He thought he would probably sleep in the park, maybe in the dead leaves under the bandstand, but for now it was fine just to sit here. He liked it in the park, and came often when he had to think. Sometimes there were people making out in the groves of trees which dotted the park, but Eddie left them alone and they left him alone. He had heard lurid stories in the playground at school about the queers that cruised in Basie Park after sundown, and he accepted these stories without question, but he himself had never been bothered. The park was a peaceful place, and he thought the best part of it was right here where he was sitting. He liked it in the middle of summer, when the water was so low it chuckled over the stones and actually broke up into isolated streamlets that twisted and turned and sometimes came together again. He liked it in late March or early April, just after ice out, when he would sometimes stand by the canal, too cold to sit then, your ass would freeze, for an hour or more. The hood of his old parka, now 2 years too small for him, pulled up, his hands plunged into his pockets, unaware that his skinny body was shivering and shaking. The canal had a terrible, irresistible power in the week or two after the ice went out. He was fascinated by the way the water boiled whitely out of the cobbled arch and roared past him, bearing sticks and branches and all manner of human trash along with it. More than once he had envisioned walking beside the canal in March with his stepdad and giving the bastard a great big motherfucking push. He would scream and fall in, his arms pinwheeling for balance, and Eddie would stand on the concrete parapet and watch him carried off downstream, his head a black bobbing shape in the middle of the unruly white-capped current. He would stand there, yes, and he would cup his hands around his mouth and scream, "That was for Dorsey, you rotten cocksucker. When you get down to hell, tell the devil the last thing you ever heard was me telling you to pick on somebody your own size." It would never happen, of course, but it was an absolutely grand fantasy, a grand dream to dream as you sat here by the canal. A hand closed around Eddie's foot. He had been looking across the canal toward the school, smiling a sleepy and rather beautiful smile as he imagined his stepfather being carried off in the violent rip of the spring runoff, being carried out of his life forever. The soft yet strong grip startled him so much that he almost lost his balance and tumbled into the canal. "It's one of the queers the big kids are always talking about," he thought, and then he looked down. His mouth dropped open. Urine spilled hotly down his legs and stained his jeans black in the moonlight. It wasn't a queer. It was Dorsey. It was Dorsey as he had been buried.
Dorsey in his blue blazer and gray pants, only now the blazer was in muddy tatters. Dorsey's shirt was yellow rags. Dorsey's pants clung wetly to legs as thin as broomsticks. And Dorsey's head was horribly slumped, as if it had been caved in at the back and consequently pushed up in the front. Dorsey was grinning.
"Eddie!"
his dead brother croaked, just like one of the dead people who are always coming back from the grave in the horror comics. Dorsey's grin widened. Yellow teeth gleamed, and somewhere way back in that darkness things seemed to be squirming.
"Eddie! I came to see you, Eddie!"
Eddie tried to scream. Waves of gray shock rolled over him, and he had the curious sensation that he was floating. But it was not a dream. He was awake. The hand on his sneaker was as white as a trout's belly. His brother's bare feet clung somehow to the concrete. Something had bitten one of Dorsey's heels off.
"Come on down, Eddie!"
Eddie couldn't scream. His lungs didn't have enough air in them to manage a scream. He got out a curious, reedy, moaning sound. Anything louder seemed beyond him. That was all right. In a second or two his mind would snap, and after that nothing would matter. Dorsey's hand was small but implacable. Eddie's buttocks were sliding over the concrete to the edge of the canal. Still making that reedy moaning sound, he reached behind himself and grabbed the concrete edging and yanked himself backward. He felt the hand slide away momentarily, heard an angry hiss, and had time to think, "That's not Dorsey. I don't know what it is, but it's not Dorsey." Then adrenaline flooded his body, and he was crawling away, trying to run even before he was on his feet, his breath coming in short, shrieky whistles. White hands appeared on the concrete lip of the canal. There was a wet slapping sound. Drops of water flew upward in the moonlight from dead, pallid skin. Now Dorsey's face appeared over the edge. Dim red sparks gleamed in his sunken eyes. His wet hair was plastered to his skull. Mud streaked his cheeks like war paint. Eddie's chest finally unlocked. He hitched in breath and turned it into a scream. He got to his feet and ran. He ran looking back over his shoulder, needing to see where Dorsey was, and as a result he ran smack into a large elm tree. It felt as if someone, his old man for instance, had set off a dynamite charge in his left shoulder. Stars shot and corkscrewed through his head. He fell at the base of the tree as if poleaxed, blood trickling from his left temple. He swam in the waters of semi-consciousness for perhaps 90 seconds. Then he managed to gain his feet again. A groan escaped him as he tried to raise his left arm. It didn't want to come. Felt all numb and far away. So he raised his right and rubbed his fiercely aching head. Then he remembered why he had happened to run full tilt into the elm tree in the first place and looked around. There was the edge of the canal, white as bone and straight as string in the moonlight. No sign of the thing from the canal, if there ever had been a thing. He continued turning, working his way slowly through a complete 360 degrees. Basie Park was silent and as still as a black and white photograph. Weeping willows draggled their thin, tenebrous arms, and anything could be standing, slumped and insane, within their shelter. Eddie began to walk, trying to look everywhere at once. His sprained shoulder throbbed in painful sync with his heartbeat.
"Eddie,"
the breeze moaned through the trees.
"Don't you want to see me, Eddie?"
He felt flabby corpse fingers caress the side of his neck. He whirled, his hands going up. As his feet tangled together and he fell, he saw that it had only been willow fronds moving in the breeze. He got up again. He wanted to run, but when he tried, another dynamite charge went off in his shoulder and he had to stop. He knew somehow that he should be getting over his fright by now, calling himself a stupid little baby who got spooked by a reflection or maybe fell asleep without knowing it and had a bad dream. That wasn't happening, though. Quite the reverse, in fact. His heart was now beating so fast he could no longer distinguish the separate thuds, and he felt sure it would soon burst in terror. He couldn't run, but when he got out of the willows he did manage a limping jog trot. He fixed his eyes on the streetlight that marked the park's main gate. He headed in that direction, managing a little more speed, thinking, "I'll make it to the light, and that's all right. I'll make it to the light, and that's all right. Bright light, no more fright. Up all night, what a sight." Something was following him. Eddie could hear it bludgeoning its way through the willow grove.
If he turned, he would see it. It was gaining. He could hear its feet, a kind of shuffling, squelching stride. But he would not look back. No, he would look ahead at the light. The light was all right. He would just continue his flight to the light, and he was almost there, almost... The smell was what made him look back. The overwhelming smell, as if fish had been left to rot in a huge pile that had become carrion slushy in the summer heat. It was the smell of a dead ocean. It wasn't Dorsey after him now. It was the creature from the Black Lagoon. The thing's snout was long and pleated. Green fluid dripped from black gashes like vertical mouths in its cheeks. Its eyes were white and jelly-like. Its webbed fingers were tipped with claws like razors. Its respiration was bubbly and deep, the sound of a diver with a bad regulator. As it saw Eddie looking, its green-black lips wrinkled back from huge fangs in a dead and vacant smile. It shambled after him, dripping, and Eddie suddenly understood. It meant to take him back to the canal, to carry him down into the dank blackness of the canal's underground passage, to eat him there. Eddie put on a burst of speed. The arc sodium light at the gate drew closer. He could see its halo of bugs and moths. A truck went by, headed for Route 2, the driver working his way up through the gears, and it crossed Eddie's desperate, terrified mind that he could be drinking coffee from a paper cup and listening to a Buddy Holly tune on the radio, completely unaware that less than 200 yards away there was a boy who might be dead in another 20 seconds. The stink, the overwhelming stink of it, gaining all around him. It was a park bench he tripped over. Some kids had casually pushed it over earlier that evening, heading toward their homes at a run to beat the curfew. Its seat poked an inch or two out of the grass, one shade of green on another, almost invisible in the moon-driven dark. The edge of the seat smacked Eddie in the shins, causing a burst of glassy, exquisite pain. His legs flipped out behind him, and he thumped into the grass. He looked behind him and saw the creature bearing down, its white poached egg eyes glittering, its scales dripping slime the color of seaweed, the gills up and down, its bulging neck and cheeks opening and closing. "Egg," Eddie croaked. It seemed to be the only noise he could make. "Egg, egg, egg, egg." He crawled now, fingers hooking deep into the turf, his tongue hung out. In the second before the creature's fish-smelling horny hands closed around his throat, a comforting thought came to him. This is a dream. It has to be. There's no real creature, no real Black Lagoon, and even if there was, that was in South America or the Florida Everglades or someplace like that. This is only a dream, and I'll wake up in my bed or maybe in the leaves under the bandstand, and I... Then batrachian hands closed around his neck, and Eddie's hoarse cries were choked off. As the creature turned him over, the chitinous hooks which sprouted from those hands scrawled bleeding marks like calligraphy into his neck. He stared into its glowing white eyes. He felt the webs between its fingers pressing against his throat like constricting bands of living seaweed. His terror-sharpened gaze noted the fin, something like a rooster's comb and something like a horn-pout's poisonous back fin, standing atop the creature's hunched and plated head. As its hands clamped tight, shutting off his air, he was able to see the way the white light from the arc sodium lamp turned a smoky green as it passed through that membranous head fin. "You're not real," Eddie choked, but clouds of grayness were closing in now, and he realized faintly that it was real enough, this creature. It was, after all, killing him. And yet some rationality remained, even until the end. As the creature hooked its claws into the soft meat of his neck, as his carotid artery let go in a warm and painless gout that splashed the thing's reptilian plating, Eddie's hands groped at the creature's back, feeling for a zipper. They fell away only when the creature tore his head from his shoulders with a low, satisfied grunt. And as Eddie's picture of what it was began to fade, it began promptly to change into something else. 4. Unable to sleep, plagued by bad dreams, a boy named Michael Hanlon rose soon after first light on the first full day of summer vacation. The light was pale, bundled up in a low, thick mist that would lift by 8 o'clock, taking the wraps off a perfect summer day. But that was for later, for now the world was all gray and rose, as silent as a cat walking on a carpet.
Mike, dressed in corduroys, a T-shirt, and black high-topped Keds, came downstairs, ate a bowl of Wheaties. He didn't really like Wheaties, but had wanted the free prize in the box, a Captain Midnight Magic decoder ring. Then hopped on his bike and pedaled toward town, riding on the sidewalks because of the fog. The fog changed everything, made the most ordinary things like fire hydrants and stop signs into objects of mystery, things both strange and a trifle sinister. You could hear cars but not see them, and because of the fog's odd acoustic quality, you could not tell if they were far or near until you actually saw them come rolling out of the fog with ghost halos of moisture ringing their headlamps. He turned right on Jackson Street, bypassing downtown, and then crossed to Main Street by way of Palmer Lane. And during his short ride down this little byway's 1 block length, he passed the house where he would live as an adult. He did not look at it. It was just a small 2-story dwelling with a garage and a small lawn. It gave off no special vibration to the passing boy who would spend most of his adult life as its owner and only dweller. At Main Street he turned right and rode up to Basie Park, still wandering, simply riding and enjoying the stillness of the early day. Once inside the main gate, he dismounted his bike, pushed down the kickstand, and walked toward the canal. He was still, as far as he knew, impelled by nothing more than purest whim. Certainly it did not occur to him to think that his dreams of the night before had anything to do with his current course. He did not even remember exactly what his dreams had been, only that one had followed another until he had awakened at 5 o'clock, sweaty but shivering, and with the idea that he ought to eat a fast breakfast and then take a bike ride into town. Here in Basie there was a smell in the fog he didn't like, a sea smell, salty and old. He had smelled it before, of course. In the early morning fogs you could often smell the ocean in Derry, although the coast was 40 miles away. But the smell this morning seemed thicker, more vital, almost dangerous. Something caught his eye. He bent down and picked up a cheap 2-blade pocket knife. Someone had scratched the initials EC on the side. Mike looked at it thoughtfully for a moment or two and then pocketed it. Finders, keepers, losers, weepers. He glanced around. Here, near where he had found the knife, was an overturned park bench. He righted it, setting its iron footings back into the holes they had made over a period of months or years. Beyond the bench he saw a matted place in the grass, and leading away from it, 2 grooves. The grass was springing back up, but those grooves were still fairly clear. They went in the direction of the canal. And there was blood. The bird, remember the bird, remember the... But he did not want to remember the bird, and so he pushed the thought away. Dogfight, that's all. One of them must have hurt the other one pretty bad. It was a convincing thought by which he was somehow not convinced. Thoughts of the bird kept wanting to come back. The one he had seen out at the Kitchener Iron Works, one Stan Uris never would have found in his bird book. Stop it, just get out of here. But instead of getting out, he followed the grooves. As he did, he made up a little story in his mind. It was a murder story. Here's this kid, out late, see? Out past curfew. The killer gets him. And how does he get rid of the body? Drags it to the canal and dumps it in, of course. Just like an Alfred Hitchcock Presents. The marks he was following could have been made by a dragging pair of shoes or sneakers, he supposed. Mike shivered and looked around uncertainly. The story was somehow a little too real. And suppose that it wasn't a man who did it, but a monster. Like out of a horror comic, or a horror book, or a horror movie, or a bad dream, a fairy tale or something. He decided he didn't like the story. It was a stupid story. He tried to push it out of his mind, but it wouldn't go. So what? Let it stay. It was dumb. Riding into town this morning had been dumb. Following these 2 matted grooves in the grass was dumb. His dad would have a lot of chores for him to do around the place today. He ought to get back and start in, or when the hottest part of the afternoon rolled around, he would be up the barn loft pitching hay. Yes, he ought to get back, and that's just what he was going to do. Sure you are, he thought. Want to bet? Instead of going back to his bike and getting on and riding home and starting his chores, he followed the grooves in the grass. There were more drops of drying blood here and there. Not much, though. Not as much as there had been in that matted place back there by the park bench he had set to rights. Mike could hear the canal now, running quiet. A moment later he saw the concrete edge materialize out of the fog. Here was something else in the grass. "My goodness, it's certainly your day for finding things," his mind said with dubious geniality. And then a gull screamed somewhere, and Mike flinched, thinking again of the bird he had seen that day just this spring. "Whatever that is in the grass, I don't even want to look at it." And that was oh so very true, but here he was, already bending over it, hands planted just above his knees, to see what it was. A tattered bit of cloth with a drop of blood on it. The seagull screamed again. Mike stared at the bloody scrap of cloth and remembered what had happened to him in the spring. 5. Each year during April and May, the Hanlon farm woke up from its winter doze. Mike would let himself know that spring had come again, not when the first crocuses showed under his mom's kitchen windows, or when the kids started bringing innies and croakers to school, or even when the Washington Senators kicked off the baseball season, usually getting themselves shellacked in the process, but only when his father hollered for Mike to help him push their mongrel truck out of the barn. The front half was an old Model A Ford car, the back end a pickup truck with a tailgate which was the remainder of the old henhouse door. If the winter hadn't been too cold, the two of them could often get it going by pushing it down the driveway. The truck's cab had no doors, likewise there was no windshield. The seat was half of an old sofa that Will Hanlon had scrounged from the dairy dump. The stick shift ended in a glass doorknob. They would push it down the driveway, one on each side, and when it got rolling good, Will would jump in, turn on the switch, retard the spark, step down on the clutch, punch the shift into first gear with his big hand clamped over the doorknob. Then he would holler, "Put me over the hump." He'd pop the clutch, and the old Ford engine would cough, choke, chug, backfire, and sometimes actually start to run, rough at first, then smoothing out. Will would roar down the road toward Rulin Farms, turn around in their driveway. If he had gone the other way, Henry Bowers's crazy father, Butch, probably would have blown his head off with a shotgun. And then roar back, the unmuffled engine blatting stridently while Mike jumped up and down with excitement, cheering, and his mom stood in the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel and pretending a disgust she didn't really feel. Other times the truck wouldn't roll start, and Mike would have to wait until his father came back from the barn, carrying the crank and muttering under his breath. Mike was quite sure that some of the words so muttered were swears, and he would be a little frightened of his daddy then. It wasn't until much later, during one of those interminable visits to the hospital room where Will Hanlon lay dying, that he found out his father muttered because he was afraid of the crank. Once it had kicked back viciously, flown out of its socket, and torn the side of his mouth open. "Stand back, Mikey," he would say, slipping the crank into its socket at the base of the radiator. And when the A was finally running, he'd say that next year he was going to trade it for a Chevrolet. But he never did. That old A Ford hybrid was still in back of the home place, up to its axles and henhouse tailgate in weeds. When it was running, and Mike was sitting in the passenger seat, smelling hot oil and blue exhaust, excited by the keen breeze that washed in through the glassless hole where the windshield had once been, he would think, "Spring's here again, we're all waking up." And in his soul he would raise a silent cheer that shook the walls of that mostly cheerful room. He felt love for everything around him, and most of all for his dad, who would grin over at him and holler, "Hold on, Mikey, we gon' wind this baby up. We gon' make some birds run for cover." Then he would tear up the driveway, the A's rear wheels spitting back black dirt and gray clods of clay, both of them jouncing up and down on the sofa seat inside the open cab, laughing like stark natural-born fools. Will would run the A through the high grass of the back field, which was kept for hay, toward either the south field, potatoes, the west field, corn and beans, or the east field, peas, squash, and pumpkins. As they went, birds would burst up out of the grass before the truck, squawking in terror. Once a partridge flew up, a magnificent bird as brown as late autumn oaks, the explosive coughing whir of its wings audible even over the pounding engine. Those rides were Mike Hanlon's door into spring. The year's work began with the rock harvest. Every day for a week they would take the A out and load the bed with rocks which might break a harrow blade when the time came to turn the earth and plant. Sometimes the truck would get stuck in the mucky spring earth, and Will would mutter darkly under his breath. More swears, Mike surmised. He knew some of the words and expressions. Others, such as son of a whore, puzzled him. He had come across the word in the Bible, and so far as he could tell, a whore was a woman who came from a place called Babylon. He had once set out to ask his father, but the A had been in mud up to her coil springs, there had been thunderclouds on his father's brow, and he had decided to wait for a better time. He ended up asking Richie Tozier later that year, and Richie told him his father had told him a whore was a woman who got paid for having sex with men. "What's having sex?" Mike had asked, and Richie had wandered away holding his head. On one occasion Mike had asked his father why, since they harvested rocks every April, there were always more of them the following April. They had been standing at the dumping-off place near sunset on the last day of that year's rock harvest. A beaten dirt track, not quite serious enough to be called a road, led from the bottom of the west field to this gully near the bank of the Kenduskeag. The gully was a jumbled wasteland of rocks that had been dragged off Will's land through the years. Looking down at this badlands, which he had made first alone and then with the help of his son, somewhere under the rocks he knew were the rotting remains of the stumps he had yanked out one at a time before any of the fields could be tilled. Will had lighted a cigarette and said, "My daddy used to tell me that God loved rocks, house flies, weeds, and poor people above all the rest of his creations, and that's why he made so many of them." "But every year it's like they come back." "Yeah, I think they do," Will said. "That's the only way I know to explain it." A loon cried from the far side of the Kenduskeag in a dusky sunset that had turned the water a deep orange red. It was a lonely sound, so lonely that it made Mike's tired arms tighten with gooseflesh. "I love you, Daddy," he said suddenly, feeling his love so strongly that tears stung his eyes. "Why, I love you too, Mikey," his father said, and hugged him tight in his strong arms. Mike felt the rough fabric of his father's flannel shirt against his cheek. "Now what do you say we go on back? We got just time to get a bath each before the good woman puts supper on the table." "Yeah?" Mike said. "Yeah, yourself," Will Hanlon said, and they both laughed, feeling tired but feeling good. Arms and legs worked but not overworked, their hands rock-roughened but not hurting too bad. Spring's here, Mike thought that night, drowsing off in his room while his mother and father watched the honeymooners in the other room. Spring's here again. Thank you, God. Thank you very much. And turning to sleep, sinking down, he had heard the loon call again, the distance of its marshes blending into the desire of his dreams. Spring was a busy time, but it was a good time. Following the rock harvest, Will would park the A in the high grass back of the house and drive the tractor out of the barn. There would be harrowing then, his father driving the tractor, Mike either riding behind and holding on to the iron seat, or walking alongside, picking up any rocks they had missed and throwing them aside. Then came planting, and following the planting came summer's work, hoeing, hoeing, hoeing. His mother would refurbish Larry, Moe, and Curly, their 3 scarecrows, and Mike would help his father put moose blowers on top of each straw-filled head. A moose blower was a can with both ends cut off. You tied a length of heavily waxed and rosin string tightly across the middle of the can, and when the wind blew through it, a wonderfully spooky sound resulted, a kind of whining croak. Crop-eating birds decided soon enough that Larry, Moe, and Curly were no threats, but the moose blowers always frightened them off. Starting in July, there was picking as well as hoeing, peas and radishes first, then the lettuce and the tomatoes that had been started in the shed boxes, then the corn and beans in August, more corn and beans in September, then the pumpkins and the squash. Somewhere in the midst of all that came the new potatoes. and then as the days shortened and the air sharpened, he and his dad would take in the moose blowers, and sometime during the winter they would disappear. It seemed they had to make new ones each spring. The day after, Will would call Norman Sadler, who was as dumb as his son Moose, but infinitely more good-hearted, and Normie would come over with his potato digger. For the next 3 weeks, all of them would work picking potatoes. In addition to the family, Will would hire 3 or 4 high school boys to help pick, paying them $1/4 a barrel. The A Ford would cruise slowly up and down the rows of the south field, the biggest field, always in low gear, the tailgate down, the back filled with barrels, each marked with the name of the person picking into it. And at the end of the day, Will would open his old creased wallet and pay each of the pickers cash money. Mike was paid, and so was his mother. That money was theirs, and Will Hanlon never once asked either of them what they did with it. Mike had been given a 5% interest in the farm when he was 5 years old. Old enough, Will had told him then, to hold a hoe and to tell the difference between witch grass and pea plants. Each year he had been given another 1%, and each year, on the day after Thanksgiving, Will would compute the farm's profits and deduct Mike's share. But Mike never saw any of that money. It went into his college account and was to be touched under absolutely no other circumstances. At last the day would come when Normie Sadler drove his potato digger back home. By then the air would have most likely turned gray and cold, and there would be frost on the drift of orange pumpkins piled against the side of the barn. Mike would stand in the dooryard, his nose red, his dirty hands stuffed into his jeans pockets, and watch as his father drove first the tractor and then the A Ford back into the barn. He would think, "We're getting ready to go to sleep again. Spring, vanished. Summer, gone. Harvest time, done." All that was left now was the butt end of autumn. Leafless trees, frozen ground, a lacing of ice along the banks of the Kenduskeag. In the fields, crows would sometimes land on the shoulders of Mo, Larry, and Curly, and stay as long as they liked. The scarecrows were voiceless, threatless. Mike would not exactly be dismayed by the thought of another year ending. At 9 and 10, he was still too young to make mortal metaphors, because there was plenty to look forward to. Sledding in McCarran Park, or on Rulin Hill out here in Derrytown if you were brave, although that was mostly for big kids. Ice skating, snowball fights, snow fort building. There was time to think about snowshoeing out for a Christmas tree with his daddy, and time to think about the Nordica downhill skis he might or might not get for Christmas. Winter was good, but watching his father drive the A back into the barn. Spring vanished, summer gone, harvest time done, always made him feel sad. The way the squadrons of birds heading south for the winter made him feel sad, or the way a certain slant of light could sometimes make him feel like crying for no good reason. "We're getting ready to go to sleep again." It was not all school and chores and school. Will Hanlon had told his wife more than once that a boy needed time to go fishing, even if it wasn't fishing he was really doing. When Mike came home from school, he first put his books on the TV in the parlor, second made himself some kind of snack. He was particularly partial to peanut butter and onion sandwiches, a taste that made his mother raise her hands in helpless horror. And third, studied the note his father had left him, telling Mike where he, Will, was and what Mike's chores were. Certain rows to be weeded or picked, baskets to be carried, produce to be rotated, the barn to be swept, whatever. But on at least one school day a week, and sometimes 2, there would be no note. And on these days Mike would go fishing, even if it wasn't really fishing he was doing. Those were great days, days when he had no particular place to go and consequently felt no urge to get there in a hurry. Once in a while his father left him another sort of note. No chores, one might say. Go over to Old Cape and look at trolley tracks. Mike would go over to the Old Cape area, find the streets with the tracks still embedded in them, and inspect them closely, marveling to think of things like trains that had run right through the middle of the streets. That night he and his father might talk about them, and his dad would show him pictures from his dairy album of the trolleys actually running. A funny pole went from the roof of the trolley up to an electrical wire, and there were cigarette ads on the side. Another time he had sent Mike to Memorial Park, where the standpipe was, to look at the bird bath. And once they had gone to the courthouse together to look at a terrible machine that Chief Borton had found in the attic. This gadget was called a tramp chair. It was cast iron, and there were manacles built into the arms and legs. Rounded knobs stuck out of the back and seat. It reminded Mike of a photograph he had seen in some book, a photograph of the electric chair at Sing Sing. Chief Borton let Mike sit in the tramp chair and try on the manacles. After the first ominous novelty of wearing the manacles wore off, Mike looked questioningly at his father and Chief Borton, not sure why this was supposed to be such a horrible punishment for the Vaigs, Borton's word for them, that had drifted into town in the 20s and 30s. The knobs made the chair a little uncomfortable to sit in, sure, and the manacles on your wrists and ankles made it hard to shift to a more comfortable position, but...
"Well, you're just a kid," Chief Borton said, laughing. "What do you weigh? 70, 80 pounds? Most of the Vaigs Sheriff Sully posted into that chair in the old days would go twice that. They'd feel a bit uncomfortable after an hour or so, really uncomfortable after 2 or 3, and right bad after 4 or 5. After 7 or 8 hours, they'd start bellering, and after 16 or 17, they'd start crying, mostly. And by the time their 24-hour tour was up, they'd be willing to swear before God and man that the next time they came riding the rods up New England way, they'd give Derry a wide berth. So far as I know, most of 'em did. 24 hours in the tramp chair was a hell of a persuader."
Suddenly there seemed to be more knobs in the chair, digging more deeply into his buttocks, spine, the small of his back, even the nape of his neck. "Can I get out now, please?" he said politely, and Chief Borton laughed again. There was a moment, one panicked instant of time, when Mike thought the chief would only dangle the key to the manacles in front of Mike's eyes and say,
"Sure, I'll let you out, when your 24 hours is up."
"Why did you take me there, Daddy?" he asked on the way home.
"You'll know when you're older,"
Will had replied.
"You don't like Chief Borton, do you?"
"No." His father had replied in a voice so curt that Mike hadn't dared ask any more. But Mike enjoyed most of the places in Derry his father sent or took him to, and by the time Mike was 10, Will had succeeded in conveying his own interest in the layers of Derry's history to his son. Sometimes, as when he had been trailing his fingers over the slightly pebbled surface of the stand in which the Memorial Park bird bath was set, or when he had squatted down to look more closely at the trolley tracks which grooved Mott Street in the Old Cape, he would be struck by a profound sense of time. Time as something real, as something that had unseen weight, the way sunlight was supposed to have weight. Some of the kids in school had laughed when Mrs. Greengus told them that, but Mike had been too stunned by the concept to laugh. His first thought had been, "Light has weight? Oh, my Lord, that's terrible." Time as something that would eventually bury him. The first note his father left him in that spring of 1958 was scribbled on the back of an envelope and held down with a salt shaker. The air was spring warm, wonderfully sweet, and his mother had opened all the windows. "No chores," the note read. "If you want to, ride your bike out to Pasture Road. You'll see a lot of tumbled masonry and old machinery out in the field on your left. Have a look around. Bring back a souvenir. Don't go near the cellar hole. And be back before dark. You know why." Mike knew why, all right. He told his mother where he was going, and she frowned. "Why don't you see if Randy Robinson wants to go with you?" "Yeah, okay. I'll stop by and ask him," Mike said. He did, too, but Randy had gone up to Bangor with his father to buy seedling potatoes. So Mike rode his bike over to Pasture Road alone. It was a goodish ride, a little over 4 miles. Mike reckoned it was 3 o'clock by the time he leaned his bike against an old wooden slat fence on the left side of Pasture Road and climbed into the field beyond. He would have maybe an hour to explore, and then he would have to start home again. Ordinarily, his mother would not be upset with him as long as he was back by 6, when she put dinner on the table. But one memorable episode had taught him that wasn't the case this year. On that one occasion when he had been late for dinner, she had been nearly hysterical. She took after him with a dish rag, whopping him with it as he stood open-mouthed in the kitchen entryway, his wicker creel with the rainbow trout in it at his feet. "Don't you ever scare me like that," she had screamed. "Don't you ever, 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 ever." Each ever had been punctuated by another dish-rag swat. Mike had expected his father to step in and put a stop to it, but his father hadn't done so. Perhaps he knew that if he did, she would turn her wildcat anger on him as well. Mike had learned the lesson. One whopping with the dish rag was all it took. Home before dark. Yes, ma'am, right-o. He walked across the field toward the titanic ruin standing in the center. This was, of course, the remains of the Kitchener Iron Works. He had ridden past it, but had never thought to actually explore it. And he had never heard any kids saying that they had. Now, stooping to examine a few tumbled bricks that had formed a rough cairn, he thought he could understand why. The field was dazzlingly bright, washed by sun from the spring sky. Occasionally, as a cloud passed before the sun, a great shudder of shadow would travel slowly across the field. But there was something spooky about it all the same, a brooding silence that was broken only by the wind. He felt like an explorer who has found the last remnants of some fabulous lost city. Up ahead and to the right, he saw the rounded side of a massive tile cylinder rising out of the high field grass. He ran over to it. It was the ironworks' main smokestack. He peered into its bore and felt a fresh chill worm up his spine. It was big enough so he could have walked into it if he had wanted, but he didn't want to. God knew what strange guck there might be, clinging to the smoke-blackened inner tiles, or what nasty bugs or beasts might have taken up residence inside. The wind gusted. When it blew across the mouth of the fallen stack, it made a sound eerily like the sound of the wind vibrating the waxed strings he and his dad put in the moose blowers every spring. He stepped back nervously, suddenly thinking about the movie he and his father had watched last night on the early show. It had been called Rodan, and watching it had seemed like great fun at the time, his father laughing and shouting, "Get that bird, Mikey," every time Rodan made its appearance. Mike shooting with his finger until his mom popped her head in and told them to hush up before they gave her a headache with the noise. It didn't seem so funny now. In the movie, Rodan had been released from the bowels of the earth by these Japanese coal miners who had been digging the world's deepest tunnel. And looking into the black bore of this pipe, it was all too easy to imagine that bird crouched at the far end, leathery bat-like wings folded over its back, staring at the small, round boy face looking into the darkness, staring with its gold-ringed eyes. Shivering, Mike pulled back. He walked a ways down the smokestack, which had sunken into the earth to half of its circumference. The land rose slightly, and on impulse he scrambled his way up on top. The stack was a lot less scary on the outside, its tiled surface sun-warm. He got to his feet and strolled along, holding his arms out. The surface was really too wide for him to need to worry about falling off, but he was pretending he was a tight-wire walker in the circus, liking the way the wind blew through his hair. At the far end, he jumped down and began to examine stuff. More bricks, twisted molds, hunks of wood, pieces of rusty machinery. "Bring back a souvenir," his father's note had said. He wanted a good one. He wandered closer to the mill's yawning cellar hold, looking at the debris, being careful not to cut himself on the broken glass. There was a lot of it around. Mike was not unmindful of the cellar hold and his father's warning to stay out of it. Neither was he unmindful of the death that had been dealt out on this spot 50-odd years before. He supposed that if there was a haunted place in Derry, this was it. But either in spite of that or because of it, he was determined to stay until he found something really good to take back and show his father. He moved slowly and soberly toward the cellar hold, changing his course to parallel its ragged side, when a warning voice inside whispered that he was getting too close, that a bank weakened by the spring rains could crumble under his heels and pitch him into that hole, where God only knew how much sharp iron might be waiting to impale him like a bug, leaving him to die a rusty, twitching death. He picked up a window sash and tossed it aside. Here was a dipper big enough for a giant's table, its handle rippled and warped by some unimaginable flash of heat. Here was a piston too big for him to even budge, let alone lift. He stepped over it. And... "What if I find a skull?" he thought suddenly. The skull of one of the kids who were killed here while they were hunting for chocolate Easter eggs back in 19 whatever it was.
He looked around the sun-washed, empty field, nastily shocked by the idea. The wind blew a low conch note in his ears, and another shadow cruised silently across the field, like the shadow of a giant bat or bird. He became aware all over again of how quiet it was here, and how strange the field looked with its straggling piles of masonry and its beached iron hulks leaning this way and that. It was as if some horrid battle had been fought here long ago. "Don't be such a dip," he replied uneasily to himself. "They found everything there was to find 50 years ago, after it happened. And even if they didn't, some other kid, or grown-up, would have found the rest since then. Or do you think you're the only person who ever came here hunting for souvenirs?" No, I don't think that, but... But what? That rational side of his mind demanded. And Mike thought it was talking just a little too loud, a little too fast. Even if there was still something to find, it would have decayed long ago. So, what? Mike found a splintered desk drawer in the weeds. He glanced at it, tossed it aside, and moved a little closer to the cellar hold, where the stuff was thickest. Surely he would find something there. But what if there are ghosts? That's but what. What if I see hands coming over the edge of that cellar hold, and what if they start to come up, kids in the remains of their Easter Sunday clothes that are all rotted and torn and marked with 50 years of spring mud and fall rain and caked winter snow, kids with no heads. He had heard at school that, after the explosion, a woman had found the head of one of the victims in a tree in her backyard. Kids with no legs, kids flayed open like codfish, kids just like me who would maybe come down and play, down there where it's dark, under the leaning iron girders and the big old rusty cogs. Oh, stop it, for the Lord's sake. But a shudder wrenched its way up his back, and he decided it was time to take something, anything, and get the dickens out of here. He reached down, almost at random, and came up with a gear-toothed wheel about 7 inches in diameter. He had a pencil in his pocket, and he used it quickly to dig the dirt out of the teeth. Then he slipped his souvenir in his pocket. He would go now. He would go, yes. But his feet moved slowly in the wrong direction, toward the cellar hold, and he realized with a dismal sort of horror that he needed to look down inside. He had to see. He gripped a spongy support beam leaning out of the earth and swayed forward, trying to see down and inside. He couldn't quite do it. He had come to within 15 feet of the edge, but that was still a little too far to see the bottom of the cellar hold. "I don't care if I see the bottom or not. I'm going back now. I've got my souvenir. I don't need to look down into any crummy old hole. And Daddy's note said to stay away from it." But the unhappy, almost feverish curiosity that had gripped him would not let go. He approached the cellar hold step by queasy step, aware that as soon as the wooden beam was out of his reach, there would be no more grab holes. Also aware that the ground here was indeed squelchy and crumbly. In places along the edge he could see depressions, like graves that had fallen in, and knew that they were the sites of previous cave-ins. Heart thudding in his chest like the hard-measured strides of a soldier's boots, he reached the edge and looked down. Nested in the cellar hold, the bird looked up. Mike was not at first sure what he was seeing. All the nerves and pathways in his body seemed frozen, including those which conducted thoughts. It was not just the shock of seeing a monster bird, a bird whose breast was as orange as a robin's and whose feathers were the unremarkable fluffy gray of a sparrow's feathers. Most of it was the shock of the utterly unexpected. He had expected monoliths of machinery half submerged in stagnant puddles and black mud. Instead, he was looking down into a giant nest which filled the cellar hold from end to end and side to side. It had been made out of enough timothy grass to make a dozen bales of hay, but this grass was silvery and old. The bird sat in the middle of it, its brightly ringed eyes as black as fresh warm tar, and for an insane moment before his paralysis broke, Mike could see himself reflected in each of them. Then the ground suddenly began to shift and run out from beneath his feet. He heard the tearing sound of shallow roots giving way and realized he was sliding. With a yell, he threw himself backward, pinwheeling his arms for balance. He lost it and thumped heavily to the littered ground. Some hard, dull chunk of metal pressed painfully into his back, and he had time to think of the tramp chair before he heard the whirring, explosive sound of the bird's wings. He scrambled to his knees, crawled, looked back over his shoulder, and saw it rising out of the cellar hold. Its scaly talons were a dusky orange. Its beating wings, each more than 10 feet across, blew the scraggy timothy grass this way and that, patternlessly, like the wind generated by helicopter rotors. It uttered a buzzing, chirruping scream. A few loose feathers slipped from its wings and spiraled back down into the cellar hold. Mike gained his feet again and began to run. He pounded across the field, not looking back now, afraid to look back. The bird did not look like Rodan, but he sensed it was the spirit of Rodan, risen from the cellar hold of the Kitchener Ironworks like a horrible bird in the box. He stumbled, went to one knee, got up, and ran on. That weird, chirruping, buzzing screech came again. A shadow covered him, and when he looked up, he saw the thing. It had passed less than 5 feet over his head. Its beak, dirty yellow, opened and closed, revealing a pink lining inside. It whirled back toward Mike. The wind it generated washed across his face, bringing a dry, unpleasant smell with it. Attic dust, dead antiques, rotting cushions. He jigged to his left, and now he saw the fallen smokestack again. He sprinted for it, running all out, his arms pumping in short, jabbing strokes at his sides. The bird screamed, and he heard its fluttering wings. They sounded like sails. Something slammed into the back of his head. Warm fire traced its way up the nape of his neck. He felt it spread as blood began to trickle down the back of his shirt collar. The bird whirled around again, meaning to pick him up with its talons and carry him away like a hawk with a field mouse, meaning to carry him back to its nest, meaning to eat him. As it flew at him, swooping down, its black, horribly alive eyes fixed on him, Mike cut sharply right. The bird missed him, barely. The dusty smell of its wings was overpowering, unbearable. Now he was running parallel to the fallen smokestack, its tiles blurring by. He could see where it ended. If he could reach the end and button-hook to the left, get inside, he might be safe. He thought the bird was too big to squeeze inside. He came very close to not making it. The bird flew at him again, pulling up as it closed in, its wings flapping and pushing air in a hurricane, its scaly talons now angled toward him and descending. It screamed again, and this time Mike thought he heard triumph in its voice. He lowered his head, put his arm up, and rammed straight forward. The talons closed, and for a moment the bird had him by the forearm. The grip was like the clutch of incredibly strong fingers tipped with tough nails. They bit like teeth. The bird's flapping wings were a thunder in his ears. He was dimly aware of feathers falling around him, some brushing past his cheeks like phantom kisses. The bird rose then, and for just a moment Mike felt himself pulled upward, first straight, then on tiptoe. And for one freezing second he felt the toes of his keds lose contact with the earth. "Let me go!" he screamed at it, and twisted his arm. For a moment the talons held on, and then the sleeve of his shirt ripped. He thumped back down. The bird squalled. Mike ran again, brushing through the thing's tail feathers, gagging at that dry smell. It was like running through a shower curtain of feathers. Still coughing, eyes stinging from both tears and whatever vile dust coated the bird's feathers, he stumbled into the fallen smokestack. There was no thought now of what might be lurking inside. He ran into the darkness, his gasping sobs taking on a flat echo. He went back perhaps 20 feet and then turned toward the bright circle of daylight. His chest was rising and falling in quick jerks. He was suddenly aware that, if he had misjudged either the size of the bird or the size of the smokestack's muzzle, he had killed himself as surely as if he had put his father's shotgun to his head and pulled the trigger. There was no way out. This wasn't just a pipe, it was a blind alley. The other end of the stack was buried in the earth. The bird squalled again, and suddenly the light at the end of the smokestack was blotted out as it lighted on the ground outside. He could see its yellow scaly legs, each as thick as a man's calf. Then it cocked its head down and looked inside. Mike found himself again staring into those hideously bright, fresh tar eyes with their gold wedding rings of iris. The bird's beak opened and closed, and each time it snapped shut, he heard an audible click, like the sound you hear in your own ears when you snap your teeth together hard. Sharp, he thought. Its beak is sharp.
I guess I knew birds had sharp beaks, but I never really thought about it until now. It squawked again. The sound was so loud in the tiled throat of the stack that Mike clapped his hands to his ears. The bird began to force itself into the mouth of the stack. "No!" Mike cried. "No, you can't!" The light faded as more of the bird's body pressed its way into the stack's bore. Oh, my Lord, why didn't I remember it was mostly feathers? Why didn't I remember it could squeeze? The light faded, was gone. Now there was only an inky blackness, the suffocating attic smell of the bird, and the rustling sound of its feathers. Mike fell on his knees and began to grope on the curved floor of the smokestack, his hands spread wide, feeling. He found a piece of broken tile, its sharp edges furred with what felt like moss. He cocked his arm back and pegged it. There was a thump. The bird uttered its buzzing, chirruping sound again. "Get out of here!" Mike screamed. There was silence. And then that crackly, rustling sound began again as the bird resumed forcing itself into the pipe. Mike felt along the floor, found other pieces of tile, and began to throw one after another. They thumped and thudded off the bird, and then clinked to the tile sleeve of the smokestack. "Please, God," Mike thought incoherently. "Please, God, please, God, please, God." It came to him that he ought to retreat down the smokestack's bore. He had run in through what had been the stack's base. It stood to reason that it would narrow as he backed up. He could retreat, yes, and listen to that low, dusty rustle as the bird worked its way in after him. He could retreat, and if he was lucky, he might get beyond the point where the bird could continue to advance. But what if the bird got stuck? If that happened, he and the bird would die in here together. They would die in here together and rot in here together, in the dark. "Please, God!" he screamed, and was totally unaware that he had cried out loud. He threw another piece of tile, and this time his throw was more powerful. He felt, he told the others much later, as if someone were behind him at that moment, and that someone had given his arm a tremendous push. This time there was no feathery thud. Instead there was a splatting sound, the sound a kid's hand might make slapping into the surface of a bowl of half-solidified jello. This time the bird screamed, not in anger but in real pain. The tenebrous whir of its wings filled the smokestack. Stinking air streamed past Mike in a hurricane, flapping his clothes, making him cough and gag and retreat as dust and moss flew. Light appeared again, gray and weak at first, then brightening and shifting as the bird retreated from the stack's muzzle. Mike burst into tears, fell to his knees again, and began grubbing madly for more pieces of tile. Without any conscious thought, he ran forward with both hands full of tiling. In this light he could see the pieces were splotched with blue-gray moss and lichen, like the surface of slate gravestones, until he was nearly at the mouth of the stack. He intended to keep the bird from coming back in if he could. It bent down, cocking its head the way a trained bird on a perch will sometimes cock its head, and Mike saw where his last shot had struck home. The bird's right eye was nearly gone. Instead of that glittering bubble of fresh tar, there was a crater filled with blood. Whitish-gray goo dripped from the corner of the socket and trickled along the side of the bird's beak. Tiny parasites wriggled and squirmed in this pussy discharge. It saw him and lunged forward. Mike began to throw chunks of tile at it. They struck its head and beak. It withdrew for a moment and then lunged again, beak opening, revealing that pink lining again, revealing something else that caused Mike to freeze for a moment, his own mouth dropping open. The bird's tongue was silver, its surface as crazy cracked as the surface of a volcanic land which has first baked and then slagged off. And on this tongue, like weird tumbleweeds that had taken temporary root there, were a number of orange puffs. Mike threw the last of his tiles directly into that gaping maw, and the bird withdrew again, screaming its frustration, rage, and pain. For a moment Mike could see its reptilian talons. Then its wings ruffled the air, and it was gone. A moment later he lifted his face, a face that was gray-brown under the dirt, dust, and bits of moss that the bird's wind machine wings had blown at him, toward the clicking sound of its talons on the tile. The only clean places on Mike's face were the tracks that had been washed clean by his tears. The bird walked back and forth overhead. Tack, 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 tack.
Mike retreated a bit, gathered up more chunks of tile, and heaped them as close to the mouth of the stack as he dared. If the thing came back, he wanted to be able to fire at it from point-blank range. The light outside was still bright. Now that it was May, it wouldn't get dark for a long time yet. But suppose the bird just decided to wait? Mike swallowed, the dry sides of his throat rubbing together for a moment. Overhead, tack, tack, tack. He had a fine pile of ammunition now. In the dim light, here beyond the place where the angle of the sun made a shadow spiral inside the pipe, it looked like a pile of broken crockery swept together by a housewife. Mike rubbed the palms of his dirty hands along the sides of his jeans and waited to see what would happen next. A space of time passed before something did. Whether 5 minutes or 25, he could not tell. He was only aware of the bird walking back and forth overhead, like an insomniac pacing the floor at 3 in the morning. Then its wings fluttered again. It landed in front of the smokestack's opening. Mike, on his knees just behind his pile of tiling, began to peg missiles at it before it could even bend its head down. One of them slammed into a plated yellow leg and drew a trickle of blood so dark it seemed almost as black as the bird's eyes. Mike screamed in triumph, the sound thin and almost lost under the bird's own enraged squawk.
"Get out of here,"
Mike cried.
"I'm going to keep hitting you until you get out of here. I swear to God I will."
The bird flew up to the top of the smokestack and resumed its pacing. Mike waited. Finally, its wings ruffled again as it took off. Mike waited, expecting the yellow feet, so like hen's feet, to appear again. They didn't. He waited longer, convinced it had to be some kind of trick, realizing at last that that wasn't why he was waiting at all. He was waiting because he was scared to go out, scared to leave the safety of this bolt hole. Never mind stuff like that. I'm not a rabbit." He took as many chunks of tile as he could handle comfortably, then put some more inside his shirt. He stepped out of the smokestack, trying to look everywhere at once and wishing madly for eyes in the back of his head. He saw only the field stretching ahead and around him, littered with the exploded, rusting remains of the Kitchener ironworks. He wheeled around, sure he would see the bird perched on the lip of the stack like a vulture, a one-eyed vulture now, only wanting the boy to see him before it attacked for the final time, using that sharp beak to jab and rip and strip. But the bird was not there. It was really gone. Mike's nerves snapped. He uttered a breaking scream of fear and ran for the weather-beaten fence between the field and the road, dropping the last pieces of tile from his hands. Most of the others fell out of his shirt as the shirt pulled free of his belt. He vaulted over the fence one-handed, like Roy Rogers showing off for Dale Evans on his way back from the corral with Pat Brady and the rest of the buckaroos. He grabbed the handlebars of his bike and ran beside it 40 feet up the road before getting on. Then he pedaled madly, not daring to look back, not daring to slow down, until he reached the intersection of Pasture Road and Outer Main Street, where there were lots of cars passing back and forth. When he got home, his father was changing the plugs on the tractor. Will observed that Mike looked powerful, musty, and dusty. Mike hesitated for just a split second and then told his father that he'd taken a tumble from his bike on the way home, swerving to avoid a pothole. "Did you break anything, Mikey?" Will asked, observing his son a little more carefully. "No, sir." "Sprains?" "Uh-uh." "Sure." Mike nodded. "Did you pick yourself up a souvenir?" Mike reached into his pocket and found the gear wheel. He showed it to his father, who looked at it briefly and then plucked a tiny crumb of tiling from the pad of flesh just below Mike's thumb. He seemed more interested in this. "From that old smokestack?" Will asked. Mike nodded. "You go inside there?" Mike nodded again. "See anything in there?" Will asked, and then, as if to make a joke of the question, which hadn't sounded like a joke at all, he added, "Buried treasure?" Smiling a little, Mike shook his head. "Well, don't tell your mother you was mucking about in there," Will said. "She'd shoot me first and you second." He looked even more closely at his son. "Mikey, are you all right?" "Huh?" "You look a little peaky around the eyes." "I guess I might be a little tired," Mike said. "It's 8 or 10 miles there and back again, don't forget. You want some help with the tractor, Daddy?"
"Nope, I'm about done screwing it up for this week. You go on in and wash up."
Mike started away, and then his father called to him once more. Mike looked back.
"I don't want you going around that place again," he said. "At least not until all this trouble is cleared up and they catch the man who's doing it. You didn't see anybody out there, did you? No one chased you or hollered you down?"
"I didn't see any people at all," Mike said. Will nodded and lit a cigarette.
"I think I was wrong to send you there. Old places like that, sometimes they can be dangerous."
Their eyes locked briefly. "Okay, Daddy," Mike said. "I don't want to go back anyway. It was a little spooky." Will nodded again.
"Less said the better, I reckon. You go and get cleaned up now. And tell her to put on 3 or 4 extra sausages."
Mike did.
6. "Never mind that now," Mike Hanlon thought, looking at the grooves which went up to the concrete edge of the canal and stopped there. "Never mind that. It might just have been a dream anyhow, and—" There were splotches of dried blood on the lip of the canal. Mike looked at these, and then he looked down into the canal. Black water flowed smoothly past. Runners of dirty yellow foam clung to the canal's sides, sometimes breaking free to flow downstream in lazy loops and curves. For a moment, just a moment, 2 clots of this foam came together and seemed to form a face, a kid's face, its eyes turned up in an avatar of terror and agony. Mike's breath caught, as if on a thorn. The foam broke apart, became meaningless again, and at that moment there was a loud splash on his right. Mike snapped his head around, shrinking back a little, and for a moment he believed he saw something in the shadows of the outflow tunnel where the canal resurfaced after its course under downtown. Then it was gone. Suddenly, cold and shuddering, he dug in his pocket for the knife he had found in the grass. He threw it into the canal. There was a small splash, a ripple that began as a circle and then was tugged into the shape of an arrowhead by the current. Then nothing. Nothing except the fear that was suddenly suffocating him and the deadly certainty that there was something near, something watching him, gauging its chances, biding its time. He turned, meaning to walk back to his bike. To run would be to dignify those fears and undignify himself. And then that splashing sound came again. It was a lot louder the second time. So much for dignity. Suddenly he was running as fast as he could, beating his buns for the gate and his bike, jamming the kickstand up with one heel and pedaling for the street as fast as he could. That sea smell was all at once too thick, much too thick. It was everywhere, and the water dripping from the wet branches of the trees seemed much too loud. Something was coming. He heard dragging, lurching footsteps in the grass. He stood on the pedals, giving it everything, and shot out onto Main Street without looking back. He headed for home as fast as he could, wondering what in hell had possessed him to come in the first place. What had drawn him? And then he tried to think about the chores, the whole chores, and nothing but the chores. After a while, he actually succeeded. And when he saw the headline in the paper the next day, "Missing Boy Prompts New Fears," he thought about the pocket knife he had thrown into the canal, the pocket knife with the initials EC scratched on the side. He thought about the blood he had seen on the grass, and he thought about those grooves which stopped at the edge of the canal. Chapter 7. The Dam in the Barrens. 1. Seen from the expressway at 4:45 in the morning, Boston seems a city of the dead brooding over some tragedy in its past. A plague, perhaps, or a curse. The smell of salt, heavy and cloying, comes off the ocean. Runners of early morning fog obscure much of what movement would be seen otherwise. Driving north along Storrow Drive, sitting behind the wheel of the black '84 Cadillac he picked up from Butch Carrington at Cape Cod Limousine, Eddie Kasprack thinks you can feel this city's age. Perhaps you can get that feeling of age nowhere else in America but here. Boston is a sprat compared with London, an infant compared with Rome, but by American standards at least, it is old, old. It kept its place on these low hills 300 years ago when the tea and stamp taxes were unthought of, Paul Revere and Patrick Henry unborn. Its age, its silence, and the foggy smell of the sea, all these things make Eddie nervous. When Eddie's nervous, he reaches for his aspirator.
He sticks it in his mouth and triggers a cloud of revivifying spray down his throat. There are a few people in the streets he's passing, and a pedestrian or two on the walkways of the overpasses. They give lie to the impression that he has somehow wandered into a Lovecrafty tale of doomed cities, ancient evils, and monsters with unpronounceable names. Here, ganged around a bus stop with a sign reading Kenmore Square, City Center, he sees waitresses, nurses, city employees, their faces naked and puffed with sleep. That's right, Eddie thinks, now passing under a sign which reads Tobin Bridge. That's right. Stick to the buses. Forget the subways. The subways are a bad idea. I wouldn't go down there if I were you. Not down below, not in the tunnels. This is a bad thought to have. If he doesn't get rid of it, he will soon be using the aspirator again. He's glad for the heavier traffic on the Tobin Bridge. He passes a monument works. Painted on the brick side is a slightly unsettling admonishment. Slow down, we can wait. Here is a green reflectorized sign which reads, to 95, Maine, New Hampshire, all northern New England points. He looks at it and suddenly a bone-deep shudder racks his body. His hands momentarily weld themselves to the wheel of the Cadillac. He would like to believe it is the onset of some sickness, a virus, or perhaps one of his mother's phantom fevers, but he knows better. It is the city behind him, poised silently on the straight edge that runs between day and night, and what that sign promises ahead of him. He's sick all right, no doubt about that, but it's not a virus or a phantom fever. He has been poisoned by his own memories. I'm scared, Eddie thinks. That was always what was at the bottom of it. Just being scared, that was everything. But in the end, I think we turned that around somehow. We used it. But how? He can't remember. He wonders if any of the others can. For all their sakes, he certainly hopes so. A truck drones by on his left. Eddie has still got his lights on, and now he hits his brights momentarily as the truck draws safely ahead. He does this without thinking. It has become an automatic function, just part of driving for a living. The unseen driver in the truck flashes his running lights in return, quickly twice, thanking Eddie for his courtesy. If only everything could be that simple and that clear, he thinks. He follows the signs to I-95. The northbound traffic is light, although he observes that the southbound lanes into the city are starting to fill up, even at this early hour. Eddie floats the big car along, pre-guessing most of the directional signs and getting into the correct lane long before he has to. It has been years, literally years, since he has guessed wrong enough to be swept past an exit he wanted. He makes his lane choices as automatically as he flashed OK to cut back in to the trucker, as automatically as he once found his way through the tangle of paths in the Dairy Barrens. The fact that he has never before in his life driven out of downtown Boston, one of the most confusing cities in America to drive in, does not seem to matter much at all. He suddenly remembers something else about that summer, something Bill said to him one day. You've got a humpus in your head, Eddie. How that had pleased him. It pleases him again as the '84 Dorado shoots back onto the turnpike. He slides the limo's speed up to a cop-safe 57 miles an hour and finds some quiet music on the radio. He supposes he would have died for Bill back then, if that had been required. If Bill had asked him, Eddie would simply have responded, "Sure, Big Bill. You got a time in mind yet?" Eddie laughs at this. Not much of a sound, just a snort, but the sound of it startles him into a real laugh. He laughs seldom these days, and he certainly did not expect to find many chucks, Richie's word meaning chuckles, as in, "You had any good chucks today, Eds?" on this black pilgrimage. But he supposes, if God is dirty mean enough to curse the faithful with what they want most in life, he's maybe quirky enough to deal you a good chuck or two along the way. "Had any good chucks lately, Eds?" he says out loud, and laughs again. Man, he had hated it when Richie called him Eds. But he had sort of liked it, too. The way he thought Ben Hanscom got to like Richie calling him Haystack. It was something like a secret name, a secret identity, a way to be people that had nothing to do with their parents' fears, hopes, constant demands. Richie couldn't do his beloved voices for shit, But maybe he did know how important it was for creeps like them to sometimes be different people. Eddie glances at the change lined up neatly on the Dorado's dashboard. Lining up the change is another of those automatic tricks of the trade. When the toll booths come up, you never want to have to dig for your silver, never want to find that you've gotten in an automatic toll lane with the wrong change. Among the coins are 2 or 3 Susan B. Anthony silver dollars. They are coins, he reflects, that you probably only find in the pockets of chauffeurs and taxi drivers from the New York area these days, just as the only place you are apt to see a lot of $2 bills is at a racetrack payoff window. He always keeps a few on hand because the robot toll-taker baskets on the George Washington and the Triborough bridges take them. Another of those lights suddenly comes on in his head. Silver dollars. Not these fake copper sandwiches, but real silver dollars, with Lady Liberty dressed in her gauzy robe stamped upon them. Ben Hanscom's silver dollars. Yes, but wasn't it Bill or Ben or Beverly who once used one of those silver cartwheels to save their lives? He is not quite sure of this, is, in fact, not quite sure of anything. Or is it just that he doesn't want to remember? It was dark in there, he thinks suddenly. I remember that much. It was dark in there. Boston is well behind him now, and the fog is starting to burn off. Ahead is Maine, New Hampshire, all northern New England points. Derry is ahead, and there is something in Derry which should be 27 years dead and yet is somehow not. Something with as many faces as Lon Chaney. But what is it really? Didn't they see it at the end as it really was, with all its masks cast aside? He can remember so much, but not enough. He remembers that he loved Bill Denbrough. He remembers that well enough. Bill never made fun of his asthma. Bill never called him little sissy queer boy. He loved Bill like he would have loved a big brother or a father. Bill knew stuff to do, places to go, things to see. Bill was never up against it. When you ran with Bill, you ran to beat the devil and you laughed, but you hardly ever ran out of breath. And hardly ever running out of breath was great, so fucking great, Eddie would tell the world. When you ran with Big Bill, you got your chucks every day. Sure, kid, every day, he says in a Richie Tozier voice, and laughs again. It had been Bill's idea to make the dam in the Barrens, and it was, in a way, the dam that had brought them all together. Ben Hanscom had been the one to show them how the dam could be built, and they had built it so well that they'd gotten in a lot of trouble with Mr. Nell, the cop on the beat. But it had been Bill's idea, and although all of them except Richie had seen very odd things, frightening things, in Derry since the turn of the year, it had been Bill who had first found the courage to say something out loud. That dam. That damn dam. He remembered Victor Criss. Ta-ta, boys. It was a real baby dam, believe me. You're better off without it. A day later, Ben Hanscom was grinning at them, saying, We could flood. We could flood out the... 2. Whole Barrens if we wanted to. Bill and Eddie looked at Ben doubtfully, and then at the stuff Ben had brought along with him. Some boards, scrounged from Mr. McKibben's backyard, but that was okay, since Mr. McKibben had probably scavenged them from someone else's. A sledgehammer, a shovel. I don't know, Eddie said, glancing at Bill. When we tried yesterday, it didn't work very good. The current kept washing our sticks away. This'll work, Ben said. He also looked to Bill for the final decision. Well, let's give it a try, Bill said. I could call Richie Tozier this morning. He's gonna be over later, he said. Maybe him and Hanley will want to help. Stanley who? Ben asked. Uris, Eddie said. He was still looking cautiously at Bill, who seemed somehow different today. Quieter, less enthusiastic about the idea of the dam. Bill looked pale today, distant. Stanley Uris. I guess I don't know him. Does he go to Derry Elementary? He's our age, but he just finished the 4th grade, Eddie said. He started school a year late because he was sick a lot when he was a little kid. You think you took Chong yesterday. You just ought to be glad you're not Stan. Someone's always racking Stan to the dogs and back. He's whoish, Bill said. Lots of kids don't hike him because he's Jewish." "Oh, yeah?" Ben asked, impressed. "Jewish, huh?" He paused and then said carefully, "Is that like being Turkish? Or is it more like, Egyptian?" "I could guess it's more like Turkish," Bill said. He picked up one of the boards Ben had brought and looked at it. It was about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. "My dad says most Jews have big noses and lots of money, but But Stan's got a regular nose and he's always broke," Eddie said. "Yeah," Bill said, and broke into a real grin for the first time that day. Ben grinned, Eddie grinned. Bill tossed the board aside, got up, and brushed off the seat of his jeans. He walked to the edge of the stream, and the other 2 boys joined him. Bill shoved his hands in his back pockets and sighed deeply. Eddie was sure Bill was going to say something serious. He looked from Eddie to Ben and then back to Eddie again, not smiling now. Eddie was suddenly afraid. But all Bill said then was, "You got your aspirator, Eddie?" Eddie slapped his pocket. "I'm loaded for bear." "Say, how'd it work with the chocolate milk?" Ben asked. Eddie laughed. "Worked great," he said. He and Ben broke up while Bill looked at them, smiling but puzzled. Eddie explained, and Bill nodded, grinning again. "Eddie's mahum is worried that he's gonna break, and she won't be able to get a refund." Eddie snorted and made as if to push him into the stream. "Watch it, fuckface," Bill said, sounding uncannily like Henry Bowers. "I'll twist your head so far around you'll be able to watch when you wipe yourself." Ben collapsed, shrieking with laughter. Bill glanced at him, still smiling, hands still in the back pockets of his jeans, smiling. Yeah, but a little distant again, a little vague. He looked at Eddie and then cocked his head toward Ben. "Kid's soft," he said. "Yeah," Eddie agreed, but he felt somehow that they were only going through the motions of having a good time. Something was on Bill's mind. He supposed Bill would spill it when he was ready. The question was, did Eddie want to hear what it was? "Kid's mentally retarded." "Retreaded," Ben said, still giggling. "You gonna show us how to build a dam, or are you gonna hit there on your big can all today?" Ben got to his feet again. He looked first at the stream, flowing past them at moderate speed. The Kenduskeag was not terribly wide this far up in the Barrens, but it had defeated them yesterday just the same. Neither Eddie nor Bill had been able to figure out how to get a foothold on the current. But Ben was smiling, the smile of one who contemplates doing something new, something that will be fun but not very hard. Eddie thought, he knows how. I really think he does. "Okay," he said, "you guys want to take your shoes off because you're going to get your little footsies wet." The mind mother in Eddie's head spoke up at once, her voice as stern and commanding as the voice of a traffic cop. "Don't you dare do it, Eddie. Don't you dare. Wet feet, that's one way, one of the thousands of ways that colds start, and colds lead to pneumonia, so don't you do it." Bill and Ben were sitting on the bank, pulling off their sneakers and socks. Ben was fussily rolling up the legs of his jeans. Bill looked up at Eddie. His eyes were clear and warm, sympathetic. Eddie was suddenly sure Big Bill knew exactly what he had been thinking, and he was ashamed. You coming?" "Yeah, sure," Eddie said. He sat down on the bank and undressed his feet while his mother ranted inside his head, but her voice was growing steadily more distant and echoey. He was relieved to note, as if someone had stuck a heavy fishhook through the back of her blouse and was now reeling her away from him down a very long corridor. 3. It was one of those perfect summer days which, in a world where everything was on track and on the beam, you would never forget. A moderate breeze kept the worst of the mosquitoes and black flies away. The sky was a bright, crisp blue. Temperatures were in the low 70s. Birds sang and went about their birdie business in the bushes and second-growth trees. Eddie had to use his aspirator once, and then his chest lightened and his throat seemed to widen magically to the size of a freeway. He spent the rest of the morning with it stuffed forgotten into his back pocket. Ben Hanscom, who had seemed so timid and unsure the day before, became a confident general once he was fully involved in the actual construction of the dam. Every now and then he would climb the bank and stand there with his muddy hands on his hips, looking at the work in progress and muttering to himself. Sometimes he would run a hand through his hair, and by 11 o'clock it was standing up in crazy comical spikes. Eddie felt uncertainty at first, then a sense of glee, and finally an entirely new feeling, one that was at the same time weird, terrifying, and exhilarating. It was a feeling so alien to his usual state of being that he was not able to put a name to it until that night, lying in bed and looking at the ceiling and replaying the day. Power. That was what that feeling had been. Power. It was going to work, by God, and it was going to work better than he and Bill, maybe even Ben himself, had dreamed it could. He could see Bill getting involved, too, only a little at first, still mulling over whatever it was he had on his mind, and then, bit by bit, committing himself fully. Once or twice he clapped Ben on one meaty shoulder and told him he was unbelievable. Ben flushed with pleasure each time. Ben got Eddie and Bill to set one of the boards across the stream and hold it as he used the sledgehammer to seat it in the stream bed. "There, it's in. But you'll have to hold it or the current'll just pull it loose," he told Eddie. So Eddie stood in the middle of the stream holding the board while water sluiced over its top and made his hands into wavering starfish shapes. Ben and Bill located a second board 2 feet downstream of the first. Ben used the sledge again to seat it, and Bill held it while Ben began to fill up the space between the two boards with sandy earth from the stream bank. At first it only washed away around the ends of the boards in gritty clouds, and Eddie didn't think it was going to work at all. But when Ben began adding rocks and muddy gook from the stream bed, the clouds of escaping silt began to diminish. In less than 20 minutes he had created a heaped brown canal of earth and stones between the two boards in the middle of the stream. To Eddie it looked like an optical illusion. "If we had real cement instead of just mud and rocks, they'd have to move the whole city over to the old Cape side by the middle of next week," Ben said, slinging the shovel aside at last and sitting on the bank until he got his breath back. Bill and Eddie laughed, and Ben grinned at them. When he grinned, there was a ghost of the handsome man he would become in the lines of his face. Water had begun to pile up behind the upstream board now. Eddie asked what they were going to do about the water escaping around the sides. "Let it go. It doesn't matter." "It doesn't?" "Nope." "Why not?" "I can't explain exactly. You gotta let some out, though." "How do you know?" Ben shrugged. "I just do," the shrug said, and Eddie was silenced. When he was rested, Ben got a third board, the thickest of the 4 or 5 he had carried laboriously across town to the barrens, and placed it carefully against the downstream board, wedging one end firmly into the stream bed and socking the other against the board Bill had been holding, creating the strut he had put in his little drawing the day before. "Okay," he said, standing back. He grinned at them. "You guys should be able to let go now. The gook in between the two boards will take most of the water pressure. The strut will take the rest." "Won't the water wash it away?" Eddie asked. "Nope, the water is just going to push it in deeper." "And if you're wrong, we could get to kill you," Bill said. "That's cool," Ben said amiably. Bill and Eddie stepped back. The two boards that formed the basis of the dam creaked a little, tilted a little, and that was all. "Hot shit!" Eddie screamed, excited. "It's great," Bill said, grinning. "Yeah," Ben said. "Let's eat." 4. They sat on the bank and ate, not talking much, watching the water stack up behind the dam and sluice around the ends of the boards. They had already done something to the geography of the stream banks, Eddie saw. The diverted current was cutting scalloped hollows into them. As he watched, the new course of the stream undercut the bank enough on the far side to cause a small avalanche. Upstream of the dam, the water formed a roughly circular pool, and at one place it had actually overflowed the bank. Bright reflecting rills ran off into the grass and the underbrush. Eddie slowly began to realize what Ben had known from the first. The dam was already built. The gaps between the boards and the banks were sluiceways. Ben had not been able to tell Eddie this because he did not know the word. Above the boards, the Kenduskeag had taken on a swelled look. The chuckling sound of shallow water babbling its way over stones and gravel was now gone. All the stones upstream of the dam were under water. Every now and then more sod and dirt, undercut by the widening stream, would fall into the water with a splash. Downstream of the dam, the water course was nearly empty. Thin trickles ran restlessly down its center, but that was about all. Stones which had been under water for God knew how long were drying in the sun. Eddie looked at these drying stones with mild wonder, and that weird other feeling. They had done this. They. He saw a frog hopping along and thought maybe old Mr. Froggy was wondering just where the water had gone. Eddie laughed out loud. Ben was neatly stowing his empty wrappers in the lunch bag he had brought. Both Eddie and Bill had been amazed by the size of the repast Ben had laid out with businesslike efficiency. 2 PB&J sandwiches, 1 bologna sandwich, a hard-cooked egg, complete with a pinch of salt twisted up in a small piece of waxed paper, 2 fig bars, 3 large chocolate chip cookies, and a ring-ding. "What did your ma say when she saw how bad you got racked?" Eddie asked him. Ben looked up from the spreading pool of water behind the dam and belched gently against the back of his hand. "Oh, well, I knew she'd be grocery shopping yesterday afternoon, so I was able to beat her home. I took a bath and washed my hair. Then I threw away the jeans and the sweatshirt I was wearing. I don't know if she'll notice they're gone or not. Probably not the sweatshirt. I got lots of sweatshirts. But I guess I ought to buy myself a new pair of jeans before she gets nosing through my drawers." The thought of wasting his money on such a non-essential item cast momentary gloom across Ben's face. "Well, what about the way you were bruised up?" "I told her I was so excited to be out of school that I ran out the door and fell down the steps," Ben said, and looked both amazed and a little hurt when Eddie and Bill began laughing. Bill, who had been chowing up a piece of his mother's devil's food cake, blew out a brown jet of crumbs and then had a coughing fit. Eddie, still howling, clapped him on the back. "Well, I almost did fall down the steps," Ben said. "Only it was because Victor Crisp pushed me, not because I was running." "I'd be as hot as tamale in a het shirt like that," Bill said, finishing the last bite of his cake. Ben hesitated. For a moment it seemed he would say nothing. "It's better when you're fat," he said finally. "Sweatshirts, I mean." "Because of your gut?" Eddie asked. Bill snorted. "Because of your tit. Yeah, my tits. So what?" "Yeah," Bill said mildly. So what?" There was a moment of awkward silence, and then Eddie said, "Look how dark the water's getting when it goes around that side of the dam." "Oh, cripes!" Ben shot to his feet. "Current's pulling out the fill. Geez, I wish we had cement." The damage was quickly repaired, but even Eddie could see what would happen without someone there to almost constantly shovel in fresh fill. Erosion would eventually cause the upstream board to collapse against the downstream board, and then everything would fall over. "We can shore up the sides," Ben said. "That won't stop the erosion, but it'll slow it down." "If we use sand and mud, won't it just go on washing away?" Eddie asked. "We'll use chunks of sod." Bill nodded, smiled, and made an O with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. "Let's go. I'll dig 'em, and you should show me where to put 'em in, Big Ben." From behind them a stridently cheery voice called, "My God! Someone put the Y-pool down in the Barrens, belly button, lint, and all." Eddie turned, noticing the way Ben tightened up at the sound of a strange voice, the way his lips thinned. Standing above them and a ways upstream, on the path Ben had crossed the day before, were Richie Tozier and Stanley Uris. Richie came bopping down to the stream, glanced at Ben with some interest, and then pinched Eddie's cheek. "Don't do that. I hate it when you do that, Richie." "Ah, you love it, Eds," Richie said, and beamed at him. "So what do you say? You having any good chucks, or what?" 5. The 5 of them knocked off around 4 o'clock. They sat much higher on the bank. The place where Bill, Ben, and Eddie had eaten lunch was now under water, and stared down at their handiwork. Even Ben found it a little difficult to believe. He felt a sense of tired accomplishment which was mixed with uneasy fright. He found himself thinking of Fantasia and how Mickey Mouse had known enough to get the broom started, but not enough to make them stop. "Fucking incredible," Richie Tozier said softly, and pushed his glasses up on his nose. Eddie glanced over at him, but Richie was not doing one of his numbers now. His face was thoughtful, almost solemn. On the far side of the stream, where the land first rose and then tilted shallowly downhill, they had created a new piece of bogland. Bracken and holly bushes stood in a foot of water. Even as they sat here, they could see the bog sending out fresh pseudopods, spreading steadily westward. Behind the dam, the Kenduskeag, shallow and harmless just this morning, had become a still swollen band of water. By 2 o'clock, the widening pool behind the dam had taken so much embankment that the spillways had grown almost to the size of rivers themselves. Everyone but Ben had gone on an emergency expedition to the dump in search of more materials. Ben stuck around, methodically sodding up leaks. The scavengers had returned not only with boards, but with 4 bald tires, the rusty door of a 1949 Hudson Hornet, and a big piece of corrugated steel siding. Under Ben's leadership, they had built 2 wings on the original dam, blocking off the water's escape around the sides again, and, with the wings raked back at an angle against the current, the dam worked even better than before.
"Stop that sucker cold," Richie said. "You're a genius, man."
Ben smiled.
"It's not so much." "I got some Winstons," Richie said. "Who wants one?"
He produced the crumpled red and white pack from his pants pocket and passed it around. Eddie, thinking of the hell a cigarette would raise with his asthma, refused. Stan also refused. Bill took one, and after a moment's thought, Ben took one too. Richie produced a book of matches with the words Roytan on the outside, and lit first Ben's cigarette, then Bill's. He was about to light his own when Bill blew out the match. "Thanks a lot, Denbro, you wet," Richie said. Bill smiled apologetically. "The 3 on a hatch," he said. "But bad luck." "Bad luck for your folks when you were born," Richie said, and lit his cigarette with another match. He lay down and crossed his arms beneath his head. The cigarette jutted upward between his teeth. "Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should." He turned his head slightly and winked at Eddie. "Ain't that right, Eds?" Ben, Eddie saw, was looking at Richie with a mixture of awe and wariness. Eddie could understand that. He had known Richie Tozier for 4 years, and he still didn't really understand what Richie was about. He knew that Richie got A's and B's in his schoolwork, but he also knew that Richie regularly got C's and D's in deportment. His father really racked him about it, and his mother just about cried every time Richie brought home those poor conduct grades, and Richie would swear to do better, and maybe he even would, for a quarter or 2. The trouble with Richie was that he couldn't keep still for more than a minute at a time, and he couldn't keep his mouth shut at all. Down here in the Barrens, that didn't get him in much trouble, but the Barrens weren't Never Never Land, and they couldn't be the Wild Boys for more than a few hours at a stretch. The idea of a wild boy with an aspirator in his back pocket made Eddie smile. The trouble with the Barrens was that you always had to leave. Out there in the wider world, Richie's bullshit was always getting him in trouble. With adults, which was bad, and with guys like Henry Bowers, which was even worse. His entrance earlier today was a perfect example. Ben Hanscom had no more than started to say hi when Richie had fallen on his knees at Ben's feet. He then began a series of gigantic salams, his arms outstretched, his hands thwopping against the muddy bank every time he bowed again. At the same time, he had begun to speak in one of his voices. Richie had about a dozen different voices. His ambition, he had told Eddie one rainy afternoon when they were in the little raftered room over the Casbrack garage reading Little Lulu comic books, was to become the world's greatest ventriloquist. He was going to be even greater than Edgar Bergen, he said, and he would be on the Ed Sullivan Show every week. Eddie admired this ambition, but foresaw problems with it. First of all, Richie's voices sounded pretty much like Richie Tozier. This was not to say Richie could not be very funny from time to time. He could be. When referring to verbal zingers and loud farts, Richie's terminology was the same. He called it getting off a good one. And he got off good ones of both types frequently. Usually in inappropriate company, however. Second, when Richie did ventriloquism, his lips moved. Not just a little on the P and B sounds, but a lot. And on all the sounds. Third, when Richie said he was going to throw his voice, it usually didn't go very far. Most of his friends were too kind, or too bemused with Richie's sometimes enchanting, often exhausting charm, to mention these little failings to him. Salaaming frantically in front of the startled and embarrassed Ben Hanscom, Richie was speaking in what he called his Nigger Jim voice.
"Lawks-a-mussy, it's be Haystack Calhoun," Richie screamed. "Don't fall on me, Mr. Haystack, sah. You's gwineter cream me if you do. Lawks-a-mussy, lawks-a-mussy. 300 pounds of swangin' meat, 88 inches from tit to tit. Haystack be smellin' just like a loader panther shit. I's gwineter lead yer inter de rang, Mr. Haystack, sah. I sure enough gwineter lead yer. Just don't you be fallin' on dis yer black boy."
"Don't worry," Bill said. "It's just Richie. He's crazy." Richie bounced to his feet. "I heard that, then, bro. You better leave me alone, or I'll sick Haystack here on you." "The best part of you ran down your father's leg," Bill said. "True," Richie said, "but look how much good stuff was left. How you doing, Haystack? Richie Tozier is my name. Doing voices is my game." He popped his hand out. Thoroughly confused, Ben reached for it. Richie pulled his hand back. Ben blinked. Relenting, Richie shook. "My name's Ben Hanscom, in case you're interested," Ben said. "Seen you around school," Richie said. He swept a hand at the spreading pool of water. "This must have been your idea. These wet ends couldn't light a firecracker with the flamethrower." "Speak for yourself, Richie," Eddie said. "Oh, you mean it was your idea, Eds? Jesus, I'm sorry." He fell down in front of Eddie and began salaaming wildly again. "Get up, stop it. You're splattering mud on me," Eddie cried. Richie jumped to his feet a second time and pinched Eddie's cheek. "Cute, cute, cute," Richie exclaimed. "Stop it. I hate that." "Fess up, Eds. Who built the dam?" Ben showed us," Bill said. "Good deal." Richie turned and discovered Stanley Uris standing behind him, hands in his pockets, watching quietly as Richie put on his show. "This here's Stan the Man Uris," Richie told Ben. "Stan's a Jew. Also, he killed Christ. At least that's what Victor Chris told me one day. I've been after Stan ever since. I figure if he's that old, he ought to be able to buy us some beer, right, Stan?" "I think that must have been my father," Stan said in a low, pleasant voice, and that broke them all up, Ben included. Eddie laughed until he was wheezing and tears were running down his face. "A good one," Richie cried, striding around with his arms thrown up over his head like a football referee signaling that the extra point was good. "Stan the Man gets off a good one. Great moments in history. Yowza, yowza, yowza." "Hi," Stan said to Ben, seeming to take no notice of Richie at all. "Hello," Ben replied. "We were in the same class in 2nd grade. You were the kid who—" "Never said anything," Stan finished, smiling a little. "Right." "Stan wouldn't say shit if he had a mouthful," Richie said, "which he frequently does. Yowza, yowza, yow." Shut up, Richie," Bill said. "Okay, but first I have to tell you one more thing. Much as I hate to, I think you're losing your dam. Valley's gonna flood, partners. Let's get the women and children out first." And without bothering to roll up his pants, or even to remove his sneakers, Richie jumped into the water and began to slam sods into place on the near side wing of the dam, where the persistent current was pulling fill out in muddy streamers again. A piece of Red Cross adhesive tape was wrapped around one of the bows of his glasses, and the loose end flapped against his cheekbone as he worked. Bill caught Eddie's eye, smiled a little, and shrugged. It was just Richie. He could drive you bug shit, but it was still sort of nice to have him around. They worked on the dam for the next hour or so. Richie took Ben's commands, which had become rather tentative again, with 2 more kids to general, with perfect willingness, and fulfilled them at a manic pace. When each mission was completed, he reported back to Ben for further orders, executing a backhand British salute and snapping the soggy heels of his sneakers together. Every now and then he would begin to harangue the others in one of his voices. The German commandant, Toodles the English butler, the Southern senator, who sounded quite a bit like Foghorn Leghorn, and who would, in the fullness of time, evolve into a character named Buford Kissdrivel, the movie-tone newsreel narrator. The work did not just go forward, it sprinted forward. And now, shortly before 5 o'clock, as they sat resting on the bank, it seemed that what Richie had said was true. They had stopped the sucker cold. The car door, the piece of corrugated steel, and the old tires had become the second stage of the dam, and it was backstopped by a huge sloping hill of earth and stones. Bill, Ben, and Richie smoked. Stan was lying on his back. A stranger might have thought he was just looking at the sky, but Eddie knew better. Stan was looking into the trees on the other side of the stream, keeping an eye out for a bird or two he could write up in his bird notebook that night. Eddie himself just sat cross-legged, feeling pleasantly tired and rather mellow. At that moment the others seemed to him like the greatest bunch of guys to chum with a fellow could ever hope to have. They felt right together. They fitted neatly against each other's edges. He couldn't explain it to himself any better than that, and since it didn't really seem to need any explaining, he decided he ought to just let it be. He looked over at Ben, who was holding his half-smoked cigarette clumsily and spitting frequently, as if he didn't like the taste of it much. As Eddie watched, Ben stubbed it out and covered the long butt with dirt. Ben looked up, saw Eddie watching him, and looked away, embarrassed. Eddie glanced at Bill and saw something on Bill's face that he didn't like. Bill was looking across the water and into the trees and bushes on the far side, his eyes gray and thoughtful. That brooding expression was back on his face. Eddie thought Bill looked almost haunted. As if reading his thought, Bill looked around at him. Eddie smiled, but Bill didn't smile back. He put his cigarette out and looked around at the others. Even Richie had withdrawn into the silence of his own thoughts, an event which occurred about as seldom as a lunar eclipse. Eddie knew that Bill rarely said anything important unless it was perfectly quiet, because it was so hard for him to speak. And he suddenly wished he had something to say, or that Richie would start in with one of his voices. He was suddenly sure Bill was going to open his mouth and say something terrible, something which would change everything. Eddie reached automatically for his aspirator, pulled it out of his back pocket, and held it in his hand. He did this without even thinking about it. "Can I tell you guys something?" Bill asked. They all looked at him. "Crack a joke, Richie," Eddie thought. "Crack a joke. Say something really outrageous. Embarrass him. I don't care. Just shut him up. Whatever it is, I don't want to hear it. I don't want things to change. I don't want to be scared." In his mind, a tenebrous, croaking voice whispered, "I'll do it for a dime." Eddie shuddered and tried to unthink that voice, and the sudden image it called up in his mind. The house on Neibolt Street, its front yard overgrown with weeds, gigantic sunflowers nodding in the untended garden off to one side. "Sure, Big Bill," Richie said. "What's up?" Bill opened his mouth, more anxiety on Eddie's part, closed it, blessed relief for Eddie, and then opened it again, renewed anxiety. "If you guys laugh, I'll never hang around with you again," Bill said. "It's crazy, but I swear I'm not making it up. It really happened." "We won't laugh," Ben said. He looked around at the others. "Will we?" Stan shook his head. So did Richie. Eddie wanted to say, "Yes, we will too, Billy. We'll laugh our heads off and say you're really stupid. So why don't you shut up right now?" But of course he could not say any such thing. This was, after all, Big Bill. He shook his head miserably. No, he wouldn't laugh. He had never felt less like laughing in his life. They sat there above the dam Ben had showed them how to make, looking from Bill's face to the expanding pool and the likewise expanding bog beyond it, and then back to Bill's face again, listening silently as he told them about what had happened when he opened George's photograph album. How Georgie's school photograph had turned its head and winked at him. How the book had bled when he threw it across the room. It was a long, painful recital, and by the time he finished, Bill was red-faced and sweating. Eddie had never heard him stutter so badly. At last, though, the tale was told. Bill looked around at them, both defiant and afraid. Eddie saw an identical expression on the faces of Ben, Richie, and Stan. It was solemn, awed fear. It was not in the slightest tinctured by disbelief. An urge came to him then, an urge to spring to his feet and shout, "What a crazy story! You don't believe that crazy story, do you? And even if you do, you don't believe we believe it, do you? School pictures can't wink. Books can't bleed. You're out of your mind, Big Bill." But he couldn't very well do so, because that expression of solemn fear was also on his own face. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it.
"Come back here, kid," the hoarse voice whispered. "I'll blow you for free. Come back here."
"No," Eddie moaned at it. "Please go away. I don't want to think about that."
"Come back here, kid."
And now Eddie saw something else. Not on Richie's face, at least he didn't think so, but on Stan's and Ben's for sure. He knew what that something else was. Knew because that expression was on his own face, too. Recognition.
I'll blow you for free.
The house at 29 Neibolt Street was just outside the dairy train yards. It was old and boarded up, its porch gradually sinking back into the ground, its lawn an overgrown field. An old trike, rusting and overturned, hid in that long grass, one wheel sticking up at an angle. But on the left side of the porch there was a huge bald patch in the lawn, and you could see dirty cellar windows set into the house's crumbling brick foundation. It was in one of those windows that Eddie Kasprack first saw the face of the leper 6 weeks ago. 6. On Saturdays, when Eddie could find no one to play with, he often went down to the train yards. No real reason, he just liked to go out there. He would ride his bike out Witcham Street and then cut to the northwest along Route 2 where it crossed Witcham. The Neibolt Street Church School stood on the corner of Route 2 and Neibolt Street a mile or so farther on. It was a shabby, neat, wood-frame building with a large cross on top and the words, "Suffer the little children to come unto me," written over the front door in gilt letters 2 feet high. Sometimes, on Saturdays, Eddie heard music and singing coming from inside. It was gospel music, but whoever was playing the piano sounded more like Jerry Lee Lewis than a regular church piano player. The singing didn't sound very religious to Eddie either, although there was lots of stuff in it about beautiful Zion and being washed in the blood of the Lamb and what a friend we have in Jesus. The people singing seemed to be having much too good a time for it to really be sacred singing, in Eddie's opinion. But he liked the sound of it all the same, the way he liked to hear Jerry Lee hollering out, "Whole lot of shaking going on." Sometimes he would stop for a while across the street, leaning his bike against a tree and pretending to read on the grass, actually jiving along to the music. Other Saturdays the church school would be shut up and silent, and he would ride out to the train yard without stopping, out to where Neibolt Street ended in a parking lot with weeds growing up through the cracks in the asphalt. There he would lean his bike against the wooden fence and watch the trains go by. There were a lot of them on Saturdays.
His mother told him that in the old days you could catch a GS and WM passenger train at what was then Neibolt Street Station, but the passenger trains had stopped running around the time the Korean War was starting up. If you got on the northbound train, you went to Brownsville Station, she said, and from Brownsville you could catch a train that would take you all the way across Canada if you wanted, all the way to the Pacific. The southbound train would take you to Portland and then on down to Boston, and from South Station the country was yours. But the passenger trains have gone the way of the trolley lines now, I guess. No one wants to ride a train when they can just jump in a Ford and go. You may never even ride one. But great long freights still came through Derry. They headed south, loaded down with pulpwood, paper, and potatoes, and north with manufactured goods for those towns of what Maine people sometimes called the Big Northern: Bangor, Millinocket, Machias, Presque Isle, Holton. Eddie particularly liked to watch the northbound car carriers with their loads of gleaming Fords and Chevys. "I'll have me a car like one of those someday," he promised himself. "Like one of those or even better. Maybe even a Cadillac." There were 6 tracks in all, swooping into the station like strands of cobweb tending toward the center. Bangor and Great Northern lines from the north, the Great Southern and Western Maine from the west, the Boston and Maine from the south, and Southern Seacoast from the east. One day, 2 years before, when Eddie had been standing near the latter line and watching a train go through, a drunken trainman had thrown a crate out of a slow-moving boxcar at him. Eddie ducked and flinched backward, although the crate landed in the cinders 10 feet away. There were things inside it, live things that clicked and moved. "Last run, boy," the drunken trainman had shouted. He pulled a flat brown bottle from one of the pockets of his denim jacket, tipped it up, drank, then flipped it into the cinders, where it smashed. The trainman pointed at the crate. "Take him home to your mum. Compliments of the Southern fucking Seacoast Bound for Welfare line." He had reeled forward to shout these last words as the train pulled away, gathering speed now, and for one alarming moment Eddie thought he was going to tumble right out. When the train was gone, Eddie went to the box and bent cautiously over it. He was afraid to get too close. The things inside were slithery and crawly. If the trainman had yelled that they were for him, Eddie would have left them right there. But he had said, "Take him home to your mom," and, like Ben, when someone said Mom, Eddie jumped. He scrounged a hank of rope from one of the empty Quonset warehouses and tied the crate onto the package carrier of his bike. His mother had peered inside the crate even more warily than Eddie himself, and then she screamed, but with delight rather than terror.
There were 4 lobsters in the crate, big 2-pounders with their claws pegged. She cooked them for supper and had been extremely grumpy with Eddie when he wouldn't eat any. "What do you think the Rockefellers are eating this evening at their place in Bar Harbor?" she asked indignantly. "What do you think the swells are eating at 21 and Sardi's in New York City? Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches?" "They're eating lobster, Eddie, same as we are. Now come on, give it a try." But Eddie wouldn't. At least that was what his mother said. Maybe it was true, but inside it felt more to Eddie like couldn't than wouldn't. He kept thinking of the way they had slithered inside the crate and the clicking sounds their claws had made. She kept telling him how delicious they were and what a treat he was missing until he started to gasp for breath and had to use his aspirator. Then she left him alone. Eddie retreated to his bedroom and read. His mother called up her friend Eleanor Dunton. Eleanor came over and the two of them read old copies of Photoplay and Screen Secrets and giggled over the gossip columns and gorged themselves on cold lobster salad. When Eddie got up for school the next morning, his mother was still in bed, snoring away and letting frequent farts that sounded like long, mellow cornet notes. She was getting off some good ones, Richie would have said. There was nothing left in the bowl where the lobster salad had been except a few tiny blots of mayonnaise. That was the last Southern Seacoast train Eddie ever saw. And when he later saw Mr. Braddock, the dairy trainmaster, he asked him hesitantly what had happened. "Company went broke," Mr. Braddock said. "That's all there was to it. Don't you read the papers? It's happening all over the damn country. Now get out of here. This ain't no place for a kid." After that, Eddie would sometimes walk along Track 4, which had been the Southern Seacoast track, and listen as a mental conductor chanted names inside his head, reading them off in a lovely down-east monotone. Those names, those magic names. Camden, Rockland, Bar Harbor, pronounced Bahaba, Wiscasset, Bath, Portland, Ogunquit, the Berwicks. He would walk down Track 4 heading east until he got tired, and the weeds growing up between the cross ties made him feel sad. Once he had looked up and seen seagulls, probably just fat old dump gulls who didn't give a shit if they ever saw the ocean, but that had not occurred to him then. Wheeling and crying overhead, and the sound of their voices had made him cry a little too. There had once been a gate at the entrance to the train yards, but it had blown over in a windstorm and no one had bothered to replace it. Eddie came and went pretty much as he liked, although Mr. Braddock would kick him out if he saw him, or any other kid for that matter. There were truck drivers who would chase you sometimes, but not very far, because they thought you were hanging around just so you could hawk something, and sometimes kids did. Mostly, though, the place was quiet. There was a guard booth, but it was empty, its glass windows broken by stones. There had been no full-time security service since 1950 or so. Mr. Braddock shooed the kids away by day, and a night watchman drove through 4 or 5 times a night in an old Studebaker with a searchlight mounted outside the vent window, and that was all. There were tramps and hobos sometimes, though. If anything about the train yard scared Eddie, they did. Men with unshaven cheeks and cracked skin and blisters on their hands and cold sores on their lips. They rode the rails for a while and then climbed down for a while and spent some time in Derry, and then got on another train and went somewhere else. Sometimes they had missing fingers. Usually they were drunk and wanted to know if you had a cigarette. One of these fellows had crawled out from under the porch of the house at 29 Neibolt Street one day and had offered to give Eddie a blowjob for a quarter. Eddie had backed away, his skin like ice, his mouth as dry as lint balls. One of the hobo's nostrils had been eaten away. You could look right into the red scabby channel. "I don't have a quarter," Eddie said, backing toward his bike. "I'll do it for a dime," the hobo croaked, coming toward him. He was wearing old green flannel pants. Yellow puke was stiffening across the lap. He unzipped his fly and reached inside. He was trying to grin. His nose was a red horror. I don't have a dime either," Eddie said, and suddenly thought, "Oh my God, he's got leprosy. If he touches me, I'll catch it too." His control snapped and he ran. He heard the hobo break into a shuffling run behind him, his old string-tied shoes slapping and flapping across the riotous lawn of the empty salt box house. "Come back here, kid. I'll blow you for free. Come back here." Eddie had leaped on his bike, wheezing now, feeling his throat closing up to a pinhole. His chest had taken on weight. He hit the pedals and was just picking up speed when one of the hobo's hands struck the package carrier. The bike shimmied. Eddie looked over his shoulder and saw the hobo running along behind the rear wheel, gaining. his lips drawn back from the black stumps of his teeth in an expression which might have been either desperation or fury. In spite of the stones lying on his chest, Eddie had pedaled even faster, expecting that one of the hobo's scab-crusted hands would close over his arm at any moment, pulling him from his Raleigh and dumping him in the ditch where God knew what would happen to him. He hadn't dared look around until he had flashed past the church school and through the Route 2 intersection. The bow was gone. Eddie held this terrible story inside him for almost a week, and then confided it to Richie Tozier and Bill Denbrough one day when they were reading comics over the garage. "He didn't have leprosy, you dummy," Richie said. "He had the scythe." Eddie looked at Bill to see if Richie was ribbing him. He had never heard of a disease called the scythe before. It sounded like something Richie might have made up. "Is there such a thing as the scythe, Bill?" Bill nodded gravely. "Only it's the scythe, not the sift. It's short for syphilis." "What's that?" "It's a disease you get from fucking," Richie said. "You know about fucking, don't you, Eds?" "Sure," Eddie said. He hoped he wasn't blushing. He knew that when you got older, stuff came out of your penis when it was hard. Vincent Boogers Taliendo had filled him in on the rest one day at school. What you did when you fucked, according to Boogers, was you rubbed your cock against a girl's stomach until it got hard. Your cock, not the girl's stomach. Then you rubbed some more until you started to get the feeling. When Eddie asked what that meant, Boogers had only shaken his head in a mysterious way. Boogers said that you couldn't describe it, but you'd know it as soon as you got it. He said you could practice by lying in the bathtub and rubbing your cock with ivory soap. Eddie had tried this, but the only feeling he got was the need to urinate after a while. Anyway, Boogers went on, after you got the feeling, this stuff came out of your penis. Most kids called it cum, Boogers said, but his big brother had told him that the really scientific word for it was jism. And when you got the feeling, you had to grab your cock and aim it real fast so you could shoot the jism into the girl's belly button as soon as it came out. It went down into her stomach and made a baby there. "Do girls like that?" Eddie had asked Boogers Taliendo. He himself was sort of appalled. "I guess they must," Boogers had replied, looking mystified himself. "Now listen up, Eds," Richie said, "because there may be questions later. Some women have got this disease, some men, too, but mostly it's women. A guy can get it from a woman." "Or another guy if they're queer," Bill added. "Right. The important thing is you get the scythe from screwing someone who's already got it." "What does it do?" Eddie asked. "Makes you rot," Richie said simply. Eddie stared at him, horrified. "It's bad, I know, but it's true," Richie said. "Your nose is the first thing to go. Some guys with the scythe, their noses fall right off. Then their cocks." "Please," Bill said. "I just ate." "Hey, man, this is science," Richie said. "So what's the difference between leprosy and the scythe?" Eddie asked. "You don't get leprosy from fucking," Richie said promptly, and then went off into a gale of laughter that left both Bill and Eddie mystified. 7. Following that day, the house at 29 Neibolt Street had taken on a kind of glow in Eddie's imagination. Looking at its weedy yard and its slumped porch and the boards nailed across its windows, he would feel an unhealthy fascination take hold of him. And 6 weeks ago he had parked his bike on the gravelly verge of the street, the sidewalk ended 4 houses farther back, and walked across the lawn toward the porch of that house. His heart had been beating hard in his chest, and his mouth had that dry taste again. Listening to Bill's story of the dreadful picture, he knew that what he had felt when approaching that house was about the same as what Bill had felt going into George's room. He did not feel as if he was in control of himself. He felt pushed. It did not seem as if his feet were moving. Instead, the house itself, brooding and silent, seemed to draw closer to where he stood. Faintly, he could hear a diesel engine in the train yard. That and the liquid metallic slam of couplings being made. They were shunting some cars onto sidings, picking up others, making a train. His hand gripped his aspirator, but oddly his asthma had not closed down as it had on the day he fled from the hobo with the rotted nose. There was only that sense of standing still and watching the house slide stealthily toward him, as if on a hidden track. Eddie looked under the porch. There was no one there. It was not really surprising. This was spring, and the hobo showed up most frequently in Derry from late September to early November. During those 6 weeks or so, a man could pick up day work on one of the outlying farms if he looked even half decent. There were potatoes and apples to pick, snow fence to string, barn and shed roofs which needed to be patched before December came along, whistling up winter. No hobos under the porch, but plenty of sign that they had been there. Empty beer cans, empty beer bottles, empty liquor bottles. A dirt-crusted blanket lay against the brick foundation like a dead dog. There were drifts of crumpled newspapers and one old shoe and a smell like garbage. There were thick layers of old leaves under there. Not wanting to do it, but unable to help himself, Eddie had crawled under the porch. He could feel his heartbeat slamming in his head now, driving white spots of light across his field of vision. The smell was worse underneath, booze and sweat and the dark brown perfume of decaying leaves. The old leaves didn't even crackle under his hands and knees. They and the old newspapers only sighed. "I'm a hobo," Eddie thought incoherently. "I'm a hobo, and I ride the rods. That's what I do. Ain't got no money, ain't got no home, but I got me a bottle and $1 and a place to sleep. I'll pick apples this week and potatoes the week after that, and when the frost locks up the ground like money inside a bank vault, why, I'll hop a GS&WM box that smells of sugar beets, and I'll sit in the corner and pull some hay over me if there is some, and I'll drink me a little drink and chew me a little chew, and sooner or later I'll get to Portland or Beantown, and if I don't get busted by a railroad security dick, I'll hop one of those Bama Star boxes and head down south, and when I get there, I'll pick lemons or limes or oranges. And if I get vagged, I'll build roads for tourists to ride on. Hell, I done it before, ain't I? I'm just a lonesome old hobo. Ain't got no money, ain't got no home, but I got me one thing. I got me a disease that's eating me up. My skin's cracking open, my teeth are falling out, and you know what? I can feel myself turning bad like an apple that's going soft. I can feel it happening, eating from the inside to the out, eating me." Eddie pulled the stiffening blanket aside, tweezing at it with his thumb and forefinger, grimacing at its matted feel. One of those low-cellar windows was directly behind it, one pane broken, the other opaque with dirt. He leaned forward, now feeling almost hypnotized. He leaned closer to the window, closer to the cellar darkness, breathing in that smell of age and must and dry rot, closer and closer to the black, and surely the leper would have caught him if his asthma hadn't picked that exact moment to kick up. It cramped his lungs with a weight that was painless yet frightening. His breath at once took on the familiar hateful whistling sound. He drew back, and that was when the face appeared. Its coming was so sudden, so startling, and yet at the same time so expected, that Eddie could not have screamed even if he hadn't been having an asthma attack. His eyes bulged, his mouth creaked open. It was not the hobo with the flayed nose, but there were resemblances, terrible resemblances. And yet, this thing could not be human. Nothing could be so eaten up and remain alive. The skin of its forehead was split open. White bone, coated with a membrane of yellow mucousy stuff, peered through like the lens of a bleary searchlight. The nose was a bridge of raw gristle above two red flaring channels. One eye was a gleeful blue. The other socket was filled with a mass of spongy brown-black tissue. The leper's lower lip sagged like liver. It had no upper lip at all. Its teeth poked out in a sneering ring. It shot one hand out through the broken pane. It shot the other through the dirty glass to the left, shattering it to fragments. Its questing, clutching hands crawled with sores. Beetles crawled and lumbered busily to and fro. Mewling, gasping, Eddie hunched his way backward. He could hardly breathe. His heart was a runaway engine in his chest. The leper appeared to be wearing the ragged remains of some strange silvery suit. Things were crawling in the straggles of its brown hair.
"How about a blowjob, Eddie?"
The apparition croaked, grinning with its remains of a mouth.
It lilted, "Bobby does it for a dime. He will do it any time. 15 cents for overtime."
It winked.
"That's me, Eddie, Bob Gray. And now that we've been properly introduced—"
One of its hands splatted against Eddie's right shoulder. Eddie screamed thinly.
"That's all right,"
the leper said, and Eddie saw with dreamlike terror that it was crawling out of the window. The bony shield behind its peeling forehead snapped the thin wooden strip between the two panes. Its hands clawed through the leafy, mulchy earth. The silver shoulders of its suit, costume, whatever it was, began to push through the gap. That one glaring blue eye never left Eddie's face.
"Here I come, Eddie. That's all right," it croaked. "You'll like it down here with us. Some of your friends are down here."
Its hand reached out again, and in some corner of his panic-maddened, screaming mind, Eddie was suddenly, coldly sure that if that thing touched his bare skin, he would begin to rot, too. The thought broke his paralysis. He skittered backward on his hands and knees, then turned and lunged for the far end of the porch. Sunlight, falling in narrow, dusty beams through the cracks between the porch boards, striped his face from moment to moment. His head pushed through the dusty cobwebs that settled in his hair. He looked back over his shoulder and saw that the leper was halfway out.
"It won't do you any good to run, Eddie,"
it called. Eddie had reached the far end of the porch. There was a lattice-work skirt here. The sun shone through it, printing diamonds of light on his cheeks and forehead. He lowered his head and slammed into it with no hesitation at all, tearing the entire skirt free with a scream of rusted halfpenny nails. There was a tangle of rose bushes beyond, and Eddie tore through these, stumbling to his feet as he did so, not feeling the thorns that scrawled shallow cuts along his arms and cheeks and neck. He turned and backed away on buckling legs, pulling his aspirator out of his pocket, triggering it. Surely it hadn't really happened. He had been thinking about that hobo, and his mind had just put on a show. Shown him a movie, a horror movie, like one of those Saturday matinee pictures with Frankenstein and Wolfman that they had sometimes at the Bijou or the Gem or the Aladdin. Sure, that was all. He had scared himself. What an asshole. There was even time to utter a shaky laugh at the unsuspected vividness of his imagination before the rotting hand shot out from under the porch, clawing at the rose bushes with mindless ferocity, pulling at them, stripping them, printing beads of blood on them. Eddie shrieked. The leper was crawling out. It was wearing a clown suit, he saw, a clown suit with big orange buttons down the front. It saw Eddie and grinned. Its half-mouth dropped open and its tongue lolled out. Eddie shrieked again, but no one could have heard one boy's breathless shriek under the pounding of the diesel engine in the train yard. The leper's tongue had not just dropped from its mouth. It was at least 3 feet long and had unrolled like a party favor. It came to an arrow point which dragged in the dirt. Foam, thick, sticky, and yellowish, coursed along it. Bugs crawled over it. The rose bushes, which had been showing the first touches of spring green when Eddie broke through them, now turned a dead and lacy black.
"Blow job,"
the leper whispered and tottered to its feet. Eddie raced for his bike. It was the same race as before, only it now had the quality of a nightmare, where you can only move with the most agonizing slowness no matter how hard you try to go fast. And in those dreams, didn't you always hear or feel something, some it, gaining on you? Didn't you always smell its stinking breath, as Eddie was smelling it now? For a moment he felt a wild hope. Perhaps this really was a nightmare. Perhaps he would awake in his own bed, bathed in sweat, shaking, maybe even crying, but alive, safe. Then he pushed the thought away. Its charm was deadly, its comfort fatal. He did not try to mount his bike immediately. He ran with it instead, head down, pushing the handlebars. He felt as if he was drowning, not in water, but inside his own chest.
"Blow job,"
the leper whispered again.
"Come back any time, Eddie. Bring your friends."
Its rotting fingers seemed to touch the back of his neck, but perhaps that was only a dangling strand of cobweb from under the porch, caught in his hair and brushing away his shrinking flesh. Eddie leaped onto his bike and pedaled away, not caring that his throat had closed up tight as Tilly again, not giving 2 sucks for his asthma, not looking back. He didn't look back until he was almost home. And, of course, there was nothing behind him when he finally did but 2 kids headed over to the park to play ball. That night, lying straight as a poker in bed, one hand folded tightly around his aspirator, looking into the shadows, he heard the leper whisper,
"It won't do you any good to run, Eddie."
8. "Wow," Richie said respectfully. It was the first thing any of them had said since Bill Denbrough finished his story. "Have you got another higarette, Richie?" Richie gave him the last one in the pack he had hawked, almost empty, from his dad's desk drawer. He even lit it for Bill. "You didn't dream it, Bill?" Stan asked suddenly. Bill shook his head. "No, the dream." "Real," Eddie said in a low voice. Bill looked at him sharply. What? "Real,"
I said. Eddie looked at him almost resentfully. It really happened. It was real. And before he could stop himself, before he even knew he was going to do it, Eddie found himself telling the story of the leper that had come crawling out of the basement at 29 Neibolt Street. Halfway through the telling, he began to gasp and had to use his aspirator. At the end, he burst into shrill tears, his thin body shaking. They all looked at him uncomfortably, and then Stan put a hand on his back. Bill gave him an awkward hug while the others glanced away, embarrassed. "That's all right, Eddie. It's okay." "I saw it too," Ben Hanscom said suddenly. His voice was flat and harsh and scared. Eddie looked up, his face still naked with tears, his eyes red and raw-looking. "What?" "I saw the clown," Ben said. "Only he wasn't like you said, at least not when I saw him. He wasn't all gushy. He was dry." He paused, ducked his head, and looked at his hands, which lay palely on his elephantine thighs. "I think he was the mummy." "Like in the movies?" Eddie asked. "Like that, but not like that," Ben said slowly. "In the movies he looks fake. It's scary, but you can tell it's a put-up job, you know? All those bandages, they look too neat or something. But this guy, he looked the way a real mummy would look, I think. If you actually found one in a room under a pyramid, I mean. Except for the suit. What sahut?" Ben looked at Eddie. "A silver suit with big orange buttons down the front." Eddie's mouth dropped open. He shut it and said, "If you're kidding, say so. I still dream about that guy under the porch." "It's not a joke," Ben said, and began to tell the story. He told it slowly, beginning with his volunteering to help Mrs. Douglas count and store books, and ending with his own bad dreams. He spoke slowly, not looking at the others. He spoke as if deeply ashamed of his own behavior. He didn't raise his head again until the story was over. "You must have dreamed it," Richie said finally. He saw Ben wince and hurried on. "Now, don't take it personal, Big Ben, but you got to see that balloons can't, float against the wind." "Pictures can't wink either," Ben said. Richie looked from Ben to Bill, troubled. Accusing Ben of dreaming awake was one thing. Accusing Bill was something else. Bill was their leader, the guy they all looked up to. No one said so out loud. No one needed to. But Bill was the idea man, the guy who could think of something to do on a boring day, the guy who remembered games the others had forgotten. And in some odd way they all sensed something comfortingly adult about Bill. Perhaps it was a sense of accountability, a feeling that Bill would take the responsibility if responsibility needed to be taken. The truth was, Richie believed Bill's story, crazy as it was, and perhaps he didn't want to believe Ben's, or Eddie's for that matter. "Nothing like that ever happened to you, huh?" Eddie asked Richie. Richie paused, began to say something, shook his head, paused again, then said, "Scariest thing I've seen lately was Mark Prenderlist taking a leak in McCarran Park. Ugliest hogger you ever saw." Ben said, "What about you, Stan?" "No," Stan said quickly and looked somewhere else. His small face was pale, his lips pressed together so tightly they were white. Was there something, Sister Stan?" Bill asked. "No, I told you." Stan got to his feet and walked to the embankment, hands in his pockets. He stood watching the water course over the top of the original dam and pile up behind the second water gate. "Come on now, Stanley," Richie said in a shrill falsetto. This was another of his voices. Granny Grunt. When speaking in his Granny Grunt voice, Richie would hobble around with one fist against the small of his back and cackle a lot. He still, however, sounded more like Richie Tozier than anyone else. "Fess up, Stanley. Tell your old granny about the bad clown, and I'll give you a chocolate chip cookie. You just tell—" "Shut up!" Stan yelled suddenly, whirling on Richie, who fell back a step or two, astonished. "Just shut up!" "Yowza, boss," Richie said, and sat down. He looked at Stan Uris mistrustfully. Bright spots of color flamed in Stan's cheeks, but he still looked more scared than mad. "That's okay," Eddie said quietly. "Never mind, Stan." "It wasn't a clown," Stanley said. His eyes flicked from one of them to the next, to the next, to the next. He seemed to struggle with himself. You can tell," Bill said, also speaking quietly. "Well, we did. It wasn't a clown. It was—"
which was when the carrying, whiskey-roughened tones of Mr. Nell interrupted, making them all jump as if they had been shot.
Jesus Christ on a jumped-up chariot-driven crutch. Look at this mess. Jesus Christ.